Chapter 1. Today Reuven would finally die for the first time. He stepped out of his home and into the pre-dawn light, alone. Almost a year had passed since his parents had disappeared, but this morning their absence was especially hard to ignore. Ascendancy was the biggest event of his life, and they should have been here. His revival would take at least a week, and he wondered if they'd be back when he woke up. He knew better, though, and pushed the thoughts away. This day was too important to wallow in self-pity or false hope. Not wanting to waste any more time, Reuven strode down the packed stone road toward the city's center and Uru's temple. The smell of baking bread made his mouth water and his stomach rumble, but he was too nervous to eat breakfast. If he puked during his ceremony, he didn't want to make a mess. A cool breeze from the mountains west of town made Reuven's skin prickle, and he rubbed his arms to warm them. He focused on the top right portion of his vision, just above his map, and read the temperature, 48 degrees. He thought about going back and getting a jacket, but he'd worn his best clothes, and the only coat that fit had frayed hems. Today he would rather look presentable than be comfortable. He superimposed the map over his vision and placed a marker on the temple. The walk would take 20 minutes at this pace. He blinked the map away and veered to the opposite side of the street to avoid two laborers unloading wood from a wagon. They both had scarves around their necks, gloves on their hands, and long-sleeved shirts. It didn't seem cold enough for scarves, but maybe they'd worked through the chilly night. The three of them were the only people on the street at this early hour, and the larger of the two workers gave him a curious stare. The man's eyes looked too big, and Reuven quickly glanced away. He didn't bother to bring up the man's profile. Worker profiles never had anything interesting in them. Their days were filled with mundane tasks, not spells or fighting or exciting discoveries. Most people ended up as workers, but not Reuven. He'd been blessed with brains, and today his life would finally turn around. Today he would start gaining the skills he needed to find his parents and clear their name. He tripped as the packed stone of the road transitioned into flagstone. He refocused his attention and saw the name Center Road hovering in the air. The road ran down the middle of town. Whoever had named the streets here in Deepwell had no imagination. He dismissed the name with a thought and turned left. He couldn't wait to get rid of his student interface. 16 years with the same basic information and no way to customize what it showed him. Ascension would give him his class-specific interface, which he could change to his heart's content. That alone was worth dying for. He mumbled a quick prayer to Uru in case the goddess thought him ungrateful. The information and abilities she provided her people were truly blessings. He shook his head. Of all days, today was not the day to upset the protector of his town. The priests said she watched over all the townsfolk and knew their capabilities and strengths. She blessed them with their class choices, and he knew what class he'd get. He had known as soon as his attributes settled down after the surge of puberty. Now that his body had stopped changing so much, he was ready for ascendancy. Death after today would very rarely be permanent. Reuven looked to make sure his path remained clear and then focused on the round icon in the upper left-hand part of his vision to bring up his profile. Name: Reuven Starfield. Race: human. Age: 16. Class: not ascended. Strength: 10. Stamina: 10. Dexterity: 10. Intelligence: 16. Wisdom: 10. Charisma: 12. He couldn't wait to see what his other stats were once he received his class. Reuven rubbed his hands together. He would make a terrible fighter, but his natural intelligence made him a sure candidate for a mage. School had come easily to him, and he had finished the required education 3 years early. His teachers had given Reuven over to Tremine, the head librarian, who had let Reuven spend his days reading. A blinking arrow pulsed on his map, and he turned right. The temple of Uru came into view. The building had been made of granite from quarries in the nearby mountains. Bits of mica in the stone caused the temple to sparkle in the early morning light. Only 3 stories high, it didn't seem that majestic, but Ruin knew the temple was constructed in a depression, and most of it remained hidden underground. A guardian stood at each of the four corners. They were identical oblong spheres, like an egg had been stretched. Priests ceremoniously cleaned them every month, and the guardians would gleam white for a few days until the blowing dirt colored them brown again. They were made from tyrium, the same metal the townspeople mined from the nearby mountains, and were nearly indestructible. The guardians hovered a few feet off the ground and were completely still and silent. The guardians protected the area from the attackers and had come to life twice in Ruin's lifetime. Once when a band of fighters approached the town and refused to turn back, and once when some Keld tried to burrow into the city. Ruin hadn't seen the battles, but the stories all agreed the attackers had been turned into ash. He had researched the guardians in the library and had decided they were some sort of high-level golems made by a Grand Master Summoner. 3 adults and a teenager exited the temple, and Reuven stopped when he recognized them. He looked for somewhere to hide, but there were no options in the middle of the street. Reuven stared, paralyzed, and his interface mistook his focus as a request for name and class information. The tallest adult had gray hair and wore a white robe with a blue circle stitched on the chest. Basic information appeared above his head. Name: High Priest Fusel. Class Order: Subclass Priest. Specialization: Administration. Class Rank: Adept. The other adult male, dressed in a fine gray robe with blue fringe, read, Name: Luim Strongspell. Class: Mage. Subclass: Elemental. Specialization: Cold. Class Rank: Acolyte. The only woman wore a light blue dress with a gray vest. She had a ring on every finger, each with a small glass bulb. Even from here, Ruin could see the movement in the glass. He read her information. Name: Annul Strongspell. Class: Merchant. Subclass: Crafter. Specialization: Glass. Class Rank: Journeyman. And finally, the smirking teenager who stared directly at Ruin. His tailored pants and shirt were dark gray, and he wore a blue scarf that hung loosely around his neck. Ruin gasped as he read. Name: Slib Strongspell. Class: Mage. Subclass: Specialization. Class Rank: Novice. A mage? How could that be? Slib was one of the dumbest kids he knew. Why would the goddess make him a mage? It didn't make sense. Slib's family had a shop where they sold glass figurines with magically trapped ice storms inside them. It was a status symbol to own one of the Strongspell's figurines. The two men shook hands and laughed while Annul looked pleased. Slib strode toward Reuven, and he forced himself to stay put. Slib was shorter than Reuven, but had to weigh at least 100 pounds more. Reuven wished he could see Slib's attributes, but until he received his class interface, all he knew was what he could see with his own eyes. It appeared to Reuven like Slib must have at least a 16 constitution. His strength had to be above average as well, since he had felt Slib's punches on more than one occasion. Slib's bullying had started when Reuven was singled out for being smarter, and then separated from the rest of the students. Slib wasn't the only one who had bullied Reuven the past 3 years, but he was the worst. Hey, Rockhead, Slib said. Rockhead. Even his insults were stupid. Reuven didn't think Slib would hit him in front of adults, but there was no reason to risk it, so Reuven kept his mouth shut. Slib didn't matter today. In a few minutes, Reuven would be a mage as well. Then he could put the bully in his place during their mage training. That made Reuven smile. What's so funny? Slib asked. Reuven couldn't help himself. Your future. Slib took a quick step forward, but Reuven stood his ground. Oh, yeah. If you didn't notice, I'm a mage now, you traitor piece of trash, Slib said. Reuven frowned and tried to let the insult go. Slib wanted to get a reaction out of him, which had been a lot easier this past year with all the rumors surrounding his parents. Reuven leaned forward and whispered, You probably have the mana of a maggot. I'll be an apprentice rune mage before you learn to light a candle. So much for letting the insult go. Reuven needed to work harder on keeping his mouth shut. You piece of... Slib started. Slib! Anil called. Slib turned around. Let's go get you settled at the Mage Academy, Anil said. Coming, Mom, Slib said. Slib turned back to him. I'll find you later, book-brain. Was book-brain even an insult? Again, he wondered how the goddess could have allowed this to happen. Slib gave him a toothy grin and then rejoined his parents. After a moment, the three of them walked away and disappeared behind the temple. The high priest looked at him and scowled. Come here, boy, High Priest Fusil said. Reuven didn't like the priest's tone, or that he called him boy when the man could easily see his name. His stomach turned. Something wasn't right. Reuven jogged to the man, gave a small bow and crossed his arms in an X over his chest. May Uru's light shine on you, Reuven said, and then stood up straight. The priest narrowed his eyes. Have your parents contacted you? Reuven took a step backward. He had expected the priest to return the blessing, not to bring up his parents. The priest didn't sound worried about them either. The tone was more accusatory, as if Reuven were hiding them. No, I haven't seen them for a year, Reuven said. The priest's expression made it clear he didn't believe Reuven. Let's get this over with, Fusil said. The priest turned and walked through the open door of the temple. Reuven glanced at the guardians and then followed, leaving the door open behind him. Inside, large shakers illuminated 6 statues, 3 along each wall. They faced the rear of the temple and the large statue of Uru that stood there. Oak benches lined each side of the room, creating a path down the center that led to an altar in front of Uru's statue. The priest had already walked halfway down the aisle. Reuven had read books on the Ascension, and this wasn't what they described. The priest should have taken Reuven to each statue, explained how the class benefited the community, and compared that with Reuven's natural abilities. The statue of your future class sometimes glowed when Uru decided your destiny. But the priest walked briskly past the 6 figures. Aren't you going to present me to Uru? Reuven asked. The priest didn't stop. No need. I know what to do with you. Reuven relaxed. The priest must have reviewed his school records and his attributes. Why waste time with this ceremony when the choice was obvious? Reuven took a moment to study the statues along the west wall. The first was a robed woman, her head thrown back, arms reaching into the sky, a flame in one hand and lightning in the other. Reuven stood straight, pride filling him. In moments he would die and be revived as this class mage. He wouldn't be a simple elemental mage like Slib's dad. Reuven wanted to be a rune, or maybe even a chaos mage. The next statue crouched low, a bow in his left hand, his right reaching back for an arrow. Daggers rested on each hip. This was an observer, the base class for shades, marksmen, and scouts. The last statue on this side was a bulky man with a pack on his back. His left hand held a pick and his right a handful of wheat. The statue represented the worker, the most common class by far. Their lives were filled with mundane tasks that were necessary but dreary. Reuven quickly looked to his right. For the merchant, a man stood with a blacksmith hammer in one hand and a bag of coins in the other. This class had 2 main branches, one for crafters and one for those that made money trading and selling. Next stood the fighter, a woman with a long sword in her right hand and a short sword in her left. A shield was strapped to her back. She wore mail and had a determined look on her face. Both of Reuven's parents had been fighters. The last statue was a robed man, his arms crossed over his chest in prayer, his head bowed. The order class contained priests, judges, and healers. Reuven faced the back wall of the temple as Fusil disappeared through a door behind the altar. Reuven hurried to follow, but took a second to stare at the statue of Uru. The goddess had many forms, but was usually depicted as a young woman with kind eyes. Reuven crossed his arms in respect, and then walked through the door. He immediately began descending a circular granite staircase. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he quickly reached the bottom. He followed the priest down the only hallway. The hallway's floor, ceiling, and walls were made of oak planks, which ended in a doorway with rounded corners. Ruin stepped into a gray room about 20 feet wide. Chairs lined the walls, and a single closed door was across the room. Since the priest had disappeared, Ruin assumed he'd left through the far door. Should he follow him? Unsure, he sat on the nearest chair. This was the strangest room he had ever seen. Everything seemed to be made from the same metal, which Ruin didn't recognize. What an incredible waste. Why would anyone do this? They could make hundreds of swords with the metal in this room. There were no paintings or tapestries on the walls, and the floor didn't have a single rug. It felt like he was floating in the middle of a thundercloud. The cotton vest he'd worn made it hard to breathe. His growth spurt had made all his clothes too tight. He had tucked his pants into his leather boots to hide their short length. Soon he would be able to afford new clothes. Mages made even more than merchants. Instead of shakers, illumination came from a 3-inch line that ran along the top of the wall, its glow providing an even light. The far door opened, and a brown-haired priest waved at him to approach. The priest must have had his settings on private, since Reuven couldn't read his name. Reuven's stomach turned with anxiety and excitement. It was finally time. He entered the new room and stopped next to the brown-haired priest. High Priest Fusil and a priestess with short dark hair stood next to the ascendancy pool. The rest of the room was empty. The brown-haired priest handed him a bag. "Strip and put everything in here." "Take off everything?" Reuven asked. "Everything," the priest said. Reuven did as he was told and stared at the ascendancy pool. Well, it was more like a bathtub. In a minute, they would drown him in that tub. It was a necessary process, so Uru could store his exact makeup and assign them, class he would have for the rest of his life. After this, the goddess would keep track of the changes in his body memories and experience. But it all had to start from a base template. That's what he would provide now. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly as the brown-haired priest took the bag with Reuven's things. The priestess waved Reuven over and handed him a small cup. Reuven had a hand over his crotch and one over the small red birthmark over his belly button. For a moment he couldn't decide which would be more embarrassing to uncover. Modesty won, and he revealed his birthmark as he drank the contents. The drink smelled like vanilla, but tasted like rotten pears. He knew the liquid was for the priest's safety. The mind resisted dying, and without something to paralyze the body, it would struggle and fight against his impending death. The adults seemed almost bored, and Reuven realized that while this was the most significant moment of his life to them, it was just another day. Many people would go through this same process today. The priestess grabbed his elbow and steered him toward the tub. "Please, get in." Reuven studied the water, conscious of the fact that Slib had been in here recently, but the water looked crystal clear. Actually, he didn't even know if it was water. His hands over his crotch, he stepped into the tub. The liquid felt warm. His whole body felt warm. He wavered, and the priestess quickly steadied him. "Lay on your back," she said. Reuven laid back, and the priestess supported him while the brown-haired priest folded out supports from inside the tub. The priestess withdrew her hands, and Reuven remained floating. The world spun as the high priest came into view. "You already performed the ceremony?" the priestess asked. "Yes," the high priest said. "Did Uru give him a sign?" the priestess asked. The high priest looked down at Reuven. The worker glowed brightly. Reuven tried to shout in protest, but the drink had already taken effect and he couldn't make his mouth move. The priestess looked down at him and her eyes glazed over. She was probably accessing his attributes. "That's surprising," she said. "Who are we to know the mind of a goddess?" the high priest said. The priestess nodded, and then she and the brown-haired priest disappeared from view. Ruin tried to scream that the high priest hadn't tested him at all, that Ruin was meant to be a mage. How could he find his parents if he didn't have any power? But the medicine had numbed his body, making it impossible to argue or fight. The high priest's face filled Reuven's vision. What your parents did was unforgivable. My son-in-law was in their party. He lost 6 months of experience, and his revival left him with a limp. You should have run off and joined your parents when you had the chance. I should throw you out of the city without a class right now. Let you join the unbound and live a life of misery. But this is better. You can spend the rest of your life using your grand intelligence to stack boxes and carry wood. It didn't matter what Ruin thought. Everyone believed his parents had killed their party while transporting a load of therium worth a fortune far from town a year ago. His parents' entire group had been reborn in the bowels of this very building. A larger group had been dispatched to recover the therium metal, but when they arrived at the old camp, the therium had disappeared. Since Ruin's parents were the only ones who didn't die, everyone assumed they had killed their group, taken the therium shipment for themselves, and disappeared. Ruin had been abandoned and become an outcast on the same day. He knew his parents would never do something like that. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew they were good people and not capable of what they were accused of. Murder, especially away from the city where all the experience and memories couldn't be channeled to Uru and would be lost, was grounds for execution. All he wanted was the power to find his parents, understand what really had happened, and clear their name. Clear his name. Instead, he was going to be a worker. For the first time in his life, he didn't want to ascend. Dying now would seal his fate. He would spend the rest of his life as a powerless worker, unable to accomplish any of the tasks he needed to perform. This is for the pain you caused my family, the high priest said. The high priest's hands glowed as he began the spell that would assign Ruin the class of worker. Fusel pushed Ruin's chest, forcing him into the liquid. He closed his eyes as his head submerged. Ruin held his breath, even though it was useless. The drug had made him helpless. His mind screamed for air. Unable to resist any longer, he opened his mouth and exhaled for the last time. His life was over. Chapter 2. The darkness disappeared and Reuven stood on a cliff. Brown grass covered his boots, the wind pushed his shirt against his body, and a strange, light blue sea crashed into rocks hundreds of feet below. Vertigo swamped Reuven and he rocked on his feet. A hand grabbed his arm and steadied him. Careful. A young woman, her red hair in a braid that reached the middle of her back, let go of his arm and smiled up at him. Freckles sprinkled her nose and cheeks. She barely made it to his shoulders. A tree 30 feet tall stood a stone's throw behind the woman. The limbs were bare, the trunk twisted, and it leaned away from the ocean. The brown grass stretched to the horizon. He focused back on the young woman. Where are we? Home, she said. This was certainly not home. Stone Harbor on the coast of the frigid sea took 2 days to reach from Deepwell, and the sea was a much darker blue than this. I don't think so, Ruin said. The woman's smile faded as she looked back at the ocean. Am I dead? He asked. Yes. No, you are in between. Reuven remembered the high priest, his spell, and the worker class Reuven would be when he returned. He thought of his lost parents and how he wouldn't have the power to find them now. It would be better to stay dead, Reuven whispered. The young woman didn't respond. They stood in silence for a while. The sound of the waves crashing into the cliff face warred with the wind that howled around them. Reuven's curiosity got the better of him. Who are you? He asked. The woman faced him. You don't have time for that answer, but we might have enough for this question. What do you desire, Reuven Starfield? That was an easy question. I want to be a mage. Ruin, or maybe fire. Always fire. Destruction and chaos. Your kind definitely has a type, she said in a sad voice. A knot formed in Ruen's stomach. Had he gone crazy? Was he talking to a creation of his mind? Is this what happened when a person died? Had he lost his sanity? What do you want? She repeated. Ruen wanted a lot of things. Respect, safety, his parents back. His throat tightened. The years of bullying had been hard, but not as hard as the uncertainty surrounding his parents. The truth, he whispered. The woman nodded. Do you know the strongest part of a tree? This was not the follow-up question he'd expected. The trunk, he guessed. The woman frowned, and Ruven's heart beat faster. He snapped his fingers. The root, he said. Yes, the root is the foundation for the entire tree. She paused and then said, I have a final question. He nodded, surer than ever that this woman was a figment of his dying mind. She pointed to the water below. Could you swim in a sea of lies if it brought you to the shore of truth? Ruen pondered her question. Was she trying to trick him? Should he say no, that one should never lie? But he knew he would. If it helped him find his parents, he would lie. He would do much more than lie. Yes. Her smile returned and she took a step closer. Ruen could smell cinnamon and roses. She placed her hands on his shoulders. I hope you're a good swimmer, she said. Then, with impossible strength, she picked him up and threw him off the cliff. Reuven screamed as he plummeted toward the ocean. Hey! A voice said, followed quickly by, Stop screaming! A moment later, his cheeks started to burn. Someone shook him and he realized he'd stopped falling. He closed his mouth and opened his eyes. He was on his back, a blanket over his naked body. The ceiling looked like the same gray metal he'd seen before. A blonde teenage girl looked down at him. She had brown eyes and her features were distinct but not sharp. He hadn't expected to wake up to a pretty girl. The name Hamma floated above her head. Uru's crack, you scared me, Hamma said. Who wakes up from their revival screaming? Ruen tried to talk, but his throat felt dry. He cleared it and tried again. Sorry. Nobody does, that's who, Hamma said, ignoring Ruen's apology. Ruen raised an arm to try and apologize again, but Hamma kept talking. And how did you materialize so fast? You're not on the priority list. Ruen didn't know what that meant, so he stayed quiet. Hamma narrowed her eyes, but after a moment she shook her head. I shouldn't have slapped you. Please don't tell Brother Yull. Ruen had no idea who Brother Yull was. Okay. He grimaced as pain throbbed through his head. It felt like someone had shredded his mind with ice crystals. The headache is from the new interface, Hamma said. You shouldn't have that the next time you revive. I'm going to check the other revival baths. I'll be back in a little bit. You should start going through your displays. This first time always takes a while. Oh, and welcome back. Hamma disappeared, and her words brought back the moments before he was drowned and the high priest's decision for Ruen's class. His stomach twisted in misery. He closed his eyes, but it only made it worse. His interface had changed, and every part of it was pulsing a soft gold color. He couldn't bear to look at his profile, so he started with his map in the upper right-hand corner. As soon as he focused on it, the map filled his vision. Instead of just the town, which was all he'd had access to his whole life, the map included the surrounding area as well. Ruen pulled his focus back, and a larger area appeared. He could see the mountain range now and small markers for mines. Large square areas surrounded the city, each with the name of the crop being grown there. He drew back again, and most of the markers disappeared. His town, Deepwell, was just a small house in the middle of the map. The capital, Stone Harbor, was visible to the east, right next to the frigid sea. A rough circle surrounded Deepwell Stone Harbor and the mountains. The area inside the shape was colored green. Uru's blessing was superimposed on the colored area. He knew this was the area where his experience and memories could be transferred to Uru with a simple prayer. He pulled back again a few times until the green circle was barely visible. From his studies, he knew the world was vast, but seeing it on his map made him feel tiny. There were a few other areas with green shapes. They must be the other locations where Uru was present, and he could transfer his current state. The entire continent lay in front of his eyes. Most countries were named after their deity, and Reuven could see over 20 capitals scattered over the map. The people ruled in Uru's lands, but Reuven knew most countries had some sort of theocracy, and a few had monarchies. Mountain ranges ran down the east and west coasts, and the Sea of Tears, a vast inland sea, sat like a scar between them. The north was filled with forests and tundra, and the south eventually gave way to desert. He closed the map with a thought and focused on the first of 3 golden squares that pulsed just below his map. He mentally touched the first one. A sound like a chime being struck filled his mind, and the quest text appeared. Ting, you have received the quest. Work is its own reward. As a worker, you are the hands of Uru. Travel to the workers' lodge and speak with crew chief Blizz to understand your options. Reward, clothes of the novice worker. Reward 200 experience. Reward 50 copper. Accept or decline. Reuven had avoided looking at his profile because part of him hoped that the high priest had been playing some sort of joke, that he really was a mage. But this quest proved his new reality. His life would be horrible. He accepted the quest, and a yellow triangle appeared on his map, probably the location of crew chief Blizz. He selected the next glowing square, and new text appeared. Ting, you have received the quest. If at first you don't succeed. As a novice, your capabilities are unfamiliar. Travel with your fellow novices and learn the strengths and weaknesses of your class. Speak with Pit Boss Dern at the Workers' Lodge to begin. Reward Level 1, Worker Spell. Reward Level 1, Worker Ability. Reward 300 experience. Reward 10 silver. Accept or decline. Great. He could learn a spell for sweeping or for cleaning windows. Reuven mentally punched accept, and the quest disappeared. 2 little triangles overlapped on his map now. Reuven selected the last glowing square, and the quest text appeared. Ting, you have received Uru's quest, the strongest part of a tree. Whether it is a tree, a building, or a nation, the foundation is critical for long-term stability. The strongest foundations are hidden from sight. Goddess Uru has taken an interest in you and offered you a second class. Beware, friends and foes alike will resent this blessing and strive to permanently remove you from the world. Secrecy is your only safety. Beware. This class obligates you to perform quests for the goddess Uru, failure of which will result in serious consequences. Beware. The strength of this class comes at a high cost. Reward. Root class. Hidden. Accept or decline. Reuven stared at the text. Had his dream been real? It must have been. The quest's name came right from his conversation with the young woman. Reuven shivered. That meant the woman must have been Uru. Reuven had thought only the order class could talk to the goddess. He focused on the 3 warnings. The last one bothered him the most. What was the high cost? He knew there were other classes than the 6 Uru provide her people. There were other gods and goddess, and each had their own classes. Most were the same, however, and while Reuven wasn't an expert, he didn't remember ever reading about one called Root. Probably some class that made trees grow faster or some other useless ability. It didn't matter, though. He already knew he'd accept it because there was a chance this class might help him and offset the handicap of being a worker. Reuven chose accept and felt his entire body flush. Another quest icon immediately appeared below his map. This one, however, was a blue circle and not the previous gold square. He opened it. Ting, you have received Uru's quest, The Search for Truth, Part 1. Truth is hard to find, and it is rarely close to home. Find a way to leave Deep Well's protection area in the next 30 days to begin your search. Reward, spell Uru's touch. Reward, 750 experience. Penalty, permanently lose 1 from every attribute. Accept or decline. Ruin hesitated. Permanently losing a point in every attribute would be catastrophic for him. He was average in 4 of his attributes, and dropping from 10 to 9 in them would penalize him. And what was Uru's touch? He'd never heard of that spell. Not that he knew all the spells, but if it was powerful, wouldn't he have read about it? But he had just accepted Uru's hidden class. Should he risk telling her no on the first quest she gave him? He slowly chose accept. No new quests appeared, so he moved down to the small figure in the bottom right of his vision and mentally touched it. The figure enlarged to fill his vision. There wasn't much to look at. Every slot on his body was empty. Not surprising, since he was naked and the inventory grid under the body was grayed out. He remembered that the basic outline would change as you specialized in your class. He knew that observers who specialized in a sniper subclass would gain a quiver. The workers template wouldn't change regardless of the specialization. They didn't get anything interesting enough to warrant it. It didn't look like his hidden class gave him any extra slots. He closed the inventory page and focused on the bottom left corner of his vision until his log appeared. He scrolled to the top and compared the first timestamp to the current time and calculated he'd been awake less than 10 minutes. He ignored the timestamps and just read the text. Materialization sequence begin. Initial revive, true Q priority. Critical resource utilization 93.34%. Materialization sequence complete. Total elapsed time 327.17 seconds. Synchronization gap 3.46 seconds. Scanning. Scanning complete. Anomalies, true memory substrate contaminated. Revival halted. Anomaly alert notification. Notification override. Anomalies equals false. Revival restarted. Anomalies false. Imprinting. Imprinting complete. Revival successful. You are being attacked. 50% defense reduction. Prone. You have received a blow to the head. You have taken 5 damage. You are being attacked. 50% defense reduction. Prone. You have received a blow to the head. Critical strike. You have taken 20 damage. You have been stunned. You have been healed for 32 health. Minor heal. Accessing map. Ruven stopped reading the log and closed it. Had Uru been the one to override the anomaly? And his revival time didn't make any sense. The rich could afford to be revived faster, but he'd expected his to take over a week. Instead, it had taken just over 5 minutes. And no wonder Hama had felt bad. She had struck him. Twice. He noticed the 3.46-second gap between the last time his memories had been taken by Uru and the time of his death. Not a big deal, since the memory was probably of water filling his lungs and his hatred of the high priest. The 3-second time gap was nothing compared to the high priest's son-in-law, who had lost 6 months of experience and memories. That meant he had been gone from Deepwell a dangerous amount of time. Ruin's parents had only been gone a month when the incident happened. What had the high priest's son-in-law been doing the previous 5 months before Ruin's parents joined him? You fall asleep? Hama asked. Ruin opened his eyes to find the blonde priestess standing over him. Just dizzy from the concussion, he said. Hama gasped, and her eyes glazed as she inspected him. A moment later, she glared at him. You don't have a concussion. Ruin smiled. Not anymore. You're stronger than you look. Ruin inspected her. Her settings must have been public because he received more information than he expected. Name, Hamma, Blackrock. Class, Order, Subclass. Specialization, Class Rank, Novice. Level 6. Health, 120. Mana, 235. Energy, 240. Not being able to see her attributes was disappointing, but he knew in time when his perception skill increased enough they would be visible to him. She gave a small laugh. Who would have guessed I'd have to invest in strength as a priest? But moving bodies around is heavy work. Ruin's cheeks burned again, but this time from embarrassment. He was naked under this blanket, and if Hamma moved bodies... You look like an apple. Relax. I see naked people every day. I don't even notice anymore, she said. That didn't make him feel any better. How are you feeling? Is the headache gone? Hamma asked. Yes, it's more of a dull ache now. How does your stomach feel? Empty. And I'm kind of thirsty. Okay, if you don't puke in the next 10 minutes, I'll give you some food and water. Then you'll be on your way. Are there people waiting for you up top? Parents or a girlfriend? Ruin's cheeks went from hot to on fire. Hamma laughed again, the sound light. Oh, Ruin, you are too easy. Hamma left the room and Ruin shook his head. Girls always made him uncomfortable, and Hamma seemed to enjoy making it worse. He'd certainly never met a priestess like her before. Staring at the ceiling, he decided he'd avoided his profile long enough. With a sigh of resignation, he focused on the small tree icon in the upper left corner of his vision. Text overlaid the gray ceiling. A small upside-down triangle sat next to his name, and he selected it. The text expanded, providing detailed information on his stats. If he was going to face this, he wanted to see it all. General. Name. Reuven Starfield. Race. Human. Age. 16. Class. Worker. Hidden class. Root level 1. Class rank. Novice. Deaths. 1. Deity. Goddess. Uru. Experience. 0 out of 1,000. Pools. Health. 100 mana. 160 out of 160. Energy. 200 out of 200. Attributes. Strength. 10. Stamina. 10. Dexterity. 10. Intelligence. 16. Wisdom. 10. Charisma. 12. Ratings. Knowledge. 35. Armor class. 0. Encumbrance. 0. Pounds max encumbrance. 150. Critical chance percent. 2.00%. Power strike percent. 2.00%. Haste percent. 2.00%. Dodge percent. 4.00%. Persuasion percent. 4.70%. Resilience percent. 4.00%. Endurance percent. 2.00%. Cleverness percent. 37.60%. Perception percent. 2.60%. Resistances. Elemental resistance percent. 6.00%. 2% plus. Resilience percent. Poison resistance percent. 6.00%. 2% plus. Resilience percent. Acid resistance percent. 6.00%. 2% plus. Resilience percent. Mind resistance percent. 6.00%. 2% plus. Resilience percent. Order resistance percent. 6.00%. 2% plus. Resilience percent. Chaos resistance percent. 2.00%. Minus 2%. Plus resilience percent. Disease resistance percent. 6.00%. 2%. Plus resilience percent. Light resistance percent. 6.00%. 2%. Plus resilience percent. Dark resistance percent. 2.00%. Minus 2%. Plus resilience percent. Regeneration health regeneration per second, 0.20. Mana regeneration per second, 0.40. Energy regeneration per second, 2.00. There were 3 other tabs, abilities, spells, and skills, but they were all empty. He returned to his profile and studied it. What was this hidden class? It didn't seem to give him anything of value. His attributes were unchanged, and there were no spells or abilities associated with it. His hopes fell. Maybe this hidden class wasn't going to help him after all. His knowledge rating seemed really high, probably from all the time spent in the library, especially this last year. It didn't seem to do much for him other than his cleverness rating, but who cared about being clever? Cleverness wasn't going to give him the power he needed to get his parents back. Ruin closed his profile and stared at the gray ceiling. Gray, just like his future. This was the worst day of his life. Hama re-entered the room. "You look miserable."
"I've had better days," said Ruin.
"Really? People are usually a lot happier after being revived. Maybe it's because yours went so quick. Fastest I've ever seen. Not that I've been here as long as Brother Yull, but..." Ruin interrupted her. "What's normal?" "It's rude to interrupt." Ruin's face flushed. Hama leaned down and he smelled lavender. For a moment, Ruin thought she was going to kiss him. His face felt so hot he hoped she didn't feel it. Hama pulled something under his bed and then jerked his bed into a chair. Hama shook her head but didn't tease him about the color of his cheeks this time. Ruin's blanket slid down his chest and pooled around his waist. He pulled it back up to cover the red birthmark over his belly button. The roughly circular-shaped birthmark was only the size of a fingernail, but its bright red appearance made it look like some sort of terrible tattoo, and it made him self-conscious. In fact, it seemed a little smaller. Maybe Uru fixed blemishes where she could as you were being reformed. His recovery room was narrow, with a row of about 30 beds along one side. Reuven sat in the first bed closest to a half-closed door. The door had the same strange, rounded corners as the other doors he'd seen here in the temple's basement. "Okay, I need to verify you're in the correct body. Sometimes the templates get mixed up." Hama's eyes glazed over and she mumbled while she read what her interface showed her. "Yep, you look correct. 5 feet 2 inches tall, gray hair, pink eyes, buck teeth, no eyebrows." Ruin leaned forward, his heart thudding. He was 6 feet tall, had black hair, light blue eyes, and his teeth and eyebrows were fine. Oh, Uru, help him. Had they put him in the wrong body? Reuven held out his hands and shook them. No, there must be a mistake. Hama grinned and slapped his leg. "I'm kidding. It's impossible to get put in the wrong body." "You were joking?" Reuven asked as his heartbeat slowed. "I'm surrounded by priests all day and it gets pretty boring. I have to make my own entertainment." Reuven leaned back. "That's really mean. Or really funny, depending on your perspective. You should have seen your face." Hama disappeared into the other room and returned with a glass of water. Reuven drank the entire thing without taking a breath and handed the glass back. "Thanks," he said. Hama nodded. "You are welcome, child of Uru," she said in a gentle voice. "May her light give you peace." Reuven stared, mouth open. Her voice and demeanor were the opposite of how she'd been acting. Hama stared at him with an innocent face and then laughed. "That's how they expect us to talk," she said. "It's so stupid." Reuven could see more of her now. She wore a white robe with the blue circle marking her a priestess. She had the lean build of a runner. "A week," she said. "What?" "Earlier, you asked about normal revival times. You took just over 5 minutes. I didn't know that was possible. That little cow patty from this morning paid a lot of money to be on the priority list, and he still took 3 days to bake." Reuven knew who she meant. "Bake?" he asked. "Sorry." She deepened her voice to sound like a know-it-all teacher. "The proper term is revival. It consists of the assembly of a new body from base components, the imprinting of memories and abilities on that body, and a final check to make sure no anomalies are detected. In her normal voice, she continued, "It's easier to just say baking, but Brother Yull hates that term. Not proper and all that." Ruin remembered the anomaly messages in his log. What causes an anomaly? Lots of stuff. The revival baths might not have all the resources they need, or something is wrong with the information Uru has, or what does memory substrate contaminated mean? Hama put her hands on her hips. "Sorry," he said. She stared at him for a couple more seconds and then relaxed. "Well, that means there are already memories in the new body, before the imprinting of the old memories. That error isn't possible because you're still in the revival bath. There isn't any way to make memories." She narrowed her eyes. "How do you know about that error you shouldn't?" "Sister Hama," a male voice shouted from the other room. Hama clenched her hands and whispered, "If one more person interrupts me today." She turned to the half-open door and yelled back, "I'm in the recovery room, Brother Yull!" "There is a new worker in the queue, Ruin Starfield. Fusel wants him paused," Brother Yull yelled. Hama's eyes grew wide and she stared at Ruin. She faced the door again. "Why?" she yelled. "It is not your place to question, sister. Do as you're told," Brother Yull responded. Hama's hands clenched again. It made Ruin angry that Fusil was still trying to hurt him. The high priest had already ruined his life. Why make things worse? Hama turned and stared at him for a few seconds, but Ruin couldn't read her expression. "Sister!" Brother Yull yelled. Hama stood up straight and faced the door again. "Yes, brother. I'll pause his revival bath, regardless of its current state." Hama paused a moment and then shouted, "For how long?" Brother Yull's voice was faint, like he had already started to leave. "Until you're told differently, sister." Hama stared at the door for a few seconds and then faced Ruin. "Uru's armpits. I hate those guys." Ruin winced. It made him uncomfortable that a priestess talked like this. "Whose bed did you pee in?" Hama asked. "I didn't do anything. Fusel never even presented me to Uru. He just marched me down to the tank and drowned me." Hama's eyes widened. "Fusel did your ceremony? He usually only does the rich and important ones." "Well, he thinks my parents hurt his family and he—" Reuven stopped talking when Hama snapped her fingers. "Now I know why you sounded familiar. I had just started down here when Fusil's son-in-law came out of a revival tank. His foot hadn't formed right and it gave him a limp. They discussed killing him again so his body could be built correctly. But he didn't want to lose any more attribute points. Plus Fusil and his son-in-law were in a hurry to get back to where he'd died. Some sort of important cargo. Wow, I haven't thought about that day in a while. People were running around like crazy. All our revival baths were full. There were people in the queue that had to wait a week to revive. The only time that's happened. Must have been over 30 people. The whole party revived except for 2. Both named Starfield. Ruin looked down. He couldn't escape his name, or the automatic guilt everyone placed on him. It was quiet, and after a few seconds he glanced back up. Hama looked at him, but not in an accusatory way, more like curiosity. "Now I understand the special attention," Hama said. "Fusel acts like I had something to do with it, like I'm part of whatever happened." Hama looked lost in thought, but after a few seconds, Ruin's curiosity got the best of him. "Why didn't you tell Yull I was already out? I'm tired of those sanctimonious controlling fart sniffers." Hama paused a few moments. "On my ascendancy day, the Order statue glowed so brightly it hurt my eyes. For the life of me, I can't figure out why Uru put me here. The last class I thought I'd get was Order. I'm not exactly a rule follower." "Yeah, I get that." "What's that supposed to mean?" Ruin held up his hands. "It means thanks. Those guys have it out for me for something I didn't do, for something I don't think my parents did. They've taken everything from me. It's good to get back at them in a small way. Hama relaxed and then smiled. It does feel good. Hama reached behind Ruin and brought out the sack with his clothes. Get dressed while I give you the speech, then I'll sneak you out of here. Ruin waited for her to turn around, but she didn't. I've already seen everything you've got, Starfield. I'm the one that pulled you from the revival tank, remember? Once again, blood rushed to his face. Oh, that color just never gets old, Hama said. It's adorable how shy you are. Well, I don't spend a lot of time around people. You don't say. No, really, I'm usually in the library. Ruin let the sentence trail off when he realized she was being sarcastic. Hama giggled and then turned around. Ruin slid off the table and started to dress. Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru. Name, cotton underwear. Armor class 0. Quality, common. Durability, 3 of 8. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, support. Description, not meant for protection. Ruin closed the item notification and focused on the small star icon next to his log. A page appeared with his preferences, which must have reset when he revived. He changed the threshold for item notifications from common to uncommon. He didn't need a description of his entire outfit. He began dressing again. Hama began her talk. Okay, if you paid attention in school, you know this is your only free revive. After this, you permanently lose a point from every attribute. Killing stuff or questing will get you more experience than crafting, but it's a lot more dangerous. Leveling up will get you 4 attribute points, but dying removes 6. You do the math. If you suck, it won't be long until your attributes are below average and you'll get debuffs. That's when the accidents start happening. Bad dexterity and you trip and fall down some stairs. Dead. Bad constitution and you get sick. Dead. Bad strength. I get it. Don't die, especially at my current level where everything is already close to below average. Not everything, Hama said. Ruven gasped. I can almost feel the heat hitting my back from your blush, Starfield, Hama said. I was talking about your intelligence, you idiot. You really have a dirty mind. We're in a temple. Please try and purify your thoughts. Ruin heard the playfulness in her tone, but couldn't tell if she was telling the truth. She really knew how to keep him off balance. Maybe he wasn't as smart as he thought, or maybe Hama was just that clever. I knew what you meant, Ruin said weakly. Hama laughed. Right, don't die. That is a good plan. My advice is to pick up a craft or a profession you like and level that way. Crafting experience will be slow since you aren't a merchant class, but it'll be safe. Where do you live? The last question caught him off guard. Southside, by Aspen Park. Oh, nice area. Maybe I misjudged you. I usually don't like rich boys. We're not rich. Smallest house on the farthest edge. My parents moved there for the schools, wanted to give me a chance. They did a lot of adventuring to pay for it. Ruven hung his head. And look what it got them, he said quietly. They're gone, maybe in danger, and their son is a worker. I'm a complete failure. Hama turned and brought Ruin's head up with a finger. Listen, dummy. Life is what you make of it. Feeling sorry for yourself is a recipe for misery. You got screwed by the high priest. The only way he wins is if you're unhappy. So don't let him win. Ruin swallowed hard and then nodded. Her brown eyes had flecks of gold like tiny suns, and her intensity melted his sadness. His chest warmed and he gave a small smile. Thanks. Yeah, I won't, Ruin said. Now make your inspection private. We're trying to get you out of here unnoticed. Ruven opened his preferences and set inspection to private. His name wouldn't appear over his head and only basic information would be visible to inspection. A person would need a decent perception skill to get information about him now. Hannah frowned as she looked him up and down. 1 second. She strode through the half-open door and returned a minute later with a robe. Put this on, Hannah said.
Reuven took the white robe and held it out in front of him. Can't we get in trouble for this? Hannah shrugged. Maybe. Why are you helping me? Because it will cause Yull and Fusel heartburn. That's enough for me. Maybe this will make it worse. I wonder if I should just go out the normal way. Hannah held up 2 fingers. 2 things. 1, you overthink. 2, why after everything Fusel has done would you want to give him a chance to do more? You are very wise, Reuven said. Hannah's cheeks turned pink. Thanks. It is my base attribute after all. They both laughed and Reuven pulled the robe over his head. Xing, you have learned a new skill. Skill, disguise, level 1. Effect. Anyone observing you has a 1% reduction to their perception, his first skill. Despite the situation, he grinned and read the notification 3 times. This definitely wasn't what he expected his first skill to be, but it didn't matter. After 16 years, his progress was finally being measured. He closed the notification and focused back on his surroundings. Hannah peeked through the half-open door and then entered the next room. Reuven followed and stepped into what must have been the revival room. 3 rows of 5 rectangular tubs were spaced evenly in the room. He looked down at one as he passed and was shocked to see the lid was clear and a half-formed body lay in the bubbling yellow liquid. It looked like a dumpling in a chicken broth. He covered his mouth, thankful that his stomach was empty. He looked away from the tank and found Hannah had almost made it to the door on the left wall. He strode toward her eyes straight ahead and away from the tubs. It made him nauseous that not even an hour ago he'd been a dumpling. Hannah waited at the door. That is really gross, Reuven said. I know, but you get used to it. Well, kind of. I still can't eat soup, and that isn't nearly as bad as the tub they put the dead ones in. Wait, I thought the priests performed some sort of ceremony and then, vaporized the bodies. That would be really wasteful. All the base components to make a new body are there in a dead one. Recycle and reuse, my friend. What? Hannah covered his mouth with her hand, which smelled like cedar and ammonia. Keep quiet, you moron. Are you trying to get caught? She quickly pulled her hand away as her cheeks turned pink. Reuven rubbed his arms. I'm a bunch of dead people? People are always made from other people and plants and animals and rocks and fish and minerals. The temple breaks all those things down and stores the resources. I thought you were smart. I am smart. School never gave us the details, Reuven said a bit defensively. I just never realized how directly it all happened. I have this weird feeling like I'm not me anymore. That the real me is still dead in that tank upstairs and I'm just a piece of soggy bread. Hannah's face lost its anger. Your body is just a piece of soggy bread. What makes you, Reuven, is here, she said and touched his forehead. Reuven closed his eyes and tried to relax. A moment later, she flicked him between the eyes. He stepped back and rubbed the stinging away. So quit being a baby and move your soggy butt, Hannah said, opening the door. They walked down a short gray tunnel made of the same strange metal he had seen before. It ended at a ladder that rose through a hole in the ceiling. Hannah pointed up. I'll go first. Follow close behind. We're climbing through all 5 levels. If there are people on one of the floors, ignore them. Just keep climbing. Oh, and I'm wearing shorts, so don't think you're getting a free look. Reuven's eyes felt like they might burst from his head. He stepped back, shaking his hands. His mouth moved, but didn't make any sounds. Hannah winked and then started climbing. He took a few deep breaths and wiped his hands on the robe. He looked straight ahead and followed her. He thought he heard Hannah laugh. It didn't take them long to climb the 5 levels. Reuven heard voices on the last 2 levels but didn't stop or look around. When the ladder ended, he followed Hannah down a hallway and a middle-aged priest walked toward them. Her blessings, sister, the priest said as he approached.
"Blessings, brother," Hammer responded. "Her blessings, brother," the priest said as he passed.
Ruin looked at the floor. His heart beat so quickly he reached up and pushed on his chest. His throat felt dry and his legs suddenly seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. "Blessings," he croaked. Ruin paused, sure he had given himself away and the priest would grab him. But the priest kept walking. Hama grabbed his hand, pulling it from his chest, and dragged him forward. He heard a small gasp from her. At the same moment, a notification appeared in his vision. Shing! You have learned a new skill. Skill Deception, Level 1. Effect: increases your persuasion by 1%. He closed the notification, happy to have gained another skill so quickly. Hammer released his hand, and in moments they were up the stone stairs and out of the small building that covered the stairwell. Reuven could see the back of the temple 50 feet away. "Thank you," he said. Her eyes were wide and her skin seemed to glow in the sunlight. "I had fun, and I earned a couple of new skills." "Me too. How do I return your robe?" She waved her hand. "Keep it. It was one of y'all's." He stood there, frustrated there were no pockets for him to stick his hands in. He shuffled his feet and looked down. He had enjoyed being around Hamma and wanted to see her again, but it felt like he had forgotten how to form words. "Listen, I really did have fun. Have you heard of the Screaming Rabbit?" Hamma asked. Reuven shook his head. "It's a tea shop on North Side just west of the arena. I spend a lot of my free time there. Come by if you'd like to hang out." Her eyes glazed over for a moment. She must have gotten a notification. 3 new skills in a single morning. That Mr. Starfield is a good start. "See you later." Before he could say anything, she strode back to the small building over the stairs. He watched her for a few seconds, wondering what skills she had gotten. Then he brought up his map, searched for the Screaming Rabbit, and labeled it. Then he zoomed back until the 2 gold quest triangles appeared. He marked them as his destination and started walking. As horrible as this day had been, it hadn't been a total loss. Chapter 4. Ruin squinted as he walked east toward the rising sun. The temple sat in the center of the city, and so the walk to the workers' lodge wouldn't take too long. He had removed the robe once he'd cleared the temple grounds. Since he didn't have a dimensional bag yet, his inventory wasn't accessible. He didn't want to chance upsetting Uru by throwing away her priest's robe, though, so he rolled it up and carried it under his arm. Getting swallowed by a sinkhole or being hit by a falling tree were probably accidents, but he figured it was better to be safe than sorry when it came to the gods. The city had woken up, and there were far more people about than that morning. The crowd slowed his pace, but he didn't mind. He spent the time inspecting everyone around him and enjoying the new capabilities of his interface. Almost everyone was some type of low-level worker. Ruin saw a few merchants and 2 fighters wearing the city's order enforcement tabard. The dark blue tabard had a white circle in the middle with a white sword laying on top. No one gave him a second glance. The smell of food filled the air, and his stomach rumbled. But he didn't have any coins on him, so he ignored it as best he could. Reuven noticed that some of the merchants he passed had a golden light surrounding them. He assumed these were people who would give him quests if he stopped and asked. As he moved eastward, the buildings transitioned from stone to wood, and the houses off the main street turned into multi-story apartments. The flagstones in the road here showed heavy use, with many of the stones chipped and worn. People here moved with purpose, and Reuven's pace sped up. 10 minutes later, a large round building came into view. It sat in the middle of the road like a boulder in a stream, and the crowd flowed around it. Large white blocks made up the first 30 feet of the building, and planked oak created an arched roof. Hundreds of workers milled around, most in small groups. Laughter and shouts came from everywhere, and Reuven could feel the energy around him. For the first time, he started to see workers higher than novice. He weaved through the groups and entered the lodge through the open double doors. The noise trapped by the roof made the inside of the building incredibly loud.
Ruin had spent most of the last 3 years in the library, and the sound here felt like an assault on his ears. Men and women stood on stone blocks that were spaced evenly around the outer wall. There were large boards next to each with what looked like job postings. Workers clumped in front of the boards. Every person on a block glowed yellow and would provide him a quest if approached. How was he supposed to find his quest if everyone here already glowed? At the center of the building, a square stone pillar rose, each side 20 feet long to support the ceiling. The closed, iron-banded door stood at the bottom of the pillar. A line of tables created a barrier in front of the support, and a single man sat behind them near the door. He had the same golden color as those along the walls, but his pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Reuven inspected him. Name: Crew Chief. Blizz, Class Worker. Subclass: Collector. Specialization: Mining. Class Rank: Disciple. Level 51. Health 870. Mana 170. Energy 1273. Reuven walked up, placed the rolled-up robe on the table and crossed his arms over his chest. Uru's blessings, Crew Chief Blizz. My name is Reuven Starfield. His growth spurt had put him just over 6 feet tall, but when the crew chief stood, Reuven had to look up. The man's hair, a mixture of gray and black, had been cut short and stood up straight like the bristles of a brush. His skin appeared tanned by years in the sun. Blizz held out his arm and Reuven extended his as well. The crew chief grabbed his forearm just under his elbow and Reuven copied the gesture. The older man's grip was firm but not painful. Reuven could see the bulges of powerful muscles under the man's shirt, and he knew this man could literally break him in two without a sweat. Well met, Reuven Starfield, Blizz said. Reuven cleared his throat as the man let go of his arm. Well met, Crew Chief Blizz. I only got the notification of your class assignment this morning. I didn't expect you for another week. Reuven bit his lip. How did he explain his morning? His rapid revival would only cause more questions, but he didn't want to lie. He decided on a half-truth. I think some of those priests don't like following the process. Blizz laughed. Isn't that the truth? Well, I'm glad you're here. I've been excited to meet you. A notification appeared. Ting, you have completed the quest. Work is its own reward. You have received 200 experience. You have received 50 copper. Do you have a subclass in mind yet? It will help us with your gear and training if we know what your intentions are, Blizz said. Reuven had spent years planning his subclass and specialization path in the mage tree, not the worker one. He didn't even remember what options were available for workers. He had never expected to be in this situation. Not really, Reuven said. Uru never sends me the smart ones. How did you end up here? Just lucky, I guess. Bad luck, he thought. Blizz narrowed his eyes. You need to get better at hiding your emotions. You'll lose your paycheck playing crowns and swords. Reuven knew better than to play cards for money, but he kept his mouth shut. He obviously wasn't hiding his disappointment very well, and he didn't want to upset Blizz. You a reader? Blizz asked. Not the ones with pictures, mind you. Yeah, I read a lot. You like working with your hands? Do you carve or sculpt or anything like that? No? Nobody likes to be told what to do, but could you tolerate some rich fart bossing you around if it paid well? Reuven thought about Slib and him telling Reuven to clean his room or muck out the stables or... Definitely not, Reuven said. Do you mind being by yourself? I usually prefer it. Last question. Have you ever thought about leaving Deepwell, or is the risk too great? Reuven thought about the quest Uru had given him. He needed to leave to find his parents, and Uru's quest would force him to go in the next 30 days. I want to leave, Reuven said. Blizz thumped the table with his hand. Well, that settles it. You're a boy after my own heart. You sound like a collector to me. That triggered an old memory from a book about the basics of each class. Aren't collectors just farm workers?
Reuven asked and immediately regretted it. But Blizz didn't seem offended. That is what people think, as if all we do is harvest wheat or apples. But we can also mine or find herbs or skin animals. What are the other options? We don't fall into many buckets. The only other two are laborer and household. You didn't sound like a good fit for either. Collector didn't sound that great either, but it was still better than the alternatives. And I don't have to decide for sure until level 10? He asked. Right. Declaring your intent just helps us focus your gear ability and spell choices. Are you in? A notification appeared. Ting! You have received the quest. Tools of the trade. Crew Chief Blizz thinks you are special and has spent extra time to determine the subclass you should focus on. Laborers are generalists and useful for any job. They can stack boxes, dig holes, or carry lumber. The household subclass is most comfortable working for a family or business and generally works inside. Collectors tend to work outside and away from the city. They can plant and sow crops, harvest fruit, or collect resources not found in the city. Crew Chief Blizz believes you would be happiest as a collector. Declaring your subclass intent will allow the Workers' Lodge to focus your training spells and abilities. Reward mentorship in your chosen path. Reward specialized equipment, laborer, or household, or collector, or decline. Reuven felt sick. All these choices were terrible. He selected collector, and the notification disappeared. Good choice, Blizz said. Blizz looked Reuven up and down and then walked to the iron-bound door, opened it, and disappeared inside the central pillar. Another notification appeared. Ting, you have received the quest. Does this taste funny to you? Part 1. The world is a dangerous place, and a collector seeks out valuable and unsafe resources in it. Without proper information, these items will kill you or be rendered useless. Successful collectors know the most crucial resource is knowledge. Speak with Librarian Tremine. Reward Collector Novice Manual. Part 1. Reward 200 experience. Accept or decline. Reuven gasped, and his stomach turned. Tremine had been in charge of his schooling for the last 3 years and had acted as his father for the last one. The man had put so much time and effort into his education, Reuven was terrified the librarian would be disappointed in him. None of this was Reuven's fault, but what if Tremine didn't understand or believe that? He reluctantly accepted the quest, and the notification disappeared. He knew he would eventually have to face his friend, but it was too painful to think about right now. The door remained open, and Reuven looked inside. Shelves lined the inside of the pillar, and they contained stacks of clothes and equipment. Blizz returned a minute later and made 4 piles, the first of clothes, and a small bag, the second a pair of hard leather boots, the third an oddly shaped silver baton, and the fourth looked like a black wristband that matched the one Blizz wore. These are your novice uniforms and quest money, Blizz said, pointing to the first pile. All the clothes were the same dirty brown color. There were 3 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of shorts, 3 long-sleeved shirts, and 3 short-sleeved ones. Next to the clothes was a belt, a pair of gloves, and a wide-brimmed hat. A far cry from the mage robes Reuven had expected to wear today. He ran his hands over everything, but no new notifications appeared. They were all common. Now for your specialized gear. If you change your focus to a new subclass, you'll need to trade these in for new items. Understand? Reuven nodded. Blizz moved to the next pile and handed Reuven a pair of hard leather boots. Our high constitution and strength make us heavy. The extra weight can cause problems. When you're planting seeds in freshly tilled soil, for instance. Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru. Name Feather Boots of Grasping. Armor Class 5. Quality, Uncommon. Durability, 20 of 20. Weight, 4.00 pounds. Effect,
Reduces force of each step by 20%. Effect. Increases friction against any surface by 10%. Restriction. Worker description. Not as popular as feather boots of massage, but more durable. Reuven stared at the boots in his hand. They were the first magical thing he had ever owned, and he smiled in spite of his mood. Bliz took the boots and placed them back on the table. He moved to the next item and picked up the knobby cylinder. He pulled on one of the bumps and a pick head emerged that was much too large to fit in the baton. He folded it back into place and then unfolded a hammer. On and on it went. Axe, crowbar, flint, spoon, fork, knife, a long, thin rod, and finally, a spade. Reuven stood speechless, amazed by the magical baton. "It attaches like this," Bliz said. The man grabbed the belt from the clothes pile and pointed to squares that were spaced evenly around the leather. He brought the belt near a similar square on the top of the baton, and Reuven heard a click. Bliz briefly pulled on the baton and belt, but they remained together. "You have to twist the baton to separate them," Bliz said, and then rotated the baton up. It came away with another click. "Workers have the least problems with storage, so you might wonder why this would be useful," Bliz said. "Trust me when I tell you this will become the second most valuable thing you own." He held out the rod and Reuven took it. "Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru. Name: Baton of 1,000 uses. Damage 1 to 4. Quality: uncommon. Durability: 50 of 50. Weight: 12.00 pounds. Effect: produces useful tools. Restriction. Worker description. Not quite 1,000. Cup not included. It had a nice weight to it, and Reuven spent a minute pulling on different protrusions to see what would come out. "Amazing," he said. Bliz moved to the final pile. "This last item is different in that it has additional requirements." Reuven replaced the baton and moved in front of the crew chief. Bliz held up his left arm, and Reuven got a close look at the thin black wristband. He couldn't tell what it was made from, but it fit snugly around the big man's wrist. Bliz reached up with his right hand, grabbed the wristband, and pulled. Bliz spread his arms wide, and the wristband stretched, leaving a blackness behind it. The blackness hid everything behind it. Bliz moved his arms back together, and the dark hole shrunk. The crew chief touched the wristband to the table, and it stuck there as he backed away, creating an opening large enough to crawl through. After a moment, he quickly walked back to the table and released the wristband. He turned so Reuven could see that the darkness only existed between the edges of the wristband. His wrist looked like it had been sliced in half, but there was no blood. Reuven had spent little time studying workers. That's why he didn't know about their multi-tool. But Reuven recognized this wristband now. He knew a song that featured one. "It's the death's grip from the farmer's ballad," Reuven said. Bliz laughed and pressed the wristband closed. "Yes, it's in that song, but it's really called a void band." "It kills him," Reuven said. 9 times. "It's just a song." And the farmer wasn't very bright. Reuven looked around at the hundreds of people in the lodge. He couldn't see a single person with a void band. Bliz pulled a dimensional bag from his back pocket and placed it next to the void band. Reuven's parents both had similar dimensional bags. Everyone had something like them. Bliz pointed to the bag. "A worker's bag. Access to your personal storage. A 10 by 10 grid of containers you can fill with whatever fits through the bag's opening. 75% weight reduction. Only you can access it. If you lose the bag, you've lost your things, but the bag will appear on your map if you're near it. Nothing living will go in it. There is no danger in using it. It is only available to workers. Non-worker bags are 10 by 5, have a smaller opening, and only have a 50% weight reduction. Otherwise, they are the same." The worker bags had twice the storage of standard dimensional bags or belts, and it explained why workers had value. Reuven had met a few workers in the library, but he hadn't talked to them. The truth was, he had assumed they were too dumb to waste time on. That made him feel even worse. What if those workers had fallen prey to the same unfairness he had? Why had he judged people based on their class? Blizz snapped his fingers and Ruin refocused. Sorry, I was thinking about how I've never seen a worker with anything but a bag. As I told you before, Uru doesn't send me many smart ones. Ruin didn't know about that. An inventory bag that could kill you didn't sound like an intelligent idea. Blizz pointed to the band. Access to your personal storage. A 25 by 40 grid of containers you can fill with whatever fits through the band's opening, which you can make as wide and long as you wish. 100% weight reduction. Only you can access it. It is soul-bound and will materialize like the rest of your body during your revival. Living things will go in the bag. There is significant danger in using it. Not every worker gets this choice, as your base intelligence must be quite high. Wait, I know how inventory bags work. They're portals to an alternate space. Everyone knows living things can't survive there, Ruin said. Blizz grabbed his band and pulled. When he let go, the band stayed open. He reached inside his hand and wrist, disappearing. When he removed his hand, he held a palm-sized wooden cube. One side of the cube was made of glass, and he could see a bright red snake. In a heartbeat, it had coiled its body and struck the glass. Ruin jerked backward, his pulse doubling in an instant. He hated snakes. Blizz put the cube back in the band, and Ruin thought he saw the big man grimace. Why in Uru's name do you have a snake in there? Ruin asked. That snake is not from around here, and its venom has a lot of uses. It's too valuable to just leave laying around. Certain types of people will pay good money to keep things like that in a safe place. Pay enough that a man can stop adventuring and spend some time with his family. But how is that possible? That alone seems like a reason everyone would take the band. Well, now we've come to the cost. I've died 5 times since my ascendancy day. Ruin winced. That meant Blizz had permanently lost 5 points from every attribute. 30 points gone. Blizz continued. 3 of those times were because of this void band. And when you die, anything living in your inventory dies as well. But how can your void band kill you? Opening it takes energy. The bigger the opening, the more it needs. Anything living in your inventory will constantly drain your energy. If your energy refresh can't keep up, you're dead. Plants, you'll barely notice. This snake is a small strain. A dog would probably completely drain me in under a minute. Ruven looked at the 3 bars under his profile icon. Health, 100. Mana, 160 out of 160 energy. 200 out of 200. Blizz still had the void band activated, and the opening looked about 2 hands wide and a hand long. How much is it taking to keep that open? Ruven asked. About 3 per second. You don't want to just stand around with it open, which is another reason you've probably never seen it. And the snake? 4 per second, even when the bag is closed. Ruin had never cared about energy since it wasn't valued much by mages, but he still knew the calculation. Without anything to speed the refresh up, everyone regenerated 1% of their total a second. That meant he could handle a constant drain of 2 energy per second. The opening Blizz had created would kill him in a few minutes. He began to see how dangerous the band could be. The problem is, everyone thinks they're smarter than they are. How hard can it be to watch your bar and not let it get to 0? Ruven had been thinking the same thing. The first time I died because a rancher paid me to move some bales of hay. I made an opening large enough to fit the bale. I planned to use my right hand to pull the hay into the hole. I lacked the strength, so I cast Strongback to give me the extra strength I needed. You'll learn shortly how that spell channels energy to power it. 10 per second, to be precise. I woke up in the basement of the temple. Ruven didn't know what to say. He didn't think he would make a mistake like that. And the other times, I've made my point. Although I'll give you one more warning. If you ever get curious what is on the other side of that black hole, regardless of what the description says, don't stick your head in to look.
It kills you, and the view isn't worth it. Whoever wrote that description is evil. Trading your life for 5 strange symbols is a poor trade. Hypothetically. Reuven's eyes widened, and then he laughed. Blizz pressed the band back against his wrist and chuckled. "Let's keep that one between us," Blizz said. Reuven wiped his eyes and nodded. "You mentioned you wanted to leave Deepwell. I'll just add that workers with a band are highly prized as they can carry the entire group's supplies and cargo. You will never have a problem finding someone to travel with." The Void Band gave him 10 times the amount of storage as a standard worker bag, but the 100 slots in the worker bag seemed like it would be just fine. How much stuff did a person need to keep anyway? The fact that his inventory could kill him seemed like an unnecessary risk to take just for storage. The ability to store living things was powerful, but also incredibly expensive energy-wise. It would probably be a long time before he could even keep a caterpillar. The weight reduction was incredible, but again, if he didn't carry much, the 75% reduction of the worker bag would be sufficient. He had to admit he was a bit absent-minded, and he lost things a lot. But dimensional bags appeared on the map from miles away, which made them pretty easy to find. Dying outside the city was riskier, as it might take a while to find your body. If someone looted your things before you returned, you might not recover your bag. Death away from the city had consequences, and it tied back to what Blizz had just told him about adventuring. He needed to leave Deepwell if he wanted to find his parents, and owning this band seemed like a sure ticket out. That alone made it worth having. "I'll take the band," Reuven said. "I need to ask if you're sure. Once you put it on and bind it, the band will never come off." "Never. What if I snag it on something and it breaks?"
The fabric is part of another plane. It's indestructible. What if someone cuts my arm off? That is an excellent question. As soon as the band isn't connected to your thoughts, the portal vanishes. The band becomes nothing more than decoration. And to get the portal back, you have to die. Revival will create the connection again. Reuven spent another moment letting this new information sink in. It didn't change anything. I still want it. Wise choice. Blizz picked up the band. "Usually you put it on the wrist of your non-dominant hand. That way you can use your dominant hand to fetch things and shape the portal." Reuven had done everything with both hands until he was ambidextrous. It was a necessary skill for advanced spellcasting, and he wanted to be ahead of the learning curve. Another vast amount of wasted time. It didn't matter, but he held up his left wrist and Blizz slipped it over his hand. The band's material felt like a cross between leather and silk. "Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru." Name Void Band. Quality, rare. Durability, indestructible. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, 100% weight reduction. Effect, flexible opening. Effect, enhanced storage. Effect, no type limitations. Restriction, worker restriction, base level 1. Intelligence, 15 or greater. Restriction, energy dependent. Restriction, soulbound. Description: the view inside is worth dying for. Another smaller notification appeared over the item description. It had red borders and couldn't be minimized. Warning: the Void Band requires full integration to function. Warning: this binding cannot be undone. Do you wish to permanently bind to the Void Band? Yes or no? Reuven chose yes, and the notification disappeared. The Void Band grew cold against his wrist, and it shrunk to fit snugly against his skin. Reuven rubbed the back of his head, trying to warm the area above his neck that had become intensely cold. After a moment, it passed. "Open your inventory," Blizz said. Reuven focused on the lower right corner, and his inventory appeared. His shirt pants and boot slots were filled with their background white to signify the items were common. His left wrist slot had a small image of the Void Band, and the background was colored yellow. Just below the equipment display, his coin totals were displayed. The copper, silver, gold, platinum, and therium were all 0. Below the coins, the inventory grid began, and it was no longer grayed out. "Now open your band and stow your uniforms and tool," Bliz said. As soon as Reuven touched the band with his right hand, it seemed to stick to his fingers. As he pulled his hand away, the void band came as well, trailing inky blackness. His whole body flushed as he felt it remove energy from his body. Reuven had made a portal about 3 feet long. Bliz pushed back on Reuven's hand, making the hole smaller until it was only the size of a hand. "Look at your log," Bliz said. Reuven opened his log, which overlaid the open inventory. Void band active. Void band has consumed 1. Energy void band has consumed 3. Energy void band has consumed 7. Energy void band has consumed 12. Energy void band has consumed 1. Energy void band has consumed 1. Energy. As he watched, the last message kept repeating. He closed his log. "This is about a 1, Bliz said. "Do you see how fast you can spend it?" Reuven nodded. Maybe this wasn't as easy as he'd thought. Letting go is just like the baton. "Rotate your hand 45 degrees and it will detach," Bliz said. Reuven angled his hand upward and it came away without a sound. The void band's edge stayed put. He moved his left hand around and the hand-sized patch of blackness followed. "Now add your things and watch your inventory," Bliz said. Reuven retrieved the rolled-up priest's robe from the table and dropped it into the blackness. It disappeared without a sound and appeared in the first grid of his inventory. He made the portal a little larger and then grabbed his uniforms and stuffed them through. The items that were identical stacked in the same grid, and a small number indicated how many were there. He took the bag of coins and emptied it into the opening, and his coin display showed 50 copper. He dropped the empty coin purse in as well. In a few moments, Reuven placed all his things in the void band and then closed it. Parts of your uniform probably stacked together. All your pants, for instance. That was only because they are identical right now. Once something changes, like their durability, they will require their own grid container, Bliz said. Reuven nodded and closed his inventory. One last thing. You have options when it comes to removing items from your inventory. For normal bags, you just stick your hand in and think about what you want. That works on your band, too. But probably because a lot of what we carry is big and heavy, the band will allow things to drop out of it. This is very dangerous. What do you mean, drop? Bliz opened his void band again and pointed to what Reuven thought of as the bottom of the hole. There is no top or bottom. You put your things in the top, but you could have just as easily stuffed them up through the bottom here. What I'm saying is, the band doesn't care which side you put things in or take things out. When you want to remove something, it will come out the side your free hand is on. That means you can do things like this. Bliz held his free hand under the open void band, and a small sack dropped out. Bliz caught the bag and then tossed it up into the underside of the band's black opening. The bag disappeared. I can see how that might be useful. But you said it was dangerous, Reuven said. If you want to remove an item, your band will create an opening big enough for that item and bring it to the surface. If your free hand is under your void band, then gravity takes over and it will fall out. There are 2 dangers in what I just described. First, you can crush yourself if you don't pay attention. Second, if your energy is low and you try and remove something too big, you could deplete all your energy and kill yourself. Think about that. Depending on what is in your bag, you are a thought away from killing yourself. Reuven's mouth dropped open, and he held up his left arm. That would have been good to know before I was soul-bound to it. That is why you need to have some brains to have one. Otherwise, people would kill themselves constantly. Yes, it is dangerous, but it is also powerful. The story I told you earlier with the rancher and the bales provides another example. Once I got those bales into my band, removing them was simple. I just walked to the new location, put my hand under the band, and thought about retrieving them. They fell right out into their new location. I'm a little scared now about a stray thought causing a 1,000-pound rock or something to fall out of my void band and kill me. Maybe I'll only carry feathers. Blizz laughed. Don't worry about it. You have to put real mental effort into retrieving an item. A stray thought or an intense dream are not going to be enough. There are some other things you can do, but I'll wait to show you those. Better you get the basics down. Why don't you try it? Ruin didn't feel much better, but it was too late now. He held his left arm just out from his chest and then placed his right hand under the band. He thought about what he had in his inventory that was small. Probably the littlest thing was the copper he'd earned from Blizz's quest. He concentrated on the copper in his bag. The coin dropped into his hand, immediately followed by the other 49. Coins bounced off his hand and struck the ground. Blizz laughed, and Ruin dropped to his knees and scrambled to gather his coins. He glanced around, but no one seemed to have noticed. Oh, by the way, if you have more than one in your bag, you need to think about the quantity you want, Blizz said. Ruin looked up at the grinning crew chief. Again, you are a little late with important details. Better a few coins than, say, 1,000 horseshoes. That took longer than a few seconds to pick up. Hypothetically. Ruin stared up at Blizz. Seriously. Blizz laughed again and then knelt down to help pick up the coins. I'm not aware of any limit on stacks, and it's hard to remember how much of something you have unless you look first. It is better to just always think in quantities of one, regardless of how many you think you have. That is good advice. Also, instead of showing off for a pretty girl and having stuff drop into your hand, you could just reach in and grab things like everyone else. Although picking up that many horseshoes takes a lot of time. Time you could spend getting to know that pretty girl. Maybe even eventually marry her, hypothetically. Really? Ruin asked. Blizz winked and handed Ruin his coins, which Ruin dropped into his band. They both stood. You'll need your spells next. Big D is on the other side of this pillar, Blizz said. Thanks for all the stuff, Ruin said. My pleasure, young man. Out of the tens of thousands of workers in Deepwell, fewer than 20 have a band. We meet at the Dizzy Judge every night for a drink after work. You're one of us now, and are welcome there. Blizz held out his arm, and Ruin gripped it. We are the hands of Uru, Blizz said. When she wants something done, she relies on us. Ruin nodded to acknowledge Blizz's earnestness. As unusual as the void band seemed to be, he still felt like the least smelly turd in a pile of poop. Chapter 5. Ruin moved around the pillar to find pit boss Dern. Blizz had called the pit boss Big D, and he wondered how large a person had to be for Blizz to think they were big. As Ruin walked, he opened his map and searched for the Dizzy Judge. Surprisingly, the bar was only a block away from the library, and he marked it. The taste of alcohol turned his stomach, but going to the bar would still be useful. He might learn some tricks listening to their conversations. He wavered on his feet, and he realized he hadn't eaten anything today. Now that he had some coins, he would fix that. But first, he needed to talk to Dern. On the opposite side of the pillar, Ruin found a woman sitting in a chair, her feet barely touching the ground. Her black hair had been pulled into a bun, but a few strands had escaped and been trapped behind the woman's ear. She pulsed with gold light. Big D was not big. As if feeling his stare, Pit Boss Dern looked up and directly at him. Her gaze flicked down to his wrist and her eyes widened. She turned to the man beside her and whispered. The man turned and sprinted away. Big D faced Ruin again and waved at him to approach. Ruin glanced at the 20 people waiting their turn, but none of them seemed to care he was cutting the line. In fact, they all looked scared. Ruin inspected her. Name, Pit Boss Dern. Class worker, subclass laborer. Specialization, planning class. Rank, adept. Level 73. Health, 1090. Mana, 200. Energy, 1547. He swallowed hard and shuffled forward. About 4 feet away, he stopped and crossed his arms over his chest. Uru's blessings, Pit Boss Dern. My name is Ruin Starfield. Uru's freckled butt, your timing is perfect, Dern said. Ruin dropped his arms as a notification appeared. Ting! You have completed the quest. If at first you don't succeed, you have received 300 experience. You have received 10 silver. Ruven dismissed the notification and glanced up at Dern. That's weird. You should have leveled, Dern said. He opened his profile and glanced at his experience, but it showed 500 out of 1,000. From that noose around your wrist, you've obviously done Blizz's quest, and I just saw you complete mine. Did you not do the quest at the temple? She must have seen his look of confusion. The quest the priests give you after they pull you from the tub. They tell you how important they are and that regular contributions to the temple are critical, that those resources are the only thing that guarantees your revival. The blackmail one. He must have missed that quest when he was sneaking out. I haven't gotten around to that one yet, he said. A notification appeared and he closed it quickly. Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill. Deception level 2. Effect. Increases your persuasion by 2%. Dern narrowed her eyes. Well, that puts a rock in your boot. You'll start a level behind all the others tomorrow. That isn't a good beginning, Ruin Starfield. Do you like doing things the hard way? I'm just trying to get through this. I really have no idea what I'm doing. That is the first honest thing you've said to me. Dern laughed and jumped off her chair. She only came up to his chest, but he realized why they called her Big D. There was a force to her personality, like a wave that pushed on you. He found himself smiling back at her. Blizz will be unbearable now. You're the first band in over a decade, and he'll be strutting around here like a peacock for the next month. That bunch is already irritating, and the last thing we need is more of them. As I said, this morning has been kind of a mess. She extended her arm and he clasped it. Kidding aside, this is a good day for the lodge. Well met, Ruin Starfield. Well met. He hesitated, not sure what to call her. Just call me Big D. Everyone else does. Well met, Big D. She let go of his arm. In general, I think you black bands are a lazy lot, running around the world instead of doing honest work. But I have to admit, you're nice to have around when there are heavy things to carry. You mentioned something about starting a level behind. Right. You need to be back here tomorrow morning by 7 bells. I'll take you and the rest of the tadpoles to the warehouse to gear up for your class orientation. We'll meet up with the other classes at the west gate and then head out. The other classes? The city council thinks they can solve the class strife issues by making all the new additions learn about each other for a week in the wilderness. Forced fun, as we say. Panic welled up in Ruven. Many of his old classmates would have gone through ascendancy lately. He knew Slib had. The last thing he wanted was a week stuck with them where there was nowhere to hide. The teasing and bullying would be unbearable. Do I have to go? Ruven asked. Workers are required to go. Usually only a fraction of the other classes have to go. Ruben relaxed. If only a few had to go, there was no way Slib would be one of them. His parents would make sure he was protected from such obligations. But it didn't make sense that all workers were forced to go. All the workers? That isn't fair. If the council's purpose is to reduce fighting between classes, shouldn't everyone have to go? Workers are required because someone has to carry all the heavy items. But even at 75% weight reduction, there are never enough workers to carry all the other classes' gear. Hiring a worker bound to a void band with its extra storage and 100% weight reduction would cost more than the council wants to pay. That's why not everyone has to go. Dern smiled. Usually. A sick feeling hit Ruin. He looked down at the black band around his wrist. Dern looked up at him, her blue eyes twinkling. Yep, not only do you have to go, but you're the most important person on the trip. For the first time since this crazy idea was conceived,
every single ascendant from the last 2 months from every class will have to go. It will be an epic disaster. The council will be forced to address the class strife with real solutions, not camping trips. All thanks to you, and a choice you made a few minutes ago.
If Reuven's stomach hadn't been empty, he would have vomited. "This is going to be so much fun," Dern said. Reuven didn't share Dern's enthusiasm. Tomorrow, everyone impacted by this would know his name, and then have an entire week in the wilderness to demonstrate how unhappy they were. Now, bullying was the least of his worries. People might actually harm him. After all, if the guy with all the supplies died, they would be forced to go back home.
"I can see you're not thrilled," Dern said. "You're probably smart enough to have worked out some of the dangers." "There seem to be a few. I'll have a plan ready by tomorrow. I know kicking this hornet's nest puts you in danger. Your safety will be my highest priority. Do you believe me?" Oddly, despite his anxiety, he did. He wished his perception was high enough to see her charisma.
"I'm doing this for the good of the lodge. Workers are too often treated like servants or slaves. All we want is to be treated like everyone else. It isn't personal. I feel like I'm being used, that I'm just a tool. You are, son. You're a hammer. Now stop thinking about it. You're going to be fine. Let's get your spell and ability chosen, and you can be on your way." Reuven followed Big D to the central pillar. She placed her right hand on the stone, and a narrow rectangle about 2 feet wide popped out. She pulled on the edge, and a drawer slid out. Flat, square stones were placed in neat rows in the drawer. Designs had been etched into the face of each rock. His heart thumped. These were rune stones. He had seriously considered specializing in rune magic, had spent countless nights, in fact, agonizing over which specialization in the mage tree he would take. He pushed those memories aside. Even if it wasn't what he'd imagined he was about to actually get magic, he would finally be able to use his mana. "I don't know how much school you remember. I'm going to give you the same talk I give all the tadpoles." Reuven nodded, staring at all the stones in the drawer. "Level 1 magic is simple, so it can be trapped by rune mages in these stones. Normally, you would be level 2, and I would give you an extra 2 spells and another ability. Since you aren't, we can only give you 1 of each today." His heart sank. The choices he'd made today kept coming back to hurt him. He had waited 16 years for magic, and now he'd only get 1 spell. "I understand," he said. "Normally I don't care what you tadpoles choose. Eventually it doesn't matter anyway. But for you I'm making a suggestion. About half our spells are powered by channeling energy. The other half consume mana. Your band is going to make your energy a precious resource. I think you should avoid the energy spells for now." "That makes sense. There are some useful spells, but there is one that I believe is doubly appropriate for you. I have never given it to a tadpole on their first day because no one ever had the mana pool for it. But you do. Secondly, its effect plays into your greatest need in the coming days. Energy regeneration." That all made sense, but Reuven wanted to look for himself. He loved studying spells, how much they cost, what they did, and when he would take them. On odd levels, you received 1 spell, while even levels gave you 2. "I believe you, Big D. Is there a list I could look at? I would like to at least know what is available for later." "Of course." She opened another drawer in the wall that was filled with papers. She withdrew an oversized sheet that had designs on it that matched the ones on the stones. A brief description appeared next to each spell. He ignored the energy spells and didn't bother reading the casting times or mana costs. He just skimmed their effects. Spell Mend tool. Effect: temporarily bind broken objects together. Spell Sick Day. Effect: increase all resistances by 10%. Spell Numb. Effect: decrease sensations by 10%. Spell Second Wind. Effect:
Reduce food, water, and sleep requirements by 10%. Spell, grasp crate. Effect, increase the roughness of your hands by 10%. Spell, campfire. Effect, create small magical campfire. Adds 5% to energy, mana, and health regeneration to all within 3 yards. What a disappointing list. Big D probably wanted Ruin to learn campfire. It would definitely help him the most, and so he looked at its cost. Cost 150 mana. Type, area of effect. Casting time, 5 seconds. Recovery, 30 minutes. Duration, 1 hour. No wonder not many people took campfire. You needed an intelligence of 15 to even have the mana to cast it, and you could only do it once every 30 minutes. He flipped the sheet over and scanned the available level 1 abilities. These didn't cost mana or energy, and were active all the time, or could be turned on and off with a thought. Most of them looked useless, but one jumped out at him immediately. Ability, Hey You type self-effect. Understand basic commands and terms in any language. Does Hey You work for written words as well? Ruwen asked. Big D tilted her head. Yes, but that ability is more useful if you travel or come in contact with foreigners. Don't you think Owl Eyes or Sing would benefit you more right now? The haste % increase on Sing is small, but it adds up. Other abilities probably made more sense from a practical standpoint. But Ruven had seen a glimmer of hope in this otherwise terrible day. High-level mages had a spell to translate foreign texts, and he had intended to do that once he was a mage. There was an entire section in the library with books and languages he couldn't read. This ability, if he kept leveling it up, might actually allow him to understand those books. That's true, but I think I'd like to start with, Hey You, he said. Big D shrugged. I've already stuck my nose into your business more than is proper. If that is the first ability you want, then it is yours. She returned the sheet to the drawer. Then she reached into the drawer with the runestones and withdrew 2. She held up a stone with a red triangle etched on it. This is campfire. In a few levels, the spells get more complicated and you'll need to use books to study, but for now, press the runestone to your forehead. It should unlock the path to this spell in your mind. You know it has worked when the color fades from the stone. Simply picture this symbol in your mind and push it to the spot in the world you wish it to exist. It helps some people to trace the symbol in the air. If this were a normal spell, I'd have you try it right now. But the last thing we need in here is a fire. You should probably be near water until you master it. Sometimes the flames don't appear where you'd expect. Reuven took the smooth stone from her and ran his thumb over the etched red triangle reverently. He opened his band and carefully placed the stone into his inventory. Big D held up the second stone. It had what looked like an ear in the middle of a blue circle. Abilities are different. You need to take this to any statue of the goddess Uru and press it against your chest. Ask for her blessing, and your ability will be unlocked. The higher level abilities require elaborate ceremonies. When the color fades, you know it worked. Ruin carefully took this stone as well. He traced the blue circle and then placed it in his inventory. While things hadn't gone as he'd imagined, Ruin was grateful for the help and power he'd just been given. Thank you, Big D. I've waited a long time for this day. She placed a hand on his shoulder. I can tell you're disappointed, son. But life has taught me a valuable lesson. Never confuse power with size or silence for acceptance. Everyone underestimates us, dismisses us, and takes us for granted. If you open your eyes, you will see the truth. Change is coming. In fact, it just arrived. Big D laughed and then held out her arm, and Reuven took it. Well met, Ruin Starfield. Uru has truly blessed the lodge today. Ruin didn't know what Big D had planned, and that worried him, but feeling wanted and validated made his chest warm. He had never given workers a second thought and had in fact been one of the people Big D had just described, but now that he'd been forced into their world, he could see that he'd been wrong. Well met, Big D. She let go of his arm. See you back here tomorrow morning at 7. Please don't burn the city down tonight. Reuven exited the lodge on the north side and crossed the busy street that circled the large building. He glanced at the time above his map and was shocked to see it was almost 11. A headache had formed, and his stomach felt like he'd swallowed an acrobat. Food carts lined the road, each with a painting or chalkboard detailing their options. The city provided food for everyone, but it was basic and bland. Street vendors were common all over the city, but Reuven rarely went. His family never had a lot of extra money. He walked slowly, studying the pictures, his hand clutching his stomach. He opened his band and reached into the top, not wanting to risk the bottom until he had more practice. He removed 3 coppers and bought a small loaf of bread with pieces of grilled fish stuffed inside. As he ate his sandwich, he caught sight of the 2 workers he'd seen that morning. He knew it was them because they both still wore their scarves. Odd now that it was warmer. Maybe it was some sort of fashion thing. They were probably finished unloading the wood from this morning and here at the lodge to find more work. He felt terrible for dismissing them this morning. Now he was one of them. With his stomach finally quiet, Reuven walked toward the library. Later today he would force himself to face librarian Tremini and complete his quest, but first he would go to the park next to the library. The park had a statue of Uru he could use to activate his ability Runestone, and there was also a stream. He could learn and practice his campfire spell there. The long cooldown of the spell made him sad. He could finally cast a spell and use his mana, but the only spell he knew had a 30-minute cooldown. As Reuven walked, he brought up his profile again. The tabs for abilities and spells were still blank. He would fix that as soon as he reached the park. The skills tab had both his disguise level 1 and deception level 2 listed. He grinned at seeing the 2 entries. He cycled back to his profile and frowned. The description next to Hidden Class Root looked a little different. It almost appeared like it could be selected. He focused on it. Another display appeared. One Reuven had never seen in any of the books he'd studied. He strode to the side of the road where he could stand out of the flow of traffic. The display looked like a bigger version of the tree icon he used to access his profile. The large tree filling his vision had 6 branches, each forked from the central trunk and ended in one of the 6 class symbols. The only branch with any color was the first one, a deep brown, and it ended in a pair of clasped hands. Hands were the symbol of the worker. The next branch ended in a brain, and when he focused on it, the entire branch turned the black of the mage class. A notification appeared. Root class, access to any branch. Warning choice is permanently bound to current body. Do you wish to assign root to mage? Yes or no? Reuven stared at the notification. He read it 3 more times and then carefully selected no. His mind had gone numb. Hope had surged in him, but he wanted to make sure he understood what was happening. He had never read or heard of anything like what he was seeing. He didn't want to make a mistake. He focused on the next branch, which ended in a pair of eyes. The green color matched that of the observer. Reuven received the same notification as before, but this time he could assign root to observer. The next branch turned white and ended in the order class's heart symbol. The fighter's symbol was a body with a shield for a head and swords for arms, all the color blue. The last was a mouth, the merchant class, the whole branch, red. Each gave him the same notification, only the assignment of his root class different. It appeared to Reuven like he could choose to be any class. He closed his eyes and took 10 deep breaths to try and calm himself. He had experienced so much disappointment today he wanted to be sure. He couldn't bear if this were some mistake because his revival happened too quickly or some other stupid reason. He accessed his log and went back to when he had accepted the quest that had unlocked this class. He reread the log entries. Ting, you have received Uru's quest, the strongest part of a tree. Whether it is a tree, a building, or a nation,
The foundation is critical for long-term stability. The strongest foundations are hidden from sight. Goddess Uru has taken an interest in you and offered you a second class. Beware. Friends and foes alike will resent this blessing and strive to permanently remove you from the world. Secrecy is your only safety. Beware. This class obligates you to perform quests for the goddess Uru, failure of which will result in serious consequences. Beware. The strength of this class comes at a high cost. Reward, root class, hidden. Accept or decline. He closed the log. What did the strength of this class comes at a high cost mean exactly? And being permanently killed for having this seemed extreme. If he could choose a second class, though, then there was only one choice. It is what he would have chosen this morning if he'd had the chance. He studied the tree one last time and noticed what looked to be symbols below the roots. They were faint, and Ruin couldn't make them out. He tried selecting them, but nothing happened. Ruin focused on the mage branch, and the notification appeared. This time he chose yes. He held still, not sure what to expect. His heart beat loudly in his ears, but nothing dramatic happened. The only thing that seemed to have changed was now 2 branches were colored the brown of the worker and the black of the mage. He closed the root pop-up and just his profile remained open. The only thing that had changed here was his hidden class now had a descriptor, root mage. Did that mean he was a mage now? If it did, how was he going to get spells? The quest text clearly warned against letting anyone know. He needed more information. Ruin eased back into the flow of people and headed toward the park, but this time he set a brisk pace. By the time he reached the park, he had figured out an initial plan. As much as he wanted to start researching what his hidden class meant, he needed to take care of a more practical problem. How was he going to learn mage spells if he wasn't part of the Mage Guild? He hoped the library might have some resources, but he couldn't count on it. The only thing he could think of was learning by mimicking what he observed. Starting tomorrow, he would be around mages, and he might be able to watch them practice. The problem was, he didn't know if that was viable. He decided not to use the runestones Big D had given him. Instead, he would try to learn them from just their symbols. If he could learn his worker ones that way, he might be able to learn his mage spells the same way, assuming he really was a mage. The park was ringed by large maple trees, and he quickly moved toward the stream and the shrine that sat near it. The priests said Uru liked to be near water, so it made sense they had built it there. The statue of Uru was only a couple feet high and sat on a pedestal. The entire thing barely came to his shoulders. The statue had been carved from white marble, but the elements and dirt had turned it brown. It didn't look much like the young woman he'd seen during his ascendancy. He walked to the stream, opened his inventory, and removed the priest's robe. Kneeling on the bank, he soaked the robe in the stream and then returned to the statue. He spent the next few minutes cleaning the marble figure. It felt fitting to use the priest's robe. He repeated the process a few times until Uru gleamed white again. He rinsed the dirt out of the robe as best he could and then placed it back in his bag. There were no benches or chairs, so he just sat cross-legged on the ground. He had a lot of questions for the goddess, but they would have to wait until the next time he saw her, which would probably be when he died again. Since that wouldn't be for a very long time, he hoped he would just have to live with not knowing. He heard the distant laughter of children as they played in the park, but pine trees grew in a large ring around the shrine, and he couldn't see them. The smell of the pines mingled with the heavy scent of the soil. A handful of aspen trees stood like guardians directly around the shrine, and 3 large maple trees scattered the afternoon light. A breeze rustled the maple branches above him, and for the first time that day, he relaxed. The gurgling stream behind him sounded like a lullaby. Yes, this had been a great place to put a shrine. He opened his void band and removed the runestones. He quickly closed the band to preserve his energy. Placing the stones on the ground in front of him, he leaned down and studied them. Since he was sitting in front of Uru, he decided to try the ability Runestone first. He picked up the small stone and ran his thumb over the blue circle and etched ear. His heartbeat raced. Sitting up straight, he lifted the runestone into the air like an offering to the statue.
Thank you for this blessing, Uru. May the words I hear with it make me a better servant. Then he closed his eyes and pictured himself pressing the stone to his chest while keeping it in his outstretched hands. Nothing happened. He opened one eye and looked at the runestone. The blue circle around the etched ear remained. He rubbed the stone with his thumb as he thought about what to do. Maybe it was more than just pushing it against his chest, but what that represented. He closed his eyes again and pictured himself pressing the stone against his chest. But this time he imagined the symbol floating off the runestone and entering his body. His skin prickled, and a sharp pain erupted in his mind. But in a heartbeat it disappeared, and only the echo of the pain remained. He looked down at the runestone, and his shoulders slumped. The rune had kept its color. It hadn't worked. A notification appeared. Ping! You have learned the ability. Hey you, worker level 1. Ability. Hey you. Level 1, class worker.
Effect. Understand basic commands and terms in any language. Type self. So it looked like he had learned the ability. He hadn't actually used the runestone, so it made sense that it remained active. Here in the park, though, there was no way to test it for sure. He would probably have to go to the trading hall and see if he could find some foreigners. Or he could ask Tremini at the library. The head librarian knew a lot of languages. Reuven wasn't looking forward to how disappointed Tremini would be that Reuven had ascended to a worker. His feelings mixed, he placed the runestone back on the ground and picked up the campfire runestone. The red triangle seemed like a warning. Lifting the stone toward Uru, he repeated his thanks. Thank you for this blessing, Uru. May those that warm themselves around this fire serve your needs. It was much easier to be humble when you had just met the goddess responsible for your power. Using his newfound process, he closed his eyes and imagined the red triangle floating off the stone and entering his forehead. He pictured his mind splitting open the red triangle, entering, and his mind closing around it like a trap. His mind erupted in flames, the inside of his skull burning hot, but before he could even move, the sensation disappeared. Looking down at the runestone, he confirmed the lines of the triangle were still red. Just like the ability stone, it had kept its power. A new notification appeared. Bing! You have learned the spell Campfire Worker. Level 1 spell Campfire Level 1. Class Worker. Effect. Create small magical campfire. Adds 5% to energy mana and health regeneration to all within 3 yards. Cost 150 mana. Type Area of Effect. Casting time 5 seconds. Recovery 30 minutes. Duration 1 hour. He closed the notification. Campfire was something he could test. He placed the 2 runestones back in his inventory. The ground was covered in dead leaves, pine needles, and small branches. Standing up, he cleared a 6-foot area with his foot in front of the statue. Big D had told him to be cautious, and he didn't want to burn the entire park down. Stepping back, he stared at the brown circle he'd made. Big D had said to picture the symbol of campfire in his mind and push it to where he wanted it to appear. Taking a deep breath, he filled his mind with the red triangle and then imagined it in the middle of the circle he'd cleared. But nothing happened. He rubbed his temples. Had he done something wrong? Was he following Big D's directions? He thought back to what she'd said. She had also mentioned he might need to trace the symbol in the air until he got used to using it. He didn't want to do that, though. Mages that had to speak or use gestures to use their magic were considered inferior. Workers probably didn't care, but he didn't want to be a weak anything. He tried visualizing the triangle again and pushing it into the world, but nothing happened. What was he missing?
Pushing it into the world must be more than just visualizing it somewhere. Maybe he needed to add something from himself. There were very few books on the actual process of using magic. It seemed that for most people it happened at an intuitive level, and they couldn't explain it. That had bothered him, as he liked to understand how everything worked. He remembered reading a book that had talked about the connection between the caster and their magic. It had been a religious book and focused on how that connection symbolized our connection with Uru. It had been a terribly dry read, but maybe the author had given him a clue. This time when he visualized the triangle, he imagined a thread connecting back to his forehead. He felt part of himself flowing down the connection. After a few seconds, power surged down the link, leaving a cold emptiness in his mind. The red triangle on the ground flared brightly. The number 150 flashed on his mana bar, and it pulsed an angry red. A small square depicting a falling figure appeared under his status bars as the world spun and he fell to the ground. A 2 briefly appeared over his health bar. Reuven focused on the small square and saw it was a vertigo debuff, which caused his dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom to be halved. A notification filled his vision. Critical alert, mana pool below 10%. He dismissed it and opened his log. You have cast Campfire Worker level 1 for 150 mana. Critical alert, mana pool below 10%. You have vertigo. You have struck the ground. You have taken 2 damage. Laying on the ground and too dizzy to move, he noticed a small square campfire at the top of his vision and smiled at his first buff. Reuven focused on the real fire he'd created, and his smile turned into a grin. He had finally cast a spell. He had used magic. His whole body felt warm, and he realized it wasn't only from his success. Every second his log was being updated. You have regained 8 mana, plus. You have regained 5 health, plus. You have regained 12 energy, plus. He closed his log, opened his preferences, and set all notifications to minimize. At first, everything appearing in front of him had been interesting, but it had become distracting. Now most prompts or notifications would stay out of his field of view until he wanted to read them. The vertigo debuff disappeared, and he pushed himself to a sitting position. It pleased him how fast his mana bar refilled while sitting by the fire. The fire gave off warmth, but no smoke, and he could faintly hear crackling and smell burning wood. He stretched out his hands, and the closer they got to the flames, the hotter it got. It really did look and feel like a real fire. Magic was easy. He closed his eyes and mentally flipped through the hundreds of books he'd read on mages. He found the book he wanted, a memoir of a fire mage that included his time at the Mage Academy. The first part of the book had lengthy descriptions of how lonely it was at the Mage Academy, but it had also contained drawings of the spells the mage had learned. Reuven found the sketch the mage had made of his first spell, Fireball. Not surprisingly, the symbol looked like a burning circle. Reuven let the sketch fill his mind. His whole body flushed, and it felt like 1,000 bees were stinging him at the same time. Then it was gone. A dull, yellow rectangle pulsed in the lower corner of his vision. He selected it, and a notification appeared. Bing! You have learned the spell Fireball Mage, level 1. This was so easy. He was going to be the greatest mage in history. He studied the details of the spell. Spell Fireball. Level 1, Class Mage. Range, line of sight. Damage, 48 to 64. Effect, creates a ball of flame at the caster's focus, explodes on impact. Cost, 50 mana. Type, area of effect, 15 feet. Casting time, 3 seconds. Recovery, 5 seconds. He closed the notification. Now there was only one thing left to do. Something he had waited his entire life for. His skin prickled with excitement. Standing, Reuven carefully looked around. There was no one in sight. He wiped his hands on his pants and stared at the stream. He must be really talented for all of this to come so easy.
Maybe it was better he didn't go to the academy. They would only slow his progress down. Hope blossomed inside him and he grinned. Things were going to be just fine. Ruin stared at the stream about 30 feet away. He just had to try the fireball spell. It would make him an official mage. He focused on the middle of the stream, not wanting to risk lighting anything on fire. He pictured the flaming circle and pushed it toward the water. He felt the pull of mana from his body, but it wasn't nearly as bad as when he'd cast campfire. A branch snapped to his left, and Reuven glanced that way. A squirrel leaped from the broken limb to a nearby tree. Movement caught his attention, and Reuven saw a man mostly hidden by the trunk of the maple tree. He was looking at the squirrel above him, and his neck was covered in a scarf. Reuven gasped in recognition. It was one of the two men he'd seen that morning on his way to the temple, and then again while he'd eaten his sandwich near the lodge. Was he following Reuven? Reuven opened his mouth to confront the man when the 3-second casting time of fireball finished. In a whoosh, his mana separated from him, and it felt like someone had flicked him on the forehead. Reuven locked eyes with the scarfed man just as the fireball materialized in front of him and exploded. An immediate second explosion occurred, and a sphere of flame expanded outward, incinerating everything. The expanding heat wave threw Reuven to the ground, and a 1 flashed on his health bar. He stared at the inferno. How could his simple fireball have done that? "Uru, help me. What have I done?" Reuven whispered. The trees, still dry from the winter, welcomed the flames. In moments, the entire area burned. Reuven heard distant screams as others saw the fire. The man Reuven had struck had collapsed to the ground, engulfed in flames. In fact, it seemed like the fire burned even hotter around the man. There was no saving him. But Reuven needed to save himself. He got up and ran. Chapter 7. Reuven stood at the back of the crowd that had gathered to watch the water mages funnel the stream onto the last of the flames. There were at least 10 order enforcement soldiers keeping onlookers away and searching the area for clues. They'd found the remains of the man he'd killed, and there had been what looked like an intense conversation. One of the soldiers had been sent off running. Had the man he'd murdered been important? Guilt smothered him. He had killed a man. He needed to turn himself in. It had been an accident. They would understand. Except, how would he explain the fire? He was a worker, not a mage. Uru said it was dangerous to let anyone know about his dual ability. And how could a level 1 fireball cause explosions like that? He opened his log and scanned the encounter. You have cast Fireball, level 1. Fireball, level 1, has ignited for 54 damage. AOE. You have fallen. 50% defense reduction. Prone. You have taken 1 damage. There was no indication in his logs that he'd attacked the man, but he'd seen the burning body. Indecision whipped his thoughts back and forth. Why had he been so careless? The sound had surprised him, and he'd looked without thinking. Maybe that's what they taught at the Mage Academy, how to stay focused. That man might have had a family. Reuven's stomach twisted in pain. What was he going to do? And what about the man's friend? Had he been there as well? What if he'd seen what happened and told the Order Guild? It would go a lot harder on Reuven if they had to come looking for him. He really should turn himself in. Even if the head priest didn't like him, it would be a judge who listened to his story. This was a public matter, not a spiritual one. Yes, he needed to figure out a plausible excuse for the fire and then turn himself in before it was too late. The judge would want to know why the man was following Reuven. He didn't have an explanation for that. In fact, it could have been a coincidence. This was the first time Reuven had been to that park in months. For all he knew, this worker might come to say a prayer to Uru every day after work. There was a good chance that Reuven had not been followed at all. He had just killed an innocent man because of his own arrogance and ignorance. He grabbed his stomach as pain racked him again.
Worse even through the guilt, a question surfaced that Ruin couldn't seem to ignore. If he had killed that man, why had he not gained any experience? The thought of benefiting from this horrible accident made him feel disgusted, but the logical part of him remained curious. The guard who had run off returned with someone Ruin recognized, his friend, head librarian Tremini. Why would they bring him here? Did they already know it was Ruin? Had they already figured the whole thing out and summoned the man responsible for Ruin's care this past year? But it might be because Tremini was a master mage and they'd figured out it was a mage spell that had caused it. Ruin dry-heaved and those around him quickly stepped away. He turned and ran for the only place he ever felt truly at peace, the library basement. He would hide there until he figured out what to do. Guilt and shame tormented him as he ran. He could imagine Tremini's disappointment. Ruin had believed this would be the greatest day of his life, and instead, it had been horrible. It couldn't possibly get any worse. The library's stone walls had windows spaced every 20 feet along the two-story structure, which allowed some natural light into the stacks. Tremine had told him librarians tended to hate windows because the sunlight destroyed ink. They were also easy to break, allowing elements and occasionally thieves easy access. Ruin avoided the double doors at the entrance and circled around to the rear staff entrance. He entered the alley behind the library and walked into the shadows cast by the tall buildings that blocked most of the afternoon light. Tremine had taken him in shortly after it was apparent his parents weren't coming back. Because of this, he'd been added to the building's access list and could pass through the safeguards around the doors and rooms of the library. Ruin grabbed the handle of the staff door when a man stepped into the alley at the far end of the library. The first thing Ruin noticed was the scarf. The man's friend had come to confront Ruin. The man said something to him, but most of it sounded like clicks and barks. Ruin only understood a few words. You kill darkness. Noctos. Pay. Now. Then the man brought his hands up to his chest and in a sudden movement, pushed them away from his body and at Reuven. Dark blue energy shot from the man's outstretched hands and toward Reuven. The energy struck him, and his hand, still on the door handle, grew burning hot. He looked down to see the blue energy swirling over some sort of film that covered his body and the library. The sound of glass being scraped down a chalkboard, coupled with a terrible keening, erupted from the library, and the man with the scarf shouted again. What had protected Reuven from the spell? Reuven turned and sprinted back the way he'd come. He needed to make it to the main road where there were people who could help him. Whoever this man was, he clearly wasn't the worker Reuven had assumed. That probably meant the man he'd killed wasn't either, and they'd both been following him. Reuven made it to the main road and dashed to the front of the library. A spinning white oval 8 feet high appeared on the steps of the library. The library continued to make the awful noise, and everyone nearby covered their ears. Reuven realized he'd probably survived before because he'd been touching the library when the man attacked. The magic had triggered the library's safeguards, which had protected him as well. He should have run inside the library instead of out into the open. Standing in the middle of the street, Reuven started to turn toward the library entrance when the man with the scarf appeared at the opposite side of the library. He quickly found Reuven and flicked his wrist like he was skipping a stone. Green energy shot toward Reuven. The spell had almost reached him when a black hole appeared in front of Reuven. It swallowed the green light and then disappeared. The man with the scarf turned toward the library steps and more blue energy shot from him. Reuven turned as well and saw his friend Tremini exiting the spinning white disc. Another black hole appeared in front of Tremini like a shield, and the blue energy disappeared. Without looking at Reuven, Tremini shouted, "To the library! Run!" Reuven couldn't move, though, as the magical battle took his full attention. He had never seen so much magic, and the sight overloaded his brain. Tremini slashed the air with his hand, and black energy whipped toward the attacker. The man in the scarf crossed his arms as the spell struck him. The impact threw him backward, but the black energy dissipated, and the man quickly regained his feet.
The attacker's scarf had been blown off and Ruin's mouth opened in shock. On each side of the man's neck were gills. The man screamed again, slapped his hands above his head, and a shimmering bubble surrounded him. Tremaine cursed, and bolts of black energy shot toward the gilled man. Another sound began to drown out the awful noise from the library. A long, deep sound, like the earth itself moaned, grew louder, and it seemed to vibrate every particle in Reuven's body. "Reuven, move!" Tremaine shouted. Reuven forced himself to start jogging toward the library. He'd made it halfway to the double doors when he froze again, still in the street. Flying across the rooftops directly toward them were two oblong guardians from the temple. He could see the other two high in the air above the town. The deep, vibrating noise emanated from them, and in moments they stopped over the gilled man. Twin beams of multicolored light struck the man at the same time. The man was 60 feet away, but the heat from the guardians' weapons made Reuven turn away. When the guardians stopped, he turned back, expecting to see charred remains. But while the stones below the man had vaporized, he was still alive. The man glanced around his bubble, smiled, and then jumped toward Reuven. The man flew at least 30 feet. Now that he was closer, much too close for Reuven's liking, he could see the man's teeth were sharp. More of the clicking came from the man's mouth, and again, Reuven understood parts of it. Naktos. Root. Sleep. One of the guardians smashed into the top of the bubble, breaking the granite flagstones and pushing the man and bubble a few inches into the ground. The man closed his eyes and waved his hands in the most complex movement Reuven had ever seen. A dark blue portal opened next to the man, but he didn't step through it. One guardian smashed into the top of the bubble again, and then the other shot another beam of energy at the man. Reuven's face burned, and the smell of his hair melting filled his nostrils. His health bar dropped as a 35 flashed over it. The man locked eyes with Reuven and then shot his hand forward. A dark blue rope of energy shot from the man and struck Reuven in the chest. Coldness wrapped him like a wet blanket. He felt a small tug, and then the energy wrapped around him tighter, and he lurched forward to his knees. Reuven looked up as Tremaine appeared next to him. Fist-sized black orbs spun in a circle over the Master Mage's head like a crown of death. Reuven had never seen his friend use magic, and now he knew why. Tremaine was a void mage. It was a type of magic so dangerous few tried to master it, and most who tried killed themselves. Reuven was in awe. This guild man didn't stand a chance. Tremaine slashed at the cord of blue magic with a knife made of black energy. A high-pitched whine joined the assault on Reuven's ears, but nothing else happened. Tremaine cursed again and faced the attacker. The guardians continued their onslaught against the guild man, and the bubble showed its first cracks. The guild man pulled on the cord, and Reuven felt for a moment like he'd separated from his body. He snapped back, and it felt like he'd been pinched over his entire body. The guild man shouted something that Reuven's "Hey you" didn't understand. Tremaine shouted back in the same strange clicking language. Reuven grinned in excitement. This guild man was about to get a taste of real power. In a few moments his bubble would break and he would be destroyed by Tremaine's void magic. Reuven would survive, and he'd gotten to see all this rare magic up close. The guild man tensed, preparing to tug on the cord of energy he had attached to Reuven. Tremaine cursed again and then slammed the black void blade through Reuven's eye and into his brain. The last thing Reuven saw was the value 65 as it flashed over his empty health bar. Then darkness took him. Reuven stood at the top of the now familiar cliff. The same brown grass covered his boots, and waves from the light blue sea crashed into the rocks below. Remembering how far the fall was, he quickly stepped backward. "Back so soon?" Uru asked. He turned to find the goddess sitting cross-legged near the cliff. She had taken a few of the longer pieces of grass and was braiding them. "He killed me," Reuven said, still shocked. He rubbed his left eye. The feeling of the blade entering his brain was still fresh in his thoughts and made him shiver. He killed me, Ruin said again. You already said that. Why would he do that? He was my friend. Is your friend. And more. Who were those guys? They were not your friends. He ran his hands through his hair. The Guardians came, and the guild man survived it. How is that possible? Reuven asked. Naktos has powerful magic. Who is Naktos? That is complicated. For now, just know Naktos is someone like me. A god? Wait, are you telling me a god wants me dead? I did warn you that your class is dangerous. He sat down hard next to her. 2 hours into my new life and a god wants me dead. I'm doomed. I will admit they found you quickly. Uru paused for a few moments. If it weren't for that squirrel, you would already be lost to me. You helped me at the park? Of course not. That is against the rules. That squirrel didn't aid in your fight. It was just moving from one tree to another. It might be true that the squirrel didn't help him fight, but if it hadn't broken that branch, he would have never seen that man. There are rules. Uru gave him an intense look. Without rules, the world is chaos. Well, it kind of feels like chaos right now. But whose fault was that? How could they possibly know you were my chosen? Well, Uru interrupted him. No need to answer now. Think about it. I had hoped to leave the hand hidden, but events have outpaced us. I've already contacted 2 of them. They will help to keep you alive until you can manage on your own. The hand. Special people to aid my champion. The most vulnerable time for a tree is when the roots are new and shallow. Such a tree is easily uprooted and destroyed. Naktos and others know this as well. The longer you live, the harder you will be to kill. 1,000 questions popped into his head. I'm your champion. Others. How many people want to kill me? Uru twisted the last braid of grass together, forming a circle. She leaned forward and placed it on his head. The grass felt itchy against his forehead, and the smell of sage made him want to sneeze. Assume everyone wants you dead except those marked as your hand, Uru said. What mark? How will I recognize them? I don't have anyone left I can trust. My parents are gone, and the only man I trusted literally just killed me. Uru stood, and Ruin did as well. She stepped closer, reached up, and straightened the grass crown. It is good that you worry. Thinking is a strength of yours, although you didn't do a lot of it today. You were careless. You have made things more difficult for yourself and for me. She stepped closer, and he could feel the heat coming off her body. However, you can't let your worry and fear paralyze you. But who can I trust? Uru grabbed his right hand and turned it palm upward. Now that I have activated the hand, you will gain a new passive ability. You alone will be able to see my mark on those I have chosen. Not all of them know yet, so care should be taken with those you identify. Warmth spread from Uru's fingers, and Ruin's palm grew hot. He looked down to see a tree tattooed on his palm, the same tree that stood behind Uru right now. The bare branches twisted by the harsh sea winds. Uru closed his hand into a fist. I know you had dreams of your own, and if you live long enough, you can fulfill them. I suggest you don't immediately choose your second branch. Your life will depend on the choices you make. He'd already chosen mage as his second branch. Maybe she didn't know that. As much as I like hanging out with a goddess, I'm in no hurry to see you again. Uru smiled, but it was sad. That is the real danger now, that you will be kept from returning. You are fortunate Tremini recognized the danger. We both are. He leaned back. Wait, Tremini killed me? Just in time, too, Uru said. But Uru reached up and touched his forehead, and the world went black. Ruin recognized the cold metal of the bed against his naked body. A blanket covered him, and
He knew if he opened his eyes, he would see the gray ceiling of the temple basement. Part of him wanted to open his eyes just to make sure they worked. He could still feel the sensation of the chaos magic sliding into his eye. But if someone was waiting for him, he didn't want to explain what had happened yet. He didn't even know how to explain it. He thought about his conversation with Uru, her champion. What did that even mean? Was he expected to fight other champions? Protect her land? He hadn't even known something like that existed. It was too much for him to process, so he pushed all those questions away. He would deal with it later. Instead, he opened his log. Once again, he compared the first timestamp to his current time and calculated he'd been dead less than 10 minutes. He ignored the timestamps and just read the text. Materialization sequence begin. Initial revive. False cue. Priority. Critical resource utilization 99.59%. Materialization sequence complete. Total elapsed time 299.73 seconds. Synchronization gap 5.89 seconds. Scanning. Scanning complete. Anomalies. True. Memory substrate contaminated. Revival halted. Anomaly alert notification. Notification override. Anomalies equals false. Revival restarted. Anomalies false. Imprinting. Imprinting complete. Revival successful. Yellow notifications pulsed in the lower right of his vision, and he opened them. So many warnings appeared that they stacked on top of each other. Warning, your strength has decreased. You are now weak. Warning, your stamina has decreased. You are now sickly. Warning, your dexterity has decreased. You are now clumsy. Warning, your intelligence has decreased. Warning, your wisdom has decreased. You are now foolish. Warning, your charisma has decreased. Warning, void band unusable. Minimum intelligence not met. Ruin accepted each notification to dismiss it. Dying permanently dropped each of his attributes by 1. He had only been average in 4 of his 6 attributes, which meant this death was catastrophic. He needed to level as fast as possible to remove the penalties he'd just incurred. His inventory icon, the small outline of a person in the lower right corner of his vision, had a red glow around the left wrist. Not having access to his void band could come in handy tomorrow morning. Big D couldn't drag him out into the wilderness if he couldn't use his band. But that shouldn't be possible. The minimum intelligence on the void band had been 15. He should still be able to use it. Something was wrong. He opened his profile and scanned the top of it. Name, Ruin Starfield. Race, human. Age, class worker. Hidden class, root level 1. Class rank, novice. Deaths, 2. Deity, Goddess Uru. Experience 500 out of 1,000. Strength, 0908. Stamina, 0908. Dexterity, 0908. Intelligence, 1514. Wisdom, 0908. Charisma, 1110. Knowledge, 35. Health, 80 out of 80. Mana, 140 out of 140. Energy, 160 out of 160. What? He said. Why were there 2 columns for his attributes? The second one showed all his attributes had decreased by 2, not 1. Had there been some kind of mistake? How did something like this happen? Had he died again since Tremini had stabbed him? But his profile verified he had only died twice today. I knew you were awake, Hamma said. The tabs for abilities and spells pulsed yellow, but he ignored them for now. Instead, he closed his profile and opened his eyes. Hamma stood over him. Can you read my attributes? He asked. Something is wrong. I agree something is wrong. You. This has got to be a record for the quickest death after ascendancy. I mean, you just left here His whole body ached and he felt like puking. He put his hand on her arm. My attributes. What do you see? She pulled her arm away and put her hands on her hips. I hate being interrupted. Ruin closed his eyes. He knew that. She had made a big deal about it earlier. Why didn't he just let her finish speaking? He noticed 4 red squares under his resource bars, his debuffs, one of which was foolishness from his penalty to wisdom. He acted foolish enough on his own and didn't need a debuff making it worse. Did this mean his decisions would be even more terrible? Uru, help him. He opened his eyes again. I'm sorry, Hama. My day hasn't gone the best. Obviously. Did you want to see me again that badly? You could have just come to the tea shop. In spite of his day, he smiled. This seemed faster. She smiled back. Well, I guess I could check since you went to all this trouble. Her eyes glazed for a second, and then she focused on him. Everything is a 9 except your intelligence and charisma. They are 15 and 11. Hama could only see the values in the first column, even though all Ruin's stats were based on the second column. Why were there hidden values? It reminded him of Uru and his hidden class and the dire warning it had come with. Something about the class having a high cost. This must have been what Uru meant. Losing 6 points for every death was enough to keep most people away from danger and adventuring. You had to be desperate or crazy to take that risk. It appeared his hidden class cost him twice that penalty. Are you okay? Hama asked. Not really. I just need a minute. Okay. I actually have never heard of anyone being resurrected twice in a day. I didn't even think that was possible. Even our priority resurrections take a full day. Thanks. Ruben closed his eyes and opened his profile. He selected the pulsing yellow Abilities tab and then read the new ability that had appeared. Ability Uru's Sight. Level 1, Class Root. Effect. Identify members of Uru's hand. Caution. These hands will help, but your destiny lies in your own. Type. Self. This must be the ability Uru had mentioned. He would be able to see a tree mark on the palm of those she had picked to aid him. He focused on the Spells tab and immediately knew something was wrong. His level 1 fireball was still listed, but it was now grayed out. He switched to the Profile tab and then on the root text next to his class. The picture of the tree appeared, but only the worker branch had color. The mage branch was dark again, like it had been before he'd chosen to be a caster. Uru had said something about not picking his second branch right away. And then he understood the balance between power and cost in his hidden class. When he died, his hidden class reset. It looked like he'd retained what he'd learned, but it wasn't usable unless the proper branch was active. He could literally be whatever he wanted. He was only a death away from having completely different abilities and powers. But to do that, he had to die. And the cost was almost unimaginable. 12 attribute points. Ruin had the urge to select mage again. The desperate need to live his dream was almost too much to bear. Especially if he was forced to pick something else, it meant he would need to die again to become a mage. That alone almost made him do it. But he wondered if part of that desire was the result of his debuffs. Uru had explicitly told him to wait. There was no harm in waiting a little while. Maybe he would still end up picking the mage branch. Hama and others could only see the standard penalty for death in his attributes. If they could see his true values, it would raise questions which would reveal that he was different. That meant he couldn't use his excuse with Big D tomorrow morning. To her, it would appear that he should be able to use his void band. Reuven didn't want to know what would happen if everyone asked why his band didn't work. He needed to level and fix that issue first. He opened his eyes. Big D said you guys have some sort of talk that gives 500 experience. Do you know what it is? Ruin asked. Hama's mouth twisted for a moment. I'm not sure. I think they do that upstairs. Let me look.
Her eyes glazed over and Ruin took the opportunity to sit up. It was probably his imagination, but he felt weaker. He thought about the guild man that had tried to kill him, and then about the man who had actually done it. Tremaine had been a second father to him. Why would he do that?
A notification pulsed, and he opened it. Ting, you have received the quest. Fill the tank. Uru wishes the best for her children, but her blessings have a cost. Talk with one of Uru's servants to gain an understanding of the costs associated with your death and how you can ease the pain and resurrection time of your next death. Reward. The knowledge that Uru loves and cares for you. Reward 500 experience. Accept or decline. Did you get it? Hama asked. He accepted the quest and nodded. Great job. Can you help me complete it? Oh, here is the text. Okay, listen. Priests are really important. Most of us drink and we need lots of money. Pay us and we will hurry your resurrection along. Don't make regular contributions and we will let you sit in a tub, or worse, stop you from even starting the revival process. We take raw materials or money, but we prefer money. You know, for the drinking. Also, we are really important and you should respect us. Oh, Uru's blessing, my child. A minimized notification strobed for his attention. Ting, you have completed the quest. Fill the tank. You have received 500 experience. You have received the knowledge that Uru loves and cares for you. He accepted the notification and it disappeared. Is that what it really said? Ruin asked. Hama laughed. Wow, dying really did make you dumber. I might have paraphrased it a little and skipped some parts. I think the only part that had to be said was the Uru's blessing thing. Well, thank you. No problem. I didn't know I could do that. Another notification pulsed in the bottom of his vision and he opened it. Ding, Uru's blessings worker. You have reached level 2. You have gained +1 to strength. You have gained +1 to stamina. You have 2 unassigned points. Uru's blessings. Root. You have reached level 2. You have 2 unassigned points. New spells and abilities are available to you. Choose wisely. Ruin slouched and rubbed his face. He'd hoped that being dual-classed would give him 8 points to distribute, or even more. Instead, he only got 6, and 2 of those were automatically assigned because of his worker class. This was terrible news. He had to level twice to just break even with the consequences of 1 death. It just didn't seem worth it. Hama put a finger under his chin and raised his head. What's wrong? He didn't know how to respond to her. The answer was everything. As she pulled her hand away, a dark mark on her palm caught his eye. He grabbed her hand and turned it upward. The tree from his conversation with Uru covered her palm. What's wrong? She asked, looking from his face to her hand and back to his face. Maybe she couldn't see it. Uru had warned him that not everyone chosen by her had been told. In fact, she said only 2 of the 5 had been activated. Hama pulled her hand away. You're acting odd. I think getting baked that fast has left you a little undercooked. He didn't want to risk the consequences of revealing what she was before Uru had a chance to talk to her. He had made enough mistakes today. But he'd been staring at her for a few seconds, so he said the first thing that came to mind. I'm sorry, your hand felt nice, and I wanted to hold it, Reuven said. Her cheeks turned red and he opened his eyes wide. Why had he said that? Well, thanks, I guess, she said. He felt his own cheeks growing warm. Sister Hama, Brother Yull yelled. It sounded like he was far away. Yes, Brother Yull, Hama yelled back. Pause all the baths. We are evacuating. Something activated the Guardians and we are sealing the temple. Do it now, sister, Brother Yull said. Right away. Hama turned back to me. Do you know anything about that? Ruwen had revived so fast, details of the serious battle were only now reaching the temple. He put on his most innocent expression.
I knew it, Hamma said. Your corpse hasn't even arrived yet. We don't have any of your things.
He remembered the terrible heat from the Guardian's weapons and the magic the Guild man had used on him. Honestly, I'm not sure there's much left. Let's get you another one of Yull's robes and then get out of here, Hamma said. You've got some explaining to do. Chapter 9. Hamma left to steal another robe from Yull, and Ruin focused on the tree in the upper left-hand part of his vision, opening his profile. He wanted to get rid of his debuffs. Leveling as a worker automatically placed points in strength and stamina, and with just one additional point in each, he could be rid of 2 debuffs. If he didn't put any extra points there, then the points already added were wasted since he'd still have the debuffs. Reluctantly, he placed another point in both strength and stamina. He had 2 remaining points given to him from his root class. If he wanted to avoid explaining to Big D why he couldn't use his void band, he needed to add at least 1 point to intelligence. He didn't want to have that conversation, so he added the point. That left a single point. Reuven still had the foolish and clumsy debuffs. With 1 point, he couldn't be rid of either, so it didn't seem like it was worth adding it there. He hated to admit it, but his charisma falling 2 points made him self-conscious. Other than his jealous classmates and the unfair head priest, people tended to like him. He preferred being alone, but when he did venture out, he enjoyed the attention he got. Now he was just average. Adding a point to charisma would make him look better, but more importantly, it would help him get aid from people. And if there was ever a time he needed help, it was now. A god wanted him dead. Maybe more than one. Yes, charisma seemed like the right choice. As he went to add his final point, the debuffs caught his attention. He hated that the icons were so visible. Was he acting foolish? He didn't think so. The point in charisma would definitely help him, and he needed that. But he hesitated. Had he considered everything? The only other place he could add a point would be his intelligence. The thought of being dumber made him feel terrible, but in reality, at 15 points, he was already smarter than 99% of everyone he knew. It seemed senseless to add another point. There were 2 things he was proud of, and they warred inside his mind: his looks and his smarts. He didn't know what to do. He had already added a point to intelligence, so it seemed balanced to add 1 to charisma as well. But he really couldn't afford to be vain here. He needed to do whatever would give him the best chance at surviving. It worried him that the foolish debuff might make him distribute his points wrong. Maybe he should talk to someone before confirming the changes. But who would that be? Even if he was more prone to make bad decisions, there were only 3 people he trusted to help him. But his parents were missing, and the other had just killed him. Was there another way? He looked at the details on his profile. How many things were affected by each attribute? Maybe that would help him decide. Intelligence directly affected his mana, cleverness, and perception. His charisma only affected his persuasion, and persuasion already had a 2% boost from his deception skill. Looking at it this way, it was clear the last point should go into intelligence. Reluctantly, he placed his last point into intelligence and confirmed his choices. 2 of the debuffs disappeared along with his nausea and aching muscles. On his inventory icon, the red around his left wrist disappeared as well. He could use his void band again. Now the only debuffs left were clumsy and foolish. He looked at the summary of his attributes, ignoring the attributes the public saw and focusing on his actual values. Class worker. Hidden class. Root level 2. Class rank. Novice. Deaths 2. Deity. Goddess Uru. Experience 0 out of 3,000. Strength 10. Stamina 10. Dexterity 0. 8. Intelligence 16. Wisdom 0. 8. Charisma 10. Knowledge 35. Health 100. Mana 100. 60 out of 160. Energy 187 out of 187. What a disaster.
He had leveled today, but because the worker class automatically assigned half of his points, he would have to level another 2 times just to get back to where he'd started this morning. "You don't look so good," Hama said. He wanted to scream. He knew he should have added that last point to charisma. He would do that for sure the next time he leveled. Hopefully Hama would still be around. He kind of liked her. He opened his eyes in time to see a robe flying at him. He reached up to snatch it from the air but missed, and it hit him in the face. "Nice catch," Hama said. Damn his clumsy debuff. Now that he'd added points to intelligence, his void band worked again, and he could have removed a set of worker clothes. Hama had already gotten the robe, though, and he didn't want to seem ungrateful. Plus, he didn't want to draw attention to himself as he left, so he quickly put on the priest's robe, and the two of them took the same route they had taken that morning. Other priests joined them, but no one gave them a second look. In minutes, they were outside. The 4 guardians hovered high above the city, and they moved in a slow circle. He flinched when he saw them and thought about going back inside. "What's wrong? You scared of some oversized eggs?" Hama asked. His pride overcame his fear, and he stood up straight. "No, of course not." Hama laughed and then strode forward onto Center Street. He followed her and glanced up at the guardians. He could still feel his skin peeling from their terrible weapons, and he was scared they would swoop down and kill him as soon as they noticed him. In fact, the more he thought about that, the surer he became. He needed to get out of sight. "Let's get a drink," he said. Hama looked at him and then up at the guardians. "Okay, you have some explaining to do anyway." The only people left on the street were rushing into buildings, obviously afraid to be caught up in whatever had awakened the guardians. But every window had faces pressed against the glass, looking up at the rotating eggs of death. He followed Hama through a door. He stopped to let his eyes adjust to the dim light. There were nearly 20 people in the room, but all of them were at the windows. The center of the room had tables arranged in neat rows. The wall across from him had booths, each with a curtain, and the wall on his right contained a large fireplace, but no fire. A long bar took up most of the left wall, and a thin woman waved at them from behind the counter. Her name, Bala, appeared above her head when Ruin focused on her. Along the top of the wall in large cursive script, the name of the tavern had been painted. "The Fainting Goat," Ruin asked. "I come here when Yull gets on my nerves." "Hama, you're early today," Bala said. "Hi, Bala. It's been one of those days," Hama said. Bala came out from around the bar, rubbing her hands on her clean apron. She had dark hair with just a hint of gray. Her brown eyes were friendly, and she held out her hand to Ruin. "I'm Bala. And you are?" Bala asked. Ruin still had his profile set to private, so he had to tell Bala his name. "Ruin," he said as he shook her hand. "Welcome to my place. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." She turned to Hama and pointed at the bar. "You want your usual seat?" Hama shook her head. "I think a booth would be better today." Bala glanced at Ruin and then smiled at Hama. "Of course, dear." Hama's cheeks turned pink and she waved her hands, but Bala had already moved toward a booth on the far wall. Bala wiped her apron across the booth's table, but it appeared spotless to Ruin. "Here you go. I'll be back with your mint tea." "What would you like, young sir?" Bala asked. Ruin still felt sick from his resurrection and didn't feel like having anything. "He'll have some water," Hama said. Bala nodded and closed the curtain. Enough light came over the top of the curtain that they could still see, but it grew considerably darker. Hama grabbed a small jar at the end of the table and poured a shaker into her hands. She gave it a flick and the shaker burst into light. She dropped it back into the jar and slid it to the wall. "Okay, spill it. What happened?" Hama asked. "I was going to ask the exact same question," a female voice said. Hama and Ruin jerked at the sudden appearance of the woman. She sat next to Hama and directly across from Ruin. The woman had a hood pulled over her head that hid her features. "Who in the void are you?" Hama asked. The woman ignored Hama and pointed at Ruin. "Open your settings and set your location to private." "I already set it to private," Ruin said.
Your profile is, but not your location, the woman said. The settings are separated in your ascendant interface. How do you think I found you? Anyone that knows your name can walk to your exact location. And I'm not the only one looking for you.
Ruin opened his settings and found the woman was right. His profile was private, but there was a new location setting, and it was still set to public. He quickly set it to private. He needed to spend some time with his new interface, as it had far more options than his student one had offered. "We need to get moving. They'll be here soon if they aren't already," the woman said. She set something on the table and flicked it. A spinning disc wandered across the table toward Reuven. It slowed, wobbled, and then fell over in front of him. It was a ring. "Put it on," the woman said. The ring was made of gold and silver strands twisted around each other. He reached out for it. "Most certainly do not put that on," Hama said. "I know, I just want to see what it is," Reuven said. "Touching it would be foolish," Hama said. She was probably right. But Reuven's curiosity was too great, and he touched it. He immediately opened the minimized prompt and was excited to see the green text of a fine quality item. "Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru. Name, Jaga. Wedding band. Quality, fine. Durability, 10 of 10. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, passive. Enhance ambient light by 15%. Effect active, reveal heart's desire. Restriction, active effect requires pair. Description. Darkness is no barrier to love. Trust ends with, I do. The woman held up her hand. She had a ring on every finger. A ring identical to the one on the table circled her thumb. "You want to marry me?" Reuven asked. Hama gasped and looked between the two rings. "Sorry, I'm taken." "Put the ring on," the woman said. Reuven picked up the ring but didn't put it on. He had never held a piece of magic jewelry before, and this one was of fine quality. It probably cost more than he'd make in a decade of being a worker. If nothing else, he could sell it to help fund the search for his parents. "Who are you?" Hama asked again. The woman turned to Hama. "You can call me Kay. How long have you been with him?" "What? That is none of your business," Hama said. Kai tapped her fingers on the table and looked down at her waist. "I know she's not our problem." Kai paused for a few seconds as if listening to someone, and then continued. "Carrying two bodies is not feasible, you know that." "Who are you talking to?" Reuven asked. "Are you okay?" Hama asked as she scooted away from the woman. Kai reached up, rubbed her temples, and then threw her hood back. Her black hair didn't reach her shoulders, and her eyes were light brown. She was pretty in a severe way, and she looked like she'd missed a lot of meals. She alternated looking between Reuven and Hama as she spoke. "Here's the deal. Usually the only people who see my face are moments from death." Kai paused and then smiled. "That's true. They are moments from death." "Is there someone else here?" Reuven asked. "Who are you talking to?" Hama asked. Key focused back on Reuven. "You have complicated my life, and I hate complications. We have got to move before they get here." "We aren't going anywhere with you," Hama said. "You're crazy." "Before who gets here?" Reuven asked. Key looked at Hama. "Maybe. Probably." Then she looked at Reuven. "Do you think those mages came here unprotected? They obviously wanted you alive. We don't know if that is still the case." "What mages?" Hama asked. Kai looked down again. "I know you were right. I'm trying to be nice." There was a pause. "Yes, I remember Ishingfall. This will be different." Hama faced Kai. "Seriously, that is really creeping me out. I know a healer that might be able to help you." "I am beyond help, sister," the woman said. "That is why I'm here. To pay for my sins." The woman tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. "Yes. 2, I think.
No, it's too late for that. Reuven and Hama looked at each other. Hama's eyes were wide, and Reuven's stomach turned with anxiety. This woman was clearly crazy. Key flicked her wrist twice, and a strip of cloth struck them each in the face. Where did they come from? Reuven looked at the notification that had appeared. Tring, you have discovered a blessing from Uru. Name, Scarf of Freshness. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 5 of 5. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, filters out harmful substances. Description. Harmful is subjective, but you'll look fabulous. Wrap that around your nose and mouth, Kai said. When neither Reuven or Hama moved, Key spoke again. I'm already tired of both of you. Do me a favor and don't use them. I only promised her I'd try. Kai wrapped an identical cloth around her nose and mouth and then pulled her hood back over her head. Reuven's hands trembled as he wrapped the cloth around his face. After a moment, Hama did the same. It would be better to humor the crazy woman until they could get away from her. The curtain opened and Bala stood there with their drinks on a tray. Before anyone could react, Kai thrust a dagger upward and under Bala's chin. Hama screamed and Reuven gasped. As Bala collapsed, Kai grabbed the tray as it fell and held it in front of Reuven's face. 2 daggers struck the tray, and the force of the impacts ripped the tray from Kai's grasp. Reuven's heart raced as he realized he'd almost died. Again. Get under the table, Kai hissed as she threw a small ball into the room. As the sphere arced through the air, he noticed all the people along the windows were on the ground, and a haze filled the room. The ball struck a table and exploded. In moments, the room had filled with smoke. Kai had already disappeared, so Reuven and Hama crawled under the table. His right hand still held the ring Key had given him, and he quickly slid the ring on his finger so he wouldn't lose it. His hands were wet from the drinks that had been on Bala's tray when Key had killed her. The strong scent of mint filled the air from Hama's tea. The scarf must know the smell wasn't harmful, or maybe it wasn't working. He hoped it protected him from whatever had put everyone else in the bar to sleep. At least he hoped they were asleep and not dead. What was happening? Had Kai really just killed Bala and then casually blocked 2 daggers aimed at his face? The smoke rolled over them, but the air through the cloth remained clean. Hama reached out into the smoke. What are you doing? Reuven whispered. I might be able to save her. I have to try. Hama sobbed. He cursed himself for his selfishness and reached out as well. After a few moments, he caught hold of an arm and pulled. Hama grabbed on and pulled as well. Bala's body slid into view. But it wasn't Bala. Reuven gasped and jerked backward, slamming his head into the bottom of the table. His vision blurred, his health bar pulsed red as the number 20 flashed, and another debuff appeared next to clumsy and foolish. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at his log to understand why his head hurt so bad. You have received a blow to the head, critical hit, clumsy debuff. You have taken 20 damage. You have lost 20% of your health. You are dazed. Are you okay? Hama asked. Wincing at his new headache, he closed his log and watched his health bar tick upward. The dazed debuff disappeared and his vision stabilized. I'm fine, Reuven said. Why does Bala have gills on her neck? Hama asked. I'm not sure, but the thing that attacked me earlier had them as well. Key emerged from the smoke and Reuven and Hama both screamed. You're both hopeless. Are you trying to get killed? Key asked. You surprised us, Reuven said. Key looked at Hama. Set everything to private. We don't want them getting your information too, Key said, and then faced Reuven. Where is the safest place you can think of? Probably my house, Reuven said. Key stared at him. You mean the house that literally has your last name attached to it? Are you stupid? Reuven bit his lip. Well, actually, he did have some debuffs that weren't helping, but she didn't need to know about those. Kai turned to Hama. What about you, sister? Do you know somewhere safe? Hama's cheeks turned pink. I still live with my mom. Well, that's out. The last thing I want is more baggage, Kai said. Hey, don't call my mom baggage. You have a lot of nerve to, Hama started. Kai turned back to Ruin. We don't have much time. He winced as Hama hissed at Kai's interruption and quickly put a hand on Hama's arm. We wouldn't want to endanger your mom. Hama nodded. Where could they go? He really only went to 3 places: school, home, and the library. The library. It even had some of its own protections. But Tremine would be there, and he had killed Reuven. Reuven needed answers about what was happening, though, and would have to face his mentor eventually. Yes, he would head for the library. Kai didn't need to know that, however. I appreciate you saving my life. But to be honest, I don't understand what is happening, and you seem... He searched for a word other than crazy. Distracted. Kid, you have no idea, Kai said. But that isn't the worst of my problems. How about you leave us alone, Hama said. On my dagger, I wish I could, but I can't. You know why? Kai asked. Ruin shook his head. Kai raised her hand and showed him the small tree on her palm. Because my biggest problem is you. Chapter 1. Kai looked at the ceiling and spoke to her invisible friend again. Yes, I heard it. I'm not deaf. She looked at Ruin. Naktos shadow blades work in pairs. I killed the apprentice, which means the master is still here. Your best chance of living is if I can kill that other assassin. When I leave, I want you to crawl behind the bar and wait. It's dangerous to stay where they last saw you. Without waiting for an answer, Kai disappeared. Hama and Ruin looked at each other. Why did she show you her palm? Hama asked. This wasn't the time to explain Uru's hands, so he shrugged. Who knows? She seems a bit off. She's crazy. We should run, Hama said. But she saved my life. Hama bit her lip and looked down at the dead body. What if the assassin kills Kai? We'll just be sitting here like 2 idiots. That's true. Indecision warred in Ruwen's mind. Kai seemed to know what she was doing. Plus, she was one of Uru's hands. Didn't she deserve some trust? The fact that she kept talking to an invisible person was disconcerting and meant she probably was crazy. But the truth was that if Kai failed, then that assassin was going to get him anyway. He didn't have the skills to protect himself. Let's go behind the bar for a few minutes. If she doesn't show up, we'll leave, Ruin said. I thought you were smart, Hama said in frustration as she crawled along the floor. Ruin followed her. His knees grew wet as he crawled through the blood and tea. He had ruined Yell's robe for sure. In less than a minute, they had made it behind the bar. The real Bala lay on the ground and Hama quickly crawled to her. Hama touched Bala's neck and opened the woman's eyes one after the other. Hama turned to him. She's alive, just unconscious. All the people by the window are probably okay too then. Probably. I feel terrible for coming in here now. Bala is such a nice woman and I brought this mess to her. Well, technically I did. Hama narrowed her eyes and he cursed himself for speaking. Yeah, that's true. This is your fault. What did you do? She asked. Hey, I don't know what is going on. Quiet down, you idiot. He took a deep breath and then another. Sorry, this has been the worst day of my life, and it isn't getting any better. What happened earlier? How did you end up back in the tub? It took him a moment to realize she meant the resurrection bath. Well, that is a little complicated. How complicated can it be? Hey, it's been a busy morning. How did you die? Did you walk in front of a wagon, choke on a muffin, fall off a building, jump in? He held up his hands to make her stop. Can we talk about this? There was a thud from upstairs, and the two of them stopped breathing as they listened for more sounds. If that was Kai... Ruin didn't finish the thought. His hands shook with fear. We need to get out of here, Hama said. She told us to stay. Listen, if that was the assassin, then great. Kai can catch up with us. Hannah swallowed hard. If that was Kai, then we are sitting here easy prey. Either way, our best option is to run. That seemed like excellent common sense. Reuven really couldn't trust his own ideas because of the debuffs. His fear and anxiety swamped him, and he had the urge to get moving. He stood and moved around the bar. Hannah followed, and they strode toward the door. Halfway there, he heard a dull thud from his left. A figure emerged from the large fireplace. The man's clothes were full of soot, and the gills on his neck opened and closed rapidly. He smiled at them and spoke with the same clicks as the mage earlier. Again, Reuven was able to understand pieces of it. "Protector. Trapped," the assassin said and pointed at the ceiling. "Now, die." Hannah brought her left arm across her chest while her right arm pointed at the assassin. She chanted a quick prayer, and Reuven's skin prickled. A moment later, there was a loud snap, and a beam of white light shot from Hannah's outstretched hand and directly at the assassin. Before it reached the man, the light struck an invisible barrier, and for a moment a bubble appeared around him. The assassin laughed and walked toward them. "That was the best I had," Hannah said. Reuven stepped in front of Hannah in case the man threw something. "They want me, not you. I'll delay him while you run for help." "I'm not leaving you." Reuven knew he was useless and wouldn't delay the assassin much at all, but he wanted to make sure Hannah was safe. "You aren't leaving me. You're getting me help. Now go." There was a pause, and then he heard Hannah backing away. The assassin's eyes watched her for a moment, but then returned to Reuven. Good. He'd been right. They only wanted him. Reuven had nothing to fight with. The only offensive spell he had was Fireball, but he no longer had access to it since his root class reset when he died. He thought about choosing the mage branch again so he could use it, but Hama's higher-level spell had been blocked, plus Uru had told him to wait. It looked like he'd be talking to her again soon. This time, he would get some answers. The assassin moved forward, and Reuven did the only thing he could think of. "Stop!" he shouted. To Reuven's amazement, the man stopped and tilted his head. The assassin spoke, but Reuven only understood a few words. Words. Talk." Reuven heard the door open and relaxed a little. Hannah had made it out. At least, she wouldn't suffer because of him. Not only had he understood some of the words of this man, but the assassin had also understood him. Earlier today, which felt like an eternity ago, he had taken the ability, "Hey you." He had hoped it would allow him to read foreign books in the library, but the understanding it referenced seemed to extend to his speech. It was only level 1, which meant his understanding and words were the most basic. "Why kill?" Reuven asked, touching his chest. The assassin waved his arm in a circle. "Duty." Hama had left the door open, and Reuven heard the faint hum of a guardian passing nearby. The guardians. Why hadn't he thought of that before? All he needed to do was get out the door and get the guardian's attention. It would do the rest. He took a small sidestep toward the exit. The assassin leaped 20 feet and landed in front of the door. Reuven stared at the man in awe and fear. The guild assassin would kill him. Maybe Hannah would get a guardian's attention, but he hadn't told her what had happened earlier. She had no idea the guardians didn't like these guys. Why hadn't he shared what had happened? Probably because that had ended with his closest friend killing him. Who wanted to talk about that? Now Reuven was going to die again. The assassin looked toward the bar. Reuven turned to look as well, but didn't see anything. As he turned back, he saw Kai lower herself into the doorway. She must have climbed down the outside of the building. She moved silently toward the assassin, who was still staring at the bar. Reuven's eyes widened at Kai's ability. She moved like a shadow toward the man. The assassin noticed Reuven's expression and leaped to the side as Kai dove forward with her dagger. Reuven had alerted the assassin to Kai's presence, and he cringed with guilt. Her target gone, Ki shifted her momentum into a cartwheel, and in a heartbeat, she stood next to Reuven. The assassin landed near the fireplace and immediately threw a glass ball at Reuven.
Key flicked her cloak in the air like a shield and the ball shattered against it. Black liquid dripped onto the floor and smoked, but Key's cloak seemed to be okay. "Run," Key said, and lowered her cloak. She flicked a small metal disc and shattered a vial in the assassin's hand. The assassin grimaced, but didn't scream, and used the stone around the fireplace to wipe the brown liquid from his hand. The granite smoked and popped where the liquid touched, but it didn't seem to affect the man's skin. The assassin gave Kai a small bow and raised his empty hands. Kai grunted and stood up straight. She sheathed her dagger and returned the bow. Then she sprinted at the assassin, and in a blink, they were fighting. The fighting looked more like a dance. Kai's hand blurred as she aimed for the man's throat. The assassin moved just enough to cause her hand to miss. He reached up and grabbed Kai's elbow, attempting to snap it. Kai did a front flip, pulling the man's arm with her. The man turned in place to uncross his arms, and for a moment the two assassins stared at each other, their faces a foot apart. Then they began striking and kicking, the blows thrown and blocked faster than Ruin could follow. He marveled at the deadly beauty of it. "Run, you moron!" Key shouted. He turned and ran out the open door. The sunlight made him wince, but he took a moment to look around. If Hamma was close, he would run to her, but she wasn't visible. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward the library. He could hear the guardians somewhere above him, but he didn't see them. His white robe smelled like mint and had large bloodstains on it. Thankfully, the streets were still deserted, and no one stopped him. Nearing the library, he heard voices, so he approached the building from the side opposite his dead body. He really didn't want to see that if it was still there. A large group of enforcement soldiers stood in a circle around a hole in the ground. The street and buildings had been scorched black, and Reuven pulled the scarf of freshness back over his nose as the burnt smell of melted granite made his nose wrinkle. The mana unleashed here had fried the air, and it made his eyes water. Tremine stood near the hole in the street along with two enforcement officers. They seemed deep in conversation. Ruin moved another block away from them before crossing the street. He worked his way to the library staff entrance again. Reuven reached for the handle and paused. The last time he'd touched this door, he'd been struck by a spell, caused a terrible alarm, and summoned the guardians. He remembered his skin melting from their weapons and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His hands shook, but if he stood here much longer, he would be caught for sure, and the last thing he wanted to do was talk to a bunch of enforcement officers. Without giving himself more time to think, Ruin grabbed the handle, opened the door, and slid inside. To his relief, nothing happened. As soon as he closed the door behind him, the hallway darkened. To Ruin's surprise, it didn't go completely dark. He could make out the gray outlines of the walls. Was there a light somewhere? Why could he see? Then he remembered the ring Key had given him. Its passive ability helped you see in the dark. Nice, but it didn't matter. He didn't need light to get around in the library. Ruin made his way to the basement. He had spent so much time there that Tremine had given Ruin his own room 2 years ago. Because his parents' jobs took them away for long periods, they approved of this second home. In the last year, he had spent more time here than at the house. Once in the basement, he moved even faster. His first stop was the bathroom and the shower there. The smell of blood mixed with mint made him nauseous. Taking off Yull's robe, he found the shaker next to the shower and gave it a single flick. Weak light filled the room, and he washed away the past hour. He wondered if Kai was okay and if Hamma had found help in time. Should he look for them? He felt bad for running. He had made a lot of decisions today that made him feel terrible about himself. Ruin hadn't stopped to get a towel, so he stood with his arms out, letting the air dry him. Today should have been the beginning of his journey to greatness, the mightiest mage to have ever existed. Instead, he felt like crying. He had killed a man, or something like a man, been nearly vaporized by his town's ancient guardians, and had run out on Hamma and Key. Maybe that was why Tremine had killed him. The librarian must have known how rotten Ruin was. Carefully opening his void band, he added the scarf of freshness and then removed a set of worker clothes and put them on.
He removed the belt next and threaded it through the loops on his pants. Next, he snapped the baton of 1,000 uses to his belt on his left side and then pulled on the feather boots of grasping. The hard leather boots were surprisingly soft on the inside. Ruin left the bathroom and walked quickly to his room. He had to slow down after just a few steps as his feet seemed to bounce off the floor. He realized the 20% weight reduction from his new boots made him walk funny. Instead of going to his room, he walked up and down the hallway for the next 10 minutes until he felt like his gait appeared more natural. Entering his bedroom, he quickly looked around with his enhanced sight and then quietly shut the door. The room had once been a storage area, and while the cold granite floor remained, the rest of the room was much more inviting now. A bed sat against the wall across from his door. To the right, he had found 2 overstuffed reading chairs and placed a small table between them. He walked to the table, removed a shaker from its stand, and gave it 2 quick shakes. Light filled the room, and he collapsed into his favorite brown chair. Across from his chairs, he had covered the wall with shelves and filled them with hundreds of borrowed books. "Ugh," he said, and leaned his head back until it rested on the chair. For the first time today, he rested. A part of him wanted to sleep. Maybe this was a bad dream and he needed to wake up and head for his ascendancy appointment. None of this could be real. He noticed a pulsing yellow in the bottom of his vision and opened the minimized prompts. The first few were from gaining level 2 after Hamma's quest. He'd earned another ability and 2 more spells. The notifications detailed how he could increase the effectiveness of the ones he currently knew or learn new ones. The problem was, he didn't know how to learn new abilities or spells. He needed to talk with Tramini and get the book that contained all the worker details. He almost stuck another point in the ability, "Hey you," since the other abilities seemed so useless, but he decided to wait in case there was a good level 2 ability. The other prompts notified him of the effects of his passive status items, the ring, scarf, and boots. He closed them all and then opened his profile. He focused on the root text, and the hidden page appeared with the other classes. Why had Uru wanted him to wait? Had he waited long enough? The choice was important, though, since the cost of changing it was horrific. Without a clear direction, he decided to wait a little longer and blinked the display away. His whole body hurt like one giant growing pain. He needed to sleep for a few minutes. Then he could make his next decisions with a clear head. He dimmed his interface until it was barely visible, closed his eyes, and let the darkness take him. Chapter 1. A knock on the door woke Reuven. He jumped out of the chair, adrenaline making his heart race. The shaker's light had faded, but he could still see well thanks to his ring. He brightened his interface and read the time, 5:03 p.m. He'd slept for over 2 hours. The knock came again, a little louder this time. What if the assassin stood on the other side of the door? That was stupid. Why would an assassin knock? He walked to the door, unsure of what he should do. "Hello?" Reuven asked. "I want to talk about earlier," Tramini said. Reuven's shoulders slumped as he relived the chaos dagger sliding through his eye and into his brain. He shook himself to clear the memory. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about it, and he didn't think he could face his mentor. "Listen, I know what happened doesn't make sense. Killing you hurt me more than it hurt you. I doubt that. Please, open the door so I can explain." There was a pause. "I brought poppers." Reuven's stomach growled, and he looked down at it in irritation. His mouth watered as thoughts of the wonderful taste filled his mind. His entire body seemed to betray him. Curse Tremaine for causing this rebellion. Well, Reuven was hungry. He needed to talk to Tremaine eventually anyway. Faster than he intended, he unlocked the door and cracked it open. Anger with himself for capitulating so quickly mixed with relief that this conversation would soon be over. Even poppers wouldn't be able to fix the hurt and betrayal he felt. He walked back to his chair and sat. Tremaine closed the door behind him and sat on the chair next to Reuven. The librarian snapped the shaker a couple of times, and the room brightened. Without saying a word, Tremaine started pulling items out of his portal bag and setting them on the small table between them. A pitcher of water, a jug of something yellow, 2 plates and cups, 3 bowls of sauce, and finally, a large bowl of poppers. The smell of the spiced meat wrapped in fried dough was too much. Reuven took a plate and grabbed a handful of the poppers. They were still hot, and he shook his hand to cool it. He poured some of the spicy tomato sauce on his plate and started eating. Tremaine's face remained neutral, and after Reuven began eating, the librarian filled his plate. Reuven was on his 3rd plate when Tremaine broke the silence. "Naktos's embrace," Tremaine said. "Well, that's what we call it. I'm not positive how their mages refer to it." Reuven wanted to continue giving Tremaine the silent treatment, but the truth was, Reuven's curiosity had turned into a fire in his mind. It was foolish to continue to be angry with Tremaine when he didn't have all the facts, and he wondered if his foolish debuff was making this harder. The librarian had been a second father to him and deserved to at least be heard. Plus, Reuven had been dying to know what Naktos meant since he had heard the guildman say it. Literally, dying. "He said Naktos to me," Reuven said. "You understood him?" Reuven set his plate down and went to wipe his hands on his shirt. Tremaine cleared his throat and looked at the hand towels on the table. Reuven's cheeks grew warm and he grabbed a towel. Reuven sighed and his shoulders slumped. "As you can see, the priest made me a worker." Anger flared in his chest. "That turd pie didn't even present me to Uru. He just threw me in the tank." "You give him too much credit. If he made you a worker, Uru wished it." "I should have been a mage, and you still can be." The words hung in the air between them. Reuven sat up straight and looked at Tremaine for the first time. How could he know about Reuven's secret class? That's impossible," he stammered. Tremaine chuckled. "You need to work on your deception skill." He had never been a good liar, and Tremaine knew him well, which made deception almost impossible. He had to try, though. "Why would you say that?" Reuven asked. Tremaine's expression grew thoughtful. "Well, there are 3 reasons. First, at the park, a fire ignited the methane sac of a low-level follower of Naktos, causing him to explode. From the remains, it appeared the man was a servant. In Naktos culture, only mages are allowed servants, which meant a Naktos mage was somewhere in our city. Why would the Naktos risk coming here? And who caused the fire? "Those are interesting questions," Reuven said and quickly took a drink of water. "Which brings me to my second reason. The Guardians. I can count on one hand the times I've seen one active. Never in history have all 4 activated at the same time. You would have thought the world was ending." "Yeah, that was scary." Interestingly, right before the Guardians awoke, the library alerted me it was under magical attack. It believed the threat so severe it opened a portal to bring me immediately back to protect it. Wow, I didn't know it could do that. And what do I find when I arrive? You battling the Naktos mage. And if this wasn't already beyond belief, the mage had activated a Karthos protection crystal and was channeling Naktos's embrace on you. Reuven rubbed his sweaty palms on his pants. "You mentioned that earlier." "Yes, we have come full circle." Reuven drew a little circle in the air with his finger and then wiped his forehead. "It is really hot in here." You have to wonder why a secretive race would use some of the most potent magic on the planet on you. A level. Tremaine paused as he studied Reuven. 2 now. Worker. "Seems strange," Reuven croaked. "Congratulations on your ascendancy, by the way. I'm very proud of you." Reuven looked down, happy, embarrassed, and sad all at the same time. "Let me be clear. I would have been proud of you even without this extra burden." "Thanks," he whispered, not looking up. "Naktos's embrace is soul magic. That mage was seconds away from ripping you out of you." He looked up at his mentor. "What would that do?"
For one, you wouldn't resurrect. You would be trapped in a spirit world and you would be useless to Uru. Forever. Trimini looked down for a few seconds. I've never heard of anyone returning. It is terrible magic. Oh. When I realized we couldn't break through his defenses in time, there was only one option left. To kill me. I'm sorry.
You've never told me sorry, Kai said from the bed.
Ruin screamed and threw himself backward.
He's a jumpy one,
Kai said. Tremaine smiled and leaned back in his chair. Hello, Cassandra. I've told you sorry 100 times. Have you been here the whole time? Kai stuck a popper in her mouth. I came in with you. She held up another popper. These are really good. You have to tell me where you bought them. Ruin looked from Key to the bowl next to him and back at Key. Did you take those from right in front of us? Key raised her eyebrows and dipped a popper in the sauce bowl she held in her other hand. He looked down at the table and noticed there were only 2 bowls. When had she taken that? Ruin, meet Cassandra, High Mistress of the Black Pyramid, Keeper of the Silent Blade, Shadow Strider, and... Tremaine placed his hands on his chest. Thief of Hearts. Stop, you're making me blush. It's not silent, you know, Key said. What isn't? Ruin asked. The Silent Blade. It's a lie. Why would you lie about something like that? How about calling it the Never Shuts Up Blade, or Unwelcome Advice Dagger, or... Key looked down at her waist. Your ideas are never useful. Well, yes, you were right that time, but... Trimini cleared his throat and Key looked up. Right, well, the kid and I already met. Seems he's attracted some unwelcome attention, Kay said. You've had a busy day, Trimine said. Ruin nodded and looked at Kai. I'm glad you're alive. Is Hamma okay? She's fine. I moved her to a safe house, Kay said. Hamma? Trimine asked. A priestess the kid's sweet on, Kay said. Ruin sat up straight. I am not. Why would you? I mean, that is ridiculous. She's just... Trimine and Kai just stared at him, so he changed the subject. The assassin got away, Reuven asked. Key sighed. Yeah, he had a blinker and teleported out. I didn't have time to set up my normal barriers. The mage at the library did the same. He was hurt, but he might survive if there was help waiting at his bind point. It's not a good start, Trimini said. Start to what? Reuven asked. Key pointed up. Her plans. I don't know how they discovered Reuven so quickly, Trimini said. Uru had to notify the other deities of her intent to create a new champion. She said it's in their rules. Naktos must have teams watching all the new ascendants, looking for anything suspicious, Kay said. Trimine snapped his fingers. Of course. The ascendancy appointments are posted at the temple. They would only need a couple of teams to watch those going in and out of the temple. The fact that you came out of the temple the same day you entered would already be suspicious and is probably why they followed you. When they saw a worker casting a mage spell, they knew for sure. Ruin's stomach twisted. You mean I did this to myself? Kai walked over and grabbed another handful of poppers. Shade's first rule? You only have yourself to blame. I assume that's why you're here, Tremine said. You know me, nothing better to do, Kai said. Tremine closed his eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, Kai. Where were you? The Legion's vault in Malth. 2 months of planning. Was going to hit it tomorrow night, Kai said. I'm sorry, Tremine said again. Like I told the kid. We only have ourselves to blame. Wait, Ruin said. Malth is across the entire continent. It's on the other coast. Key tilted her head. Somebody thinks you're important, kid, and she brought me here because of it. I broke Shade's first rule. Be seen, never noticed. Wait, I thought blaming yourself was the first rule, Ruin said. Trimine and Key ignored him. With you here, he'll be safe, Trimine said. Key shrugged. I give him a 20% chance of making it. assuming we can keep him hidden for a while.
I'm supposed to go on some bonding trip into the forest tomorrow, Reuven said.
Not a chance. You'll die for sure, Kay said. Fine with me. What do I tell Big D because she... Big D is organizing this, Kay asked. Reuven nodded. You're going then? Dern is far more dangerous than that assassin. That woman can talk you into anything, Kay said.
But you just said I'd die for sure if... Kai waved her hands.
You'll be okay, probably, most likely. Anyway, I'm not messing with Big D's plans, so we're going to train you the hard way. Tremaine groaned and Reuven looked at him. Is that bad? Reuven asked. Tremaine scrunched his face and tried to smile. What do you mean, train? Reuven asked.
As good as your fireball seems to be, it looks like times are calling for something a little less explosive.
You need to live, which means you need to learn how to hide. Uru told me you get a reset every time you kick it. So if you already picked something like order or merchant or, I don't know, mage, I'm going to have to kill you. Because your only choice right now is observer. Thank Uru he hadn't picked a class yet, but he winced as Key blatantly uttered his secret out loud.
Kai saw his reaction and smiled.
Okay, lessons start now. The most important thing an observer can do is listen, and you're terrible. Trem gave you 2 reasons why he knows you're different, but he said there were 3. Reuven looked back at Tremaine. The librarian gave Kai a small bow and then faced Reuven. Yes, number 3. You see, while you've become a servant of Uru, today I've been doing it for over 100 years.
As Tremaine said the last, he opened his palm and showed Reuven the small tree there.
Kay sighed. I didn't know about these hands until a few hours ago when I was volunteered to be one. I should have known. She narrowed her eyes at Tremaine. Was the Nalab job her doing? Tremaine nodded. Kled. Tremaine nodded again. So Uru's been leading you around like a cow, and you spent a couple of decades doing the same to me, Kay said. That isn't fair, Tremaine said. I know, Kai whispered, and then turned to Reuven. Kid, now I'm angry, and one of us is going to suffer for it. Reuven rubbed the back of his neck and grimaced. I'll leave you 2 to your fun, but first, some business, Tremaine said. The librarian opened his bag and removed 8 books. 6 were the same size and shape and only differed in color. These he stacked together while placing the other 2 books to the side. One of these was bigger than the others and had a plain brown cover. The last one was half the size and looked very old. Its cover was black, and it had silver writing on it.
Tremaine picked up the brown book and handed it to Reuven.
As soon as he touched it, a notification began pulsing in the bottom of his vision, and he opened it. Ting, you have completed the quest. Does this taste funny to you? Part 1. You have received 200 experience. You have received Collector Novice Manual, Part 1. The brown book felt heavy, and he fanned the pages. The book was filled with drawings, many in color, all with detailed descriptions. It looked interesting, and he couldn't wait to study it. Tremaine put his hand on the stack of 6 books. Here are the textbooks for each class. They cover the first 9 levels of abilities and spells for each respective class. Most people never need Volume 2. Obviously, people usually only ever see the textbook for their own class, so don't be seen with anything other than the worker one. The librarian gently placed the black book on top of the stack. This is one of the few books we have on the god Naktos and his followers. I thought you might want to practice your newfound language skills and learn about the people who want you dead. Thank you, Reuven said, genuinely excited. Tremaine stood and Reuven did as well. Try not to kill him, Tremaine said to Key. You know me, Key said. That's why I mentioned it, Tremaine replied. Reuven couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Chapter 1. The door closed as Tremaine left, and Reuven placed his books in the void band. It was one of the few good things that had happened today. If my fireball caused the explosion that killed that servant, why didn't my log show anything about the combat? Ravine asked. Fighting people is a little different than battling monsters. Your log won't provide information that would unfairly give you an advantage. If your perception isn't high enough to see things like your enemy's level or combat damage, your log won't show it either. It defers combat information and experience until all the members of the enemy party are killed. Oh, he said, not really understanding what Kai meant. Before he could get clarification, Kai changed the subject.
What is Big D doing with you tomorrow? Ravine held up his wrist with the void band. I'm the pack horse for every person that has ascended in the last 2 months, plus all their instructors and whoever else needs to go on this stupid expedition. Big D said everyone was going to be upset, and she seemed happy about that. Big D is dangerous. The council is going to learn that, but that isn't our problem. At least, not our immediate one. Tremini said the Nactos tried some type of magic hug on you. Embrace. Kai stared at him. Sorry, Ruin muttered. Yes, they did, but Tremini stopped it. Ruin rubbed his eye. Since the assassin threw knives at you in the bar, Plan B must be to kill you over and over until you're a vegetable. If Kai was going to help him survive, she needed to know his weaknesses. Making me a vegetable isn't going to take long. My death penalty is twice normal, Ruin said. Kai whistled. That explains the debuffs. You can see those? Are you serious? Do you know anything about Observer class? Hey, I was meant to be a mage. I didn't need to know about the other classes. I won't ask how that's working out. And points for leveling. 6 in total. Ouch. Tell me about it. How much hand fighting have you learned? Ruin looked down. It's a free skill, Kay said. I was supposed to be a mage, I remember. Kay stood and waved around the room. We might as well get started. What is wrong with this room? Ruin looked around. It was on the small side, and it didn't have its own bathroom or kitchen, but he liked its coziness. Ruin tried to keep the doubt off his face. It's small. This is going to be painful, Kai whispered. There is only one entrance, which means there is only one exit. It makes my skin crawl just being in here. I can see how that's bad. Is there a private room nearby with 2 doors or maybe a window? Ruin thought for a moment. There's a meeting room down the hall that nobody ever uses. It has a door at each end. Let's go. Now, I was kind of hoping I could rest a little more. Are you tired? He leaned back in the chair and rubbed his face. Yes, it's been a long day, and I'd hoped to sleep the rest of it away. Kai nodded. You know what I hope? Ruin shook his head. I hope the mage that almost ripped your soul from your body died. I hope the assassin that blinked away decided to go home. I hope your ignorance hasn't alerted any of the other gods who want to burn our country to the ground. I hope. Ruin held up his hands. Okay, I get it. We need to get started. What do you want to accomplish tonight? Kai pursed her lips and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds. I think level 5 might give you enough skills to survive this outing. Ruin laughed, but when Key's expression didn't change, he stood and placed a hand on his chest. I'm only level 2. It's impossible to level 3 times in a single night. True, Key said. That's why we're doing things the hard way. Now take me to this room. I have a place I want to show you. I know you'll love it as much as I do. By the tone in her voice, Ruin doubted that very much. He opened the door, entered the hallway, and started for the meeting room. A question had been nagging him since Kai had first appeared. How did you find me at the library? I do, Kay said. What? Kay stopped. Keep going. When you get to the end of the hallway, open your map, think of me, and say, I do. Ruin did as she instructed. When he said the words, a dot appeared next to his location. The ring is how I found you, Kay said as she approached. He looked at the ring on his finger and realized they hadn't taken a shaker with them for light. But it seemed the rings had other powers than just light enhancement. I thought this was just for seeing in the dark, Ruin said. So did the original owners.
Let's keep moving. He started toward the meeting room and Key followed. The rings are a few hundred years old. They were an engagement gift to the future king and queen of Jaga. Pull up the description. Ruin opened his inventory and focused on the ring. Name, Jaga Wedding Band. Quality, fine. Durability, 10 of 10. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, passive. Enhance ambient light by 15%. Effect, active. Reveal heart's desire. Restriction, active effect requires pair. Description, darkness is no barrier to love. Trust ends with I do.
Kai spoke again. The lovers thought the rings were just a way for them to sneak through the darkness and meet. Then they discovered the phrase, I do, allowed them to see where the other person was. It eventually caused the fall of Jaga. Ruin had read about Jaga. It had been a prosperous country far to the south. A civil war had been its downfall. Jaga had been divided up by its neighbors and no longer existed. How could these rings have done that? Ruin asked. I'm sure it started innocently enough. Why were you in the stables, or what took you so long in the staff quarters that eventually leads to arguments about being watched, which leads to fights about trust? Eventually it consumed them both to the point that the country crumbled around them. The description literally warned them. The ring suddenly felt very heavy on his finger. These rings are evil. Kai grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. This is an important lesson. Things aren't good or bad. The people who use them are. Don't confuse the two. He nodded. I get it. But it makes me feel kind of sick wearing something instrumental in the fall of an entire nation. Good. There's hope for you. Can I take it off? Don't be stupid. Now show me that room. A minute later, they entered the room and Kai walked around the entire perimeter. She opened the far door and disappeared, Ruin assumed to scout the area for threats. When she returned, she closed both doors and then walked to a tapestry of a woman reading a book. Hold this away from the wall, Kai said. Ruin dutifully grabbed the bottom of the tapestry and lifted the heavy cloth in the air. Kai pulled a dark rock from her bag. It fit in the palm of her hand and was as thick as a finger. He couldn't tell the exact color because the world looked gray from the Jaga wedding band's enhancement. Kai held the rock like a charcoal stick and drew a narrow rectangle just over 6 foot high. She wrote 5 strange runes down the center of the rectangle and then put the rock back into her bag. She motioned for him to drop the tapestry. Okay, we have to talk about a few things before we proceed. There are some risks to where we are going. First, I have to mark you. If you are not allied with me when we enter, there are safeguards in place that will kill you. Which brings me to the second risk. Where we are going is outside Uru's blessing. So if you die there, you lose everything you've gained. We'd have to travel hundreds of miles before we left the area of her blessing. We are going much further than that. That isn't possible. Listen, you and Tremaine can stay up late and rub books and talk about what is and isn't possible. I'm trying to keep you alive until you can do it for yourself. And that looks like it might be a while. Reuven frowned. He didn't like not knowing things, and what Kai was talking about sounded like nonsense. One last thing. I've never had anyone with a void band in here before. Traveler bags and belts work, so I assume yours will too. But since I don't know much about the void bands, I'm not completely sure. What are you worried about? It is kind of a hole within a hole situation. I'm not sure how the universe handles those things. Maybe we should just try it as soon as we enter. Then, if you die, I can throw your body back out, assuming you don't get sucked into some sort of vortex. Ruin flinched at the horrible possibilities. Now I understand what you mean by the hard way. Kai laughed. We haven't even talked about the hard stuff yet. This is just the first few seconds. Which brings me to my third warning. Time. Time. Where we are going, it moves differently. How differently? It varies, but it's around 4 to 1. What does that mean?
For every day that passes, there only 6 hours pass here.
Ruin shook his head. Can we go back to the beginning? Where is there? Not sure, kid. It will be easier to show you the details once we're there. I don't like taking you there. It's a refuge for me, and you can probably tell how fond I am of people. Is it safe there? Not even remotely. Also, I should mention if someone erases the door on this side, that pathway between the, let's call them worlds, becomes unstable. Ruin took a deep breath. Let me see if I got this straight. We are going through a portal to a different world. If someone erases the drawing on this wall, we might come out someplace else. We lose our connection with Uru, and if I die there, I won't resurrect or keep any memories or skills I've learned. The place is dangerous. To survive your booby traps, I have to take a mark that will probably cause me issues with law-abiding folk. That is a decent summary, Ruin. I'm glad you were listening. But the mark will probably cause issues with more than just the sheep. Kai looked down at her waist. I'll be careful. The last few were accidents. What is its name? Ruin said, pointing to the dagger at Kai's waist. Kai stared at him as if she were trying to decide something. Then she looked down again. You are not a king. It's an elder weapon, isn't it? Smart kid. You've done some reading, then. Some. That is a story for another time. Reuven knew he wouldn't get anything else out of Kai about her weapon, so he quit pushing her. What did your dagger mean about accidents? Oh, it wanted me to tell you the biggest danger is me and your training. But I'm not the most dangerous thing in that place, and I have someone else in mind for your training. I've worked hard to carve out a place of my own. My cottage on the beach, so to speak. Thieves want a cottage on the beach. Oh, kid, I'm no mere thief. Let's get going. We won't be wasting so much time if we're talking on the other side, and I'm starting to believe you're stalling. Hold out your right hand. Ruin slowly raised his hand. He wasn't sure about this. It seemed to be full of danger, and there was no upside other than the time dilation. His heart beat faster thinking about Kai's dagger. She hadn't wanted to talk about it, but maybe she would later. Sentient weapons were thousands of years old and incredibly rare. No one knew who made them or where they came from, but the weapons were nigh indestructible, and their intelligence made them infinitely more dangerous than a standard weapon. Ruin had read that some of them could even do magic. He definitely wanted to get a closer look at her blade. Maybe if he went along, His forehead stung, and he focused back on his surroundings. Kai flicked his forehead again, and he stepped away to avoid a third. Where do you go when you do that? Kai asked. I was just thinking. You do that a lot, and surprise, it will get you killed, so stop it. Stop thinking? Yes. In my experience, thinkers don't last long. Tremine is the exception. Kai grabbed his right hand and turned it palm up. She placed her wrist on top of his and locked gazes with him. Reuven Starfield, do you swear upon your eternal soul to keep the secrets of the Black Pyramid and to the best of your abilities obey the commands of the High Mistress while in her realm? Furthermore, do you promise to aid any others who carry the mark and do all in your power to help them attain their goals, so long as those goals do not conflict with your own? And lastly, if a member of the pyramid is killed, will you do your utmost to avenge them? Do you, Reuven Starfield, agree to take this mark freely and without ill intent? A notification appeared in his vision even though he had them set to minimized. It wasn't the standard yellow, but a deep red. Instead of print, the notification was in cursive and his whole body felt tingly. Thrum. You have been offered a soul oath. Another block in the pyramid. The High Mistress of the Black Pyramid has offered you her mark and a place in her realm. Reward, access to the Black Pyramid. Warning, this is a soul binding and bridges death. Accept or decline. Ruin stared at the notification. He hated having to make this decision with so little information. He had no idea what the Black Pyramid was or what it stood for. For all he knew, they could run around killing children. But Key had been picked by Uru herself, and while he didn't know much about his class, he knew the goddess wanted to protect him. That is what Key was here to do, and Key said she needed the resources of the Black Pyramid to do it. He really didn't have a choice. If he wanted to live instead of being killed until he was a vegetable, he needed to move forward down this path, even if it was full of risk. He selected accept, and his whole body grew ice cold. Kai removed her hand and he could see a small black pyramid on his wrist. As he watched, it faded away. A notification pulsed and he opened it. Ping! You have learned the ability, Black Eye. Ability, Black Eye. Level 1. Class, any effect. Detect the presence of a member of the Black Pyramid. Type AOE. Kai lifted the tapestry. If you ever need to show your mark, just focus on it and it will appear. Welcome to the fold, Ruin. She motioned at the wall. After you, my young novice. Ruin turned sideways to fit through the narrow rectangle Kai had drawn. He pushed forward, expecting to hit the wall. Instead, he kept moving, and his left arm and shoulder disappeared into the stone. He stopped, and his heart raced. What was he doing? He had no idea where this place was or how to get back. He needed to. On my dagger, I didn't deserve this, Key said. Then she shoved Ruin hard, and he stumbled into darkness. Chapter 1. Reuven regained his balance a few feet after exiting the wall. He stood in a large circular room. He doubted he could throw a rock and hit the other side. The ceiling, 30 feet high, looked rough like a cave while the walls were smooth. A yellow-green light came from the floor, and he knelt and touched the glowing moss that carpeted the entire room. He stood and turned in a slow circle. The entire room was covered with narrow rectangles like Kai had drawn at the library. Each had different runes down the middle. His feet tangled as he turned, and he fell. He knew his debuff made him clumsier than normal, but this was ridiculous. Trying to push himself up before Kai could see him, he realized his hands were trapped in the moss. He hadn't been clumsy. The moss had grabbed his boots and tripped him. His right wrist grew intensely cold, and the black pyramid mark briefly appeared. Almost reluctantly, the moss let him go, and he stood. Kay stepped out of the wall. Well, it looks like you were sincere. Standing, he rubbed his wrist to warm it. What? If you'd been lying about the no ill intent when you took my mark, the blood moss would have you mostly digested by now. I thought this was just for light. It's a trap. It's both. The most successful things have more than one purpose. I feel like it's disappointed. I think it really wanted to eat me. Oh, it does. Sift is probably keeping it a little too hungry. I'll talk to him about it. What do you feed it? Blood. Ruin's stomach turned and he tried to not step on it, but it filled the entire room. He also realized there wasn't a normal door in the room, only narrow rectangles, each with runes etched an inch into the stone. How do we get out of here? Ruin asked. Kai waved her hand around the room. We take the right door. There are wrong doors. Most of them lead to instant death. So if someone enters through one of your doors, the blood moss eats them. If they somehow survive, they'll likely go through a door that will kill them. There are other things in here that might get them before they reach a door. Ruin looked around and his mouth went dry. What happens if someone gets here by accident? Kai shrugged. That seems really harsh. Listen, kid, it's a harsh world, and curiosity always kills you in the end. It's the universe's way of keeping her secrets. Ruins raised his eyebrows. Kai pointed at him. You and Tremine have the same insatiable curiosity, which is probably why he likes you. But it will get you killed. So stop thinking and don't look at anything interesting Ruin said sarcastically. Yes, maybe then you'll survive, Kai said, ignoring his tone. After a pause, she continued. If you arrived here alone, knowing what you do with what you have, how would you find a safe door? Ting, you have received the quest. My doors are always open. The mistress of the Black Pyramid has asked you to find a safe door. Caution should be exercised, as guessing will most certainly find a painful and unpleasant death. Reward: ciphered gate runes. Accept or decline. Reuven accepted the quest and wondered what gate runes were. He thought for a minute, and Kai left him alone. Okay, I have an idea. Show me. I'll have to open my void band. Well, if you explode, at least Sift won't have to feed the lawn. Reuven took a few deep breaths and then opened the band. Boom! Kai yelled. Reuven screamed and slammed the band shut. Kai laughed for what Reuven thought was a little too long and then wiped her eyes. I really needed that. Very funny. You are really jumpy, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You just need to control your reactions better. Thanks, I guess. Okay, go ahead. I'll be good. Reuven stared at Ki, not trusting her to keep her word as he opened his void band. He reached in and thought about the priest robe he'd stashed there. It was still wet from soaking it in the stream to clean the statue of Uru at the park. The dampness wouldn't matter for his plans. He tied the sleeves into a loose knot and then pulled the hood through it, making a sort of bag. He gently pulled a clump of the blood moss about the size of his hand from where it met the wall and placed it inside the hood. Walking up to the doorway next to the one he'd entered, he knelt in front of it and gently tossed the hood portion of the robe through the door. Holding the bottom of the robe, he counted to 10 and then pulled it back. The robe returned hard as a rock, and he could feel the coldness coming off it. The cloth immediately steamed in the warm air. After the hood had thawed enough to open, he looked inside. The blood moss had turned brittle and collapsed into dust as soon as he touched it. He dumped out the dust, peeled another section of blood moss from the floor, and added it to the hood. Moving one door down, he repeated the process. After counting to 10, Reuven pulled the robe back. The white cloth now looked black. What could have caused that? The robe moved, and he realized centipedes covered it. Gasping, he threw himself backward. He hated things with too many legs. Hundreds of centipedes writhed on the fabric, and they crawled onto the blood moss and wall. As the bugs crawled on the blood moss, they disappeared, replaced a second later with a red pool which vanished after another second. Even more frightening, the blood moss grew over the cloth. The robe sunk like a ship in a sea of green. In a few seconds, it had disappeared, and Reuven only saw occasional splashes of red in the green tide. The centipedes that made it to the wall sizzled and popped as the walls grew superheated wherever they were touched. The centipedes either stayed on the walls too long and were burnt into black powder, or fell onto the blood moss, which consumed them immediately. Uru saved me, Reuven said. She can't help you here, kid. That was horrifying. Yeah, that is a bad door to choose. He tore open the blood moss and pulled his robe free. It was spotless. Carefully, he held it away from himself and spun it, making sure no bugs were left. But the blood moss had done its work, and the piece in the hood still looked okay and maybe a bit larger than before. Kneeling in front of the next door, he paused. I thought I could test the doors with the blood moss. If it survived, the door must be safe on the other side, but I'm not so sure anymore. Why is that? Because of the bugs. I've realized the threat could be something less obvious than lava or lightning or whatever. What if it is some sort of noxious gas? Kai pointed to a door 10 down from him. Or bugs too tiny to see? Kai pointed to a door across the room. His voice grew quieter. Or a 1,000-foot cliff. She pointed behind him. Over 3,000 feet, actually. What is wrong with you? Reuven whispered. Safety first is what I like to say. Well, my safety and the safety of my people. Ruwen shook his head and placed the robe back in his void band, leaving the blood moss in the hood. As much as it made his stomach turn, the blood moss fascinated him, and he wanted to study it later. A notification appeared that he'd never seen before. It had a timer, which had already started counting down from 10. Ruwen quickly read the notification. Notice, a living entity has entered your void band. Estimated energy consumption to sustain life, 0.20 energy per second. You have 10 seconds to make one of the following choices. Choice 1, remove the entity. Choice 2, select yes. Incur the energy cost and sustain the entity's life. Choice 3, select no, and the entity will perish. Ruwen focused on his energy bar, relieved that it only dropped from a 100 to 99 before returning to 100 about every 5 seconds. Blizz had said plants would be an almost unnoticeable drain on his energy, and it appeared the blood moss was considered a plant. He selected yes and then looked at Kai. She either hadn't noticed or didn't care about the blood moss. This is a good example of you overthinking, Kay said. Did he overthink, though? He felt like he didn't think enough. If he had spent a little more time thinking about the problem, he would have realized this wouldn't have worked. Then he wouldn't have wasted all this time. In fact, his forehead stung, and he looked at Kai. She was about to flick him in the head again. "Stop that," Ruwen said, and got to his feet. "Stop thinking, then. The right answers are simple. You complicate everything." He had never been here before, was only level 2, and had almost no skills. Whatever the solution was, it must be related to his recent interactions with Kai, which had mostly been her appearing and disappearing or making him take soul oaths that would probably end up. The thought of the soul oath caused Ruwen's brain to feel cold, and then another idea crashed through his mind. He opened his abilities tab and reread Black Eye. Ability, Black Eye. Effect. Detect the presence of a member of the Black Pyramid. Type AOE. Detect the presence of a member of the Black Pyramid, Ruwen mumbled. The ability Black Eye allowed him to sense others with the Black Pyramid mark. Even now he felt a coolness at the base of his hand from being near Kai. She had just talked about the safety of her people and had told him the only way in here was if you had this mark. The doors around him all looked like solid stone, but they allowed people to pass through. While the spell's type was area of effect, it didn't list a radius. If the radius was significant and the effect passed through the doors, he might find safe doors that way. He walked around the room, holding his wrist up to each door. 30 doors down his wrist grew colder. In all 6 of the portals in the room triggered Black Eye. He also came across 4 doors that didn't have any markings at all. "These 6 are safe," Ruwen said, pointing to them. He opened the notification that appeared. "Ting, you have completed the quest. My doors are always open." "Excellent," Kay said and pointed at his feet. "Grab your reward and let's go." Ruwen looked down and found a brown piece of parchment covered in runes. He picked it up. "Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name ciphered gate runes. Quality rare. Durability 10 of 10. Weight 0.2 pounds. Restriction. Requires Black Pyramid cipher level 1. Restriction. User must bear the mark of the Black Pyramid. Description. A change of scenery is but a door away. The information on the parchment was scrambled by the Black Pyramid cipher and he couldn't read it. Ruwen had hoped his "Hey You" ability might work on the coded text, but it didn't. "When will I learn the level 1 cipher?" Ruwen asked. "Probably in a month or 2. Ruwen's shoulders slumped. What good was loot if you couldn't use it? He opened his void band and put the parchment in his inventory. "I've given Sift too much time. We need to be extra careful now," Kay said. Kay had said that name earlier when she mentioned feeding the blood moss. Ruwen needed to remember to feed his as well. "Who's Sift?" "You'll see shortly." What do you call this room? Bloodgate. How many? Kay held up her hand. Enough questions already. You might be worse than Tremine, Kai muttered to herself as she walked into one of the doors Ruin had identified as safe. He decided to save the rest of his questions for later. Pausing, he looked around the room one last time. He memorized the gate runes for the 6 safe doors as well as the doorway that had brought them here. What kind of person goes to such lengths to make sure nobody follows them? He felt the blood moss move under his feet and he nearly screamed again. Not wasting any more time, he hurried through the door Kai had already stepped through. Reuven emerged from what appeared to be a dead-end hallway. As soon as he exited, the door on the wall dissolved and only blank stone remained. Kai had already started down the tunnel and he jogged to catch up. The stone wall's shakers were spaced too far apart for comfortable vision. With the enhancement from his ring, though, he could see well enough. The hallway ended in a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness. Kai kept them inside the tunnel and Ruin studied the stalagmites that covered the cavern's floor. They ranged from tiny slivers to ones so thick he wouldn't be able to reach around them. He's here. It's where I would be, Kai said. Who? Kai turned to Ruin. Stay here. I don't want you to accidentally get killed. Kai turned toward the entrance and spoke loudly. Sift's young and still sloppy. Without waiting for Ruin to respond, Key pulled a small mirror from her bag. She held it between her fingers and eased the tip of the mirror into the cavern. Slowly, she turned it back and forth, studying the area above their tunnel. Satisfied, she replaced the mirror, stepped out into the room, and disappeared. Ruin squinted, trying to find her. How had she done that? He stared intently into the cavern for a minute, but she didn't reappear. Not knowing how long she might be gone, he sat down in the tunnel and brought up his profile. Selecting the root class, he studied the new window that appeared. Like before, the only branch with any color was the first, a deep brown which ended in the worker symbol of clasped hands. The next branch ended in a brain, and when he focused on it, the entire branch turned the black of the mage class. Like before, a notification appeared. Root class access to any branch. Warning choice is permanently bound to body. Do you wish to assign root to mage? Yes or no? Reuven wanted with all his heart to select yes, but he knew that Kai would literally kill him. He only had one choice, and there was no reason to torture himself. He carefully selected no, and then focused on the next branch, which ended in a pair of eyes. After a moment, the prompt reappeared. Root class, access to any branch. Warning choice is permanently bound to body. Do you wish to assign root to observer? Yes or no? Not giving himself time to think about it, he selected yes, and the observer branch turned green. He exited the page and went back to his main profile. As before, his hidden class now had a new descriptor. Root observer. He sighed. First, he was stuck with a terrible class, and now he'd had to give up his dream of being a mage. He had no plans on ever dying again, so he was probably stuck this way for the rest of his life. His chest tightened, and he took a few deep breaths to keep the depression away. Reaching into his void band, he removed the worker textbook. Books always made him feel better. He flipped through the first few pages. He'd come back and read them later. Right now, he wanted to see the initial levels of spells and abilities. He had leveled at the library, and he wondered what new things were available. A section on leveling caught Reuven's attention. At level 2, being an even level, he had gained 2 spell points instead of 1. He could use them to choose a lower-level spell, pick a newly available spell, or increase the level of a spell he already knew. Abilities worked the same way, except you always just received 1 point per level. He had spent months figuring out precisely what spells he would take as he leveled as a mage. What a massive waste of time. He skimmed the descriptions and effects of the energy-based spells he'd ignored when he'd talked with Big D earlier that day. Spell Hurry Up, Level 1. Effect, adds +2 to dexterity.
Spell Scrub, Level 1. Effect: use energy to break down and remove stains and odor. Spell Strong Back, Level 2. Effect: adds +2 to strength. Spell Sharpen, Level 2.
Effect: remove a fraction of an object's edge.
Spell Kindling, Level 3. Effect: condense the air near your hand into a small blade. Spell Harden, Level 3. Effect: increase density. He moved on to the mana-based spells to refresh his memory. Spell Mend Tool, Level 1. Effect: temporarily bind broken objects together. Spell Campfire, Level 1. Effect: create small magical campfire. Adds 5% to energy mana and health regeneration to all within 3 yards. Spell Sick Day, Level 2. Effect: increase all resistances by 10%. Spell Numb, Level 2. Effect: decrease sensations by 10%. Spell Second Wind, Level 3. Effect: reduce food, water, and sleep requirements by 10%. Spell Grasp Crate, Level 3. Effect: increase the roughness of your hands by 10%. Since he already had Campfire, he searched until he found the description for the Level 2 version of the spell. Spell Campfire, Level 2. Plas Worker. Effect: create small magical campfire. Adds 7.5% to energy mana and health regeneration to all within 4 yards. Cost 160 mana. Type Area of Effect. Casting time 5 seconds. Recovery 30 minutes. Duration 1 hour. Another 2.5% of benefit would make the spell even more valuable, and the extra yard would help as well. He didn't have a clear idea of what he should do, so he decided to do nothing. He flipped to the Abilities section and scanned them. Ability: Hey You, Level 1. Type Self-Effect. Understand basic commands and terms in any language. Ability: Owl Eyes, Level 1. Type Self-Effect. Magnify ambient light by 10%. Ability: Sing, Level 1. Type AOE Effect. Increase haste by 2% and endurance by 10%. Ability: Detect Temperature, Level 2. Type Self-Effect. The hotter the object, the redder it appears. Ability: Glow, Level 2. Type Self-Effect. Body emits soft light to aid sight in dark areas. Ability: Knots, Level 2. Type Object Effect. Movement of secured objects is reduced by 10%. Since he already had Hey You, he searched until he found the description for the Level 2 version of the ability. He read the description. Ability: Hey You, Level 2. Type Self-Effect. Understand limited commands and terms in any language. I'm not sloppy, a voice whispered. Chapter 1. Ruin jumped and dropped his book. It struck the floor with a loud slap. Across from him sat a lean, young man. The teenager had short brown hair and brown eyes, so light they looked yellow. He was dressed in black cotton pants and a matching long shirt. He had his knees pulled up and his arms rested on them. "What?" Ruin asked. "Mistress said I was sloppy. I'm not." It took Ruin a second to put all the things Key had said together. "You're Sift, and you're noisy," Sift said, and then tossed him a small ball. The gray ball was about an inch wide and had a simple pattern of lines etched on it. It felt damp, but when he looked at his hand, it didn't look wet. "I'll come back for that," Sift said. Sift pulled a scarf from his pocket that looked a lot like the scarf of freshness Kai had given Ruin. Sift shoved the scarf in his mouth. He winked at Ruin, leaped to his feet, and then ran to the entrance of the tunnel. Sift jumped into the air and hung from something above the entrance. Ruin could only see the bottom half of Sift's body, and then, in a blink, Sift had pulled himself up and disappeared from sight. Ruwen picked up his book, stuck it in his void band, and walked to the entrance. Looking up, he didn't see the young man, and the wall looked much too smooth to climb. What had Sift grabbed onto? So predictable, Kai said right next to him. Ruwen yelped in surprise and then shouted, "Will people stop doing that?" Kai pulled the elder dagger from her waist and threw it up the wall in one fluid motion. Sift became visible about 20 feet in the air. He snatched the blade from the air, but the momentum from the weapon pulled him off the wall. As he fell, he thrust his legs out against the wall and flung himself into the cavern. Sift fell in a sharp arc toward the ground. Ruwen expected the sound of snapping bones, but when Sift struck the ground, he rolled gently, set the dagger down, and then sprinted directly at them. Before Ruwen could react, Ki took 3 steps forward and her whole body relaxed. Instead of throwing a punch, Sift tried to sidestep Ki and sweep her feet. Ki moved away from Sift and the two circled each other. "Your pride makes you vulnerable," Ki said. Sift didn't say anything, but his cheeks grew pink. "You traded surprise for a stranger's validation," Ki said. "Do you really care if he thinks you're sloppy?" Sift reached forward, but not to punch. He grabbed Kai's shirt at the shoulder and tried to pull her off balance. Kai pressed Sift's hand against her body and then turned sideways, twisting Sift's arm in the process. Sift did a cartwheel to keep his arm from breaking and used his free hand to strike at Kai's head. Kai let go of Sift and stepped backward, aiming her own blow at Sift's chest. Ruwen watched in awe as the two exchanged a dozen blows in the span of a few heartbeats. None of the strikes landed, and like before, the fight looked more like a dance than a conflict. Sift suddenly stopped, stepped back, and bowed to Kai. She paused and then returned his bow. "You're giving up already?" Kai asked. Sift remained quiet. Kai narrowed her eyes. "Why aren't you responding?" Sift smiled, but his lips didn't part. There was a soft click from Ruwen's hand, and he looked down at the gray ball. From Ruwen's peripheral vision, he saw Kai leap at him. Before she reached him, the ball hissed, and he smelled the faint scent of burnt almonds. His head spun, and he collapsed. He stared up at the darkness of the cavern and noticed his health bar had turned red, and another debuff had appeared next to his clumsy and foolish ones. After a moment, the new debuff disappeared. Opening his log, he read what had happened. "You have been poisoned. You have taken 92 damage, critical, alert, health pool below 10%. You have vertigo. You have struck the ground. You have taken 2 damage, critical, alert, health pool below 10%. Ki floated into Ruwen's vision, her lower face covered with a scarf of freshness. A heartbeat later, Sift appeared behind Ki and lightly touched the back of her neck. Sift's mouth and nose also covered by a scarf. Sift spoke in a different language, but Ruwen's "Hey You" ability deciphered one of the words. 1. Ki helped Ruwen sit up and leaned him against the cavern wall. She sat next to him and pulled the scarf off her face. Sift sat cross-legged across from them and pulled his scarf down as well. "You hid the scarf in your mouth?" Ki asked. Sift nodded. "How did you give him the antidote?" Ki asked. "I coated the hisser with it," Sift said. "He still might have died. He follows your false gods, and his soul is bound to them. His death would be temporary." "I underestimated your duplicity," Kay said. "A seed must grow if it wishes to see the sun," Sift said. Kay reached up and touched the back of her neck. "I thought it would be years before you succeeded." Sift looked at Ruwen. "Your guest provided a rare opportunity, and your delay allowed me to plan." Kay looked at Ruwen. "So this is basically all your fault." A headache had replaced the vertigo, and it hurt to think. Ruwen didn't understand what they were talking about. "What's my fault?" "The conversation I'm about to have with Sift's parents," Kay said. "You will honor our agreement then?" Sift asked. "Of course. But now is a very complicated time, and I'm not promising," Kay said. "Complication is the child or poor planning," Sift said. "Ugh, you sound just like your father,"
Kay said. Sift grinned. Fish from the same lake. Stop it, Kay said and flicked her wrist. Sift caught the small dagger before it struck his chest and immediately set it on the ground beside him. Kay stood, and Sift did as well. Maybe this is for the best. I need to speak with your parents anyway, and I'll explain to them our agreement. Until then, I need your help. Kay pointed down at Ruin. He has wasted his life. Start teaching him the steps. Hey, I haven't wasted my life, Ruin said. Kai ignored him and continued speaking to Sift. How long since the last sweep? A few weeks, Sift said. I need him to level and get some skills. Stay inside and no deeper than level 3, okay? Sift pointed back to Kai's elder dagger that she'd thrown at him when their fight had begun. Can I keep him for a bit? I'd like to catch up. Kai rolled her eyes. You shouldn't indulge him. Most of what he tells you are lies. Kai turned from Sift to her dagger. She shouted at it. That isn't true. You lie far more often than me. Ruin looked from Kai to Sift. The young man just raised his eyebrows. Fine, keep him, but don't believe anything he says, Kai said. She knelt down next to Ruin, and a notification pulsed at the bottom of his vision. Those are the pyramid's non-combat quests, Kay said. The standard observer quests I can give won't work here, but you might get 1 or 2 of these done. Every bit helps. The Addis might have some as well, assuming they find you worthy. The Addis? Ruin asked. My parents, Mada and Pada. They're stepmasters, Sift said. Oh, Ruin said. He had no idea what that meant. Kai stood. After talking with them, I'm headed back to Deepwell. I need to get some things in place before we meet Big D and leave town. How much do you know about the observer class? I'm not an expert. I planned on being. Key interrupted him. A mage, I remember. At level 10, observer splits into 3 subclasses, marksman, shade, and scout. At level 20, the marksman can specialize into ranged, which focuses on crossbows and bows, or melee, that uses daggers and darts and such. Both are very offensive and won't provide you much protection. Okay. The shade divides into 2 paths at level 20, assassin and thief. While there are some skills in both that would help keep you alive, they take too long to learn. The thought of assassinating people made his skin prickle. He didn't want to murder anyone. That wasn't entirely true. The people that wanted him dead, he would gladly kill first. You and your people are all shades, Ruven asked. Most of us followed that class branch. We have a significant number from the last branch as well, Scout. At level 20, the Scout subclass branches into Ranger and Spy. Your worker class specialization will likely be Gatherer, and there would be some synergy with Ranger. If your life wasn't in such grave danger, I think that would be a smart choice. But what you really need right now are abilities that help you move around in public, unnoticed. That is the realm of the Spy. A spy. That's my advice. But you don't need to make any decisions until level 10. For now, I don't care what spells and abilities you choose before level 4. Let's talk through your choices before you pick the level 4 and 5 spells and abilities. Ruven moved nervously from foot to foot and glanced at Sift. It worried him that they were discussing his dual classes so openly. Kai nodded. Good, you're at least showing some caution. Don't advertise your special nature. If anyone here notices, though, you can trust them to keep it quiet. My people keep bigger secrets than you. Kai walked away and then stopped and faced Sift. 2 things. Your plan, while risky, was justified by the reward. It showed adaptability and quick thinking. I'm proud of you. Sift's eyes lit up. Thank you, mistress. I would never have succeeded without your training. Sift bowed. You continue to honor me with your time. Key returned the bow. The second thing is, she pointed at Ruin, show him what happened the last time the blood moss escaped. Key strode away, but her voice floated back to Ruin. Shade's first rule, know the risks of what you take. Then she was gone.
So she'd known Ruin had taken the blood moss. It was silly to think he could sneak that by her. "That's a good rule," Sift said. "It's the first rule I've heard." "Can shades not count?" Sift smiled. "So far this week I've been scolded with caution is wisdom's fruit, fairness only matters to a judge, eat knowledge, drink sweat, crap luck, be seen, never noticed. They're all the first rule." "How many are there?" "I quit counting around 100. Sift frowned. "I'm sorry for poisoning you. I would have felt terrible if you'd died." "Thanks. I'm glad you gave me the antidote. That was a powerful poison." "I know, but I needed Kai to believe you'd die. Without that distraction, I'd never have won." "What did you win, anyway?" Sift beamed. "A trip. She promised to take me through the Bloodgate and show me the sea and snow and a step tournament and—" Reuven held up his hands. "Okay, that sounds great. It's all I've been thinking about for years. You've spent your whole life here. My parents come from the other side, and I was born there, but all my memories are from here. Rest for a bit. Once more of your health returns, we'll get started." Sift ran to the dagger sat and crossed his legs. He set the blade on his lap and spoke to it, but Ruin could only hear Sift's side of the conversation. "Did you see that?" Sift asked the dagger excitedly. "I know. And she said she was proud of me. I can't wait to go. She said—" Ruin quit listening and focused on his notifications. "Ting, you have completed the quest, The Search for Truth, Part 1. You have received 750 experience. You have received the spell, Uru's Touch." The quest completion notification surprised him. He opened the quest description to understand what had happened. "Truth is hard to find, and it is rarely close to home. Find a way to leave Deepwell's protection area in the next 30 days to begin your search." Well, he doubted that is what Uru had in mind when she'd given him the quest, but Key had said they were far from home, so he guessed it made sense. He closed the notification and Key's quests appeared. Ting, ting, ting. You have received the quest line, the Black Pyramid. Novice to initiate. As a novice of the Black Pyramid, you have much to learn. Survive these challenges to ascend higher within our ranks. Reward. Black Pyramid rank of Initiate. Reward. Private room in the Black Pyramid. Accept or decline. He chose accept, and 3 black triangles all stacked nearly on top of each other appeared below his map. His previous quest indicators had been the golden square of regular quests or the blue circle of Uru's quests. He had never seen the stacked appearance either. When he focused on the Black Pyramid quest icon, he didn't get the standard quest text filling his vision. Instead, a drop-down list of quests appeared. Kai had given him a whole set of quests, not just one. Maybe she could do that because this was her area. He would go through them later. Ruin closed Kai's quests and was surprised to see another notification appear. Ting, you have received Uru's quest. Part 2. Travel to the Gray Canyon and look for that which has been lost. Reward 1,500 experience. Accept or decline. Ruin's breath caught. The Gray Canyon was where his parents and the shipment of Terium had disappeared. Why did Uru want him to go there? Was it because she knew he wanted to find his parents? Maybe, but it was more likely she wanted her own questions answered. He chose accept, and another quest marker appeared under his map. This one had Uru's blue circle for an indicator. Thinking of the goddess reminded him of the spell he'd gotten from completing her first quest. He opened his profile and then selected the pulsing yellow Spells tab. A new spell had been added, and he focused on it until the description appeared. Spell, Uru's Touch. Level 1. Class, Root. Effect. Synchronize your current state with Uru when outside the domain of Uru's blessing. Cost 200 health, 200 mana, 200 energy. Type, Self. Casting time, 2 minutes. Recovery, 1 week. He gasped. Everything about this spell shocked him. Synchronizing yourself with Uru outside of her area was impossible. It was one of the first things you learned. It's what made traveling far from home so dangerous. This spell allowed you to do just that. It was incredible.
But the cost. He knew a few advanced spells cost health and mana, but he had never seen a spell that used all 3 pools. It would require a few more levels before he could even cast it, which took 2 minutes. Who had that kind of time to cast a spell? Could a person concentrate that long? It seemed the most ludicrous part of the spell until he read the recovery. An entire week. That was 7 days longer than even the most complex rune mage spells. Reuven closed the spell details and looked at Sift. The teenager was wiping tears from his eyes and laughing softly. He noticed Reuven's attention. "Io tells the best jokes," Sift said. "Io? That is what I call him. He follows the old ways like my family. We never speak our true names." "What? Your name isn't Sift?" "Of course not. It is what I do not who I am." "I've never heard of hiding your name." "It is old magic, magic from before your gods. Real magic." Now he knew Sift was crazy. "You said before that I followed a false god and would be reborn. Does your god not revive you?" Sift looked horrified. "Why would I want to trap my soul here?" "So you can live," Reuven said. "That's not living. It's a prison." Until this morning, Reuven had lived in constant fear that he'd die. He had such big plans for his life, and the thought of not having the safety of ascension and rebirth made him cringe inside. He wanted to live forever, if that was possible. But his time in school had taught him that no matter how good the argument, there was no convincing the crazy or stupid. He didn't know which one Sift was, but there was no reason to keep discussing this. Sift stood and placed Io in a sheath strapped to his lower back. "You ready?" Reuven pushed himself up and did his best not to groan. It felt like he'd been up for a week. "I guess. What are we doing?" "We're going to sweep," Sift said. "But first, we need to get you some proper clothes." Sift moved forward and Reuven followed. He had hoped that he would learn something useful here. When Kai had told him he needed to get to level 5, he'd actually been a little excited about what adventures that might entail. But it turned out all she meant for him to do was sweep her house. He didn't know how much experience workers got from menial tasks, but it couldn't be much. This was going to be a very long 2 days here. "I usually sweep by myself. I have some skills that make it safer." "You'll probably be okay, though," Sift said. Reuven stopped. "What do you mean, safer? I thought we were sweeping." "We are, and to be honest, I'm glad to have help. I usually don't wait 3 weeks between cleanings." I feel like we are talking past each other. "What do you mean exactly when you say sweep?" Sift looked confused. "I mean sweeping through the upper level and removing anything that has made its way up from the deeper levels." Reuven's heart beat louder. "And by anything you mean bendies, screamers, spitters, sleepies, clappers?" Reuven held up his hands. "I've never heard of any of those things." "Oh, those are just my names. You might call them something different." Sift started walking again, and after a moment, Reuven followed. The names Sift had used conjured up terrible images in Reuven's mind. "I could just, sweep, like with a broom," Reuven said. Sift laughed. "You're funny. I like you. But my parents do most of the cleaning. They think fighting is a waste of time and energy." "Isn't there another way to get experience?" "My dad once spent 2 weeks getting 7 rocks to balance on each other. He said he experienced the rocks' struggle and pain from being trapped in such rigid forms." Reuven shook his head and gave up. Sift was crazy, his family sounded crazy, and Reuven was crazy for thinking this was the right option. He could have stayed in his room in the library for the rest of his life. It would have been better than this. I've made a huge mistake, Ruin whispered. Shade's first rule. You only have yourself to blame, Sift said cheerfully. Kai had told him and Tramini the same thing. Ruin hadn't given any thought to what she had given up or how her life had changed because of the choices he'd made. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more he realized how selfish he'd been. To be honest, he was afraid of what the upper levels held. But Kai wanted to keep him alive, and she thought this was the best method, as horrible as it sounded. It would be okay. Sift's shoulders dropped. A shrieker got into the head of my last helper. She didn't survive. Ruin's stomach twisted. I thought you called them screamers. Screamers evolve into shriekers if they aren't killed, and I haven't been down there for a while. So we shouldn't assume screamers. Shade's first rule, assumptions lead to the temple tub. Ruin groaned, and Sift smiled. Chapter 1. The hallway ended in a large, square room. The floor transitioned into polished granite, and the walls had shakers evenly spaced around the room. Tapestries hung between the lights and chairs, tables and couches filled the room. Many of the tables had cards or dice on them, and most had half-filled glasses. The far side of the room had a long wooden bar that took up half its length. Cups and bottles were arranged neatly on shelves, but the room, like all the other rooms they had passed, was empty. Where is everyone? Ruven asked. What do you mean? We've been walking for 10 minutes and I haven't seen another person. I thought maybe it was just you and your family here with Key, but then why have this recreation room? Sift stopped and faced him. You haven't seen a single person? The question confused Ruven. Have you? We passed 4 on the way here. There are... Sift glanced around the room, counting. 7 I can see in here, which means there are probably triple that number actually in here. What? Ruven asked and then looked around the room again. I don't see anyone. Sift looked concerned. I understand the hallways. It's like a game with them to move around unnoticed. But few in here are trying very hard to stay hidden. This is where they come to relax. As Ruven thought about it, he realized his wrist with the mark had been cool almost the entire time he'd left the cavern. The feeling had been constant, so his mind had just filtered it out. That isn't good, Sift said. With a perception that low, you'll never see the flickers. Flickers. The kind of like shadows with knives. Maybe Fluffy will have something to help. Sift moved again, and Ruin followed. He studied the tables, especially the ones with drinks, but still couldn't see anyone. Are they staring at me? Ruin asked. Not all of them. They walked past the bar and into another hallway. Mistress wanted me to teach you the steps. I'll start you with Dad's style since you don't have any training. He's a pole master, and it's easier to grasp. Sift laughed. Ruin stared at him. Easier to grasp. Grasp. Okay, never mind. You know less than I thought, Sift said. How many kinds of steps are there? Ruven asked. Well, if you mean styles, there are probably hundreds. If you mean actual moves in my parents' styles, there are 117 in each. Dad's style is soft and Mom's is hard. But the central truth in both is balance. When did you start learning? I've never not been learning. Sift stopped and faced Ruin. For now, let's start with something simple. Thrashers have these, Sift wiggled his fingers and arms, tendrils, I guess, that shoot out and grab things. Ruin's eyes got big and he took a step backward. Sift waved his arms. Don't worry, usually their prey is small. If they latch onto you, Sift said, grabbing his own arm, just throw yourself backward. Sift dropped quickly and did a backward somersault. It will rip the tendril right out of the thrasher. You try. Sift grabbed hold of Ruin's arm. Ruin had never done anything like this before. Physical fighting made him uncomfortable, and he'd avoided any activity where he had to wrestle people or hit them. The thought of something whipping some sort of appendage at him and latching on scared him to death. That was definitely something he wanted to know how to escape.
Ruin threw himself backward, pulling Sift along with him. Instead of the graceful backward somersault Sift had performed, Reuven landed hard on his butt. His momentum forced him back, and he slammed his head into the granite. His vision swam, and the now familiar vertigo debuff appeared next to his clumsy and foolish ones. His health bar flashed to 4 and dropped a fraction. He stood back up and rubbed the back of his head. That was, not exactly what we were going for. Do you have some sort of disability? Sift asked. Anger tightened Ruin's chest, but when he looked at Sift, there was no malice or ill intent on his face. He genuinely looked curious. Ruin took a deep breath and pushed down his embarrassment. I have a clumsy debuff right now, and my dexterity has never been very high. Honestly, I don't like this kind of thing, so I'm new to it. Sift nodded and began walking again. No problem. We'll take it slow. Let's start with your breathing. Until we get to the quartermaster, inhaling and exhaling should each take 5 seconds. Fill your lungs. Imagine the air powering your body and mind. Ruin rarely thought about his breathing. Sometimes when he sat slouched in a chair reading a book, he noticed his breathing was shallow and he'd take some deep breaths. But nothing like this. It felt odd to focus on something that happened naturally. As he walked, he realized how terribly difficult it actually was. His mind rebelled at the activity and continuously wanted to do something else. Ruin found himself having to spend a lot of mental energy on this simple task. Sift slowed and Reuven focused back on his surroundings. 10 minutes had passed in what felt like a moment, and a small icon at the top of his vision disappeared before he could open it. A notification blinked for his attention, and he opened it. Xing, you have learned a new skill. Skill, Meditation Level 1. Effect, Clear Mind. Increase health, mana, and energy regeneration by 0.5%. He did feel better, and the new skill cheered him up. They had stopped at the end of a hallway, and a gray door stood closed in front of them. Sift gave it 3 quick knocks and then winked at Ruin. When no one came, Ruin glanced up at his clock and saw 30 seconds had gone by. Maybe we should knock again, Ruin said. No, that will only make Fluffy grouchy, Sift said. A small opening appeared in the door at eye height, and a pair of squinting eyes looked at them. Who's grouchy? A gruff voice responded from the other side of the door. Hi, Fluffy. It's me, Sift said. I can see that. What do you want, and who is the baby? Fluffy said. Sift smiled. This is Ruin. Mistress just brought him through. He needs the basics and maybe something to help him with sweeping. Huh. Her standards are getting lower every year. He looks pathetic. Show me your marks. Sift held up his wrist, and Ruin did the same. He concentrated on the mark, and it appeared. Fluffy grunted, and the window slammed shut. The sound of bolts moving echoed in the hallway. He doesn't seem very friendly, Ruin whispered. No, we're lucky. It looks like we caught him in a good mood, Sift said. Ruin stood up straight and wondered again how his life had turned so terrible. The door opened, and as soon as Sift and Ruin entered the room, Fluffy slammed it shut. The quartermaster slid 2 of the locks into place and then returned to a desk in the far corner. The desk, piled high with papers, almost hid Fluffy from view. He ignored Sift and Ruin. Fluffy wore soft leathers and had a green vest lined with a row of pockets. He had no hair on the top of his head, but made up for it with a large, bushy gray beard. His face had wrinkles from constant frowning, and he twirled a wrapped charcoal stick through his fingers while he read. Other than the desk, there weren't a lot of furnishings. A standing partition to their left would provide privacy for changing clothes, and to their right, a few chairs sat around an oversized table. The middle of each wall held a door identical to the one they'd entered. They were all closed and locked. After a minute, Reuven became upset that Fluffy was ignoring them. Why don't you practice your breathing? Sift said. Reuven glanced at Sift to see if he'd picked up on Reuven's frustration, but Sift just smiled. Wasted moments make an empty life, Sift said. Shade's first rule. No one of my dad's sayings. It is hard to tell the difference sometimes. Ruin concentrated on his breathing again, losing himself in the repetitive task. A moment later, Sift shook him. Wow, you really took to that. It's like your mind is getting a rest for the first time, Sift said. Ruin blinked a few times and looked at his clock. It hadn't been 1 minute, but 5. Sift's comment resonated with him. He spent a ton of time in his head, and his internal thoughts never stopped. Maybe this was the first time in his life he'd given his mind a break. It was like feeding a starving person. He's ready for us, Sift said. They walked over to Fluffy, and the man handed Ruin a piece of paper. Ruin scanned it. Fluffy hadn't been ignoring them. He'd been filling out paperwork. Ruin's name, class level, and basic attributes were listed along the top. It only listed his worker class, though. As perceptive as Fluffy seemed to be, he hadn't discovered Ruin's second class. The old lady is losing her mind bringing a worker in here. What's he going to do, lift our heavy boxes? Is he being trained as a spy? This is nonsense. I'll ask the next time I see her. You know how she likes to explain herself, Sift said. Fluffy frowned. Well, there's no need for that. I'm just wondering, that's all. Damn strange sight seeing a worker in here. He pointed to the bottom of the sheet. Initial there, accepting your standard novice gear. Ruin glanced at the list of items on the bottom half of the page. Most of it was bedding and clothes, but 2 things caught his eye. A magic ring and a dagger. But both had a line through them with a small note. Minimum level not met. Ruin hid his disappointment. He guessed most people that got this far in Key's organization were much higher level. He took a charcoal pencil from Fluffy's desk and signed his name. Fluffy took the form back. Where's he staying? With me, I guess, Sift said. I'll have another bed added to your room, Fluffy said. Fluffy walked to the door across from his desk and went through it. Ruin could see it was a huge storage room. Fluffy returned a minute later with a pile of bedding and 2 sets of shirts, pants, and boots. He held each up to Ruin, gauging the size, and then went and fetched more of the proper size. In the end, Ruin got bedding, 3 shirts and pants, a pair of boots, and some sort of soft slipper he'd never seen before. The description called them scaling shoes. Everything was black. I noticed he didn't get a weapon or ring, Sift said. Will he get credit for those? Is there any kind of alternative? Of course, I'll credit his account, but my options are limited. The vast majority of our holdings are class or level restricted. Anything more exotic, he can't afford. Ruin was frustrated that he hadn't been given the magic items. He could use them, but he couldn't tell Fluffy that. Kai said not to advertise his dual class. How much do I have? Ruin asked. With the credits for the dagger and ring, plus the tokens you get for becoming a novice, you have 113 tokens, Fluffy said. Is that a lot? Ruin asked. Not enough to make a difference downstairs, Sift said. He faced Fluffy. Remember the girl I brought through a few months back? Fluffy raised his hands and mimicked his head exploding. Ruin's breath caught. Earlier, Sift hadn't provided any details of his helper's death. Now that Ruin knew his head could explode, he wanted to do this even less. Sift's face grew sad. Yeah, that one. I'm still carrying that with me, and I don't want to experience it again. Fluffy nodded and covered his ears. I hate those things. What's my balance? Sift asked. Fluffy searched through his piles and pulled out a bundle of papers that were bound together like a book. He flipped to the back. 183,947 tokens.
What can we get with that?
Sift asked. Fluffy looked back and forth between them. Let me look. The quartermaster walked to the door behind him, opened 3 locks with different keys, and then pulled the door open. This door led to a room that looked like a vault. Ruin grabbed Sift's shoulder. You can't do that. That's your money. You shouldn't spend it on me. Sift smiled. I'm doing it for myself. I don't want to ever see that again. And to be honest, she had more skills than you. You're going to need an edge. A minute later, Fluffy returned with a crate under each arm.
He walked to the table and set them down. Ruin and Sift joined him. Fluffy touched the container closest to them. These here are useless items. To a shade, that is. But since this is the first time we've had a non-shade here, I reckon you won't care. They're too valuable to chuck, but they take up my vault space. I have more, but you'll need to come back when you're level 10. Fluffy carefully removed the items and laid them out in a line on the table. I have 2 suggestions, Sift said. Please, Ruin replied. Don't take many daggers. You don't have the knowledge to throw them, which means anything you damage will be close to you. You don't want anything down in the dungeon close to you. So, one just for emergencies and something to fight with, Reuven asked. Yes, which brings me to my second point. Avoid anything that requires much strength or skill. Things move a little fast down there. Reuven swallowed hard. Thanks. He looked over the weapons. 3 swords, 2 large axes, and a staff. The staff had been made from a gray wood, and white swirls were etched around it, circling the staff like storm clouds. It was 5 feet tall and the thickness of 2 fingers. Reuven picked it up, and its lightness surprised him. Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: Staff of Chimes. Damage, 6 to 12. Area of effect, 30 feet. Quality, fine. Durability, 100 of 100. Weight, 4.2 pounds. Effect, passive +1 intelligence +1 wisdom. Effect. While in combat, the wind chimes of Temple Yom can be heard, resulting in a 10% chance to distract your opponent for 1 to 3 seconds. Restriction, none. Description: the wind never rests, even if you do. Ruin swung the staff back and forth a couple of times. It had a nice weight to it. Any class in the observer tree would want dexterity on their weapon, not mental attributes, and having the sound of wind chimes giving away your position every time you used it seemed counterproductive to sneaking around. It made sense why this weapon had never been taken by one of Kai's people. Sift nodded. That's a good choice. You can be effective without a lot of training. Plus, a few step sequences can incorporate a staff. I'll teach you those first. Reuven set the staff to the side and looked through the daggers. Most of them were vicious-looking, with serrated edges or spikes for poking out eyes. He had no desire to carry something like that. The last one, though, looked plain. It had a black handle, and the blade was white. Reuven picked it up. Tring! The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: Fastidious Blade. Damage 4 to 8. Quality: uncommon. Durability: 30 of 30. Weight: 1.20 pounds. Effect: passive +1 dexterity. Effect: contaminates will cause dagger to vibrate until clean. Restriction: none. Description: a clean blade is a sharp blade, a weapon that cleaned itself. That didn't seem so bad. Why wouldn't an observer want this? It even had dexterity on it. He set it next to the staff and then moved to the last pile. A cloak. He couldn't tell if the color was dark gray or maybe a faded black. He picked it up, and the softness of the cloth surprised him. Tring! The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: Pacifist's Cloak. A C10. Quality: rare. Durability: 25 of 25. Weight: 0.12 pounds. Effect: passive 10%. Perception: 10%. Detect traps. Effect: triggered. Once per day can harden into a 100 hit point shield. Restriction: weapons of any kind are prohibited. Description: why can't we all just get along? The cloak had a short vest connected to it that covered his upper chest and back. He slipped his arms through the holes and then fastened the clasps across his chest. The cloak's weight was barely noticeable. He quickly twisted his body, but the cloak barely moved. Sift raised an eyebrow. I don't like cloaks. It's too easy for someone to grab you from behind. but this one is staying close to your body, so the added protection is probably worth the risk.
Sift walked over and pulled the collar away from Ruin's neck.
And the collar isn't connected to the vest, so your staff can still be worn on your back.
A bit of the tightness in his chest disappeared. He had imagined himself in a brilliant red cloak when he joined the Mage Academy. Even though that dream would never come to pass, the cloak made him feel better. "I like it," Ruin said. Fluffy picked up the things Ruin hadn't chosen and stuck them back in the crate. He carefully laid out the items from the second crate.
Fluffy faced Reuven.
"Between your level and class, I don't have much to show you." Fluffy turned to Sift. "And as generous as your offer is, there are strict rules about how pyramid equipment is purchased. You'd know them if you ever spent your tokens." Fluffy raised his hands as Sift protested. "I don't make the rules, but I'm not heartless." Fluffy turned back to Reuven. "I have some discretion on what things cost. The cloak dagger and staff are useless to the pyramid. I'm willing to exchange them for the standard equipment you would have been issued." "Now these," Fluffy said, patting the other crate, "are usable by the pyramid but aren't very powerful. All of them are lower than level 10. Reuven stared at the crate and the handful of items in it. "How do I earn them?" "I'm glad you asked. Like I said before, we don't get other classes down here, and many of our items are too valuable to remove from the vault." Reuven tilted his head in confusion. "I'm still not seeing how I can help." Fluffy nodded. "Many of our items were procured violently. Even after normal cleaning, many have stains that just won't come out. In fact, many of the magical items can only be cleaned with other magic." Reuven's stomach clenched and his chest tightened. Of course Fluffy wanted Reuven to clean. He was just a worker after all, not good for anything else. Anger pushed its way up from his chest and he clenched his hands. "You can really do that?" Sift asked. Reuven's anger sputtered at Sift's question. "What? You can remove stains?" Sift asked. "I guess." Sift nodded. "That is powerful magic." Reuven pressed his lips together. He had really started to like Sift, but now the young man was making fun of him. Reuven didn't choose this class. Why did people have to look down at him and make fun of his stupid spells and abilities? "Shade's first rule, guilt dies with a clean shirt," Sift said. Confusion warred with Reuven's anger. "That doesn't even make sense." Sift brought his right leg up to his left hip and held it there. "Do you see them?" Dark splotches covered the bottom of his pants. Sift let his leg drop and closed his eyes. "I spend 10 minutes every night trying to wash them out. They remind me of Lylan and how I failed her." "Lylan?" Reuven asked. Fluffy made the head-exploding motion again, and Reuven understood. Sift opened his eyes. "As much as I try and put it behind me, the stains are a reminder, a distraction. Without a clean outside, a clean inside is hopeless." They were all silent for a few seconds. "Like I said, your magic is powerful," Sift said. The last bit of Reuven's anger disappeared. Sift might be delusional in what he considered powerful magic, but there was no doubt in Reuven's mind. Sift was sincere. "Ting, you have received the quest. Nothing to see here. Quartermaster Fluffy has requested your help in cleaning items stored in the Black Pyramid vaults. Magically clean 5 items to receive your reward. This quest is repeatable. Reward: 1 item from Fluffy's crate of crap. Accept or decline." The idea of cleaning made his stomach turn. His parents had kept a clean home, and he had grown up doing chores, so the cleaning itself wasn't the issue. This was just another reminder of how his life had gone sideways. He hadn't chosen a new spell when he'd turned level 2, but had planned to increase the level of his magic campfire spell. He supposed taking the scrub spell instead wouldn't be the end of the world. Even if the magic items were low level and probably mostly useless, they would still be better than what he had, which was basically nothing. Logic favored the scrub spell. Sighing, Ruin chose accept. He would have to look in his worker textbook later and see how to learn scrub. Fluffy put a hand on Sift's shoulder. Her death wasn't your fault, son. She knew the rules just like the rest of us. Thanks, Sift said. Fluffy nodded at Ruin. Have you been taught the rules? Just the first one, he said. Fluffy grinned and then laughed. Sift joined him, and their laughter echoed in the room. Ruin smiled in spite of all the fear and sadness he felt. Fluffy wiped his eyes. Well, good. That's the most important one. Then he picked up the 2 crates and headed for the vault door. Change into your novice gear and then we'll get going, Sift said. We should still be able to clear the first level tonight. Chapter 1. Ruin saw no one on the way to the first level of the pyramid's dungeon, although he was pretty sure Sift nodded at someone a few times. Sift still had Io in a sheath on his lower back, but other than that, he had no apparent weapons. Ruin had changed into the black shirt and pants that Fluffy had given him. They clung to his body, but in a comfortable way that didn't hamper his movement. He had decided to wear his feather boots of grasping, and kept the baton of 1,000 uses on his left hip. Fluffy had given him a sheath for his dagger, and it rested uncomfortably on his right side. It felt odd having things attached to him. The lower they went, the rougher the stone walls and ceiling became. Shakers were spaced close enough along the wall that Ruin could see without squinting. They turned into a smaller tunnel and began working their way through multiple doors. Each door was made of something different. A few he figured out, like the oak and iron doors, but many were strange, and when they came to a door made from what looked like thin cloth, he couldn't keep quiet. Fabric? What in Uru's name could this keep out? Reuven asked. Sift closed the door behind them. Smell it. He stared at Sift for a few seconds, but the young man seemed serious. Reuven leaned close to the door and used his hand to waft the scent to him instead of just sticking his nose onto the door. A heartbeat later, Reuven wrinkled his nose and stood up straight. Sift noticed how Reuven had smelled the door. You've had laboratory training. Some. Just the basics. Nothing fancy like a merchant or observer might learn. That's good. We make many of our own supplies. So what did you smell? Pickling acid, Reuven said. Excellent. Any idea why cloth soaked in acid might act as a barrier? Reuven thought for a few seconds and then shook his head. Nothing comes to mind. Rogue cucumbers? Sift smiled. Misties. I've never heard of them. They're like a cross between fog and vomit. Fog, vomit. Yes, but if their fluids become acidic, they quickly break down. Reuven thought about that. So you use cloth because they'll absorb and mix with the acid quickly as opposed to wood or some other hard substance. Exactly. You're smarter than you look. Once again, Reuven cursed himself for not adding another point to charisma, but Sift's praise made him feel better. Thanks, Reuven said. So each of these doors is to keep a specific type of monster out. Yep. Why don't they just organize themselves to help each other through the doors? Sift chuckled. Well, if she made them that smart, we'd be in trouble. Half the time, they're fighting each other down there, and all I have to do is watch. Reuven had noticed none of the doors had locks. Most just had a latch or a slider on both sides. Anything remotely intelligent would be able to pass through all these doors. It doesn't seem the safest, Reuven said. Anything that gets through the doors will still have to pass through a tunnel of traps and then the guard room. There are always at least 2 guards in there, although today I saw 4. We passed 4 guards. Sift nodded and winced. You didn't see any of them? Reuven shook his head. Crap. They crossed through a couple more doors and then stopped at the top of a wide staircase leading down into darkness. A notification flashed and Reuven opened it. Ting! You have received the Black Pyramid quest. Taking out the trash. Level 1. Clear the central room and at least 2 antechambers on the first floor of all vermin. Reward 5 Black Pyramid tokens. Reward 1,000 experience. Accept or decline. Do you have both quests? Sift asked. I got the trash one. There should be another sub-quest available. It probably didn't automatically activate because we aren't close enough to the Wall of Scales to trigger. Ruin opened the master quest, the Black Pyramid. Novice to initiate he'd received from Kai. There were multiple requirements to complete it, one of which was clear 10 levels of the Black Pyramid. He opened the next requirement, which was complete 100 alchemical recipes. A sub-quest under that was no longer grayed out, and he focused on it. Ting, you have received the quest, Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. Not every task requires a dagger. A healthy shade relies on the proper proportions of the pyramid with results to die for. Use your mind to discover the appropriate balance. Restriction. 1 attempt per day. Reward, Black Pyramid Cipher Level 1. Reward, 5-minute Fair to Die For, Volume 1. Reward, 500 experience. Accept or decline. Ruin accepted the quest. He loved working in the lab at school and had briefly thought about the merchant class, but his heart had always belonged to being a mage. While he could still level up many of the skills associated with merchants and crafters, his creations would never be as good and would take longer to make than those with the proper class. He didn't care, though. Mixing ingredients to create new things excited him, and learning a cipher would be interesting too. He wondered if this would allow him to read the ciphered parchment from the Bloodgate. He looked to see if any other quests were available under the requirements, but everything remained grayed out. Well, at least he had 2 quests. Both had added a black triangle on his map almost directly on top of his current location. It must mean they were below him. Closing the quest window, he nodded at Sift. Okay, get ready. Sometimes things make it to the stairs. Ruin pulled the staff from the harness on his back. Is there any light down there? I can trigger some lights, but it will warn them. It makes it a little harder. In the dungeon, there would be no ambient light for the Jaga wedding band to amplify. It would be useless. Oh, that sucks. But I don't think we have a choice. I can't see much without light. I'll be helpless in the dark. Limuno, Sift said. The walls began glowing and the stairwell came into view. Ruin relaxed a little. He hated the dark. Aren't you taking a weapon? Ruin asked. I am the weapon. Ruin raised his eyebrows. Sift smiled and patted the dagger in the small of his back. Plus, I have Io for emergencies. Ruin moved the staff from one hand to the other, not sure what to do with it. Sift narrowed his eyes and held out a hand. Ruin gave him the weapon. I'll show you some basics so you're more comfortable. Ruin took a few steps backward and Sift did the same. When you attack, step into it and swing the staff diagonally like this, Sift said. Sift stepped forward and swung the staff downward, slashing the air. The faint sound of wind chimes filled the room. When you block, hold it with both hands and step to the side. Like all fighting, avoidance is better than redirection, which is better than deflection, which is better than absorption. Sift stepped forward in a lunge and stabbed the staff outward. Attacking like this is safer, as less of your body is exposed. Look at my feet and stance. You must always keep your balance. Balance is the solution to every problem. Now you try. Sift handed the staff back to Ruin and then stepped away. Ruin's hands were sweaty. He hated physical activities. But in a few minutes he would be fighting things that wanted to kill him, and he needed to be as ready as possible. He stepped forward and slashed downward. The staff's weight and momentum made it hard to slow, which Ruin realized a little too late. The staff struck the stone floor with a crack, and the vibration of the impact caused the weapon to slip out of his sweaty hands. With a loud clang, the staff fell to the floor, and Ruin shook his hands to remove the sting of the vibration. His cheeks burned as he knelt to pick up his weapon. Well, you get points for enthusiasm, Sift said. You might want to tell Blappy you're sorry, though. If you get on her bad side, your life here will be a nightmare. Blappy. Black Pyramid. I just call her Blappy.
Wait, are you saying this place is sentient?
Yes, aren't all dungeons?
No. Out of the thousands of dungeons on my world, there are less than 10 that are sentient.
They are really, really, really dangerous. Well, I've only been in this one. Sift obviously didn't know what sentient meant. He had spoken earlier about his dad and the feelings a pile of rocks experienced. Ruin guessed Sift, like his dad, was probably a little crazy. He needed the young man, though, so he played along. Kneeling again, Ruin rubbed the small divot he'd caused in the stone. I'm sorry, Blappy. I'm new to this and still learning. I'll try and be more careful.
Sift nodded with approval.
Try again, but without as much force. You don't have the strength yet to stop your swing or the skills to redirect a blow. Feeling a little embarrassed, Ruin swung the staff again, but this time with far less force. Better. Now, do another 20, Sift said. Sometime after the 10th swing, Ruin heard chimes, and he smiled. It meant the staff believed it was being wielded and not just swung around. He practiced the lunge for a couple of minutes until Sift nodded. A minimized notification pulsed in the bottom of his vision, and he opened it. Xing, you have learned a new skill. Skill Staff, Level 1. Effect, increase damage by 0.5%. His first weapon skill. It made him feel proud. He'd never planned to use his physical skills to protect himself, but a new path had been forced on him, and he was anxious to make up for all the time he'd wasted. I'm ready, Ruin said. They started down the stairs, which soon curved to the right. A minute later, they stopped at the end of a large rectangular room. It looked similar to the bar he'd walked through above, but this area looked like a war zone. The chairs and couches were mostly broken or destroyed. About every 30 feet along each wall, there were double doors, or the remnants of them. In the distance, on the far wall, Ruven could make out what looked like a bar. Tables dotted the room, and he thought he caught a glimpse of something small scurrying between all the debris. This is one of the recreation rooms from back in the old days when people came to test themselves in Blappy, Sift said. It struck Ruven that he knew almost nothing about this place. He didn't even know what it looked like outside. His stomach clenched, but he pushed his anxiety down. There would be time to learn all those things. Right now, he needed to focus on staying alive and hopefully leveling. Sift closed his eyes and stood completely still. After a few seconds, Ruven stepped away from Sift and took a practice swing with his staff, relieved that he heard the chimes. His hands shook and his legs felt weak. Sift put a hand on his shoulder. Relax, friend. Sift pointed to the two closest doors on the right wall. Those two antechambers are yours. I'll start on the other side and work my way around. You're leaving me? Ruven asked. He hated how weak that made him sound, but he was barely keeping his fear in check. If I stay too near you, I'll leech all the experience. Further down, that won't matter as much, but up here, the monsters just aren't worth enough to share. Okay. There is nothing too dangerous in here. How do you know that? I sifted the energies in here. When you closed your eyes. Yeah. Ruven didn't know what that meant, but it did make him feel better. Sift was the expert here. Ruven took a deep breath. Sift walked toward the doors across from the ones Ruven would enter. Remember Shade's first rule, which is, fear is best heard, not followed. What does that mean? Your fear means you aren't stupid. You should be cautious, but if you follow fear, stay safe your whole life, you will never grow. Sift stopped in front of his doors and faced Ruven. And you want to grow, don't you? Yes, very much. Good. Then let's get busy. Sift slid between the half-open doors and disappeared. Ruven faced his doors, which also were ajar. He took another deep breath. People wanted him dead, maybe even a god, too. He needed to get stronger, and the only way to do that quickly was to fight. He swung the staff again, touched the dagger on his right hip and his baton on the left. His scarf of freshness remained wrapped around his neck. He didn't have much, but it would have to do. Before his fear overwhelmed him, he pushed the door open and walked inside. Chapter 1. Reuven stopped just inside the door. Pews, most of them broken, lined the room like a freshly plowed field. In the central aisle, a few 6-foot-high candle stands had survived the destruction. Their 8-fingered hands were empty now, the candles lost long ago. An altar stood at the far end of the antechamber, 50 feet away, and a statue of Uru leaned against the back wall. Her arms were broken off and half her face was shattered. Brown webbing covered the walls and it made the light dimmer. He slowly studied the room and then as much of the ceiling as he could see. The webbing probably meant spiders. He hated spiders. The room appeared empty and he relaxed a little. Keeping his back to the wall, he sidestepped to the left. He didn't want anything coming up behind him. When he reached the corner, he stopped again and listened. Nothing. He knelt and tried to look under the pews, but he couldn't see very far because of all the debris. His heartbeat seemed loud in his ears, and he took a few deep breaths to slow it. The webbing stuck to his arm, and he stepped away from the wall. A new thought struck him. What if they were tiny spiders, and millions of them would swarm his body, consuming him in seconds? His heart thudded again, and he began casting campfire. The 5-second cast time felt like an eternity, but then it finally finished and the room brightened. Reuven's mana bar flashed the number 150 and then dropped to almost empty. The +1 intelligence from the staff of chimes had brought his pool up to 170, giving him 20 mana to spare. Not that he had any other spells to cast. His mana bar quickly refilled as the magical campfire boosted his regen rates. With the new light, he studied the webbing walls, floor, and ceiling. Nothing. He eased forward down the side aisle, passing a couple of the candle holders. They stood about 6 feet high, and each of the 8 fingers of the hand at the top ended in a point. The section of the candle holder touching the floor looked identical. It was a good design. They didn't have an up or down. You could just place them on the floor and then impale the candles on the side that faced up. He reached the stone platform that held the altar and carefully stepped up onto it. A torn red cloth covered the altar and a candle holder stood on each side. His fire didn't provide much extra light over here, but something about the fabric bothered him. He bent closer and realized the cloth had originally been white. The red coloring that covered most of it looked like a stain. He stood up straight. That cloth had been soaked in blood. The candle holder on his right bent toward him, the 8 fingers spreading wide. Before he could react, it snapped forward and the 8 fingers gripped his head. The pointed ends sunk into his skull and neck, and his health bar flashed 10 as it dropped. Reuven screamed as a hole opened in the center of the hand and a fleshy tube emerged, a ring of sharp teeth at its end. The fingers stuck in his head pulled his face toward the ring of teeth. Reuven dropped his staff and grabbed the top of the candlestand just under the hand. When he pulled, though, his hands just slipped down the monster's slick body. A 5 flashed on his health bar as it dropped again. He stumbled to the side as something struck him and a sharp pain erupted on his left side. The other candle holder had attacked him. 10 more health disappeared. In seconds, he had lost a quarter of his health and was already down to 75 points. Panic overtook him as the writhing tube of teeth inched closer to his face. He tried again to pull the thing off his face, but its entire body was coated with some sort of oil and he couldn't grip it. He had dropped his staff, but it probably didn't matter. The weapon was too large to fight something this close. Sift had said not to let things get close to him, and that reminded him of his dagger. Sift had told him to take one just for a time like this. A 5 flashed on his health bar, and then another 5. He was down to 65 health, and if those teeth reached his face, it would drop a lot faster. He grabbed the dagger with his right hand and jerked it upward. Frantically, he sawed at the creature's long body. Nothing happened at first, but then the blade vibrated.
The dull sound increased in pitch as the blade started to shake so violently that Ruin had to hold it with both hands. Warm liquid covered his hands as the teeth in front of his eyes ground against each other. The monster shuddered, and the fingers touching the floor clicked rapidly against the stone. Ruin heard a snap and then fell backward as the monster's body separated from the portion holding his head. He landed hard on his butt. The part on his head collapsed forward and the tube with teeth rested on his cheek. He pulled the thing off his face with his left hand. The dagger, still violently shaking, fell out of his right hand. The monster, on his side, dug its teeth into the flesh above his waist, and the sharp pain made him wince. His health dropped by 15, putting him at half health. Gritting his teeth, Ruin reached for the blade which had slowed its vibrations. As soon as Ruin touched it to the tube spider, it ramped up again. In seconds, it had vibrated its way through the shaft of the second one. Ruin pulled it off his side, disgusted at the bloody teeth. He looked up in time to see 6 more of the tube spiders coming toward him. 2 walked along the ceiling, and the other 4 bent in the middle, placing their finger legs on the floor and then flipping themselves forward like some sort of acrobats. He stuck the shaking dagger back in its sheath and picked up the staff. If he stayed on the altar, they would swarm him. All he wanted to do was get out of this room. Not giving himself time to overthink it, he moved to the wall on his right. A few steps later, his health began regenerating faster, and his campfire buff flashed under his bars. Too bad he couldn't cast a fireball. He swung his staff back and forth, trying to get rid of the nervous energy filling him. The sound of chimes filled the room, and 2 of the tube spiders stopped as the staff's distraction effect struck them. This didn't look good, and he didn't know if he was going to survive. Should he yell for Sift? Even if the young man heard him, Reuven doubted he would make it in time to matter. His quick move to the wall had bought him a little time. In fact, even though the room still crawled with monsters, only 1 tube spider stood between him and the door. If he could kill it quickly and then run, he might make it out. He dashed forward and swung the staff as hard as he could. A loud snap echoed in the room as his staff of chimes shattered the tube spider's body. The top part fell to the ground, and as the tube spider moved, it dragged the finger leg head around, and the teeth made a terrible gnashing sound. Clicks filled the room as the other tube spiders responded to the sight of their crippled brother. Ruin slammed the staff into the head being dragged on the floor, turned and pulverized the head that was still walking. In seconds, the area around him was covered in black blood. He stared at the dead tube spider, amazed that he'd killed it. Ruin faced the door, now that the way was clear. He tensed to run, but something struck him hard in the back before he could move. At the top of his vision, a small cloak flashed next to his campfire buff and then disappeared. He stumbled forward and fell to his knees, the staff flying out of his grasp. Another blow struck him in the back, and he fell forward. His fire was a few feet in front of him, and he crawled toward it. One of the tube spiders on his back started digging. He could feel its weight and the pressure of the 8-pronged feet, but felt no pain, so he pushed himself up and backward. The tube spiders struck the pews with a crash, but he didn't turn around to look. Instead, he lurched forward, grabbed his staff, and then placed his back against the wall. The warmth from the fire felt unpleasant on his sweaty skin, but it had caused the remaining 5 tube spiders to pause. 2 still hung from the ceiling across from him, their bodies bent up at an angle, their tube teeth extended toward him. The other 3 moved to the right between him and the door. While he was outnumbered, the staff worked well, and the tube spiders were easy to hit because of their length. He swung the staff in front of him and took a small step forward to intimidate them. One of the tube spiders hanging from the ceiling made a clicking noise, and Ruin looked at it. A wad of webbing struck his face, covering his eyes and nose. He dropped the staff and pulled at the sticky strands. He gasped air through his mouth, his heart beating frantically, and tried to get the mass off his nose and eyes. The room filled with clicking as the tube spiders moved in to finish him off. His efforts to remove the webbing only smeared it further around his face, and his hands were in danger of being stuck. He had dropped his staff and couldn't see to pick it up. The dagger had proved effective against the tube spiders, but he didn't want them that close. If all 5 attacked at once,
He would never kill them all before they killed him. That left the baton of 1,000 uses. Twisting the baton off the belt on his left hip, he quickly unfolded the first knob he found. He had no idea what it was, but it extended his reach further than the dagger. Fear flooded his body, and he swung the baton with all his strength. Immediately, he struck a tube spider and heard the satisfying sound of its body snapping. Without hesitating, he swung upward and connected with another tube spider. Maybe he could do this. Swinging to his left, he didn't hit anything, and the momentum turned his body, making him stumble. A moment later, a tube spider struck his right side and threw him to the ground. His health still hovered at 50, and the blow brought it down to 45. Unfortunately, he landed face first in his fire. His health instantly dropped another 10 as he screamed and rolled to the side. A horrible smell like milk left in the sun filled his nostrils. His nose was clear. Using his arm, he scraped it down his face, hoping to remove whatever webbing hadn't been burned. His health dropped another 3, and he screamed in pain. His face felt raw, and he worried for a moment about how badly he'd burned himself. Carefully, he reached up with his free hand and pulled at the mass over his eyes. The singed webbing dropped away, and he could see again. The tube spider that had attacked him lay in the fire, thrashing and clicking its teeth. It shot a wad of webbing at him, but it struck his shoulder. He pushed himself up and then immediately brought his baton down on the tube spider's head. The tool he'd unfolded from his baton while blinded turned out to be a shovel, and he smashed it against the tube spider until it stopped moving. Black smoke filled the air, and Ruin pulled his scar of freshness over his mouth and nose, worried that the tube spider's airborne remains might harm him. His health had dropped all the way to 32. 66% of his total, gone in a matter of moments, and he still wasn't finished. The 2 tube spiders he'd hit while blind were still alive and dragging themselves toward him. He stepped forward and swung his shovel down, hitting them over and over until they stopped moving. Gasping, he stepped back, putting the fire between himself and the remaining 2 tube spiders. They were both on the ground with their fingers spread and their tube tongues extended. Remembering what had happened last time, Ruin dodged as both tube spiders unleashed more webbing. A wad of webbing grazed his head but didn't do any damage. His staff lay about 10 feet away. One of the tube spiders was only a few feet from it. His face throbbed in pain, and tube spiders had ravaged both sides of his body. The longer he waited, the weaker he'd become. He needed to end this right now. Screaming, he jumped forward, swinging his shovel wildly. Both tube spiders backed up, and he recovered his staff. He clipped the baton back to his waist, but didn't fold the shovel away. He'd dropped his weapons an embarrassing number of times during this fight, and he wanted the shovel ready to go if he did it again. For the first time, he actually formulated a plan. He'd spin his staff until the distraction effect triggered and froze one of the tube spiders. Then he'd hit it as hard as he could. This wouldn't have worked with 6 of them, but with only 2, he should be able to keep them both in sight. Ruven's arms trembled as he swung the staff at nothing, waiting for the chimes to trigger. The tube spider in front of him stopped weaving its head, and Ruven immediately leaped forward, putting all his strength into his attack. This time, the tube spider's body snapped and then sheared in 2, the pieces twitching. He turned in time to see the last tube spider already airborne as it dived at him. With all his fear, disgust, and pain, Ruin swung his staff. The tube spider's head vaporized in a black cloud of blood. Without hesitating, he smashed the other head. He struck it over and over until his strength failed him. Falling to his knees, he dropped his staff and pulled the scarf off his face. His whole body trembled from exhaustion and pain. Closing his eyes, he tried to control his breathing and slow his heart. Physical fighting had never been an interest for him, so he was entirely unprepared for his body's reaction. He felt like puking, and his hands still trembled. The future would be full of fights like this, however, and the sooner he learned to deal with it, the better. His chest tightened when he thought about how close he'd come to dying. He could almost hear Hamma's voice scolding him, and despite his pain and exhaustion, the thought made him happy. The clatter of coins striking the ground made his breath catch. He looked around for the source. Had he missed one of the tube spiders? It had been dumb to not ensure the room was safe before resting. Just another mistake he was thankful hadn't killed him.
But when he looked around, he didn't see any more tube spiders. In fact, the ones he'd killed seemed to have disappeared. Using the staff, he pushed himself to his feet. Other than his multiple injuries and the black blood covering his body, there was nothing in the room testifying to his near-death experience. He reached down and folded the shovel back into the baton. Both the baton and the shovel were clean in spite of being used to bludgeon the tube spiders. Reuven, on the other hand, looked like he'd rolled around in tube spider guts, which actually wasn't far from the truth. A bag had appeared on top of the altar. It hadn't been there before. What in Uru's name was going on here? He approached the altar carefully and used his staff to push on the bag. The brown container looked like leather and was the size of his head. This could be some sort of trap, and his cloak only gave him a 10% chance of detecting them, which was effectively useless. "Impressive," Sift said. Reuven screamed and dropped his staff. His heart felt like it might explode. Turning around, he watched Sift pick up his weapon. "It's dangerous to leave things lying around." "She'll take them," Sift said, holding out the staff. "Don't do that," Reuven said, and jerked the staff out of Sift's hand. "What? Sneak up on me?" "Oh, I wasn't sneaking." "Well, whistle or cough or drag your feet or something. Uru, help me. I think you took 10 years off my life." "Sorry, and I can't whistle." Sift stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and blew. Air and spit came out in equal portions. Reuven took a step backward. "That wasn't really my point." Sift tried to whistle again, and even more spit came out. Reuven held up a hand to stop Sift. "What is impressive? And who is going to take my stuff?" Reuven asked. Sift wiped his hand on his shirt. "Blappy?" "The Black Pyramid. You mentioned that before, but it's just a dungeon." Sift's eyes got big and he looked around. He laughed weakly and then whispered, "Just a dungeon? Are you stupid? Blappy is a Tier 1 dungeon, probably more powerful than that, but the scale doesn't go any higher. Nobody even knows how deep she goes. You better show some respect or you'll never leave here alive." Reuven's eyes grew large. "We're in a Tier 1 dungeon? Didn't I say that already?" There was only one dungeon near Deepwell, a weak Tier 40, which was good and bad. It meant those that wanted adventure and leveling couldn't use it and had to leave. But it also meant Deepwell didn't have all the problems that accompanied highly trained and deadly people continually passing through. Reuven had never even been close to one. When they were young, Reuven's parents had done some leveling in the mountain dungeon 2 days' ride from Deepwell, but it didn't challenge them for long. He loved those stories and had planned to go there himself once he'd made it through mage school. But now, his first day as a worker, he was standing in a Tier 1 dungeon. That meant Blappy could handle parties higher than level 100. He thought he might puke. "I'm sorry, Blappy. I didn't know," Reuven croaked. A thought struck him. "Why can't I see any details about the monsters? I didn't know anything was dangerous in here until it attacked me. Then I couldn't tell how much health they had left." "Your perception is too low. Eventually, you'll be able to see things like that. But these creatures have abilities and skills too. So even when your perception improves, you still might get limited information. Or they might display false attributes to force a mistake from you," Sift said. "This place is dangerous." Sift nodded. "Well, let's see what you got. I'm shocked she gave you something for killing such low-level monsters. You must have really impressed her." Reuven doubted that. It probably had more to do with the fact that he was so underprepared and untrained that these basic monsters had nearly killed him. It embarrassed him a little, actually. For someone like Sift, this room probably took a few seconds to clear. It had required every ounce of Reuven's strength, plus some luck, to survive. He placed his staff and the harness on his back, undid the knot on the top of the bag, and dumped it out. A square stack of what looked like the webbing the tube spiders had shot at him fell out. Each side of the square was about the length of his hand. He breathed in deeply through his nose at the memory of it covering his face, and then picked it up.
Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, rod. Spider webbing. Quantity, 10. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 1 of 1. Weight, 0.10 pounds. Effect, nullify all bleed effects when placed on wound. Effect, +5 health per second for 30 seconds. Description, will adhere to skin. Use alcohol, not fire, to remove. Was the description making fun of him falling into the fire that looks like the stuff bendies shoot out their butt? Sift said. Bendies? The long spider things that bend in the middle. Ruin held up the bandages. They're called rod spiders. Oh, I guess that's a good name too.
Wait, how do you not know that?
Sift shrugged. My interface is the standard one, remember? I don't get the details you do. Plus, I never take anything, so I don't get the descriptions. I've just made up my own names for everything. You never take any loot? Ever. Sift shook his head. Things are a weight on the soul. I try and travel light. Wow, I don't know if that's profound or just really dumb. It's a game with her now. Blappy keeps offering me more and more valuable things. She thinks she can beat me. Okay, I've decided dumb. Also, did you say butt? Yeah, that stuff is disgusting. It shoots right out their butt like some sort of spider diarrhea. For the first time, he truly understood the possible value of the spell scrub. He wanted to rub his face, but it still throbbed from the burns. Instead, he picked up the item that had been hidden under the webbing. A glass vial the size of his index finger. Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, purified rod spider blood. Quantity, 10 doses. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 1 of 1. Weight, 0.05 pounds. Description, ingredient in various potions, an excellent hair gel. Ruin ran his free hand through his hair, or tried to. His hair had hardened into a tangled mass. Blappy is totally poking fun of me in these descriptions, Ruin said. That doesn't surprise me. She loves playing games. Ruin opened his void band and placed the items away. What's that? Sift asked. It's like a traveler's bag that I can't lose. That would be useful. Sift tapped the traveler's belt around his waist. I lose mine a lot. Ruin turned back to the altar. The bag had disappeared. That's hard to get used to, Ruin said. Wait till she materializes a grabber right behind you. Anyway, you don't look so great. Let's get some rest and then finish up here in the morning. Ruin sighed, relieved that he'd get a break. He wanted to clean the spider poop and blood off himself, go through his notifications, and then read some of the books Tremine had given him. Sleep didn't sound so bad either. That's the best idea I've heard today, Ruin said. Chapter 1. Ruin expected Sift's room to be the size of a closet. Instead, it turned out to be larger than the main floor of Ruin's house back in Deepwell. Most of it was empty, and Sift explained he practiced his steps in here, and the extra room made that easier. Their beds were on either side of the door. Sift had a bookshelf that was full of adventure and travel memoirs. He even had one detailing the mountain range next to Deepwell. Sift sat cross-legged on his bed, Io on his lap, and the two talked softly, although Ruin could hear only Sift's side of the conversation. Whatever story Io was telling, it made the young man laugh a lot. The bathroom next to Sift's room had a shower, and Ruin had spent almost 30 minutes under the water trying to get the blood out of his hair. In the end, he had used his fastidious dagger to cut most of the blood out. He had never let his hair get too long, but now it stood up straight on his head. Sift approved and said it would make training easier. Ruin placed his dirty clothes in a box outside their door. Sift said they would be clean by the time they woke up. The Black Pyramid certainly had some perks. He leaned back and rested against the stone wall. He opened his log and skinned until he found where the 2 rod spiders had attacked him at the altar. You have been struck by a rod spider, level 1. You have taken 10 damage. You have taken 5 damage. Bleed. You have been struck by a rod spider, level 1. You have taken 10 damage. You have taken 5 damage. Bleed. You have taken 5 damage. Bleed. Your fastidious dagger has done 4 damage. Your fastidious dagger has done 11 damage, plus 4 vibration. Your fastidious dagger has done 13 damage, plus 7 vibration. Your fastidious dagger has done 17 damage, plus 9 vibration. You have killed a rod spider level 1. You have gained 55 experience. You have been bitten by a rod spider level 1. You have taken 15 damage. The log confirmed what he'd thought. The fastidious dagger wanted to remain clean. The longer it stayed dirty, the more violent the vibrations became. He remembered dropping the dagger when it had become too hard to hold. There was one other thing he wanted to check, and he skimmed ahead. You have been struck by a rod spider, level 1. Pacifist's cloak shield has triggered. You have taken 30 damage. Pacifist's cloak shield absorbs 30 damage, 70 HP remaining. You have been struck by a rod spider, level 1. You have taken 36 damage. Pacifist's cloak shield absorbs 36 damage, 34 HP remaining. You have been bitten by a rod spider, level 1. You have taken 15 damage. Pacifist's cloak shield absorbs 15 damage, 19 HP remaining. He stared at the log entries for a few seconds and then closed it. If he hadn't taken that cloak, he'd be dead right now. He had also learned another lesson. Don't turn your back on anything that wants to kill you. Those rod spiders had doubled their damage because they had attacked him from behind. He needed to be more careful. Now he understood why people didn't adventure or clear dungeons to level. The risk of dying was too high. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. He opened the notifications he'd ignored for the last hour. Xing, you have learned a new skill. Skill, Dagger, level 1. Effect, increase damage by 0.5%. Another weapon skill. Ruin needed to level these as fast as he could. He opened the next notification. Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill, Staff, level 2. Effect, increase damage by 1.0%. Closing the notifications, he smiled. He had grown, made himself stronger. There was a long way to go, but he'd started. He glanced at his profile, curious how close he was to level 3. The 2 quests he'd completed, along with the 8 rod spiders, had added 1,390 experience to his total. Level 3 required 3,000 experience, and now he was only 610 experience away. He'd make that tomorrow, and would finally be able to get rid of his foolish and clumsy debuffs. He opened his void band and removed the worker textbook Tremine had given him. He still had to allocate his spells and abilities for reaching level 2. The deal he made with Fluffy meant Ruin needed to learn Scrub. Since he'd hit an even level, he had 4 spells, 2 for each class instead of the normal 1 per class. Most people never reached level 10, and while he planned to level a lot, learning Scrub still felt like a waste. In fact, it made him a little sick. But the cloak he'd received today had already saved his life, so the lesson seemed clear. His gear was critical, and learning this spell would allow him to gear up faster. He found the page that described Scrub and started reading. In moments, his upset stomach was replaced by curiosity and then interest. The spell was channeled like his void band and would drain energy as long as it was in use. But to his surprise, the spell took a lot of knowledge to use. If you were cleaning a stone floor, removing the organic material would be straightforward. But if the floor consisted of polished oak, scrubbing out organic material would ruin the wood. You couldn't just wave your hand over a stain and make it disappear. The caster needed to understand what made up the stain, the surface it occupied, and how they differed. Tables detailed different substances along with recommended energy consumption for each. He set the book in his lap and stared at the ceiling. Once again, he realized how unfair he'd been to workers. Granted, it wasn't like crystallizing ice shards from the air or melting the armor on a warrior, but it also wasn't as mindless and beneath him as he'd assumed. The complexity of the spell appealed to his mind, and it was dangerous. He looked at the book again and skipped to the last page. Warnings and cautions filled it entirely, but two jumped out at him. Warning: scrub can cause severe damage, scarring, and even death. Warning: channeling more than 10 energy per second is highly dangerous. Caution: exfoliating before attaining scrub level 3 is highly discouraged. The warning made him wonder if he could use this to protect himself. He had a terrible habit of dropping his weapons. Having something he could do with just his hands might be useful. The caution made him realize how much control you could eventually attain. The exfoliation footnote in the textbook said to practice taking the skin off of pears before trying to make your employer's face look younger. Turning back to the beginning of the section, he stared at the image of the brush that represented scrub. Crossing his arms over his chest, he prepared a prayer. He knew you could learn new things outside Uru's area of influence, but he wasn't sure the goddess could hear him in this place. Even if this wasn't what he wanted, it was still magic, and he didn't want to seem ungrateful. Thank you for this blessing, Uru. I pray everyone sees your purity through the actions of this spell, Ruin whispered. He let his eyes unfocus, and the image seemed to lift off the page. His brain itched as the image vibrated in his mind, and then his whole body grew cold. He opened the new notification. Bing, you have learned the spell Scrub Worker. Level 1 Spell Scrub, Level 1, Class Worker, Effect. Use energy to break down and remove stains and odor. Cost 1 to 20 energy per second. Type: self-casting. Time: 1 second. Duration: channeled. Closing the notification, he decided Scrub deserved some experimentation, and he'd try and do more with it than just clean clothes. Turning his attention back to the textbook, he found the section on abilities. He already felt tired and resisted the urge to look over all of them. Until the events in the basement, he'd planned to increase his Hey You ability to level 2. But now he realized something to help him survive might be more practical. He turned to the detailed description for Hey You anyway, just to see what he could look forward to. It appeared his level 1 ability gave him the vocabulary of a 5-year-old, and level 2 gave him a firm grasp of the basics. At level 3, he would be fluent, and at 4, he would understand technical items. The last, level 5, would allow him to understand and communicate on esoteric, arcane, and magical topics. He almost leveled the ability right then, but the memory of the rod spider latched to his head and, trying to eat his face, stopped him. Reluctantly, he turned back to the list of level 1 and 2 abilities and looked for anything that might help him. The two most obvious choices were Glow, which made his body do just that, and Owl Eyes, which magnified ambient light by 10%. Both would allow him to see better. If the lights had suddenly gone out down there, he would have been dead in seconds. The problem with Glow is that it made him a target. In the dark, he would attract everything, and it would make hiding impossible. Owl Eyes would add 10% to the 15% the Jaga Wedding Band already gave him. 25% would be a considerable improvement, and as long as there was at least some sort of ambient light, he would be able to see. But there might not be any ambient light down there. Why did the worker abilities have to suck so bad? That wasn't fair. They didn't suck as much as they were incredibly practical. The Knot's ability would be a real boon to anyone working near ships or caravans, and the Detect Temperature would make you a fantastic cook. But he wasn't trying to eat anything down in the dungeon. He just wanted to see them. He imagined cooking a rod spider over his campfire, and his stomach turned. That was really gross. He felt a cold pressure in his brain. This always happened when his subconscious had made a connection that his mind hadn't seen yet. He knew from experience not to search for it. Information was the bait that usually revealed the link. He had been thinking about cooking, so he flipped to the detailed description of Detect Temperature,
and read the short passage. Detect temperature. The worker is sometimes called on to cook items they are unfamiliar with or to unusual specifications. This ability provides a visual indicator of the temperature of the food in relation to its surroundings. Higher levels will allow the worker to gauge the external and internal temperature difference with greater accuracy. He thought about the rod spiders and the fire he had created. He imagined the cold body being warmed by the fire as it slowly cooked. But the rod spiders hadn't been cold when they were alive. Their blood had been warm as it flowed across his hands. The pressure in his head increased and became painful. Reuven closed the book and let his thoughts lead him to the solution. A picture of a flaming rod spider appeared in his mind, burning brightly as it ran around the colder room, and he finally understood what his subconscious had figured out. The pressure in his mind subsided, leaving a dull headache behind. The ability detected differences in temperature, so even though he had no intention of eating one of the rod spiders, this ability should allow him to see the difference in temperature between the creature and the room, and that should work well in the dark. Furniture and anything else that didn't give off heat would still be invisible, but at least it would give him a chance to fight anything attacking him. The symbol for detect temperature looked like a pan over a fire, and Reuven got off his bed and kneeled. He didn't have a statue of Uru, but there was a picture of her at the beginning of the textbook, and he focused on that. Uru, thank you for your blessings. I pray this helps me see the work you need me to do. Reuven whispered. Just like he'd done with Hey You, he imagined the symbol on the book rising and entering his chest. A moment later, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes and immediately rubbed them. He opened the notification. Ping! You have learned the ability Detect Temperature. Worker Level 1. Ability Detect Temperature Level 1. Class Worker. Effect. The hotter the object, the redder it appears. Type Self. He closed the notification and noticed a small eye next to his profile icon in the top left of his vision. Focusing on it, the eye turned red and his vision blurred for a heartbeat. He looked over at Sift and gasped. Chapter 1. What? Sift asked. You're really hot. Well, thanks. I'm excited to meet some friendly women when Key takes me to your world. Hopefully they agree. Reuven pushed himself off his knees and sat on the bed. I mean your temperature. Sift glowed a dark red, and the things he touched, like his pillow or Io, briefly glowed. Reuven looked at his own hands and realized he glowed as well, but not nearly as much as Sift. The young man looked like a bonfire. Sift touched his forehead. I feel fine. You mentioned earlier that you sift through the energy around you. Does some of it stay? Shade's first rule curiosity is a hole in the bucket. That doesn't make sense. Kai says it to me all the time, usually when I'm asking about what's on the other side of the blood gate. She says curiosity is a monster that's never full, so you shouldn't waste time feeding it. Well, I kind of can't help myself. Almost everything interests me. Me too. That's why I like Io so much. He never runs out of stories. Reuven focused on the eye again near his profile, and it went from red to black. Sift looked normal now. There wasn't anything visible that gave away the massive amount of energy burning in him. Sift continued. Energy is really interesting. Some of it is sticky and hard to get rid of, and some of it feels nice, and I don't want to let it go. That is the dangerous stuff Mom yells at me about. I'm still running hot from all the spells Kai hit me with. Shade magic is some of the sticky stuff I mentioned. Kai used magic on you? I didn't see anything. Well, it wouldn't be much use to a shade if it was flashy. Reuven felt dumb. That's true. What did she cast? She tried to snare, paralyze, and blind me. She knows better than to try that on me. I think it's just habit. Wow, I had no idea all that was happening. She didn't even move her hands or chant or anything. That wouldn't make much sense for a shade. So you just absorb it. Yep. Do you ever fill up? Yeah, Kai's been helping me find ways to quickly dump the energy I accumulate. In the cave you called Uru a false god. Did your god give you that sifting magic? There are no gods. We are all just souls moving from one journey to the next. So you haven't ascended. What happens if you die? I die. But you don't come back. Sift pointed at his chest. Not in this form. I will be reborn in another vessel and learn a new lesson until my soul is perfect. That sounded insane. Reuven wanted to live as long as possible as himself, not come back after every death as someone different. Ascendancy didn't give you eternal life. Eventually you grew old, and when you died, the body you revived with would reflect that, since you were constantly being synced with Uru. An old body dies sooner, and the cycle continued to feed itself until the penalties and cost just didn't make it worth reviving anymore. Even so, it wasn't uncommon for people to live hundreds of years. He had even heard of some people reaching 1,000. What about your interface? How did you get your power? Reuven asked. I have the same interface we're all born with. As far as magic goes, I learned it like everything else. Practice. Reuven had heard of people like Sift. They lived outside the protection area. If you caused a lot of trouble before you ascended, a judge might send you out to live with those people, denying you the chance at ascension. And if you committed a crime and were found guilty, a judge might decree you to be non-revivable. Then when you died, you were dead for good. All of those options sounded horrible. He couldn't even imagine what it must be like living out in the wild without access to classes and specializations and revival. You can learn magic without ascending, Reuven asked. Of course. How do you think people did it before your gods appeared? I just assumed they'd always been here. Shade's first rule: assumptions lead to the temple tub. You told me that one already. It's an important one. Here's another. Shortcuts always have a cost. Are you saying I took a shortcut? How many spells did you just learn? A couple, Reuven said, not bothering to specify one was an ability. Sift snapped his fingers. And like that, you are more powerful. That's not true. I spent time earning the experience to unlock them. A drop in the bucket. But you're missing something bigger. In fact, your choice of words makes me think you suspect it too. Reuven grew defensive, but Sift spoke in a friendly manner, not accusing at all, and Reuven forced himself to calm down. He liked philosophical discussions and never had them with anyone but Tremaine. Knowledge and new perspectives shouldn't be something he feared. I don't suspect anything, Reuven said. Why did you use the word unlock instead of learn? Why had he used that word? Probably because of the way it felt when he gained something new. It did feel a bit like a key opening a box in his mind. Plus, he was outside Uru's area of influence, and it hadn't felt like the knowledge had been beamed to him. It had felt like remembering something he already knew. You think when I ascended more than a new interface was put in my head? Reuven asked. Sift tapped his head. Everything in the universe is already here. Maybe a better way of putting it is, some knowledge was placed closer to your consciousness. It makes it easier for you to find. Even if that is a shortcut, what you call a cost, I consider a benefit. I want to spend hundreds of years becoming the best mage in history, but a stupid accident might kill me before I'm 20. The logical thing is to take the second, third, fourth chance. Shade's first rule: nothing should be left to chance. I'm really starting to hate these. Sift laughed. I hate them too. But I've never said so many to anyone, and I'm starting to understand why Kai likes saying them to me. Seeing your expression makes it fun. Reuven laughed too. Sift looked down at Io. That's true. He looked up from the dagger and grew serious. Io has a good point. Please don't take my comments to mean I think less of you. We have chosen different paths, but that doesn't mean we can't travel together. No offense taken. You've given me a lot to think about. Which I like. Sift nodded and then focused back on the elder dagger. Sift had told him some profound things, assuming the young man was correct. If that really was how the gods worked, did that mean he had access to every ability and spell? And what happened if he purposefully or accidentally activated something from another branch? Somehow he doubted the gods would allow a weakness to exist in their system. There was probably some type of terrible consequence. He would ask Uru the next time he saw her. Hopefully that wouldn't be for a very long time. Ruin replaced the worker textbook in his void band and removed the observer one. This one had a pair of eyes on it, the observer symbol, and the binding was a dark green. While he had briefly toyed with the idea of becoming a merchant because his intelligence would be valued there, he had never considered being an observer. Too many of their abilities and skills were centered on dexterity, and he had never been very coordinated. Like mages, many of them worked alone, but the difference was observers were usually in very dangerous locations. Kai had wanted him to take the scout branch and then specialize in spying. There were probably good reasons for that, but he planned to study and decide for himself. He agreed with her that the other specialization, ranger, might provide him more long-term benefit. But he didn't want to sacrifice his future success just to give himself a slightly better chance of surviving now. He had plenty of time to figure it out, since he didn't have to commit to the scout subclass until level 10. And the specialization didn't happen until level 20. Those levels seemed impossible when viewed from his current one. His eyes felt heavy, and he considered going to sleep now and learning these observer spells and abilities later. Sleep would feel so good after today's events. Another debuff appeared next to the two he already had, exhaustion. A moment later, 3 more debuffs appeared. He looked at the exhaustion debuff and saw it lowered all his attributes by 1. He was a mess. 5 of his 6 attributes were under 10. He looked at his debuffs: exhaustion, sickly, weak, clumsy, ugly, and foolish. The 6 debuffs were a reminder of how meaningless this all was. Reuven seemed to be getting weaker, and the people aligned against him were already so much stronger. It didn't seem like it was worth the effort to fight back. He stared at the debuffs, their presence a reminder of his failures. A small part of his mind screamed he had succeeded today, and that every advantage should be taken. He started to put the observer textbook away, but stopped. With the debuffs affecting his judgment? Death came quickly, and he was unprepared for the dungeon. Shouldn't he be doing everything possible to make himself stronger? It would be foolish not to. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the foolish debuff. He needed to get rid of that as soon as possible. His whole fight had been full of foolish acts. He'd dropped his weapon multiple times, turned his back on his enemies, and overestimated his chances of escaping. Now the debuff was trying to stop him from improving himself. What if there was no time tomorrow morning? He would enter the dungeon weaker than necessary. He opened the book again and skimmed the level 1 and 2 observer abilities. Ability Freedom, level 1. Type, self-effect. No penalty for leather armor. Ability Rapid Fire, level 1. Type, self. Effect, launch 2 projectiles instead of 1. Ability Keen Senses, level 1. Type, self. Effect, increase physical, magical, and spiritual senses. Every level increases the effectiveness by 20%. Ability Weakness, level 2. Type, self. Effect, discover a target's weakness. 10% chance per minute of study. Ability Pinpoint, level 2. Type, self. Effect, target a specific location for 200% damage. 400% damage if this location was discovered via weakness. Ability Magnify, level 2. Type, self-effect. Increase the apparent closeness by 200%. The rapid fire weakness and pinpoint were all powerful abilities, but he didn't have any skills for throwing or shooting things. They might be useful later, but for now, he would ignore them. The freedom ability would be valuable. Any leather armor he wore wouldn't affect his movement, but he didn't have any armor right now, so it seemed like a waste to take it. That left Keen Senses and Magnify. He read the detailed description for both of them. Keen Senses. The observer is required to be hyper-aware of their surroundings. Success or failure can be decided by the early detection of your target or enemy. This ability increases all senses by 20% per ability level and stacks with relevant skills, spells, and effects. In lower ability levels, the observer may need to interpret this ability, as it will manifest most often in their emotions. Magnify. The observer's target is not always nearby. This ability allows the observer to decrease the visual distance to the target by 200% per ability level. A clear view of the target is often necessary to trigger other abilities, such as weakness and pinpoint. For close targets like documents or ingredients, the ability functions identically, allowing the observer to detect details or defects not visible to unaided sight. Both of these seemed like they could be useful, at least more useful than the others. Ruin returned to his knees and followed the same process he had with the worker abilities. Moments later, both abilities were his. A small telescope appeared next to the eye for his detect temperature ability. Both these abilities could be toggled on and off. Hey You and Keen Senses were passive and always on. He could barely stay awake, but he was determined to get through this before tomorrow. Without getting off his knees, he skimmed the basic information for the energy-based spells available to him. He needed to be careful with these, since these spells could kill him with an offhand use while his void band was active. Spell Find, Trap, Level 1. Effect: increased chance of finding traps by 10% per minute. Spell Sprint, Level 1. Effect: increase your top speed by 20%. Spell Leap, Level 2. Effect: increase the distance leaped by 20%. Spell Climb, Level 2. Effect: increase the friction of your skin against any material by 20%. Sprint seemed like an easy way to kill himself. Running with his void band opened seemed like a terrible idea, but if it was, and then he cast this spell, it might be lights out. Same with the Climb spell. He realized these hypothetical situations were probably never going to arise, but in his current state, any more deaths would be catastrophic. Find, Trap, and Leap were more one-time things that should be easier to manage. He moved on to the mana-based spells. Spell Distract, Level 1. Effect: create a noise at the location of the observer's focus. Spell Camouflage, Level 1. Effect: while still blend into your surroundings with 20% effectiveness. Spell Bleed, Level 2. Effect: your next blow will cause the target to bleed for 2 times weapon damage. Spell Track, Level 2. Effect: increase the chance of locating your target's trail by 10% per minute. These were all useful, but Reuven didn't think he could sit still long enough for camouflage to work, and he didn't see a real need for Track right now. Distract might buy him the time he needed to escape, and Bleed would be a welcome offensive spell. He focused on each symbol and said a small prayer to Uru. These spells took longer to learn. It took a couple of minutes, but he cycled through the symbols for Find, Trap, Leap, Distract, and Bleed. He'd gained 4 new spells and had finally caught up with his level. Placing the Observer textbook back in his storage, Reuven crawled onto his bed. He stared at the row of debuffs again. Ugly. Really. He should have added that last point into Charisma. He was glad Hama couldn't see him right now. Tomorrow was a new day, and, assuming he didn't die, he would fix all these debuffs. The exhaustion took hold of him, and everything faded to black. Reuven woke to Sift tapping his forehead. "You sleep like you're dead," Sift said. "Ugh." Sift laughed and placed Reuven's clean clothes on his chest. "Get dressed. We have a full day." Reuven wanted to roll over and sleep another couple of hours, but he also wanted to gain some levels. Plus, he didn't think Sift would let him sleep. Reuven sat up and checked his debuffs. Exhaustion had disappeared, taking sickly weak and ugly with it. Today, he would get rid of foolish and clumsy. Sift had moved to the center of his room and sat cross-legged. As if he could sense Ruin's gaze, he spoke up. "Get dressed and join me," Sift said. A minute later, Ruin sat in front of Sift and mirrored his position. Ruin sighed loudly. "We're going to meditate for a few minutes and then practice some steps," Sift said. "Okay." Ruin closed his eyes and remembered what Sift had said last night. He'd told Ruin to breathe in and out the same amount and to imagine the air powering his body and mind. This morning, however, his interface distracted him. Opening his settings, he minimized the interface to a tiny point in the lower left part of his vision. Now, when Ruin looked straight ahead, he couldn't even see the small square. A few heartbeats later, his breathing became more regular. "Straighten your back," Sift said. Ruin opened his eyes, but Sift's eyes were closed. Could he tell Ruin's posture just by listening to him breathe? Closing his eyes, he sat up straight and immediately noticed the positive change in his breathing. Just like last night, his mind rebelled at the simple task, but Ruin stayed focused on his breathing and his mind cleared. A moment later, Sift spoke. "Hey, snap out of it," Sift said. Ruin pulled himself from the peaceful darkness and opened his eyes. Sift was shaking him. "Are you okay?" Sift sounded concerned. Ruin's body still ached from the beating last night, but his mind felt clear and sharp. The fogginess he'd experienced upon waking had disappeared. In fact, he'd never felt better. "Yeah. Did I do something wrong?" Ruin asked. "No, not at all. I just didn't expect you to go so long on your second day." Ruin maximized his interface and looked at his clock. 30 minutes had passed. He opened his notifications, which were blinking for his attention. "Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill meditation level 2. Effect, clear mind. Increase health, mana, and energy regeneration by 0.75%. Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill meditation level 3. Effect, clear mind. Increase health, mana, and energy regeneration by 1.0%. He had gone up 2 levels. The 30 minutes had passed in a blink. "I'm surprised too," Ruven said. "Wait, you didn't get distracted or have to fight to stay focused that whole time?" "I did it first." Sift pursed his lips. "We need to talk to my parents." "Is something wrong?" "No, it's good. I think you're better at this than I am. They're experts, though, and we'll make sure everything is okay." "I doubt I'm better than you at anything." "Can you whistle?" Ruin laughed. "Fine. I doubt I'm better than you at anything important," says the guy that can whistle. Sift stood, and Ruin did as well. "We took longer than I planned for meditation, but I still want to teach you some steps before we go downstairs," Sift said. "I'd like that a lot. I kind of struggled last night." "You're alive, aren't you?" "Barely." "Well, barely counts. Give yourself some credit." Sift waited until Ruin nodded. "Okay, this is from Dad's style. It's called Blooming Flower." "Slowly punch at my face," Sift said. Ruin punched at Sift's face. Sift stepped toward Ruin and turned so his back was to Ruin. Sift grabbed Ruin's arm, held it against his chest, and then bent forward. Ruin was thrown over Sift's shoulder, and Ruin landed on his back. Sift helped Ruin to his feet. "So if a bendy, sorry rod spider tries to eat your face, you can throw them now." Ruin practiced with Sift for the next 15 minutes. Unlike the meditation, this didn't come easily to him. Once Ruin finally threw Sift successfully twice in a row, Sift ended Ruin's misery. "Don't worry. We'll keep practicing and it will get easier," Sift said. "I hope so." Ruin noticed another notification and checked it. "Xing, you have learned a new skill. Skill, Unarmed Combat, Level 1. Effect, increase unarmed damage by 0.50%. Increase chance to deflect or dodge a blow by 0.50%. Ruven closed the notification as satisfaction filled him. He had always dreamed of protecting himself with shields of magical energy. but there was a beauty to the movements Sift had shown Reuven that he'd never noticed before, and the knowledge that he could defend himself with just his body filled him with pride. On the way to the dungeon, they stopped at the bar they'd passed through last night. There was a long table with food on it, and Sift walked directly toward it. Sift took what looked like a pancake, placed a sausage link on one side, poured what smelled like maple syrup on it, and then rolled it up into a tube. You have to squeeze the bottom or the syrup will drip on you. Makes the thrashers go crazy, Sift said. Reuven's eyes got big, and Sift laughed. I'm joking, Sift said. He made another one and then gestured at Reuven to make his own. Sift took a bite of the second one before finishing the first, and Reuven bit his tongue to keep from saying anything. Why would Sift not finish one before starting the next? It was like purposefully hanging a picture at an angle. It made his brain hurt. Reuven's stomach rumbled, and he made two of his own but went light on the syrup. He didn't want to get it on his hands and then stick to everything he touched the rest of the day. Although he did have scrub now and could clean his hands whenever he wanted, but the textbook had warned against using it on skin until he'd increased the spell to level 3. Better to just go easy on the syrup. He followed Sift to the stairs, both of them eating their breakfast as they walked. The Muna, Sift said, his mouth full of pancake. The Muna, Sift said louder this time. Reuven finally understood what Sift was trying to do. The Muno, Reuven said, and the lights came on. That's, Sift said. Reuven shook his head and smiled. They descended the stairs, and far too quickly for Reuven's liking, they stood in the long room again. He peeked into the room he'd cleared last night and found it empty. Sift looked at the next set of doors. That's still yours. He pointed at the far door on this side. I'll start up top and work my way down. What about the side you were on last night? I cleaned all those. What? You did 6 rooms in the time I did 1. Mine probably had fewer monsters. Reuven doubted that. He felt terrible for taking so long while being impressed that Sift could clear so quickly. Sift strode down the room and Reuven shuffled to the closed double doors. Pulling the staff from its harness, he spun it in front of himself until he heard the chimes. He then patted the dagger on his right hip and his baton on the left. Opening his profile, he focused on his cloak. A timer counted down next to the description of the shield property, and it still had 15 hours left. He'd hoped that the timer reset at midnight, but it looked like the once a day meant a literal day had to pass. He couldn't count on it saving his life again. He took 3 deep breaths and pushed the right door open far enough for him to enter. The wood screeched as it scraped across the stones, and he winced at the loud noise. Sift, who had reached the far end of the room, shouted at him. If you're not sure they know you're here, I can come back and announce you. Very funny. Now you've announced yourself too, dummy, Reuven shouted back. Reuven grinned at the stricken look on Sift's face. His amusement fled as he looked at his door. He'd opened it enough to slide through, but not enough to get a good look on what might be around it. The thought of opening the door further and causing that horrible noise made him cringe. Plus, he didn't want to take any more ribbing from Sift. But if something was on the other side of the door, it could attack him as soon as he entered, and he didn't have his cloak to protect him. As he stood there trying to decide what to do, a feeling of certainty overcame him that something waited just on the other side of the door. Was he just being paranoid? Maybe it was just fear. But this felt different. It felt solid, like a fact. He opened his profile and looked at his abilities tab. The keen senses ability said it would manifest as feelings at lower levels. That must be why he was convinced something lurked on the other side of the door. Looking through the spells and abilities he'd recently gained, he made a plan. Staring at his staff, he pictured the symbol for bleed. His mind locked on the image for a full second, and then the symbol faded. 25 flashed over his mana bar, and it dropped to 145. The staff glowed with a red light that continually dripped off the weapon. It felt good to have an offensive spell. He toggled his detect temperature ability and then stepped closer to the door. Peering through the opening, he focused on the left wall and a shelf that sat there. He pictured the symbol of distraction. 3 things happened almost simultaneously. 10 flashed on his mana bar, a cough sounded from the shelf, and something leaped from behind the door and crashed into the shelf. Not wanting to waste his opportunity, Ruin slid into the room and moved away from the entrance and toward the shelf. A round, black mass, 2 feet across, with a dozen tubular arms, had destroyed the shelf. The monster thrashed the wood with 4 of its arms while the others wriggled at its side. It stood on 3 of its appendages and bobbed up and down as if it floated on a river. This looked like the thrasher Sift had described. Ruin swung the staff with all his strength and struck the thrasher right in the middle of its body. The sound of air being expelled was followed by terrible wheezing. The thrasher staggered to the left and crashed into the wall. It put another 2 arms down to help keep its balance and weakly shot one of its arms at Ruin. It struck his chest and he instinctively jerked backward. The arm ripped off the thrasher's body and Ruin stumbled back a few steps. The thrasher glowed red from Ruin's detect temperature, and he could even see the blood dripping to the floor. He smiled at his cleverness and realizing he could use this ability for more than cooking. Raising the staff above his head, he brought it down on the thrasher's body. He did it 2 more times just to make sure it was dead. The hair on the back of his neck stood, and he turned to find another thrasher behind him. He raised his staff to strike, but the thrasher flicked one of its arms out and struck Ruin's eye. He screamed, dropped his staff, and gripped the thrasher's arm, scared the thrasher might yank it back and rip his eyeball out. The thrasher's arm was about the same thickness as Ruin's wrist, and he didn't feel anything digging into his eye. Holding the appendage against his eye with his right hand, he used his left hand to jerk violently on the thrasher's arm. He stumbled backward as the arm separated from the monster. To his horror, the thrasher's arm didn't release, and the appendage hung off his eye like a wet noodle. Terrified that the monster might strike his other eye, he let go of the thrasher's arm and prayed it wouldn't pull his eye out. It hung limply from his face as Ruin knelt and searched for his staff. His left eye had teared up from the force of the strike on the other eye, and everything looked blurry. He prayed he would still be able to see after this was finished. The thrasher had paused, and Reuven stared at it while his hands moved desperately across the ground searching for his staff. His right hand found it, and he stood quickly raising the weapon to protect himself. The staff felt slippery, but he couldn't see it due to the 3 feet of thrasher arm hanging off his face. Maybe the weapon was coated in blood. The staff moved, and Reuven screamed, dropping what he thought was his weapon, but it didn't leave his hand. Instead, it wrapped around it. He brought his arm around so he could see it with his left eye, and he screamed again. A giant centipede 4 feet long had wrapped itself around his arm. Its small eyes were behind 2 large pincers which clicked together. He hated bugs in general, but detested centipedes. He could feel the legs, hundreds of them, wriggling against his skin. The head reared back like it meant to strike him, so Reuven stretched his arm to get the giant centipede as far from his face as he could. Thoughts raced through his mind as panic threatened to overwhelm him. More than anything, he wanted to kill this horrible monster. He needed to crush its head. Bringing his arm down to the ground in preparation to stomp on it, his heart almost stopped when he saw another giant centipede wrapping its body around his leg. Fear paralyzed him. The giant centipede around his legs reared its head and then struck his thigh. The pincers dug deep into his leg and he gasped in pain. 10 flashed on his health bar as it dropped, and then every second 2 more health disappeared. An icon flashed next to his debuffs. It looked like a coiled snake. Pain like liquid fire moved up his thigh and into his gut, and he realized he'd been poisoned. Reuven almost collapsed as his legs wobbled. The giant centipede around his leg raised its head to strike again, but Reuven grabbed it with his left hand. He stood there, hunched over a giant centipede in each hand and a thrasher appendage hanging from his eye. He puked up his breakfast as the poison reached his stomach and the sausage burned his nostrils as it came out. His working eye had filled with tears, but he could make out the other thrasher moving between him and the door. Like a heartbeat, the poison ticked, taking 2 health with every beat. In moments, he had lost 1/4 of his health. He didn't know what to do. If he let go of either giant centipede, they would bite him, and he didn't think he would survive another 2 doses of poison. Reaching for his dagger or the baton was out of the question, as it would bring the giant centipede within biting distance of his body. The poison had weakened his leg and core, and he didn't think he could even kick the attacking thrasher. Not that he had the coordination for that anyway. If he didn't do something soon, one of these 3 monsters would be the end of him. Ruin cast distraction at the far wall, desperate to do something. The thrasher stopped approaching and slowly rotated. He didn't even know where its eyes were, but it had stopped, and that had bought him a few more seconds to think. He could cast campfire, but it seemed useless since the thrasher could easily walk around it. Plus, he probably didn't have the 5 seconds it would take to cast it. That literally left him a single thing to try. Scrub. If he hadn't been greedy and agreed to Fluffy's deal, he wouldn't have had to take such a useless spell. His other choices hadn't been great, but they couldn't have been worse than a cleaning spell. He only had himself to blame. The irony didn't escape him. While he had dreamed of fighting monsters like this, it had been with powerful mage spells. Instead, he would die while cleaning them. He couldn't have made his worker class prouder. Sift would find his dead body surrounded by sparkling giant centipedes. He screamed in frustration, and the thrasher moved toward him again. The poison had stopped taking health, but the burning and dizziness remained. Resigned to his fate, cursing his class, he pictured the brush symbol for scrub. His hands vibrated, and a white glow seeped from his palms. The area he gripped on each giant centipede turned from brown to silver. He could see faint traces of pink and blue on the monsters' bodies as the dirt and grime dissolved. How could such disgusting creatures have beautiful scales? A small part of him had hoped the dire warnings in the textbook would have allowed him to use this as a weapon, but the proof was right in front of him. It performed as advertised. It cleaned. The thrasher was almost close enough to reach him. Reuven's time was almost up. A 2 flashed over his energy bar every second, but the bar remained full. The 2 energy per second he was channeling to scrub was barely more than his 1.9 that he regenerated every second. He could stand here all day cleaning these things. The numbers reminded him what he'd found strange about scrub. Its energy consumption was variable. In fact, he remembered it went to 20, even though a warning had said to never go past 10. With a thought, he pushed as much energy as he could to his hands. His energy bar dropped in chunks of 20 as his hands vibrated so fast they began to blur. At this rate, he would be out of energy in less than 10 seconds. The white glow, which had been soft before, became blinding. Any part of the giant centipedes that touched his hands simply dissolved. The giant centipede in his right hand fell in 2 pieces to the ground and writhed as it died. The giant centipede wrapped around his leg released its grip as its head dropped to the floor. Reuven reached down to pull the creature off his leg and screamed in pain as his hand neared his leg. A 30 flashed on his health bar, and Reuven collapsed as his leg gave out. The shaking in his hands made them impossible to control. The thrasher, seeing its opportunity, jumped on him. Instinctively, Reuven raised his arms and thrust out his hands to shield himself. The thrasher crashed into Reuven's body as his hands dissolved a path through the thrasher's body. The thrasher convulsed as it dyed blood soaking Reuven's shirt. His energy bar turned red, and he immediately stopped channeling scrub. He didn't move the shock of surviving too great. He stayed like that, staring at the ceiling with his one good eye, a thrasher half on him like he was putting on a shirt. His mind had gone numb. He never wanted to do anything like this again. "You're not supposed to wear them," Sift said as he pulled the thrasher off Reuven's body. "Looks like you're going to lose your eye, too," Sift said. Reuven didn't react, his mind replaying the horrible events that had almost killed him. "Hey, I'm joking. You okay?" Sift asked. Ruin felt Sift grab the sucker attached to his eye and squeeze. A moment later, the appendage came off with a pop. Sift filled his vision. Both eyes still worked. "You're going to have a black eye from that," Sift said. "You'd think the eye is the worst place to get one of these, but it isn't." Ruin's brain started to work a little. Sift helped Ruin sit up, and he leaned against the wall. For the first time, he could see the whole room. It looked like a library, although most of the books were scattered on the floor. Ruin rubbed the eye that had been covered by the sucker and noticed his hand was clean. Really clean. "What?" Ruin asked. "It's the nipple," Sift said. Ruin stared at Sift. "Never mind. Are you okay?" Sift asked. "No, I'm not." Chapter 2. Sift sat down next to Ruin. "I honestly thought I was going to die," Ruin said. "Again. Only once has Kai brought someone under level 20 through the bloodgate. She was level 10, Sift said. He rolled the blood-stained hem of his pants between his fingers. "She didn't last long." "Are you trying to help because you suck at it?" Ruin said. "My point is, Kai bringing you here means the other options were worse." Ruin rubbed his face with his hands. Thoughts of the giant centipedes made him shudder. "That's hard to believe." "I agree. You must be in a real mess back home." "I am. For reasons I don't even understand." "Why are you here?" Why was he here? That was a good question, because Kai hated him and enjoyed putting him in these miserable situations. No, she had bigger issues than wasting time on a worthless level 2 worker. Maybe it was because that stupid high priest had punished him by making him a worker in the first place. But that rang hollow as well. He'd acted like an idiot and revealed his 2-class ability to the very people looking for it was probably the most accurate answer. Even if that was the catalyst, it wasn't the reason he was here. His goals were basically the same as they were before the madness surrounding his ascension. He needed to survive long enough to gain the power and skills to find his missing parents. "I'm here because of my parents," Ruin said. "Now that is something I can understand," Sift said. Ruin gave Sift a small smile. Sift was trying hard to cheer him up. "My parents disappeared a year ago. Their whole party died except for them. They got blamed for killing everyone and for the fortune in Tyrium that went missing. I've suffered because of it. I want to find them, and I want the truth. But I can't do any of that until I'm stronger." What Ruin didn't say was how the constant whispers that his parents had abandoned him for all that money had started to stick to his thoughts. "I'm sorry," Sift said. "Thanks. But you should find another reason, too, a personal one." "That is personal. It's my name that got ruined that day, too." "Easy, friend. I agree that is powerful motivation and probably fine for years. But eventually, you're going to need more to power your growth. Something that allows you to push yourself." "What's yours?" Sift bit his lip. "I've never told anyone." Ruin held up his hands. "I didn't mean to pry." "No, it's okay. I like you. Even if you have a weird thing with wearing the monsters you kill. That was an accident. It was a last resort situation. Don't worry, I won't tell many people." They both laughed. After a few seconds of quiet, Sift spoke again. "Freedom. That is the prism I see everything through. Freedom from here? Your parents?" Sift nodded. "I want to hear the sound of the sea, taste snow, feel the energy at a step tournament, and 1,000 other things I can't do here. I also might want to get away from my parents." Ruin chuckled. "You want to leave your parents, and I want to find mine." "And yet our paths crossed." Sift opened his bag, removed a small bar, and handed it to Ruin. "Eat that. It looks like you lost your breakfast." "Stupid giant centipedes. It's bad enough they have all those legs and pinchers and small dead eyes, but poison too? That's Blappy for you." There are bigger ones below that can fly. I hate those. She is always experimenting with new ways to torture people. How did you kill these?
Ruin looked at his leg where the giant centipede had bitten him. The wounds had healed, but he could still feel the cold teeth chomping on his leg. A hand-sized hole in his pants reminded him how much damage Scrub could do. He could have killed himself if he'd scratched his nose. "I cleaned them to death," Ruin said. "What?" "Literally, I scrubbed them so hard they fell apart." "That's a new one. I'm so bad at fighting." Before coming in here, I reminded myself not to drop my weapon and not to turn my back on anything. Then I spent too much time killing the first one and something got behind me. Then when it attacked me, the first thing I did was drop my weapon. How can I be so bad at this? I'm not going to lie. You are not a natural fighter, and it doesn't help that you have to push yourself here. What you are doing is risky. I trust Kai, though, so I know it must be necessary. Thanks for your honesty, as much as it hurts. That's why we practice, because nothing has been handed to us. If it makes you feel better, everything past here we'll do together. I thought you said the experience loss would be too great. These were all level 1 and you barely survived. You won't survive level 2 on your own, so the experience issue is moot. That does make me feel better, actually. Good. Now go see if Blappy gave you anything good. Reuven pushed himself to his feet, placed his staff in its harness, and looked around. Only a few tables still stood on 4 legs. On the one closest to him, the familiar brown leather bag had appeared. He walked to the table, opened the bag, and dumped it out. A centipede, about the size of his pinky, tumbled out of the bag and rolled toward him. He jumped back and grabbed the baton from his waist. Raising it above his head, he prepared to smash the small creature. It lay unmoving on its side, and he slowly lowered his baton. Poking the centipede with the baton didn't cause a reaction, and as he got closer, he realized it wasn't living at all. "Are you serious?" Ruin asked. "What?" Sift said from behind him. Ruin carefully picked up the centipede, ready to throw it if it suddenly moved. Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Stuffed Centipede of Solace. Quality, Uncommon. Charges 5. Durability, 10 of 10. Weight, 1.0 pounds. Effect, cure poison when placed against the lips. 100% effective against level 1 poisons. Effectiveness halves per poison level increase. Description, gently clean with warm water. Scrubbing will cause damage. Ruin held it up. She gave me a stuffed centipede. It's cute. It cures poison, but you have to kiss it. Oh, that's evil. I think she's really enjoying this, Ruin said. She probably gets bored. So we are some sort of entertainment? Pretty much. You never look in the bags, Reuven asked. She doesn't even put things in bags anymore. When I never opened them, she placed the loot in plain sight. Reuven shook his head and looked at the remaining 2 items on the table. The items closest to him looked like a stack of silver squares about the size of his palm. They reflected the light, and rainbows raced across the surface. Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Rock Centipede Scales. Quantity, 5. Quality, Uncommon. Durability, 50 of 50. Weight, 5.0 pounds. Description, Alchemy component, very clean. The very clean comment made him wonder if these were actually scales from the ones he'd killed. Blappy had already absorbed them. Probably not, he decided. She was just taking every opportunity to poke fun at him. He put them in his void band and then focused on the last reward. The final items were round, pink, and as wide as his thumb. Tring! The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Floating Clasper Sucker. Quantity, 3. Quality, Uncommon. Durability, 5 of 5. Weight, 0.10 pounds. Description, The tip of a clasper limb will adhere to any surface. Squeeze to release will not improve vision. He picked them up and tried to drop them in his void band, but the 3 discs adhered to his hand. With a groan, he attempted to pull them off with his other hand, but only succeeded in getting that hand stuck as well.
Reuven held up his hands, which were stuck together. "Oh, she is killing me." "She will definitely try to do that," Sift said. He studied Reuven's stuck hands. "Those look like the sticky part of a thrasher arm." "She calls them floating claspers." Sift, careful to only touch the edges, pinched the discs. The suckers released their hold on Reuven's hands and fell to the table. Reuven carefully picked them up by their sides and dropped them in his void band. "Okay, let's go get your first attempt out of the way," Sift said. "What do you mean?" "You'll see." Sift started for the doors, but Reuven paused and took a good look around the room. There were actually a lot of books still here, but they were scattered all over the floor. He loved books, and had spent the last year living in a library, which made the sight painful to look at. It seemed overwhelming to fix, though. "Hey, if I put some of these books on a shelf, would Blappy leave them? Or is all this carefully staged by her?" Reuven asked. Sift turned around. "I don't know." Reuven walked to the corner near the door, picked up a few books and placed them on a shelf. "I want to try something." After a couple of seconds, Sift came over and helped Reuven. It took them 5 minutes, but they cleared a small section around the corner. "Assuming Blappy allows this change, I'll have to figure out a way to fix the shelves," Reuven said. "Once I do, I'll get all the books off the floor, then organize them somehow. I just can't leave them like this." "You are a strange one, but I'll help if you want." "Thanks, that would be great." The two left the room and started for the far wall. As they got closer, what Reuven had thought was a bar was actually a wall full of balances. Each scale had items placed on its pans. There had to be a few hundred of them, and almost none of them were balanced. Each had a recipe at its base. The map showed him directly over one of his quest markers, so he opened his quests. The taking out the trash quest pulsed yellow now that he'd completed it. He ignored it for now and opened the quest his map indicated he'd arrived at, Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. Not every task requires a dagger. A healthy shade relies on the proper proportions of the pyramid, with results to die for. Use your mind to discover the appropriate balance. Restriction: 1 attempt per day. Reward: Black Pyramid Cipher Level 1. Reward: 5-minute Fair to Die For, Volume 1. Reward: 500 experience. Reuven looked at Sift. "I can't help. All I'll say is this usually takes people a few weeks, so we shouldn't spend all day here. The priority is leveling you." Sift said, "Okay. Can I have a few minutes to study it?" "Of course." Sift pulled out Io and walked to the closest intact chair. He sat and placed Io on his lap. Sift laughed at something Io said, and Reuven turned back to the wall of scales. The scales varied in size and fanciness, but most were about as large as his head. He strode to the ones directly in front of him and studied them. All 3 had their own recipes. The first had 8 ingredients, with 6 on one plate and 2 on the other. The scale leaned a little to the 6-ingredient side. The next scale was similar, but only had 3 ingredients and leaned to the right. The third had a crossbow bolt on one side and 5 ingredients on the other. Every recipe was different. Reuven stepped back and glanced at the wall. The sheer magnitude of the choices overwhelmed him. He could only choose once per day, so if he guessed, it might be a year before he finished this quest. There had to be a clue in the quest itself. He studied the text again. Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. Not every task requires a dagger. A healthy shade relies on the proper proportions of the pyramid with results to die for. Use your mind to discover the appropriate balance. The first line made him think he should avoid all the scales with weapons. He walked up and down the wall and was disappointed to see that weapons were in very few of the scales.
The vast majority just had ingredients.
The second line was the most confusing. It seemed to be saying that the recipe was some sort of poison, but Hooven had never studied poisons, so he wouldn't recognize a real recipe if he read it. The healthy and pyramid words were probably a play on the food pyramid everyone learned was necessary for a healthy diet, except the word proportions was used instead of portions. Was that because proportions made more sense in the context of a recipe? The last line probably just meant he needed to think about it and not blindly pick one. It was interesting that the quest used the word balance instead of scale. Was that on purpose? He paced back and forth in front of the wall again. A surprisingly large number of scales were out of balance. In fact, there were only 30 in perfect balance, and 10 of those had weapons. He studied the 20 without weapons, but couldn't see any recipe that he was confident enough to choose. The more he thought about it, though, the more he was convinced that balance was a clue. In frustration, he looked at the 10 with weapons. 7 had daggers, 1 had a crossbow bolt, and 2 had darts. Why so many daggers? And all on balanced scales. He felt pressure in his brain as his subconscious made connections that his mind hadn't seen yet. These daggers were important. Only 7 daggers on the whole wall, and each were on balanced scales. That couldn't be a coincidence. Maybe he had been wrong about weapons being excluded. He reread the quest. Killer recipes for the busy shade. Not every task requires a dagger. A healthy shade relies on the proper proportions of the pyramid, with results to die for. Use your mind to discover the appropriate balance. The quest might be trying to say that a successful shade would have to use other methods than just a dagger, that their skills would have to be balanced. In that light, the daggers made sense. Ruin studied the recipes associated with each of the scales with daggers. Again, they varied wildly. The quest mentioned the proper proportions of the pyramid, but none of the ingredients of the 7 scales were piled into the shape of a pyramid. His brain hurt as a headache arced through his forehead. He rubbed his head to ease the pain. "Are you okay?" Sift asked. Ruin walked between the 7 scales. "Yes, just give me another minute." "Sure." Why the word proportion? It seemed out of place. His head felt like it might explode. This was definitely important. What did proportion and pyramid have in common? A burst of light flashed in his mind, and then immediate relief as he finally understood math. He closed his eyes and remembered his lessons. His memory was almost flawless, and he pictured his advanced math textbook. Mentally flipping pages until he found the section on pyramids, he studied the various calculations associated with them. 2 numbers jumped out at him, numbers that were everywhere in nature and architecture. 22 out of 7 and 196 out of 121. He felt stupid for not recognizing them in the recipes. He found the correct recipe at the 3rd scale one. Begin with 196 drops of purified water 2. Add 22 drops of spit viper venom 3. Crush dusk mold into a fine powder and add 7 pinches to the solution 4. Rapidly bring to a boil and then simmer for 121 seconds 5. Remove from heat and let cool. Ruin reached out and touched the scale. "This is it." "Hey, Sifty, who's your friend?" Ruin jumped at the voice and his heart raced. A young girl, maybe 7, sat on a table to his right. She had blonde pigtails tied with black ribbon, and she wore a white dress. Her legs dangled off the table, and she swung them back and forth as she stared at Ruin. She held a stuffed centipede to her chest. It was a bigger version of the one he'd just received. "Oh, hi, Blappy. This is Ruin. He's new," Sift said. Did Sift just call her Blappy? As in the Black Pyramid Blappy. Was the dungeon able to actually manifest itself as a person? This had to be the after effect of the giant centipede poison, or maybe a trick Sift was pulling on him. Or maybe something they did to all the new people as some sort of hazing initiation. "No one has ever gotten it right on the first try," Blappy said to Ruin. Then she looked over at the dagger on Sift's lap. I know Io. It makes me curious about her plans.
Blappy could talk to Io too. Was Reuven the only one who couldn't? Who knows what Kai's plans are? Sift started.
No, I mean Uru's,
Blappy interrupted. Oh, Sift said. You know Uru? Reuven asked. She was always the cleverest of them, and she's trying to drag me into that mess, Blappy said. A Tier 1 dungeon on your side would be a huge advantage, Reuven said.
Blappy giggled. I passed that eons ago. The gods themselves adventured here.
Blappy looked at the wall.
There is no scale for me.
Ruin's mouth dropped open. If Blappy could pose a challenge to groups of gods, her power must be beyond comprehension. You're more powerful than the gods? Ruin asked.
Blappy shrugged. On this plane, I have some advantages they don't. Like you, Cassandra belongs to Uru, and I should have known when Cassandra bonded with me that we were all dancing to Uru's music. You were the first root class of any of the gods to enter my halls. Another example of Uru's ability to shape events. You really have to admire that young woman.
Before yesterday, I'd never heard of this class, Ruin said.
Well, that bunch really likes two things, secrets and rules. So many rules. Take how much total magic their followers consume, for example. They put a cap on it. Some gods chose large populations with low magic, and some went with fewer followers that could do powerful magic. Many interesting strategies. The only wild card is every 100 years, each deity can pick a champion that can multi-class and is outside the normal power restrictions. You are Uru's choice. Every 100 years? What if Reuven is still alive? Sift asked.
Blappy shook her head. Roots never last that long. They're too dangerous, and the gods spend vast amounts of energy getting rid of them. Reuven's stomach turned. Setting aside the fact I'm probably going to die soon, are you saying my whole world is just a big game to the gods?
That would be a simplistic way of looking at it. Your world is important. If a single entity controlled it, they would have the power to affect the entire universe. The stakes couldn't be higher. Uru has placed her hopes in you. Ruin thought he might puke. Io tells me you've already been discovered. Blappy raised her eyebrows. On your first day. Why can't I talk to Io? Ruin asked. Their rules, of course. I remember the day I created Io. An epic treasure for a triumphant Uru when she completed level 131. Sift looked at Io. You belonged to a goddess. Why didn't you tell me those stories? Blappy faced Ruin again. Well, Ruin shifted his weight from one foot to the other and wiped the sweat off his forehead. As uncomfortable as the truth was, he didn't like lying, so he just admitted it. Yes, they already found me. Well, Reuven Starfield, I see a portion of the potential Uru sees in you. I hope you don't disappoint her, Blappy said. Reuven took a deep breath. Me too. That won't stop me from trying to kill you, which you are making easy, by the way. It's like you want to die, Blappy said. Reuven ran a hand through his hair. I know. I'm a terrible fighter. I'll have him up to speed in no time, Sift said. Blappy turned to Sift. You haven't ventured very deep lately. I'm beginning to think you don't like me anymore. Nothing like that, Blappy. My parents have been trying all these new things to break through my blockage. Thank goodness Ruin arrived and provided a distraction. Those two are going to kill me. Blappy laughed mischievously. They're on the right path. She turned to Reuven. I can't wait to see what his parents do with you. Those two serene souls are about to have cognitive dissonance like nothing they've ever experienced. Uru took a great risk in allowing her champion to bear my mark and to come here and risk dying. But things are finally moving, and the drama is palpable. I haven't had this much fun in millennia.
Blappy jumped off the table, kissed her stuffed centipede, and then stared up at Reuven. But that bunch suckered me into playing by their rules. They didn't want me picking favorites, so you better give me your best, Reuven Starfield. And even then, I'll still likely kill you.
I can be your favorite, Sift said. I don't belong to any of them.
Blappy smiled at Sift. You might be, except my favorites must know how to whistle. Blappy giggled and then disappeared. No smoke bang or slow fade, she just disappeared in a blink. 2 books appeared on the table. I knew it. Oh, we have to try harder, Sift said. You're learning to whistle from something without a mouth. Sift picked up Io and pointed him at Reuven. Good point. You'll need to teach me. Chapter 2.
Reuven shook his head, walked over to the table and looked at the 2 books. He thought there should be tokens as well, and he checked his notifications to refresh his memory.
Ting, you have completed the Black Pyramid quest, taking out the trash, level 1. You have received 1,000 experience. You have received 5 Black Pyramid tokens. It had been the taking out the trash quest that had the tokens. Reuven turned to Sift. I never received any tokens for the taking out the trash quest.
Blappy automatically updates Fluffy's log with your earnings.
Oh.
Since he already had them open, he went through the rest of his notifications.
Ding Uru's Blessings Worker. You have reached level 3. You have gained +1 to strength. You have gained +1 to stamina. You have 2 unassigned points. Uru's Blessings Root. You have reached level 3. You have 2 unassigned points. New spells and abilities are available to you. Choose wisely.
Reuven grew excited.
He had been in shock after the last fight and missed the fact that he'd leveled up. He immediately opened his profile. Strength and stamina had increases automatically. He immediately added a point to wisdom and dexterity, and with the +1 modifiers from his dagger and staff, it brought him back up to 10. With great satisfaction, he watched the foolish and clumsy debuffs disappear. He was finally getting closer to where he'd started at yesterday before his death. He had 2 points left to distribute. He could add another point to dexterity and wisdom, but he didn't plan on giving up these weapons in the near future, so he wasn't concerned about losing the modifiers. What really bothered him were his looks. Not giving himself time to consider it, he added both points to charisma. He was being vain, as really only merchants needed a high charisma value, but it had bothered him enough that it was worth fixing. Now he appeared like he had when Hamma had first seen him, but he was most certainly not doing this because of her. He pushed thoughts of the priestess out of his head. It just made sense to get his attributes back to where they'd started. At level 4, he would add a point to dexterity and wisdom and finally be back to his original attributes. 3 levels to completely recover from that first death. It hurt his head thinking about it. He opened his last notification. Ting! You have completed the quest. Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. You have received Black Pyramid Cipher Level 1. You have received 5-Minute Fare to Die For, Volume 1. You have received 500 experience. He had new abilities and spells to look at, but he wasn't as sure how to distribute those, so he decided to do it later. Opening his profile tab, he glanced at the major things that had changed since the last time he'd looked. He ignored the attributes the public saw and focused on his actual values. Level 3. Experience 1,130 out of 6,000. Strength, 11. Stamina, 11. Dexterity, 10. Intelligence, 17. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 12. Health, 110 out of 110. Mana, 170 out of 170. Energy, 213 out of 213. Health regen, 0.22. Mana regen, 0.43. Energy regen, 2.13. The giant centipedes and floating claspers must have been around 60 experience apiece. Reuven was almost 20% of the way to level 4, and he still had today and tomorrow to get to level 5. Maybe this would be possible.
He looked down at the 2 books, both of which were about the size of his palm. The book on the left was made of paper and had a painted black pyramid on the cover along with a stylized number 1. The brown leather book had a title burned into the cover, but Ruin couldn't read it. Just like in the Bloodgate, his "Hey You" ability didn't allow him to read ciphered writing. When he picked up the book containing the cipher, a prompt appeared. This black pyramid cipher will allow the user to read and write text that has been encoded with ciphers up to and including level 1. Do you wish to learn the black pyramid cipher level 1, yes or no? He chose yes, and the book in his hand burst into flame. Reuven jerked his hand back, but he didn't feel any heat and his hand wasn't burned. A cool mist wrapped his brain and he shivered. In a heartbeat, the sensation disappeared. Looking down at the brown book, he could now read the title, Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. He picked up the book and opened the notification. Tring! The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name manual, Killer Recipes for the Busy Shade. Quality, rare. Durability, 10 of 10. Weight, 1.0 pounds. Description: basic recipes for poisons and potions created from ingredients found in the Black Pyramid. Taste testing, not recommended. He flipped through the pages. Each recipe had a detailed description with information on how to find the ingredients, possible substitutes, dangers, uses, storage, and disposal. This is really thorough, Ruin said. Shade's first rule. Death arrives on an overlooked detail. Ruin placed the book in his void band. He would study it later, when he had the time. His heart beat rapidly as he removed the parchment he'd gotten at the Bloodgate. His curiosity had been killing him ever since he'd gotten it. Paper in hand, he closed his void band. This time, when he looked at the text, 3 columns appeared. The first column looked like a list of about 30 capital or large cities. The second had a sequence of gate runes, like Ruin had seen on the stone doors, and the third had a brief description. The descriptions were things like Lower Dock Warehouse, East Slum Side, and High Temple, North Spire, Second Subfloor. A notification blinked and he opened it. Do you wish to update the map with these gate runes? He chose yes, and the parchment in his hands dissolved. The map pulsed and he opened it, but the only thing visible was the large room they stood in and the 8 rooms they'd cleared. He tried zooming outward, but nothing happened. Whatever had just occurred, he couldn't see it. Losing the parchment wasn't ideal, but his memory was good enough to recall everything on the page. He would add the gate runes to his journal later. Okay, sorry about that. I'm ready, Ruin said. Io and I have been trying to remember the fastest time for the recipe quest. We think it was 6 weeks. Really, I got lucky. Sometimes I can see patterns in things. My memory helps too. Well, whatever you got going on up there, Sift said and tapped Ruin's head, is pretty impressive. Blappy even showed up. She doesn't always come when someone finishes it. Never. I hear her a lot. She likes to walk near me and whistle, but she rarely shows herself. I don't know if that is good or bad. Oh, it's bad. You do not want Blappy's attention. Great. Thanks for easing my general level of anxiety. Glad to help, Sift said with a smile. I have my own problems. Io doesn't want to tell me about Uru. It's the first time he hasn't wanted to talk. Maybe she made him take a vow of silence or something, Ruin said. Ow, Sift said. Ruin jumped and looked around. What's wrong? I'm not dumb. Reuven's just smart, Sift said to Io. Sift looked at Reuven. Io says thanks for figuring that out. Reuven nodded. It looks like Io can't talk about it. See if he can answer yes or no questions. Ask him if Uru gave him to Kai. Io says yes, and now he's super excited. He can't keep a secret to save his life, and I bet these have been killing him. Let's start now. I love learning secrets. Sift shook his head. We'll talk to him after we've gotten you to level 5. Kai would kill me if she found out we talked to Io instead of focusing on her commands. That's true. Sift walked to the wall and pulled on a scale that had a pile of keys on one plate and opened locks on the other. A small section of the wall opened, revealing a dark tunnel that sloped downward. Sift walked into the tunnel and Ruin followed. As soon as he passed the door, a quest appeared. Ting! You have received the Black Pyramid quest. It's your turn to cook. Level 2. Collect 3 ingredients that can be used in killer recipes for the busy shade. Reward 10 Black Pyramid tokens. Reward 1,000 experience. Accept or decline. Did you get the next quest? Sift asked. Yep, Ruin said as he chose accept. Which one was it? Sometimes Blappy will give you a clue about what's next. It's your turn to cook. Oh no. Is that bad? Well, there really aren't any good ones. The first quest was taking out the trash. This one is cooking. It looks like Blappy has a chore theme going. Blappy's humor is much darker than that. I just hope I put extra underwear in my bag. Ruin didn't know how to respond to that, so he ignored it. How do the monsters get through this door? Sift closed the door and started down the tunnel. They don't use it. I'm not sure how they get up here. I don't know if Blappy just creates them there or if there is this huge network of tunnels and secret doors that only the monsters use. Ruin imagined monsters walking to work through service tunnels and shook his head. This whole experience had been unbelievable. What is the next area like? It's a big open cavern, but Blappy creates different weather inside it. You don't really know what you're going to get until you arrive. Ruven noticed it getting darker. Do the lights not work down here? No. I think the first level has them because it is a waiting area for people. Down here, it's all monsters. Ruven turned his detect temperature on and Sift turned a light red. Just stay close to me until we figure out what the flavor of the day is, Sift said. Is it usually just one type of monster? No more like one type of environment and the monsters will be native to that environment. Ruin pulled his staff off his back and swung it a few times. The temperature increased and Ruin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, it stopped getting darker and the ambient light stabilized around dusk. They had been walking downward for almost 10 minutes when Sift slowed. The tunnel ends at that turn. We'll have about 10 feet before it opens into the cavern. Stay close, Sift said. Ruven stayed behind Sift as they turned the corner and walked to the tunnel exit. The cavern didn't look like a cavern at all. The ceiling, hundreds of feet above them and obscured by fog, gave him the impression he stood at the bottom of some canyon and not in an underground dungeon. The cavern was devoid of trees or anything living. Boulders and tall red rocks littered the sandy floor, which rose and fell like a stormy sea. There were plenty of places for things to hide. The heat hit Ruven like a fist, and his detect temperature made everything red. Sift, cooler than his surroundings, looked blue against all the hot rocks in front of them. Sift closed his eyes for a few seconds. Spitters. What are those? Are they bad? No worse than anything else. It's just this is my favorite shirt. 1 second. Sift took off his shirt. He paused for a moment and then took his pants, socks, and shoes off too. Thankfully, he kept his underwear on. He placed all his clothes, along with a sheathed Io, into his traveler's belt. Do I need to do that? Ruin asked. The thought of fighting already made him nervous, but having to do it wearing a belt and underwear would make it 10 times worse. Sift bit his lip and stared at Ruin for a few seconds. No if might keep it off your skin. The worst part is. Sift leaped to the left as the sound of spitting reached them. A stream of clear liquid arced through the air directly toward them. Sift intercepted it in the air, blocking it with his body and taking the full brunt of the attack. A few droplets struck Ruin's arm, and a heartbeat later, it ignited. Ruin screamed as his skin blistered. An 8 flashed on his health bar as it decreased. He tried to wipe it off, but it just smeared like some sort of burning jelly. A 5 flashed on his health bar as his hand burned as well. Ruin looked up at Sift and screamed again. Sift stood in front of him, covered in the burning jelly on fire. "Are you okay?" Sift asked. "What? Am I okay? You're on fire!" Sift looked down at the flames that covered him. "I know. We are fighting a spitter. That's why I didn't want to ruin my shirt." "You are on fire!" Ruin screamed again. The spitting sounded again, and Ruin heard more of the gel strike Sift's back. "I hate how it goes so cold before igniting. Sift grimaced as his back exploded in flames. "It's like a cold shower. I hate cold showers." Then he turned and sprinted toward the source of the spitting. Flames trailed him as he ran like some sort of land-bound comet. What Sift called a spitter looked more like a 6-foot salamander with a black beak for a nose. As Sift neared it, large, scaly wings unfolded and snapped downward, sending the creature 40 feet to the left. Sift followed, still burning. While the fire had gone out quickly, Ruin's arm and hand still burned. How did Sift survive being covered in that stuff? Movement to his right made Ruin turn. His detect temperature didn't work well in here because everything was really hot, including the monsters, so he turned it off. He relaxed as he saw what looked like chickens. There were 6, about 20 feet from him, and they tilted their heads back and forth. One pecked the ground, and Ruin sighed in relief. He supposed there had to be normal animals down here too, probably for the monsters to eat. As Ruin turned away, one of the chickens lifted its tail and aimed its butt at him. "That's not very nice," Ruin said. The chicken shot an egg at him. Ruin stood in shock and at the last moment swung his staff, trying to knock the egg away. His chest filled with pride as he made contact, and then it exploded. He landed hard on his back, the air knocked from his lungs. He rolled onto his stomach and got to his knees, gasping. Once again, he had lost his staff. He looked at the group of chickens and was horrified to see another 2 aiming at him. He pushed himself to his feet as 2 more eggs shot toward him. The lack of air in his lungs made running impossible, but he shuffled away as fast as he could. The 2 eggs detonated behind him and threw him forward 10 feet. His head spun, and the vertigo debuff appeared under his bars. The entrance to the tunnel was in front of him, and he crawled forward. Just as he entered the tunnel, 3 more explosions sounded behind him, but the entrance protected him from the shockwave. The debuff disappeared, and his head cleared. Cursing himself for dropping his staff, he twisted his baton off his belt. He looked at the tube with all its various bumps and indentations and cursed again. Because he hadn't spent any time familiarizing himself with the baton, he had no idea what did what. An egg exploded in front of the tunnel and rocks peppered him. He realized if those chickens got one in the tunnel, the enclosed space would make the explosion even more powerful. He had actually crawled to the most dangerous place. His breath was back, though, and he pulled on a random bump. A hoe magically unfolded from the rod. It would have to do. He peered around the corner of the tunnel and saw the chickens wandering around. Thank Uru, they weren't too bright. He didn't have a lot of options spell-wise, so he did the same thing he did with the floating clasper on the floor above. Casting Bleed on his baton caused his mana to drop 25 points. Peeking around the corner again, he focused on the area just past the chickens and cast Distract for another 10 mana. Ruin sprinted toward the chickens. Too late, he realized his mistake. The distraction had caused all the chickens to aim their butts at what they thought was a threat, which meant their eyes were all staring directly at him as he left the tunnel. As one, they all turned, aimed their butts, and fired at him. Ruin channeled his leap spell and jumped again, each leap gaining an extra 20% from his spell. His energy pool had dropped by 20 in the couple of seconds it had taken, but when the eggs exploded, he was thankfully out of damage range. One more leap, and he landed in the middle of the chickens. They scattered as he stopped channeling leap. Swinging his hoe, he missed the chicken he had aimed for, but hit the one next to it. The hoe embedded itself in the chicken's side, and Ruin swung his baton wildly, trying to get it off. The chickens ran around in circles. Reaching up, he pulled the chicken off his hoe and chased the remaining chickens. As long as he kept running at them, they kept moving, and they couldn't set up for a shot.
It took him almost 10 minutes, but he finally killed them all. Panting, he collapsed to his knees. His arms and legs shook from the constant swinging and running. He noticed Sift sitting on a boulder watching him. "How long have you been sitting there?" Reuven asked. "I don't know. Probably 5 minutes or so." "And you didn't help?" "I'm not sure you can be helped. Listen, they're faster than they look. They only have 1, maybe 2 eggs in them. You probably weren't in any danger anymore." Reuven closed his eyes for a few seconds. "That would have been super helpful to know before we came in here." "Hey, no need to shout. I was going to tell you, but then I wasn't sure you were even trying to kill them." "I was. They're fast. And you were on fire." Sift held up his hands. "Easy. I'm not burning anymore, and look," Sift said, standing. "I even had an extra pair of underwear. Hopefully that was the only spitter, because this is my last pair." Reuven laughed, and after a moment, Sift did too. Reuven let all the fear and embarrassment flow out of him and then stood. Dead chickens surrounded him. "I really showed them," Reuven said. "I'm pretty sure most of them died from confusion or exhaustion." "Well, you have to work with the tools you've got." Sift pointed behind Reuven. "Very wise. Now collect your loot. We haven't even made it 50 feet into the cavern. At this rate, I'll die of old age before we finish." Reuven turned around and saw the brown leather bag he expected, but next to it lay a fine mesh shirt made of silver metal. "Is this yours?" Reuven asked. "Yeah. See if you can take it." Reuven knelt, touched the shirt, and immediately received a prompt. "This item is soul-locked. Interaction may cause serious harm." "Acknowledge." Reuven quickly removed his hand and acknowledged the prompt. "Nope," Reuven said. "Figures." Reuven dumped out his bag and screamed when 3 eggs bounced around in front of him. He picked one up but didn't receive the notification he expected. They must be common, he realized, so he opened his log. "Tring! The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: booming eggs. Quantity: 3. Quality: common. Durability: 1 of 1. Weight: 0.08 pounds. Description: ingredient in various potions. An explosion of taste in every bite. Reuven carefully placed them in his void band. He scrolled up to see the experience he'd received from killing the chickens. You have killed a booming hen, level 3. You have gained 26 experience. You have missed a booming hen, level 3. You have missed a booming hen, level 3. Critical miss. You have fallen, 50% defense reduction, prone. You have been pecked by a booming hen, level 3. Critical strike. You have taken 5 damage. You have missed a booming hen, level 3. You have missed a booming hen, level 3. All right, maybe Sift did have a point. He scrolled up to see if he'd received any experience for the spitter. You have killed a roasting lizard, level 5. You have gained 54 experience. 54 experience wasn't bad for basically doing nothing, but with Sift taking almost 80% of the experience, it was going to take a while to level again. He closed his log and looked at Sift. "Blappy thinks you're 4 times better than me," Reuven said. Sift frowned. "That's all? Maybe there's a cap to how much she takes." "Hey, not all of us can walk around on fire. Please explain that." Sift shuffled from one foot to the other. "I told you I sift things, so that means you're immune to fire." "Yes, well, on these levels. I'm sure there is stuff down below that would overwhelm me, but I can handle all the energy up here." "You're immune to any form of energy?" "Pretty much." "Are you immortal?" "Don't be dumb. If someone stabs me, I'll bleed out just like you." "But if they strike you with lightning, you're fine." "Yes. Now you understand." "How in Uru's name is that possible?" Sift shrugged.
By being half the person my parents want me to be? Reuven had more questions, but he swallowed them because of the depressed look on Sift's face. Instead, he searched the area until he found his staff. Yet another fight in which he'd lost the weapon. He just hoped he gained the skills he needed before his ineptness killed him. They walked in silence to where Sift had fought what Reuven's log called the roasting lizard. The body of the beast had already disappeared. Reuven's loot bag sat next to Sift's reward, a golden sword that stuck out of the sand like crystallized sunshine. As Reuven drew near the sword, the hair on his arm stood. He quickly grabbed his bag and returned to Sift. Carefully, Reuven poured the contents of his bag onto the rocks. A single jar rolled out. Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Fire Mucus. Quantity, 1 medium jar. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 5 of 5. Weight, 1.0 pounds. Description: ingredient in various potions. The secret sauce in the boomer omelet. Reuven placed the jar in his void band. Let's hug the wall as we move, Sift said. It's too easy to get surprised out here. They walked back to the wall and Reuven let Sift lead. Reuven wondered how long the bleed spell would last on his staff before expiring, so he took a moment to cast it. He didn't see a countdown anywhere in his vision or in his inventory. Maybe it stayed active until it triggered. After a minute, Sift slowed and Reuven tensed. He looked around for the danger but didn't see anything. His detect temperature had turned out to be a disappointment when the animals were near the same temperature as their surroundings. That probably meant it wouldn't work well underwater either. He activated Magnify instead and looked around. He immediately stopped as the sudden closeness of his surroundings confused his brain. It appeared this ability worked best when looking at something specific, not when walking around. No visible scale appeared, and he wondered if he could modify the magnification or if it was stuck at 200%. After a few seconds of trial and error, he learned how to control it. When he activated Magnify, it automatically started at maximum. If he wanted to decrease the magnification, he had to unfocus his vision, and it would decrease. He slowly scanned the room, but he didn't see anything that seemed dangerous or out of place. Turning off Magnify, he saw that Sift had continued walking and was 20 feet in front of him. "It's a stabber," Sift shouted as he dropped to the ground. Before Reuven could respond, a small boulder crashed into the wall where Sift had been. Reuven jerked in surprise and shielded his face from the flying shards of rock. Wondering what had thrown the rock, Reuven looked out into the field just in time to see a boulder flying at him. He moved, but it wasn't in time, and the rock struck his right side. His health dropped by 30 and his head swam from the sudden loss of health. He dove to the ground as another rock smashed into the wall above him. When no more rocks came, he cautiously looked to see if Sift was okay, but his friend was no longer along the wall. Rapid clicking from the middle of the cavern drew Reuven's attention, and he found Sift dashing toward one of the tall rock cylinders in the middle of the room. The shock of the blow wore off, and Reuven's whole side throbbed in pain. His eyes blurred from the intense pain, and he wiped them clear. Triggering Magnify, he focused where Sift was running. Movement drew his attention, and his stomach turned in fear. The creature Sift had called a stabber looked like a giant snake with 2 arms that were shaped like spears. It grabbed a rock with its mouth and tossed it to the side. In a blink, it had spun on its spear arm, and its tail struck the rock, flinging it directly at Sift. Sift jumped 15 feet in the air, and the boulder passed harmlessly below him. "No way," Reuven whispered. As Sift dropped back to the ground, the stabber used its spear arms to drive itself forward. The stabber flew through the air like an arrow. As it neared Sift, it thrust its arm outward and pierced Sift's shoulder. Sift landed hard, and the stabber pinned him to the ground. Blood covered Sift's side, and rage filled Reuven's chest. He sprinted toward the stabber's back. Channeling Leap, he jumped. He realized too late that jumping in this rocky area was a terrible idea, but he had too much momentum now to stop. As he made his final leap toward the stabber, his foot half landed on a rock and he wasn't able to keep his balance.
His body rotated sideways as he flew the last few feet through the air, and he worried he might miss the stabber entirely. Ruin aimed for the only part of the creature he could reach, the joint where the spear arm connected to the body. Ruin's angle was terrible, and with a strength of only 11, the stabber would barely feel his blow. As he swung the staff, he heard the chimes from Temple Yolm. The stabber heard them too, and froze as the distraction effect struck it. As the staff grazed the stabber's arm, it flashed red as Ruin's bleed spell activated. Loud clicking hurt his ears as the stabber regained control of itself and reared back. Ruin struck the ground hard and lost another 5 health. He rolled over and looked at Sift, who grinned. "Seriously," Ruin said, "what's wrong with you?" Sift pulled a 2-foot section of the stabber's leg out of his shoulder. He must have snapped the leg off after it impaled him. "That was really gutsy. I'm proud of you. Only fools get in front." The stabber came down and smashed its broken leg into Sift's groin. It tried to strike Ruin as well, but he had severely damaged the joint, and the stabber's leg dangled uselessly. The stabber and Ruin realized this at the same time, and the stabber slammed its body into Ruin. Ruin lost another 25 health along with his breath as the stabber rolled off him. He had lost a total of 60 health in the few seconds the fight had been going. His health bar flashed yellow, letting him know he'd lost over 50% of his total. Sift leaped forward and landed on the exposed belly of the snake. He raised the broken stabber leg taken from his shoulder and slammed it downward, pinning the stabber to the ground with its own leg. Gasping, Ruin rolled onto his stomach and then pushed himself up. He cast Bleed again and then brought his staff down onto the stabber's head. Sift snapped off the stabber's remaining leg and shoved it through the small black eye of the creature. The stabber thrashed around for a moment and then stopped as it died. Sift jumped off the monster and cupped his groin. "They always find a way to hit me here," Sift groaned. Sift's shoulder had already healed. A wound that bad should have taken a few minutes at least. "Your shoulder," Ruin said, pointing at Sift. Sift still held his groin half hunched over. "Even after healing, my stomach is in knots for the next hour. Ugh." "How did you heal so fast?" Ruin tried again. "I still have some of the energy from the spitter." 1,000 questions exploded in Ruin's mind. "Not only can you absorb the energy, but you can store it and then use it for other things?" "That's the whole point, isn't it?" Sift asked, his face confused. He winced in pain. "Hey, do you have any magic to make this feel better?" Sift said, pointing at his groin. "That line might work on Black Pyramid women, but..." Ruin stopped when Sift's face grew even more confused. "Never mind. There's one thing I can try." He thought of the campfire symbol and focused on it for the required 5 seconds. Crackling flames appeared between them and Ruin's mana bar flashed red. He only had 20 mana left in his 170-point pool. "Ah, that's nice," Sift said. "The nausea is gone. Thanks, brother." Chapter 2. Ruin watched as the stabber disappeared into the ground like water into sand. In a couple of heartbeats, it had vanished entirely, and a familiar leather bag appeared along with a small book. "Bodies melting into the ground is really uncomfortable to watch," Ruin said as he walked over and knelt by the treasure. "What is the title of the book?" Sift asked. "The 3-Minute Whistler. Guaranteed methods to have you whistling in minutes," Ruin read. "Ugh, it's not funny, Blappy," Sift shouted. Ruin heard faint giggling, but couldn't tell where it originated. "Are you going to take it?" Ruin asked. Sift looked mournfully at the book. "No, because then she'll win. It seems this game hurts you more than it does her." Sift tried to whistle, but mostly spit came out. He half turned like he was looking over his shoulder. "I am doing it your way, Io. If I pucker my lips anymore, no air comes out." Ruin let Sift talk with Io and turned to the bag. He opened it and gently emptied it onto the ground. He didn't trust Blappy enough to actually stick his hand in it, and the eggs had now taught him caution. A ring dropped out and rolled in a little circle. The ring looked mostly white and had red lines running through it like veins. He picked it up. Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Rock Serpent. Ring of Health, Quality, Uncommon. Durability, 20 of 20. Weight, 0.1 pounds.
Effect: passive plus 25 health. Description: the blood of a rock serpent flows through this ring. Let's be honest, it will probably do you as much good as it did the serpent. Reuven shook his head and put the ring on his right hand. The ring shrunk snugly around his finger. He wondered if the blood came from the rock serpent they'd just killed. That thought made him uncomfortable, so he opened his profile and looked at his attributes. His health had expanded to 135. Not bad. Killing the rock serpent had given him almost 100 experience, and he now sat at 1,486 out of 6,000 toward the next level. Just a quarter of the way there. He wasn't going to do this quickly by killing things. He really needed more of these quests. They were obviously meant for higher-level people since they gave so much experience. It sucked that Blappy hadn't given him another ingredient. He only needed one more for his quest. Maybe Sift's parents would give him one. Sift removed Io from the indestructible traveler's belt and held the dagger near his face. Sift alternated between talking with Io and trying to whistle. "Why is whistling so important to you?" Reuven asked. Sift put Io away and looked down. "How can I learn hard things if I can't do simple things? I don't think things work that way." "Maybe not, but it feels that way." Sift looked miserable, and Reuven felt bad for bringing it up. "If you want to talk, let me know," Reuven said. "Thanks, I appreciate that. Let's see if Blappy has anything else on this level." Instead of going back to the wall, Sift started directly for the far tunnel. Reuven ran to catch up. "Aren't we going to use the wall?" Reuven asked. Sift looked around. "I don't see anything else, which means if there is anything left in here, it's underground. You won't be able to hide the vibration of your steps, so we might as well make good time." Reuven nodded. They had walked for a few minutes when Reuven felt the same sensation he'd had when the floating clasper was behind the door on level 1 and his keen senses ability had activated. It emanated from above him, and he looked up. Gray fog covered the ceiling and gave the appearance of a cloudy day outside. "Does anything ever come from up there?" Reuven asked. Sift glanced up. "Sometimes, but I didn't sense anything. Although what?" "Well, this is a big room, and since I can't bring the energy to me if Blappy created something after we arrived, it might take a bit for me to sense it." "Like how long?" "I don't know. Maybe we should pick up the pace." Reuven alternated between finding the best path through the rocks and staring up at the clouds. They were about 2/3 of the way to the exit tunnel when he looked up to see a winged creature diving toward them. The body was narrow like a snake, and it had a long tail that ended in a sharp point. "Above us!" Reuven screamed. Sift looked up. "A sleeper. Watch its tail run." Then Sift jumped straight up into the air like he'd been thrown by a giant. Reuven stood in awe as the young man collided with the sleeper and the two spiraled to the ground. Sift turned the sleeper as they fell so it struck the ground first. The creature used its wings to flip itself off its back. Its head looked like a large mouth with teeth. Reuven couldn't see any eyes. The tail arced back and hovered over its head like a scorpion. Reuven sighed in relief when Sift stood. He looked ridiculous standing in just his underwear, his hands free of any weapons. "Run," Sift said again. Reuven wanted nothing more than to get away from this horrible-looking creature. He would probably only get in Sift's way. Cleary, the young man, had abilities that made him far more capable than Reuven. They were supposed to be a team, though, and that meant helping each other. Instead of charging in, Reuven took a moment to study the creature. He triggered Magnify and carefully looked at the creature's head and tail. There were no eyes that Reuven could see, and detecting vibrations didn't seem likely since it lived up in the clouds. Maybe it used some sort of sound-based mechanism to see.
That gave him an idea. Turning off Magnify, he took a second to cast Bleed on his staff. He thought about using Leap again, but the ground was just too uneven for his level of dexterity. Without any more thought, he focused to the right of the sleeper and cast Distract. At the last moment, he wondered if he could control the volume of the sound and concentrated on making it loud. A thunderclap detonated to the right of the sleeper. Reuven dropped his staff, fell to his knees and covered his ears. A debuff flashed under his bars, and he saw what he already knew. He'd been deafened. Sift hadn't collapsed, but he held his head and his face twisted in pain. But the sleeper had taken the worst of it. Blood ran from hundreds of small holes all along its body. Reuven realized these were its ears, and he'd probably just ruptured all of them. Not wanting to take the chance it would recover, Reuven picked up his staff and staggered toward the beast. Having learned from his fight with the rock serpent, Reuven struck the creature where the wing met the body. The wing immediately fell against the thing's body as the sleeper thrashed. Reuven turned to run and felt a terrible pain in his back. A moment later, a large spine burst from his chest. He looked down at his own blood covering the brown tail of the beast. His health bar flashed yellow as he instantly lost 57 health. The sleeper flicked its tail and Reuven sailed across the room. He struck a large boulder, and another 12 flashed across his health bar. Dazed, Poisoned, and Bleed debuffs appeared next to his Deafened debuff. His health bar pulsed a 3 with every heartbeat. He knew he should be trying to stop the bleeding or cure his poison, but his brain felt fuzzy, and he couldn't keep his thoughts organized. Pressing his hand against the wound dropped the bleed damage to 2 per second. The dazed debuff scattered his thoughts, and he couldn't do the math, but by the red flashing of his health bar, it didn't look like he had much time. Sift appeared in front of him, pulled something from his belt and tied it around Reuven's shoulder and over the wound. Then Sift disappeared again. The bleed debuff vanished, and Reuven focused on his health bar until he could see what he had left. 28. He hadn't even needed the 25 health from his new ring. Sift appeared again and picked him up. They walked for a while, and then Sift gently put him back on the ground. Reuven smelled burning wood and turned to see the campfire he'd cast earlier to help Sift. A minute later, Reuven's head cleared, and he pushed himself up. The dazed, poisoned, and deafened debuffs had disappeared, and his health bar was a third full. He looked down to see Sift's shirt tied around his shoulder. "This was your favorite shirt," Reuven said. "That's okay. I'll get a new one." Reuven felt bad for staining Sift's shirt. "I'll clean this for you." "Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're okay. I told you to run." "I know. I'm sorry. But we're a team." Sift smiled. "True. Speaking of that, how about you warn me before—" Sift slammed his hands together. "Whatever that was." "Sorry about that. I'm still figuring out what my stuff does." "How do you feel?" "Better." And he did feel better. With the extra health regen from the fire, his health bar was already half full. "Can you walk?" Sift asked. "Sure." "Okay. Let's collect your loot and then go get your pass. I'm hungry and I need to get some new clothes." Reuven didn't know what Sift meant by pass, but he didn't bother asking. He'd find out shortly. Pushing himself to his feet, Reuven untied Sift's shirt and handed the bloody thing back to Sift. "Sorry," Reuven said again. Sift took the shirt and placed it in his belt. "Don't worry about it." They walked back to where the dead sleeper lay, but Blappy had already absorbed it. Reuven shook his head. "A flying mouth the size of a wagon with a javelin for a tail, and you call it a sleeper? Your names are terrible." "That's how I feel when the tail touches me. It's some sort of napping poison." "Napping poison. Okay, but that's not the first thing that comes to mind when you see it." Reuven opened his log and scanned for the entry where the creature had died. He was curious to know its real name and how much experience he'd gotten for helping kill it. "You have killed a blind nightmare level 6. You have gained 172 experience." 172 experience was great, but Once again, it had almost cost him his life. Trying to get experience this way was like running along a cliff, and he hoped he didn't fall off.
It's called a blind nightmare. Blappy is much better at names than you, Reuven said. I could go with either name. Reuven shook his head again. A shirt that looked precisely like Sif's favorite sat on top of a pile of jewels. Reuven's going to clean mine, so the joke's on you, Sif shouted. Weren't you the one that said be nice to the Tier 1 dungeon? Sif raised his eyebrows and then yelled, But thanks! Reuven laughed and then eased the contents of his leather bag onto the ground. He immediately picked up a set of vials that had been tied together, hoping they were the third ingredient he needed for his quest. Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, Blind Nightmare Tears. Quantity, 10 vials. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 10 of 10. Weight, 0.9 pounds. Description. Ingredient in various potions. Even blind, it sheds tears for the hapless. Reuven pumped his fist, excited at completing the quest. It's your turn to cook, and then scowled when he read the Blind Nightmare Tears description. At least he hadn't dropped his staff this time, and that was progress. The best part was he'd managed to get the 3 ingredients required to finish the quest. He placed the vials into his void band. The only thing still on the ground was a square piece of paper about the size of his palm. He could see the faint lines of an image on the other side, and he picked it up, unsure if it was part of his loot or just trash. Tring. The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name, fleeting. Tattoo of dexterity, quantity 1. Location, arm. Quality, uncommon. Durability, 1 of 1. Weight, 0.01 pounds. Effect, dexterity +1. Description, place on arm to activate effect. Effect valid until tattoo has faded. Scrub to remove earlier. Reuven studied the small ink drawing of a red fox jumping across the rocks in a stream. The artwork looked fantastic. I've never heard of tattoos granting effects, Reuven said. It's a Blappy thing. It's one of the reasons she is so popular. She figured out how to do it, and you can only get them here. It is the closest she has ever gotten to winning with me. Not because of the effects, but just because her tattoos are so beautiful. I want to wear them around and show off. Are all of them temporary? No, they come in different durations. What did you get? Fleeting. That's her lowest type, and will last about a month. The go all the way to soulbound. That is a nice tattoo for being a fleeting. It even has color. Reuven removed his cloak, staff, harness, and shirt. He took a few seconds to find the exact place he wanted it, and then pressed the tattoo against his upper left arm. Warmth seeped into his skin. When he pulled his hand away, the paper had disappeared, and his upper arm now had the fox tattoo. That is really awesome. I thought people only did these for looks, Reuven said. Too late now, but you could have sold that for a small fortune. Merchants have been trying to figure out Blappy's secret for generations. Reuven frowned. I could have used the money. I plan to travel soon, and I'll need funds. Maybe I'll get another. It looks good, Sif said wistfully. Thanks, Reuven said as he redressed. They started for the tunnel exit, and in a few minutes they arrived. As soon as Reuven stepped into the tunnel, his wrist turned ice cold. He looked down to see the Black Pyramid mark, but now it had a number 2 under it. Sif saw it as well. Excellent, we'll save a lot of time now. What was that? Once you've cleared a level, you don't have to do it again if you don't want to. It makes getting home easier too. Sif pressed his wrist to the wall. My room. A smoky rectangle the size of a door appeared. That goes to your room. The hallway outside it, actually. And to get back here, you have cleared level 2 and been marked. Next time we will say level 3, and a portal will take us to the beginning of level 3. What about level 1? I never felt anything when we started down the tunnel. You get that by default.
Then why did we take the stairs and all the doors?
I usually don't, but I didn't want to drop us right into a group of monsters on your first day. Now that level 1 is cleared, it will stay that way for a couple of weeks. It just fills with monsters because no one is ever down there. It's part of my chores to keep the first level clear. Sweeping. Exactly. Do the portals always work? I was in my underwear, and I wanted to go to the laundry to pick up my clothes, and Blappy put me in the middle of the recreation room. Ow. Yeah, I think she does that to remind people they are only here because she allows it. That is a little scary. You don't have things like this on the other side? No, we walk a lot. Well, not here. Let's go get some lunch. Sift walked through the door, and after a moment, Ruin followed. Chapter 2. Ruin stepped into the hallway and bumped into Sift's back. He stepped to the side, wondering what had caused Sift to freeze right in front of the portal. A middle-aged woman stood in front of Sift. Her black hair was pulled into a bun, and her eyes were a light brown, almost yellow, just like Sift's. She wore a loose-fitting shirt and pants that did little to hide her lean muscles. "Hi, Mom," Sift said. "Running around in your underwear again?" she asked. "Spitters on level 2. Sift stepped to the side and pushed Ruwen in front of him like a shield. "I was helping Ruwen. Ruwen, this is my mom." Ruwen crossed his arms over his chest and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you." Sift's mom turned her focus on Ruwen, but her expression never changed. She reminded Ruwen of a still pond. "Well met, child of Uru. Her hand sits heavily on you. You can call me Mada." "We were getting a quick bite to eat before heading back down. Kai needs him leveled," Sift said. "Yes, Kai spoke to us. How fortuitous to run into you. Let's go meet your father, and we can break 2 bones with 1 blow," Mada said. "Can we clean up first?" Sift asked. "Of course. Meet us in the garden, and walk. No using these lazy portals," Mada said. "Yes, Mom." Mada turned and strode down the hallway. "Don't dawdle." "What does dawdle even mean?" Sift whispered. "It means she wants us to hurry." That was a saying, right? Not something that is actually going to happen. "Be late, probably." Ruwen rubbed his face. "No break 2 bones with 1 blow. Is that a saying or a prediction?" "No, that's just a saying. My parents must want to yell at me about 2 things. Oh, thank Udu." Sift narrowed his eyes and Ruwen raised his hands. "Not you getting yelled at. I'm thankful no bones will get broken. Your mom is kind of intense." "That is 1 word for her." They both showered quickly. Sift dumped his dirty clothes in the bin outside the door and then went into his room to dress and put more clothes in his belt. Reuven changed into new clothes as well. His pants had a massive hole in them where he'd scrubbed the fabric out of existence, and his shirt had a large bloody tear from the blind nightmare's tail. Worst of all, his brand new cloak had a large rip in it. Maybe workers got a sewing ability and he could fix it. He hoped it didn't ruin the daily 100 health point shield. The dungeon sure was rough on clothes. "Leave all your weapons here. Dad doesn't like them in the garden," Sift said. "Okay," Ruin said, placing all his weapons on his bed. "Kai talked to them about our deal," Sift said. "I'm so nervous I could puke." "What are you nervous about? That after all my work and dreaming and hoping they'll tell me I can't leave? That I'll never see the ocean or the snow?" Sift paused for a few seconds. "Or her." "Her? Who are you talking about?" Another thought occurred to him. "Wait, don't your parents work for Kai? Can't she make them?" "You can't make stepmasters do anything. Kai relies on them to train her people, and she respects them too much to go against their wishes, especially when it comes to me. I'm on my own." "Well, I'll help if I can." Sift looked down. "What's wrong?" Reuven asked. "Please don't take this poorly. You're the reason I even have this chance." "But Kai said you're in great danger, and she won't hide that from my parents. They might use you as an excuse to not let me go." Ruin's stomach turned. I'm sorry, Sift. It isn't your fault, and it's not fair to even bring it up. I just know my parents are going to use any excuse they can to keep me from being happy. Ruin felt bad for Sift. When Ruin felt bad, Tremine always tried to get him to smile. Even if the librarian had a terrible sense of humor and told the worst jokes, it did usually raise Ruin's spirits. Ruin lowered his voice to sound more like Sift. Shade's first rule when breaking bones: it's best not to dawdle. Sift laughed and the tension in the air broke. That's pretty good. I might add that to the suggestion box, Sift said as they walked out the door. Kai has a suggestion box. Yes, but I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that uses it. As they walked to meet Sift's parents, Reuven opened his notifications. Ting, you have completed the Black Pyramid quest. It's your turn to cook. Level 2. You have received 1,000 experience. You have received 10 Black Pyramid tokens. Eventually, 1,000 experience wouldn't mean much, but right now, it made a huge difference. The memory of Sift standing in front of Ruin, engulfed in flames, gave the quest name an entirely new meaning. Blappy really did have a dark sense of humor. Ruin had 2 more notifications and he opened them as well. Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill staff, level 3. Effect, increase damage by 1.5%. He actually thought he might level his staff more than once as often as he'd swung it at those chickens. But the extra 0.5% damage would be welcome. He needed all the help he could get. The last notification was a surprise. Gong Yu have increased your knowledge level 36. The intelligent know true power is held by knowledge. The wise know knowledge can be dangerous. Greatness is found between them. Reuven thought about everything he'd learned since he'd died, the first time. He'd learned spells, abilities, skills, and even ciphers. Whole new worlds had been opened up to him, and a goddess had brought him into a war that he hadn't known was being fought. Not only that, he'd learned some things about himself. Not all of it positive. His biases against workers especially bothered him. It made him feel bad that it had taken becoming one to open his eyes. But recognizing it was the first step in fixing it. He would be better, and this notification proved it. He glanced at his profile. His experience was now 2,658 out of 6,000. Not bad. His tattoo added another point to his dexterity, which was now 11. His knowledge, advancing to 36, only affected his persuasion and cleverness, and his cleverness was still by far the strongest statistic on his profile, at 38.5%. He didn't know how valuable that was. Everyone thought they were clever. He closed everything and focused back on his surroundings. It took another 10 minutes of walking to reach the garden. Reuven had expected it to be full of flowers and maybe some trees. Instead, he found gravel paths and pits full of white sand that had been raked in simple designs. They must have been near the outside of the Black Pyramid because shafts filled the ceiling that allowed sunlight into the room. He could see blue sky, and the air felt warmer. The back of the garden held hundreds of rocks in more shapes and colors than Reuven had ever seen. Most had been stacked or balanced in some fashion. None of it made any sense to Reuven. Sift's parents sat cross-legged in the middle of a round circle of white sand. Sift's dad had closely cropped brown hair. His eyes were a light blue, and he had the same clothes and lean physique as his wife. Sift stepped into the sand and sat across from his mother. He turned, grabbed a small rake from the side of the pit, and smoothed the sand where he'd stepped. Sift looked at Reuven and then at the spot in the sand across from his dad. Reuven carefully stepped into the sand but didn't sink very far. It took him a moment to remember his feather boots of grasping reduced the force of his steps by 20%. He sat and mimicked the raking Sift had done. Well met, child of Uru. You can call me Pada. Reuven crossed his arms over his chest and bowed as best he could while sitting. Blessings to you and your family, Pada. Do you sense it? Mata asked.
Yes,
Pada said. Reuven looked at Sift, but Sift kept his face forward, looking between his parents. Sift looked miserable. They have been together less than a day, Mata said. Interesting, Pada said. Uru's champion keys promise the stirring of... Pada reached over and put a hand on Mata's leg, interrupting her. Let's not speak their names here. Mata patted his hand. Yes, caution. Reuven didn't know what proper etiquette was here, and asking a question might be doing something wrong. But his curiosity was so intense he could feel it in his chest. They were talking about him and Sift, and even if they ignored him, he had to try. What do you sense? Reuven asked. To his shock, Mata answered. Your energies have intertwined, Mata said. Sift looked so unhappy Reuven couldn't help himself. Out of the corner of his mouth, Reuven whispered, Get your energy off me. Sift let out a strangled laugh and looked down for a few seconds to try and stay serious. That made Reuven laugh, which pushed Sift over the edge. They both laughed and then couldn't stop. Tears streamed down both their faces, and Reuven waved his hand, trying to get the word sorry out, but his throat had tightened and the word came out unintelligible. This made Sift laugh even harder. It took them a minute to stop triggering each other into laughter. Reuven turned his head away from Sift so he couldn't see him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, Sift said. I apologize as well, I shouldn't have said that. It's my fault, Reuven said. Reuven bit his tongue hard to stop from laughing. It is good to hear you laugh again, Pada said. That sound is like sunshine on my soul, Mata said. Sift's parents stared at each other for a few seconds, and then Mata nodded. They both faced Sift. Pada spoke in a soft voice. You and Cassandra entered into an agreement, which you have won, that earned you the ability to travel through the Bloodgate. Cassandra has explained as much as she is able the circumstance she and Reuven find themselves in. Specifically, she explained it will be highly dangerous. Before we tell you our decision, we want you to know our reasoning. Sift's shoulders slumped. He knew what was coming. Mata spoke. You are very capable, more so compared to those past the Bloodgate, but you are also young. We understand you feel trapped here. With experience, you will recognize it as the refuge it is. Sift's head dropped until his chin touched his chest. Reuven's stomach clenched at seeing his friend so despondent. Mata paused, but Sift remained silent. After a few heartbeats, she continued. There is also the issue of your meridians. We have not yet tried everything, and we still have hope. Leaving would delay that process. Mata paused before continuing. Then there is the danger. We know all too well the carnage and destruction that surrounds the gods. Crossing with Cassandra now means being near Reuven, and Reuven has chosen a path where death is a constant companion. You would never be safe. Sift's parents looked at each other again, and then Pada spoke. We have thought of nothing else since yesterday. We love you and want to protect you. Sift stared into the sand. Mata sighed. Which is why we've decided to let you go. Sift's head snapped up. What? You may leave with Cassandra and Reuven when they depart, if you wish, Pada said. But what about all that stuff about death? Sift asked. Mata took a deep breath. It is all true. This is one of the hardest decisions I've ever made, and I've lived long enough to make a lot of them. We love you, but your path is your own. For you to grow, you will need to spread your branches. Sift dove forward, hugged his mom, and then moved to his dad. Thank you so much. I'll be careful, I promise. Pada smiled sadly. Being careful will not be enough. You must listen to Cassandra, both of you, if you wish to survive. Your paths are intertwined. Reuven, Mata said, and waited until their eyes locked. Cassandra did not ask that you be taught the steps, but her desire was clear. What is your desire? That was a good question. Reuven didn't want to die again, but that sounded a bit selfish. The reality was, this wasn't much different than the question Uru had asked him, and recent events had added another desire. I desire truth and the ability to protect my friends, Reuven said. Pada and Mata looked at each other before facing Reuven again. That is not the answer I expected from a 16-year-old, Pada said.
2 days ago it would have been different. A lot has happened since then, Reuven said. Pada and Mata whispered to each other in another language, and Reuven used the distraction to look over at Sift, who had a huge grin on his face. Reuven? Pada asked. Reuven faced Pada. Yes. We wish to offer you the mark of our clan. It will allow you to retain the techniques and skills associated with our steps, Pada said. Mata continued. Our clan is unique in that our steps do not focus on offense or defense, but encompass the whole. Those who witness our techniques will not be able to clearly recall them unless they bear our mark. We, too, believe in truth, Pada said, and we're very invested in you protecting your friends, Mata added, looking at Sift. The chance to learn self-defense from masters would be fantastic. It was an incredibly rare opportunity. But he had just discovered a hard lesson about jumping into things without knowing all the consequences. Thank you for your generous offer. What will I sacrifice? Reuven asked. You show your wisdom, Reuven, Pada said. For the first few years you will be learning the initial steps and only be bound to this rule: purposefully harming a clan member is forbidden unless your life is in danger. Once you pass step 30, you will need to further bind yourself to the clan. But that is years away, Mata said. Pada raised his arm to show his wrist. Our clan has ancient enemies who are agents of despair, chaos, and subjugation. Some despise all the clans for guarding our knowledge, and some wish to test themselves against clan members. All these and more will be new dangers for you. Mata displayed her wrist as well. Most clans will welcome and aid you. In a world of darkness, they will be islands of light. If you wish to join our clan, hold out your right wrist, Pada said. The part about new enemies scared Reuven. He already had so many. But they offered a way for Reuven to protect himself, and he sorely needed that. If he wished to survive what was coming, he needed every advantage he could gain. He held out his wrist. A viper coiled around a stalk of bamboo appeared on Pada's wrist and then on Mata's. Unlike with Kai, who had made him repeat a whole litany of promises, Pada placed his wrist on Reuven's and then removed it. A bamboo stalk appeared. Mata placed her wrist on Reuven's, and when she removed it, a viper now coiled around the stalk. A notification appeared with deep red script, and, like before, his whole body felt tingly. Thrum. You have been offered a soul oath. Learning to crawl. A bamboo step. Grandmaster and a viper step. Grandmaster have deemed you worthy to bear the mark of the Bamboo Viper clan, and have offered passage into the clan's ranks as a novice. You vow to never knowingly harm a clan member unless your life is in danger. Reward. Novice mark of the Bamboo Viper clan. Reward. Ability to retain the first 10 steps of each style. Warning. This is a soul binding and bridges death. Accept or decline. Reuven selected accept, and his whole body warmed like sunshine had enveloped him. The mark flared brightly on his wrist and then faded. He opened the new notification. Ping! You have learned the ability Snake in the Grass. Ability Snake in the Grass, Level 1. Class Any effect. Detect the presence of a member of the Bamboo Viper clan. Type A-O-E. Reuven noticed new quests. They had the stacked appearance like Kai's Black Pyramid ones, but the symbol for these was the viper coiled on bamboo. Glancing through them, it appeared there were quests for every step learned for each style. He would look at them in more detail later. Welcome to our clan Ruin Champion of Uru, Pada said. May your steps lead you to enlightenment, Mada said. They each held their left fist out from their body and placed their open right hand on top of the fist. Reuven mimicked them and bowed. You have honored me. I will do my best to learn, Reuven said. Speaking of that, Pada said and faced Sift. Adept. Sift held out his fist and covered it with his hand. Yes, Grandmaster. Pada continued. You will take charge of this novice's training. His progress will weigh on the decision for your advancement to master. Learning the steps is difficult. Teaching them is harder. Do you accept? I do, Sift said solemnly. May the steps protect you both, Mada said. I fear you will need it. Pada and Mada stood, but Sift remained seated. Both parents sat back down. What troubles you, son? Pada asked. I showed Reuven a basic breathing exercise and he immediately dropped into a deep meditation, Sift said. The sign of a tired mind, Mada said. Sift glanced at Reuven and then back at his parents. They are getting deeper. Sift spoke in another language and Heyu translated one word. Worried. Sift says you are excellent at meditation, Mada said. Reuven shrugged. I just learned. How does it make you feel? Pada asked. Rested, Reuven said. How do you retain your focus? Mada asked. I don't know. Everything kind of just goes black, Reuven said. Maybe you could show them, Sift said. The three of them stared at Reuven and it made his stomach turn in nervousness. He closed his eyes and imagined sitting in an empty room. Everything fell away. His aches, anxiety, fear, until nothing but the emptiness remained. From a distance he felt shaking and someone calling his name. Sharp pain on his cheek brought his thoughts back to the present, and he opened his eyes. Mada had her hand raised to slap him again, but Pada stopped her. He's back, Pada said. Thank the balance, Mada said. Sift's parents sat back down across from Reuven, and he wondered what he'd done wrong. Why would Mada slap him for meditating? They had told him to do it. Pada stared at Sift. When did you teach him? Last night, Sift said. Did I do something wrong? No, of course not. Meditation is valuable for all things, Mada said. Pada and Mada spoke in a different language, and Sift's eyes grew wide. Reuven immediately went to his abilities tab and used his free ability point to increase Heyu. He wondered if the ability point he gained from the observer branch could be used on a worker ability and tried incrementing Heyu again. It worked. He should have spent time considering the other abilities, but his curiosity demanded to know what these two were saying about him. The second level would take him from a 5-year-old's vocabulary to a basic understanding of the language. The third level made him fluent. His concentrations had been so intense, he'd advanced both times without saying a prayer to Uru. Ping! You have advanced the ability. Hey, you! Worker level 2. Ping! You have advanced the ability. Hey, you! Worker level 3. Sift's parents' conversation became understandable. Is bound to Uru. How can he even find his center? Mada asked. I don't care. We vowed to never fight for those gods again. Why would we throw that away for this boy? Pada asked. You witnessed it. Without guidance, you know the consequences, Mada said. We have taken him into our clan. He will learn to protect himself. Anything more risks all our lives, Pada said. Have you become so fond of this life that you now fear death? Mada asked. Sift held up his hand. Can I? Both Pada and Mada looked at Sift and spoke in unison. No. Sift frowned but remained quiet. Pada's voice rose. All life is our concern, including our own. This play by Uru can only mean that war is imminent. We must not take part this time. We won't be. We are only keeping this boy from ruining his mind. We will set him on a path and let him crawl down it. You know Uru did this on purpose, Pada said. Of all of them, she is the purest, Mata said. That is irrelevant. Winning results in too much power for a single being to possess, even Uru, and by helping her champion in this way, we are helping her, just as she probably planned, Pada said. We have already helped by adding him to our family, Mata said. Don't make an equivalence. The difference between the clan and what you propose is a raindrop to a thunderstorm, Pada said. I followed you here. You are my soulmate. But inaction is action itself. We cannot separate ourselves from this conflict. Mata held up her hand to stop Pada's argument. I agree, we will not be pawns in their game, but this is about saving this young man's life, not about the fate of the universe. It is connected, Pada said, which is why I will not have my balance altered, knowing we could have helped this boy and didn't, Mata said. We could forbid him to meditate, Pada said. Teenagers never listen. And what happens if it reaches for his active mind? Mata asked. We are taking a step that might start an avalanche, Pada said. I created this problem, Sift said. Sift's parents faced him. Don't blame yourself, Pada said. Sift shook his head. If I hadn't shown him how to meditate, we wouldn't be sitting here in a circle arguing. Don't carry baggage that isn't yours, Pada said. He would have learned it from someone at some point, but he didn't. I taught him. This lands on my scales. If you don't help him and something bad happens, it will weigh on us all. Mata smiled at Sift. He has his father's wisdom. Oh, that is not fair. Flattery and a lecture in the same sentence. I don't deserve you, Pada said. You do not, Mata said, still smiling. But with effort you might someday. Effort like showing Uru's champion how to cultivate? Pada asked. We are only showing him the path, not guiding him to enlightenment, Mata said. I will give him the standard geometry quests. By not revealing our personal cultivation methods, we can't be accused of picking a side. It will take the boy decades to finish, and by the time he is ready to move into level 2, the situation will be clearer. Pada closed his eyes for a few seconds and then sighed. Fine. Mata switched back to common. Sorry about that, Ruin. We were just discussing the best way to help you. Is something wrong? Ruin asked. Not wrong, just dangerous, Pada said. Mata continued. After the first few seconds, you aren't even meditating anymore. You're trying to do something called cultivating. I've heard of that. It's the magic of the unclassed and godless, Ruin said. Pada's brow furrowed, and Mata put a hand on his arm. What you call magic is a manipulation of the energy that surrounds us. Everyone has access to it. When you bound yourself to Uru, she created shortcuts for your learning. Those who don't bind themselves to a deity can learn your abilities and spells, but it takes an immense amount of time and effort. That is why almost no one does that willingly. Before your gods, it was the only method. If cultivation makes you more powerful, why doesn't everyone do it? Reuven asked. Pada spoke up. The problem is the process. It may take someone 100 years of cultivating to gather, understand, manipulate, and manifest the energy to create a small flame. It might only take a year after that to create and direct a ball of fire, but it's that first 100 years people are not willing to invest. Not when they can bind themselves to an entity that will just give them that power. Is Reuven doing something wrong? Sift asked. Mata waved her hands. No, nothing wrong. It's just he stumbled into his center and without a little direction, he could get stuck there. Oh, Sift said and looked down. Mata reached over and squeezed Sift's shoulder. Reuven wondered what had caused the sudden shift in Sift's mood. Pada spoke. People might spend their whole life looking for, but not finding their center. There are many reasons for this, the most common being a blockage in too many of the 12 meridians. Without your center,
You can't cultivate energy from your surroundings. All you can do is sift through the energy that touches you or is directed at you. A shard of light went through Ruwen's mind as his brain made a connection from what Pada had just said to earlier memories. Ruwen rubbed his temples as he remembered Sift saying it wasn't his name, it was what he did. And earlier Sift had told Blappy his parents were trying to unblock him. Ruwen glanced at Sift and saw his friends still stared at the floor. Pada was describing Sift. Mata continued the explanation. Once bound to a deity, the chance of finding your center is almost zero. There is too much contamination of the lines of power in your body. It is like listening for a cricket in a thunderstorm. Possible, but unlikely. And you're saying that when I meditate, I'm going to my center? Ruwen asked. More like you are being sucked into it, Pada said. Mata leaned forward. That is why we want to show you the basics. Your center is trying to cultivate, but without direction or focus. When you meditate, your mind and its energy are freed from your body. Your center senses this unbound energy and starts to cultivate it. I'm cannibalizing myself, Ruwen asked. Yes, and without help, you will put yourself in a coma and then die, Mata said. Ruwen's mouth went dry. I don't want that. Neither do we, Mata said as she looked at her husband. Pada ignored his wife's stare. Don't worry, the solution is simple. When you cultivate, you pull energy from your surroundings and store that in a structure in your center. The most common form of energy is light, and the most basic structure is a point. All you need to do is focus your center outward. Let it gather the light around you and fill the point you created. Don't worry if your point never lights up, Nada said. You aren't training to become a cultivator, you're just trying to keep your center from destroying your mind. What happens if my point lights up? Ruwen asked. You keep creating more advanced structures, Pada said. The point becomes a line, a triangle, and then a square. You keep adding sides until you can create a circle. That completes level 1 and will probably take you a decade. Then you start again, using three-dimensional shapes. A couple of decades later, if you work hard, you'll be able to form a sphere. That brings you to the cusp of level 2, and then the hard work begins. Mata held out her hand. I know that was a lot of information. You have years to work through it all. And honestly, most cultivators never finish level 1. We are only doing this so you stop harming yourself. Show me, please, Ruwen said. Mata moved to sit directly in front of Ruwen. He accepted the quest line she offered and saw them appear with his other quests. The cultivation quest symbol was a green sphere. Mata grabbed his hands and spoke. There are as many methods as there are cultivators when it comes to gathering. You can picture yourself at the bottom of a funnel, or dozens of arms stuffing energy into your mouth, or giant wings that scoop it into your body. The point is, your focus needs to be outward, and those types of visualizations can help. Now, with your focus outward, close your eyes and imagine the tiniest point possible. So tiny, you can barely see it. Do you have it? Ruwen nodded. Mata's voice became a whisper. When you start to meditate and your mind begins to fall, bring this point with you. You will stay more aware of your surroundings, since your center will no longer be feeding on your senses. Are you ready to try? Ruwen took a deep breath and nodded again. He thought about what he should use to gather the energy around him. The dozen arms seemed too slow, and while the idea of wings sounded awesome, it still felt convoluted. From his laboratory classes, he knew the power of a vacuum. He'd gotten his hand stuck on the top of a flask after the liquid in it cooled faster than he'd expected. The vacuum it created made it impossible to pull his hand away, and he'd had to break the flask to free his hand. So he pictured himself as an empty flask void of anything, and then pulled his point of darkness down into this empty flask. The familiar calmness wrapped him like a blanket, and then his point exploded and light filled his mind. I'm blind, Sift screamed. And just at the edge of his hearing he heard Blappy's laughter, and then her voice. And so the avalanche begins. Chapter 2. I can't see, Sift said again. It will be okay, Sift, Pada said. Reuven has cultivated all the light in the room. Your vision will return when the light does. Reuven heard this through the roaring sound of energy traveling into his body. It scared him, and he pulled away from the blazing white ball that surrounded him. Mada's grip tightened. Don't stop, Reuven. His heartbeat increased, and his breathing became more rapid. Release your fear, Pada said. Reuven didn't know how to do that. He pictured the fear outside himself, and to his surprise, the sphere immediately consumed it. His heartbeat slowed, and his breathing became more even. Good, Mada said. Relax. It is getting cold, Sift said. Pada spoke in a different language. He is dipping into the lower energies. Should I move him somewhere safer? Blappy asked. Yes, please, Mada said immediately. Reuven, stay in your center until the energy stops rushing toward you. Feed your fear, or anything you don't want to keep, into the flow. Why did they need to move him somewhere safer? Was he in danger? Did cultivating make him vulnerable to some form of attack? The warmth of Mada's hands around his wrists disappeared. Was he alone now? He didn't think he could stay centered if he opened his eyes or talked. In fact, all his thinking made him feel unbalanced, like he might start spinning. He focused on the rush of energy as it flowed into his growing ball of light and kept his mind clear. Eventually, the flow of energy slowed to a trickle. A gigantic ball of energy now surrounded Reuven's center. He felt like the pit of some enormous fruit. Wondering where he was, he opened his eyes. Jumping to his feet, he turned in a circle. He stood on a footbridge at the edge of a vast, ruined city. In the distance, at the city's center, a large pyramid stood like a needle piercing the sky. Outside the city, fog roiled and turned violently as if tornadoes were locked in battle. Fires burned around him, and all the vegetation had died. Looking down, he noticed his body steaming. What happened? He whispered. 6 hours of you, Blappy replied. Reuven jumped and turned to find Blappy sitting on the edge of the footbridge, her feet dangling over the edge. Me? What did I do? Reuven asked. What happens when you remove heat from the air? It gets colder. Water condenses. Blappy pointed toward the fog. Reuven laughed nervously. Are you saying I did that? Well, it was sunny when I put you out here. Reuven checked the time. It had been over 6 hours. His last clear memory was sitting with the Addis and Sift. Did I hurt anyone? Reuven asked. The sudden movement of energy caused some fires, and you killed all the vegetation, but this destruction happened long ago. Everyone in the pyramid is safe. Reuven sat down. I don't understand what happened. Me either. Your meridians should be blazing like suns, and sitting here next to you, I can't even tell you're a cultivator. How is she hiding that? Blappy pushed herself off the bridge, and Reuven lurched to try and grab her before she fell, almost falling off himself. Blappy stood in the air and pushed him back onto the ledge. You're the most incompetent champion I have ever met. But your heart is pure Terium. Your heart. Blappy tapped her teeth with a finger and then paced back and forth in front of him 30 feet off the ground. She suddenly stopped and faced Reuven, her mouth open. Pull your shirt up, Blappy said. That is a really weird... Do it now or I'll surround you with centipedes, starting in your pants. Reuven jerked his shirt up. Blappy looked at his chest, smiled, and held out her hand. A square piece of paper formed on it, and she pressed it to his chest before he could react. What do your notifications say? Blappy asked. Reuven opened his notifications only to find he had a stack of them. What had caused all these notifications? Terrified, Blappy would stick a centipede on him. He closed the notifications and opened his log instead. He read the most recent entries. Tring, The Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: fleeting tattoo of grotesqueness. Quantity 1, location torso. Quality rare. Durability 1 of 1. Weight 0.01 pounds. Effect: charisma -10. Description: place on your torso to activate effect. Effect valid until tattoo has faded. Please put a bag over your head. The next notification confused him. Only one torso tattoo may be active. Remove current tattoo and try again. It says only one tattoo can be active at a time, Ruin said. Blappy clapped her hands and ran around in a circle. Ruin's body still steamed and the tattoo had stuck to his chest. The thought of that tattoo activating made his stomach turn, and he peeled it off. Blappy was jumping up and down talking to herself, so he stuck it in his void band. Ruin looked down at his chest. The only thing remotely odd on his torso was his birthmark. He triggered Magnify and studied it. The red lines came into focus and Ruin gasped. The birthmark was actually thousands of fine lines that formed multiple complex patterns. Looking at them gave him a headache, so he deactivated Magnify and rubbed his eyes. That was definitely not a birthmark. Ruin looked up to find Blappy right in front of him. She's a genius, and it doesn't break any of their rules. Blappy clenched her hands and squeezed her eyes shut. The brilliance and craftsmanship of it defy comprehension. What is it? Ruin asked. At first I thought it was just a concealment tattoo, complicated to begin with and never successfully used to hide a cultivator. That would be fantastic enough. But it also hides your soul bond with Uru from your center. It's like a wall separating your center from your bond while masking your meridians from the outside world. It's why you can cultivate even though you've ascended and no one can see your spirit. That's what my birthmark is. An external and internal tattoo. It never even occurred to me to try internal. That sounds complicated. Impossible, even for a god, had I not seen it for myself. Blappy grabbed his cheeks. Her black eyes were filled with small, bright lights like he was looking at the night sky. She smelled like peppermint. Tell no one, absolutely no one, what that mark does. Uru's last 3 champions disappeared. Almost 300 years without a champion made me wonder if she had faltered. The other gods think her weak, but this reaffirms everything I know about her. She is a true navigator. Think about this. For you to bear that mark means you were chosen before you were born. Her ability to see the path is terrifying. Ruin swallowed hard. No pressure or anything? This is so exciting, Blappy shouted. Wait, the Addas said I'd kill myself if I meditated. What if I'd read a book on meditation a year ago and tried it? All this planning would have been for nothing. No, she wouldn't take a risk that large. If it were me, I would have blocked your ability to meditate or cultivate and then removed that blockage during ascendancy when you reformed. Then I'd get you to a safe place to learn as quickly as possible. Ruin rubbed his birthmark. Actually, it did look smaller after I ascended. I actually wondered if Uru fixed people's blemishes sometimes. And I was here less than 12 hours after I ascended. That is scary. I wonder how far back this planning goes. There has never been anyone like you. Did she give you some way to quantify your power? Ruin glanced at the corners of his interface and immediately noticed a change. I have a new bar called Spirit, Ruin said. Ruin opened his profile. I have a cultivation level now too. I'm level 19 and my spirit points are... Ruin choked and he forced himself to finish. 352,164. Interesting. Let me see if I can reverse that calculation. You were cultivating for about 6 hours in the visible and thermal ranges. You affected everything in front of you for about a mile. That means the most likely solution is you're gaining around 0.001 spirit per foot cultivated for light and 0.002 spirit per foot cultivated for the red energy. That is some impressive math, Ruin said. Is that a lot of spirit? Blappy shrugged. I've seen higher. Ruin's shoulders slumped. He checked his other tabs, but his abilities, spells, and skills hadn't changed. Whatever his spirit did, it didn't look like there was an easy way to spend it, and it sounded from Blappy like it wasn't that much anyway. Now what? Ruin asked. We need to make sure it's safe to take you back. Cultivate again, and let's see what happens. Ruin closed his eyes and evened out his breathing. This time he didn't have to descend into his center. The white ball of energy already surrounded him. He imagined himself as the vacuum flask, and like before, he felt the energy flow to him. But this time his center resisted the new energy. He concentrated on pushing the walls of his sphere outward to make more room, but after a great effort, he hadn't absorbed any of the energy around him. Cultivating now would be safe because he'd reached his capacity for his current level. He could now meditate while in his center without harming himself or those around him. Good, Blappy said. Reuven opened his eyes and stared at the maelstrom he'd created. He wouldn't put himself in a coma now. Instead, he had a terrifying ball of energy that he didn't understand sitting like a bomb inside his body. None of that seemed good. He focused on Blappy. What do I tell the Addis? That's complicated. Obviously, you can't mention the birthmark. They know you cultivated, but they won't be able to sense it. This will confuse and worry them. They can't help you further anyway. Tell them a partial truth, that whatever happened seemed to have filled you up and that you can't cultivate any more energy. That will allow them to sleep. Ruin remembered Uru asking him if he could swim in a sea of lies if it brought him to the shore of truth. It was easier to agree to that when you didn't have to lie to the people who just helped you. Plus, he had no idea what this new ability did for him. It seemed useless right now. Ruin took a deep breath and let it out. I hate secrets, and they just keep piling up. Tell me about it, Blappy said, pointing at the pyramid. Look at what I had to build to hold mine. Then she disappeared, and a portal opened on the footbridge. Reuven walked to the portal and wondered how many other things weren't what they appeared to be. Chapter 2. The explanation to Pada and Mata was difficult, and Reuven could tell they knew he was hiding details. But they congratulated him on his success and let him go without an interrogation. Sift bounced with excitement as they left the rock garden, and he wanted every detail Reuven could remember. Reuven knew Sift was desperate to fix his own cultivation issues, and Reuven wanted to help his friend. But Reuven didn't understand what had happened and didn't have anything to help Sift. 10 minutes later, Sift was still asking questions. They'd been climbing stairs the entire time, and Reuven's curiosity forced him to interrupt Sift. Where are we going? Reuven asked. Since you wasted our whole afternoon, I'm doing what Kai told me to do. Dread filled Reuven. What was that? She wanted me to show you what the blood moss did. Reuven relaxed. He'd forgotten he'd taken that. That felt like weeks ago, but it really had been less than 24 hours here. This is probably high enough, Sift said. Instead of continuing up the stairs, they took a hallway, and in less than a minute, they exited onto a walkway that wrapped around the pyramid. A 3-foot stone wall served as the only protection from falling to your death. Sift walked to the edge and leaned out. Reuven shuffled to the wall and peeked over. The ruined city looked tiny from this height, and his stomach turned. He immediately stepped back. What's wrong? Sift asked. I hate heights. I wish I could fly. Can't you? When you jumped to fight that blind nightmare, it looked like you were flying. It certainly wasn't natural. I know. Mom yells at me for the wasted spirit, but I just can't help it. As soon as I've absorbed enough energy, I use it to glide around for as long as I can. You used spirit to do that? It's a gigantic waste. I know I should be using it for internal things, and I do. But if I had my parents' power, I would jump off this ledge right now and fly. That fire roasted your brain. There is never
A good reason to jump off a perfectly good balcony.
Sift looked wistfully out at the city for a few seconds and then focused back on Ruin.
Anyway, let's talk about the blood moss. Blappy is pretty valuable because her loot goes all the way up to legendary. Nobody knows how deep or far she goes. For all we know, it might be this entire planet. She has levels that even challenge the gods. A city formed around her to trade with and prey on the people raiding the pyramid. This created a lot of wealth. So of course someone else wanted it, and there was a gigantic war.
As the city was about to fall, someone had the bright idea to launch their secret weapon into the invading army.
The blood moss.
Yep, it ate the entire advancing army. Then it ate all the survivors in the city.
Blappy didn't stop it?
Not right away. I don't know if she was sick of all the people around her or if she just wanted to teach everyone a lesson or who knows why.
That moss killed everyone.
Not just people. Over 1 million people. Animals, insects, plants, everything.
What stopped it?
Blappy pulled some sort of flammable gas from deep in the earth and then ignited it. This pyramid is the center of a 10-mile circle of charred earth. If the blood moss missed anything, Blappy's fire didn't. Reuven really regretted taking the blood moss now. When he was on his way out, he would put it back. There was no way he wanted to carry such a destructive thing around.
It's a plant, though. Doesn't it grow like an inch a week? Reuven asked.
Sift shook his head. You have Blappy's mark, so you're protected. If you'd stepped into that room without it, it would have covered you like a living blanket before you'd taken 2 breaths. You can't outrun it. They walked around the pyramid. The sun was a fist from the horizon and the heat of the day had dissipated. This high up, a gentle breeze cooled the air and Reuven relaxed a little.
Whoa, look at that, Sift said.
They had arrived on the east side of the pyramid and columns of black clouds twisted at the distant city wall. Rain streaked the sky and the ground looked white.
I've never seen it hail here, Sift said. I wonder what caused such a gigantic storm.
Reuven had been a little vague on what had happened after Blappy took him. He'd told Sift Blappy took him out into the city, but not about anything else. In fact, he still had a hard time believing he'd caused that storm.
They probably happen a lot. You're just inside, Reuven said. Now, I come up here almost every night. It looks like Blappy is blocking the storm from passing into the city.
They felt a faint vibration as giant hailstones crashed into the ground just outside the city. Each one looked to be the size of a house.
Wow. How long do you think those had to stay in the air to get that big? Sift asked.
It had been 20 minutes since Blappy had opened the portal that brought him back. Lightning arced and thunder rumbled as the rain turned into a torrent.
We should go, Reuven said.
Sift reluctantly moved away from the edge of the walkway.
Okay. Are you hungry?
Reuven realized he wasn't hungry or tired. In fact, he felt fantastic. Was this some byproduct of the cultivation?
Not really, Reuven said. I kind of just want to go back to the room and work through everything that's happened today.
Sounds good. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll see you later. Sift held out his fist and Reuven stared at it. You put your hand on it, palm down. It's a clan shortcut, so we don't always have to bow to each other, Sift said.
What happens if we both put our fist out? Reuven asked.
Look at the overthinker at work. If that happens, the lower-ranked member changes to the palm. If they don't, that means they want to challenge you and try to advance in rank. Okay, so I'm basically always palm.
Yes, probably for the rest of your life.
Thanks. Reuven placed his open hand over Sift's fist. Sift smiled and then touched the wall with his wrist.
Rec room.
A portal appeared in the stone.
Hey, I'm glad you're coming back with us, Reuven said.
Sift rubbed his hands together.
Oh, me too. I've never had my own novice to torture before. This is going to be fun.
Reuven couldn't tell if that was a joke, and Sift stepped through the portal before he could ask. A moment later, the portal vanished. Ruin's step lesson earlier today had gone terribly. Maybe joining a clan hadn't been the best idea. He touched his right wrist to the wall. Sift's room. A portal opened. Reuven turned and looked at the storm again. Every few seconds, a giant piece of ice would strike the invisible barrier that Blappy had erected. The more he learned about himself, the more anxious he became. It felt like he was following a path Uru had made for him who knows how long ago, and it didn't feel good. He wanted to find his parents and then do great and marvelous things, but it didn't seem like his wants mattered. He was just being manipulated, marched down a predestined path. It felt terrible. Turning away from the storm, he stepped through the portal and into the hallway in front of Sift's room. "Thanks for the portal, Blappy," Reuven said to the empty air. Reuven noticed the bins by the door had clean clothes, and he brought the clothes into the room with him. After placing his into his void band, he sat on Sift's bed and sorted Sift's clothes into two piles, stained and unstained. Not wanting to ruin any of Sift's clothes, he decided to experiment on his own first. He sat on the floor, cross-legged, and pulled the hem of his pants away from his leg. He didn't know if he could channel scrub into just one hand, so he decided to try that first. He thought of the icon, and his hands glowed. His energy bar flashed a small 1 every second. He willed his left hand off, and the glow disappeared. The energy consumption stayed at 1 per second, though. Smiling, he grabbed the hem of his pants with his left hand and carefully brought his right hand near the cloth. The dirt and mud that clung to the pants disappeared without any visible damage to the pants. When Reuven's right hand neared his left, he felt a warm vibration that made his hand itchy. Satisfied, he grabbed Sift's pants with the bloody hem and set them on his lap. This time, when he thought of the scrub icon, he only willed it to his right hand. His left hand remained normal, and he picked up the pants. It took him 10 minutes to realize he could safely increase the channeled power level. Things went much faster after that, but it forced Reuven to cast campfire in the middle of the room. An hour later, he'd cleaned all the blood out of Sift's clothes. Reuven didn't know how much of it was Sift's, but it demonstrated how dangerous Blappy was to anyone entering her halls. As much as he'd looked down on workers for these mundane tasks, there was a real pleasure in what he'd just done. It felt good to immediately see the result of your work, and Reuven felt a small sense of accomplishment. It had also allowed him to let his brain rest without having to venture into his center and the blazing sun that waited for him there. He knew he was avoiding what had just happened to him, but he felt overwhelmed and this needed to be done anyway. But he couldn't put off going through his notifications any longer. When he'd opened them earlier, there had been too many to deal with, but now was a good time to sort through it all. He stretched out on his bed and opened the first one. "Ting, you have completed the quest. What's your point? Cultivation, stage 1. You have received 100 experience." The next one was the same. They were all from the chain quest Mata had given him. "Ting, you have completed the quest. 2 points. Make a line." Cultivation Stage 2. You have received 150 experience. In fact, the notifications were all completed cultivation quests that increased in experience by 50 each time. It wasn't until after the level 9 quest, which was to form a circle in his center, that anything changed. "Ting, you have completed the quest, going around in circles." Cultivation Stage 9. You have received 500 experience. "Ting, you have completed the quest. 2 dimensions are for novices. You have received 1,000 experience." He had moved from novice to initiate in cultivation. But the next notification made him even happier. "Ding Uru's blessings, worker. You have reached level 4. You have gained +1 to strength. You have gained +1 to stamina. You have 2 unassigned points. Uru's blessings, root. You have reached level 4. You have 2 unassigned points. New spells and abilities are available to you. Choose wisely. Ruin's skin prickled when reading the notification. He had to fight the urge to open his profile and start assigning attribute points. There would be time for that shortly. He took a deep breath and gave himself a moment to bask in his accomplishment. Then he resumed going through the remaining notifications. They were still cultivation quests, this time going through the 3-dimensional geometric shapes. They started at 600 experience, and each new one added another 50 experience. The last cultivation quest Reuven had completed required him to form a sphere in his center. Ting, you have completed the quest Sphere of Influence Cultivation Stage 19. You have received 1,000 experience. A different notification appeared. Gong, you have increased your knowledge level 37. The intelligent know true power is held by knowledge. The wise know knowledge can be dangerous. Greatness is found between them. The knowledge increase must be from learning cultivation. The final notification gave him the only remaining cultivation quest. Ting, you have received the quest. Pick one side. As a novice, you cultivate it into 2 dimensions, and as an initiate, 3. An apprentice must embrace the whole, twisting their center to encompass both simultaneously. Reward. Cultivation rank of apprentice, stage 20. Reward, 2,000 experience. Well, that made 0 sense. Reuven shook his head and closed the notification. Immediately, he opened his profile and planned how to spend the 4 attribute points that he had control over. His worker class had already put a point into strength and stamina, bringing them both to 12. Because they would both level as he didn't want to waste any more points there. Both his dexterity and wisdom were still 9. His weapons modifiers had brought them high enough to get rid of his debuffs, but if he changed weapons, they would come back. Plus, he really wanted to get back to where he'd started before he'd taken a chaos blade to the eye and lost 12 attribute points. He added a point to dexterity and wisdom, bringing them both back to his original 10 again. That left 2 points. Many of the observer class spells and skills were based on dexterity. That would be an excellent place to add points. Charisma was an option, but he already had a decent value of 12, and a point there would benefit him the least. Wisdom was something he should seriously consider. He had made some poor decisions lately, and wisdom would help with that. Finally, there was intelligence. He had built most of his identity around this attribute because it had significantly shaped the last few years of his life. It also directly improved his ability to cast spells. He thought about it for another minute and then added a point to dexterity and 1 to intelligence. Glancing through the other sections of his profile, he noticed some changes. He had made good progress toward level 5, and he now had a cultivation stage and a cultivation rank. Not only that, but his cultivation stage had affected some of his other attributes in a big way. His resilience had increased dramatically, which had increased all his resistances. Maybe even more significantly, his perception ability had massively increased. He studied the items that had changed the most in his profile. Cultivation. Stage 19. Cultivation rank, Initiate. Experience, 7,558 out of 10,000. Strength, 12. Stamina, 12. Dexterity, 13. Intelligence, 18. Wisdom, 11. Charisma, 12. Knowledge, 37. Health, 145 out of 145. Mana, 180 out of 180. Energy, 247 out of 247. Resilience percent, 14.10%. Cleverness percent, 39.70%. Perception percent, 32.10%. His resilience received half of his cultivation stage, and his perception received all of it. With his pacifist's cloak bonus of 10%, it put his perception over 30%. All his resistances were now over 16% too, except for dark and chaos, which were just over 12%.
It appeared that cultivating had effects other than creating a terrifying ball of energy inside yourself. Those quests had also gotten him 3/4 of the way to level 5. He closed his profile and shut his eyes. Another emotion overtook his happiness. Fear. If he died here before he could cross back over and synchronize with Uru, all this would be lost. He wouldn't even have memories of it. The thought of losing the last day terrified him. It felt like he'd packed an entire life of adventure and learning into his time here. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. It paralyzed him. "Hey," Sift said. Ruin screamed, his fear exploding like a bomb.
"Whoa," Sift said. "I didn't mean to scare you."
Ruin's heart beat so quickly his chest hurt. He took a few deep breaths and his heart rate slowed. "It's okay," Ruin said as he sat up. Sift stood by his bed. He slowly reached down and picked up a pair of his pants. He rolled the hem, now free of Lyland's blood, between his fingers. After a few moments, he turned and looked at Ruin, his eyes glistening in the light. "Thank you," Sift whispered. "Of course." Sift sat on the bed and tears fell silently down his cheeks. "It's my fault Lyland died," Sift said. "Kai said to not blame myself, but I do. I assumed she was ascended. Wouldn't she just be reborn?" Sift wiped the tears away. "She was, but she lost all her memories of this place when it happened, and Kai wanted to wait before bringing her back." "Did Lyland say where she came from?" "Stone Harbor. That isn't too far from Deepwell, if I remember right." Ruin nodded. "It's just a few days' ride east, all the way to the coast. Stone Harbor is way bigger than Deepwell." Ruin thought for a few seconds. If she accepted the Black Pyramid mark there, then she'd have memories of Kai and accepting it. So from Lyland's perspective, she stepped through the rock portal and then immediately woke up in the temple basement. I guess. Kai didn't say why Lyland wasn't brought right back here. Poor Lyland. It's terrible enough to wake up from a death knowing how it happened, but to not remember it must be terrible. Thoughts of the High Priest's son flashed through Ruin's mind. That is exactly what had happened to him, and partly why Ruin had been punished with his worker class. But whatever had happened in that distant valley, his parents hadn't killed anyone. His parents were good people. Sift squeezed his eyes with his fingers. That accident changed the trajectory of Lyland's whole life. She doesn't even remember me. Ruin finally understood. Sift had liked this girl, and her death had caused their relationship to be lost. It made him wonder if Sift had other reasons for wanting to cross to the other side. It also reinforced his own fears, which had just crystallized. "I don't want to die," Ruin blurted out. "I don't want you to either. I couldn't bear to have that happen again." They sat in silence for a minute, both lost in their own thoughts of death and loss. "I have an idea," Sift said. Ruin looked up. "You learned the cipher today, which gives you access to the lab. Let's go make some potions for tomorrow," Sift said. "But I don't have many ingredients." Sift set the pants down and waved a hand. "We can use the quartermaster's stock. He just keeps 9 of every 10 things we make." Ruin liked working in the lab at school. He still needed to choose his level 3 spells, but he could do that later. "That sounds fun, actually," Ruin said. Sift stood. "Let's go." Chapter 2. They walked through the open double doors into a room almost as wide and long as the rec room. Rows of tables filled the room. Shelves that reached from floor to ceiling spanned the entire length of the room, covering the walls. They were filled with more jars, pots, and bottles than Reuven had ever seen in one place. There were 4 workbenches in each of the 9 rows. A young man in dark clothes, a tan smock, and large glasses stared intently at a boiling flask. Other than Fluffy and the Addas, this was the first person Reuven had seen here. The young man glanced up at them, and Reuven waved. "You see them?" Sift asked. "Them, I see the guy in the tan smock and glasses." "Well, that's progress." "How many people are in here?"
I see 2 and sense another 2. But Kai's people are really good. That you saw anyone is amazing. Reuven's cultivation had ramped up his perception, and it felt good to see the results of that. To be fair, the shade had been highly focused on another task and probably wasn't concentrating on staying hidden, but it still felt satisfying. Each table had a small fire pit on one end and a small fountain on the other. The space in between had a large work area, and flasks and beakers were lined up on a shelf that ran along the entire table. Under each table, there were additional glassware, metal bowls, and pots. "Stop staring and come on," Sift said. Reuven followed Sift to a table right next to the door. Sift removed a brown leather book from his belt, and Reuven recognized it. "That looks like the same book I got 5-minute fare to die for," Reuven said. Sift tilted it so Reuven could read the cover, but the words were gibberish. It must be encoded in a higher-level cipher than Reuven's level 1. "Mine's volume 3, Sift said. "Get yours out." Reuven removed his book and set it on the table. "Find a healing recipe you like," Sift said. Reuven opened his book and scanned at the table of contents. The contents were broken up into 4 main chapters: contact, injected, inhaled, and ingested. In each chapter there were the following topics: poison, antidote, recreational, and healing. The first healing recipe was in the contact chapter. Swab minor effect. Reduce bleed damage by 1 HP and S for 10 seconds. Effect: heal 2 HP and S for 15 seconds. Ingredients: 1 3x3 absorbent fabric, 1 gintal leaf, 2 drops Felk blood, 1 cup water, 1 pinch pyramid ash. Recipe 1. Add ash to water. 2. Bring water to boil. Reduce heat. 3. Add Felk blood and simmer until dissolved. 4. Crush gintal leaf and add to solution. 5. Boil for 3 minutes. 6. Remove from heat. 7. Place fabric in solution and let cool. "I found one for minor swab," Reuven said. Sift nodded. "That's a good one to start. Let me show you how to find the ingredients. Bring your book." As they approached the closest wall, Reuven marveled at the vast amount of ingredients. Sift pointed to the shelf under a large jar containing what looked like small river rocks. "See the value under this jar?" Sift asked. L1709. Stare at the first ingredient in your recipe. What do you see? Reuven stared at 3x3 absorbent fabric, and after a second, a value appeared. Whoa. The text disappeared, and L3411 appeared, Reuven said. Sift turned to face the doors. "Pretend you're working at your bench." Sift stuck out his left arm. "Left side, that's what L stands for. R is for the other wall. The 3 is for the 3rd row of tables. 4 means the 4th shelf up from the bottom. 11 means the 11th item on the shelf." That is really clever. A huge book in the back lists all the ingredients and their locations. It makes finding things a breeze. But you don't need to fetch things yourself if you don't want to. There is an easier method. Sift walked back to Reuven's workbench, and Reuven followed. "Place the wrist with your pyramid mark on the bench and say, 10 minor swabs," Sift said. Reuven placed his wrist on the table. 10 minor swabs. Ingredients rose out of the table. In moments, Reuven's bench contained the ingredients to make 10 minor swabs. "That is amazing," Reuven said. "You can just leave all your things on the bench when you're done. Blappy will clean it all." "What happens if I fail?" Reuven asked. "The recipes in your volume all have a 100% success rate. If you drop a beaker or something, the cost is reflected on Fluffy's ledger. The big book in the back will also tell you what everything costs." Sift showed Reuven how to adjust the heat and how to cool the water bath. "You good?" "Safety stuff," Reuven asked. Sift pulled out a drawer at the end of the table, and Reuven put on the smock and glasses he found there. There were other items as well, but he didn't know their purpose, so he left them alone. "Okay, I'm good, Reuven said. Sift walked to the next bench and flipped through his book. Reuven looked at all his ingredients and wondered if any of them were dangerous. He turned to his book again and flipped to the back. As he suspected, there was a glossary, and he skimmed down until he found gintal leaf. The entry listed the general uses for it and where it could be found, which, to Reuven's surprise, included more than one world. It also listed any safety concerns or if it needed special handling. Finally, it listed all the pages where it could be found in the book. Reuven looked up all his ingredients, but none were dangerous. Satisfied he'd taken all the necessary precautions, he set up his table. Reuven loved working in the lab. Mixing ingredients together to create new things excited him. He completed the recipe from start to finish with a single beaker, noting how much time each part took. With this new knowledge, he determined he could make them in batches of 10 and still be paying close enough attention that he didn't ruin anything. He was on his 6th batch when Sift came over. "I'm getting tired. You going to be much longer?" Sift asked. Reuven had utterly lost track of time. He really wanted to make 100 of them so he'd be able to keep 10 for himself. And the truth was, he wasn't tired at all. In fact, since waking up from his cultivating, he hadn't felt tired at all. He felt amazing. "If you don't mind, I'd like to get to 100, Reuven said. "No problem. You know how to get back." Reuven nodded and placed his palm over Sift's outstretched fist. "See you later," Reuven said. He focused back on his task and the world around him disappeared. The preciseness of the lab made his brain happy. When he finished the 10th batch, he almost started another but managed to stop himself. Blappy had absorbed 9 of every 10 swabs he made, but he now had a stack of 10 himself. It was a nice round number, and if he kept going, his brain would make him go to 15. He placed the 10 swabs in his void band and looked at the bench fondly. He wished he could take it with him so he could do it while away. A thought occurred to him, and he placed his mark on the bench. "Mobile Alchemy Lab," Reuven said. The benches next to Reuven disappeared, and a box the size of a wagon appeared. Reuven yelped and looked around. He couldn't see anyone, but that didn't mean much. Swallowing hard, he put his wrist back on the bench and tried again. "Small Mobile Alchemy Lab." Reuven whispered, terrified it might be bigger than the wagon. He really should have just walked back to the book and found what he wanted there. The huge box sunk into the floor and the benches replaced it. Nothing else reappeared, and Reuven's shoulders slumped. He turned back to his bench and found a wooden cube about 2 feet per side sitting there. Reuven reached out and touched it. "Tring, the Black Pyramid has loaned you name, mobile, alchemy laboratory, small, quality, fine, durability, 100 of 100. Weight, 30 pounds. Replacement cost, 1,296 Black Pyramid tokens. Description: mobile lab for alchemical creations. You break it, you buy it. The stained wood looked almost black, and Reuven ran a hand over the top. A latch caught his finger and he carefully pried it up. As soon as the latch released, the box unfolded itself slowly, as if hidden gears and springs controlled it. The sides of the box spread outward and looked like 2 open arms. The top folded backward and formed a small pyramid with the rear of the box. Many of the same types of beakers, flasks, and glassware he'd just used were packed efficiently on the box's shelves. "Blappy, you are so amazing," Reuven said. Reuven carefully pushed the box back together and latched it. Wrapping his arms around the heavy box, he pulled until almost half of it hung off the bench. He opened his void band about 3 feet to fit the alchemy lab and tried not to panic at the flashing 20 on his energy bar. He had 247 energy now, which gave him 12 seconds to get this done. Holding his left wrist close to the table, he reshaped the void band until the alchemy box hung over a black hole. Praying this worked and he didn't destroy it, he pulled the top of the alchemy box downward. For a moment, it didn't budge.
and then the entire box tilted forward and immediately slid off the table. Reuven flinched, expecting there to be some sort of impact on his void band, but nothing happened. One moment the box had been teetering on edge, and the next it had disappeared. Reuven hadn't heard or felt a thing. The same notification appeared that he'd seen after taking the blood moss. It had a timer which had already started counting down from 10. Reuven quickly read the notification to make sure it hadn't changed. Notice: a living entity has entered your void band. Estimated energy consumption to sustain additional life, 0.25 energy per second. You are currently consuming 0.20 energy per second. You have 10 seconds to make one of the following choices. Choice 1. Remove the entity. Choice 2. Select yes, incur the energy cost, and sustain the entity's life. Choice 3. Select no, and the entity will perish. He selected yes, and the notification disappeared. His energy bar flashed yellow as he dropped under 25%. Reuven realized he'd kept his void band open this entire time and immediately slammed it closed. His left wrist stung from the force and he rubbed it. Reading that notification while his void band was open had almost killed him. He remembered Blizz telling him the ways he'd died being stupid and careless with the void band. Now, barely a day later, he'd almost had his own story. The alchemy box must have some live ingredients in it. Since the cost had been so low, it must have been plants. Reuven's constant energy drain between the blood moss and alchemy lab was 0.45 energy per second. His regen was about 2.5 per second, so that gave him plenty of buffer. He had other notifications that had remained minimized, and he opened them. They were all identical except for the level. He kept choosing accept until he got to the last one. Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill Alchemy, level 10. Effect: alchemical creations gain a 5% increase in success and effectiveness. That was fantastic. It felt good to have his work result in tangible increases in his skills. Before ascending, it felt like everything was a waste of time. But that wasn't true. The hours he'd spent in the lab at school had allowed him to advance more quickly now. Nothing was really ever wasted. Glancing at his clock, he realized he'd spent the entire evening here. It was almost midnight, and he wasn't even remotely tired. In fact, since the cultivation, he had been buzzing with energy. The truth was, the cultivation situation scared him, and he knew part of his obsession in the alchemy lab was to avoid thinking about it. He had very little idea what had actually happened, and Sift's parents had already made it clear they weren't going to do anything further. They had given him the first 20 standard quests that would get him to apprentice, and they had expected that to take decades, not hours. If he went back to his room now, he would lay in bed and think about the terrifying ball of energy in his body. He didn't want to think about that. Back home, he would have shelved books until he was too tired to stay awake. Shelve books. There was a library of sorts here, although it was a disaster. Sift said that the first level would be safe for weeks, so it wouldn't be dangerous to go down there. It had made him sad to see all those books scattered around the room. He walked out of the alchemy lab and touched his mark to the wall. Library. A portal opened, and he stepped through. Chapter 3. The library didn't look the same. Books still lay scattered everywhere, but the shelves along each wall had been repaired, and the tables and chairs were fixed as well. Brightly lit chandeliers hung every 10 feet, filling the room with light. He hadn't noticed the hanging lights earlier, but whether he'd missed them before or if they'd just been added, they were a welcome addition. It appeared Blappy had noticed his small attempt to organize one corner of the room and had taken steps to allow him to continue. "Thanks, Blappy," Reuven whispered. "You're welcome," Blappy replied. Reuven jerked at the sound and then flushed. He had to stop thinking he was alone. No one was ever alone in the Black Pyramid. Blappy sat on a table to his right. She clutched her stuffed centipede in one hand and a book of animal drawings in her other. "You're jumpy," Blappy said. "I'm just not used to people appearing out of thin air." "Shouldn't you be sleeping?" I'm not very tired. Why are you doing this? That question had 100 answers, most of which involved the new energy inside Reuven, and he didn't want to talk about that. Habit, maybe. I help out in the library back home. Shelving is a great way to discover new books. You're looking for new books? Kind of. He really didn't want to talk about himself, so he tried turning the conversation. Where did all these books come from? From the people who visit me. A momentary contact with a book or journal is all I need to duplicate it. For instance, I now have copies of all the textbooks you brought on Uru's classes. Reuven remembered Blappy talking about the gods adventuring here. Is it possible that some of their writing might be here? That would make this an incredibly valuable library, Reuven said. Everything about me is incredibly valuable. I believe that. The really interesting things are the esoteric writings in languages lost to mortals long ago. So, book borrows are rare. The word esoteric triggered a memory in Reuven, but he set it aside for a moment. Does that mean you let people borrow books from here? If they have my mark, which very few do, you're the first person to touch a book in here in centuries. Then why do you bother copying all the material people bring? The same reason you really came in here. Knowledge. Reuven blushed. I'm just trying to understand what's happening to me. Me too. You are like an island in the sea. What's visible is dwarfed by what pushed you to the surface. The fact that you are in this room, that you were drawn to it, is a testament to that force. Uru. Partly. Reuven rubbed his face. That's part of the problem. Every decision I make feels like I'm performing some preordained plan. I'm starting to think I'm a puppet. It might feel that way, but only because of Uru's ability to navigate the most likely paths and plan for them. As time goes on and more variables surround you, her touch will feel lighter. I'm having a blast watching you trigger traps that have been dormant, waiting for you for centuries. I almost hope I don't kill you tomorrow. Reuven's stomach turned. I've been thinking about that. Could I step back into my world for a few minutes, just long enough to sync with Uru? The thought of losing everything that's happened here makes me sick. Kai controls access to your plane, and she's still gone. You could just stay in here or in your room until she gets back. She said I needed to make it to level 5 if I had any chance of surviving when I return. That is a difficult situation. You couldn't just take it easy on me? Sorry, when it comes to your kind, I have to operate by the gods' rules, one of which is no favorites. One of my jobs is to try and kill anyone who ventures into my depths. No hard feelings. Although, to be honest, I'm really hoping you die. I want a closer look at that birthmark, which I'll only get if I absorb you. Plus, with all the energy you just cultivated, I could finish off my latest level. Honestly, you're lucky those rules exist. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could resist killing you right now. Reuven's mouth went dry. It was easy to forget when talking with the cute little girl that Blappy was an ancient being who had spent eons perfecting ways to kill adventurers. Adventurers with far more skills than he had. Lucky me, Reuven choked out. Blappy grinned at him and hopped off the table. She gave her centipede a hug and then walked toward the doors. The doors opened as she approached, and she stopped and faced him. Do you know the only thing more powerful than knowledge? Blappy asked. Reuven gave the question some thought. He had grown up thinking knowledge eventually beat every other source of power. With the right knowledge, you could overcome almost any obstacle. Nothing, Reuven said. Knowledge is useless without the ability to comprehend it. Reuven nodded. That's true. You need intelligence and wisdom. And something even more basic, Blappy said. The ability to read it. I'll let you guess how many of the gods figured that one out and planned for it when constructing their classes. See you in a few hours. Blappy walked through the open doors and disappeared. Reuven immediately took out his worker textbook and flipped to the abilities section. He found, Hey You, and read what each level offered.
He had remembered correctly. His level 1 ability gave him the vocabulary of a 5-year-old, and level 2 gave him a firm grasp of the basics. At his current level of 3, he was now fluent. When he took level 4, he would understand technical and scientific items. The last level 5, he could understand and communicate on esoteric, arcane, and magical topics. Esoteric. The same word Blappy had used to describe some of the books here. The desire to use the ability points he'd just earned for reaching level 4 to increase the level of Hey You to level 5 was almost unbearable. The thought of reading anything he wanted in this room, a room that might contain the writings of gods, made his head spin. What might he learn? Maybe something that would save his life. But if he disobeyed Kai, there would be consequences, and that thought stopped him. He would just have to wait. Hopefully his current level would allow him to at least recognize what might be valuable to him right now. Blappy's last comment about how the gods built their classes made Reuven wonder. He knew high-level mages had spells to decipher text. Reuven agreed with Blappy that the power to comprehend and communicate in a language was the foundation of knowledge. The more languages you could do that in, the more knowledge you gained. So in a way, it did make it the most potent ability. And Uru had given this ability to her most basic class. Literally, half of her people had the potential to reap the benefits from this room or any foreign library. Even mages didn't have that power, as their ability to read efficiently would be limited by their mana pool and cooldowns. Once again, it made him view workers in a different light. He went to the corner where he and Sift had shelved books earlier and slowly expanded from there. Reuven glanced at every book he picked up. Most were readable and ran the gamut of a normal library: memoirs, adventure stories, illustrated and informational books, and manuals on everything from fishing to fighting. He had no idea the best way to shelve them, so until he decided, he just focused on getting them off the floor and onto the shelves. 4 hours passed as he slowly filled 2 of the shelves. He stood in the corner and looked at the tiny area he'd managed to clear. It would take him months to finish, but he didn't mind. He hoped to come back to the library often. Looking at the 2 shelves with their neatly stacked books made him feel good. The table nearest him had 3 books on it. All of them were almost entirely incomprehensible. He didn't know if that was because they were ciphered, the author was insane, or his Hey You ability wasn't high enough. The library reminded him of home, and he felt better. Reluctant to leave, he slowly walked around the room. Near the area furthest from the doors, many of the books looked older. Time had aged them, and a significant number had frayed edges. He would probably start here next time. As he turned to leave, the lights went out. He stopped, paralyzed, his heart racing. The Jaga wedding band's 15% increase to ambient light turned the darkness into a murky gray fog. But he still couldn't see well. "Really, Blappy?" Reuven said in frustration. She probably had figured out he didn't like the dark. "Limuno," Reuven said. The lights didn't come back on. "Limuno," Reuven said louder this time. Still no lights. Maybe that only worked when you were on the top of the stairs. Or Blappy was trying to make him uncomfortable. Blappy didn't respond. She might not have had anything to do with it. Maybe the lights went off automatically if, after so many hours, no one walked through the doors. Yes, that was probably it. That made him feel better. There was an easy way to test it. He just needed to make it to the door and see if it triggered the lights. He activated his detect temperature to see if it would help him. His footsteps were visible, and anything he'd touched had a faint red glow. He could make out the far doors because the outer room was warmer, and Reuven could see the heat seeping into this room through the cracks around the frame. He looked down to avoid walking on any books and gasped. Something bright red lay buried under a pile of books just to his left. Kneeling, he gently cleared the books away. The object was a book about the size of his 2 hands, but Reuven couldn't make out the title. It felt warm, and he wondered what might cause that. Too late, he realized it might be a trap or some sort of bomb. He held it out, not sure what to do. After a few seconds, nothing happened, and he decided it was probably safe.
Standing back up, he looked around the room but didn't see anything else giving off heat. He took a step and the lights came back on. No one had come through the door and he remained alone in the room. It must have been Blappy controlling the lights. Had she turned them off on purpose to help him find this book? Why would she do that? He turned off Detect Temperature and looked at the book in his hands. The book had a plain brown cover with 2 clasped hands. The book title, A Worker's Guide to Harvesting, made it sound like a book on farming. The clasped hands were the symbol for Uru's worker class, but that might be a coincidence. Why would such a nondescript book be warm? What would even cause a book to get warm? He tried to open it, but the cover wouldn't budge. Turning the book, he looked at the edge, expecting to see decay or something that would cause the pages to be stuck together. But the page edges seemed clean. He used a little more pressure, scared of breaking the book, but wanting to at least try and open it. The book wouldn't budge. Moving to the table with the other books he wanted to borrow, he set this one next to them. "Blappy, I'd like to borrow these 4 books," Ruin said. Minimized notifications blinked and he opened them. "Tring, the Black Pyramid has loaned you book title unknown to borrower, topic unknown to borrower, author unknown to borrower. Book 1D459204. Quality, rare. Durability 4 of 10. Weight 1.1 pounds. Loan count 4. Restriction, Black Pyramid mark required. Description, small red book with gold edges. The next 2, a medium blue book and a small black one, were similar to the red book. The last notification listed the book he'd found with Detect Temperature. Tring, the Black Pyramid has loaned you book title, A Worker's Guide to Harvesting, topic unknown to borrower, author unknown to borrower. Book 1-00003. Quality, legendary. Durability 10 of 10. Weight 3.7 pounds. Loan count 1. Restriction, Black Pyramid mark required. Restriction class, deities most common. Restriction harvesting stage 10. Minimum description, medium brown book with clasped hands, warm to the touch. Reuven's hand trembled as he reached out and touched the book again. He had dreamed of seeing a legendary item someday, perhaps even studying one at some point in his life. Actually holding one, or for that matter taking it with him, had never entered his mind. They were so rare and powerful, kingdoms had gone to war over them. They were items of immense power, and one had been laying on Blappy's first floor. But unless you met all the requirements, you probably couldn't borrow it to see the item's information, which meant no one probably even knew this precious book existed, except for the author, Blappy, and now Reuven. And Blappy had just told him she wanted to kill him. She had to be the one who had turned off the lights. She had effectively led him to this book. Did that mean it was dangerous and would kill him? The other 3 books he'd borrowed all had identification numbers around 500,000. This book had an ID of 3. Did that mean it was the 3rd book Blappy accepted? How old did that make it? And now he had a burning desire to find the books with an ID of 1 and 2. Were they legendary as well? The restriction referencing harvesting confused him. If this was some powerful magic that helped you grow food, what did the stage reference mean? The only stage he had ever seen was the one that had recently appeared on his profile. But it was for cultivating. He carefully put all the books in his void band and walked to the wall near the door. His curiosity demanded he spend more time trying to open that book. But he needed to focus on surviving. That meant not fiddling with something Blappy had led him to until after he'd synced with Uru and improved himself however he could to survive Blappy's 3rd level. He'd already used both his level 3 ability points on Hey You when he wanted to understand Sift's parents, but he still had his level 3 spells to pick. He needed every advantage he could get so he wouldn't be Blappy's next meal. Sift's bedroom, Reuven said as he touched his wrist to the wall. A portal opened, and he gave the library one last look. The real treasure Blappy held might not be buried deep underground. It might be in plain sight. It was just the kind of thing she would love. Adventurers walking over priceless artifacts on their way to likely death for lesser treasure. Yes, he needed to spend a lot more time in here. Chapter 3. Reuven laid on his back, hands behind his head, trying to ignore Sift's snoring. For the 10th time, he studied the new spell choices available to him since leveling. He'd earned level 4 before he'd had a chance to allocate his level 3 spells, so now he could use those to pick a level 4 spell if he wanted and skip level 3 altogether. He skimmed the level 3 and 4 energy-based worker spells again, ignoring the descriptions and casting information. Spell Kindling, level 3. Effect: condense the air near your hand into a small blade. Spell Harden, level 3. Effect: increase density. Spell Dash, level 4. Effect: increase your top speed by 20%. Spell Dig, level 4. Effect: remove material and place it nearby. The denser the material, or the faster the removal, the higher the energy cost. His Observer. Energy-based spells made the decision even harder. Spell Tightrope, level 3. Effect: walk safely on any surface 2 inches or greater in width. Falls cause 10% less damage. Spell Street Fight, level 3. Effect: increase unarmed damage by 20% and dexterity by 10%. Spell Obscure, level 4. Effect: decrease signs of passage by 20%. Spell Feather Feet, level 4. Effect: reduce the force of steps by 20%. One more time he scanned the mana-based worker spells. Spell Second Wind, level 3. Effect: reduce food, water, and sleep requirements by 10%. Spell Grasp, Crate, level 3. Effect: increase the roughness of your hands by 10%. Spell Retrieve, level 4. Effect: retrieve items less than 10 pounds that are within 30 feet of your location. Spell Jump, level 4. Effect: increase the distance jumped by 20%. Finally, the 4 mana-based observer spells. Spell Find Item, level 3. Effect: sense the location of an item when holding an associated item. The more closely related the 2 items, the better the outcome. Spell Charge, item level 3. Effect: charge weapon with electricity, stunning the target for 1 to 3 seconds. Spell Payback, level 4. Effect: spring to your feet and quickly strike, stunning the target for 1 to 3 seconds. Spell Backstab, level 4. Effect: triple weapon damage when the target is struck from behind. Effect stacks with other modifiers. Level 3 was an odd level, so he'd only gotten 2 spells, 1 for each class. The 4 spells he'd gained for reaching level 4 he planned on saving because Kai had wanted him to wait. So with the 2 spells available, he could pick new ones, increase the spell level of earlier ones, or just save these 2. There were just too many choices, and it overwhelmed him. His focus was to survive today, closely followed by making it to level 5. That meant anything he chose had to support those 2 goals. Looking through them all again, he decided Backstab was a clear choice. Backstab would stack with his bleed spell and do 6 times the damage he would normally do. Since his damage output was so weak, this would allow him to contribute in a meaningful way. He looked at the details of the spell and cringed at the mana cost of 50. It took a second to cast and the recovery was 30 seconds. Even though the mana cost seemed excessive, it did triple his damage, and the long recovery made sense for such a powerful spell. He focused on the icon for Backstab. Fittingly, it looked like a figure with its arms thrown backward as a dagger struck them from behind. He had already discovered praying wasn't necessary to advance an already learned ability, but he wondered if learning a new spell would be any different. Without any thought of Uru, he concentrated on the icon, and 10 seconds later, he felt the stab in his mind followed by the notification of his success. He said a prayer of thanks to Uru, just in case. But he wondered what not having to pray meant. Did everyone have everything in their head already, like Sift believed? Ruin could see why you would want some information there. If someone left the area where their god could sync them, they would need to still be able to progress. He would have to think about that some more later. For his last choice, a few spells would benefit him. He had started learning the steps with Sift, and Street Fight would make him more dangerous. He had just begun, though, and wasn't any good yet. Plus, he didn't want things getting that close to him. His fear of heights would be manageable if he knew tightrope. He wouldn't worry so much about falling. But again, he didn't plan on being anywhere high right now. The idea of digging holes to escape or for safety sounded awesome, but seemed very situational. Really, it came down to two: payback and retrieve. Reuven ended up on the ground a lot, and it would be nice to have a way to quickly regain his feet. Not only that, but it allowed him to attack and stun his opponent. The spell was very powerful. Embarrassingly, the thing he seemed to do the most was drop his weapons. He knew it was his lack of fighting experience and that it would get better, but it didn't change the fact that his instincts seemed to be dropping whatever he held. A spell that allowed him to get his weapon back was a valid choice. Not having to leave his chair to grab a book from across the room didn't have any bearing. None. He looked at the details of the retrieve spell, another expensive spell costing 50 mana. It was instant cast, though, which was nice. The 1-minute cooldown for the recovery sucked, but was understandable. He double-checked the weight of his staff to make sure it wasn't over 10 pounds and was relieved that it only weighed 4.2 pounds. He focused on the icon, which looked like a reaching hand, and just like before, he learned a spell without following the normal process. He sat up in bed and looked around the room. His staff of chimes leaned against the wall about 10 feet from the end of his bed. He reached for it and pictured the icon for retrieve in his mind. A 50 flashed on his mana bar and the staff flew toward him. He realized too late that where he focused on the staff mattered. Instead of looking at the middle of the weapon, he'd been looking toward the top, which now hurtled toward him like a spear. He yelped and ducked as the staff flew past him. A crash sounded behind him, and he turned to find Sift standing in his underwear, crouched and ready to fight. Ruin's staff stuck out of the wall where it had embedded itself into the stone. Sift looked at the weapon stuck in the wall, the stone dust falling to the floor, and then at Ruin. Ruin winced. "Sorry. Even sleeping, you throw your weapon." Sift sat on his bed and rubbed his face. "We might as well get an early start." As guilty as Reuven felt, he was anxious for the answer to a question that had bothered him. He removed the worker textbook he'd gotten from Tremini and a worker's guide to harvesting that he'd just borrowed from Blappy and held them up. "Can you read these titles?" Reuven asked. Sift pointed to the textbook. "Worker Basics, levels 1 through 9. He pointed to the other book. "I can't read that. I'll be right back. If I don't use the bathroom right now, I'm going to wet myself." Reuven put the books away. He had suspected his ability had allowed him to read the title, but he wasn't sure until now. That meant, in addition to the book's stated restrictions, the reader needed to know the original language or have a method of translating it. Blappy had hinted as she'd left that only Uru had given her most common class the ability to understand other languages. That meant the author of this book had likely written it specifically for one of Uru's workers. Reuven still didn't understand the harvest term. He started to look through the worker spells for any that aided in harvesting crops. Sift returned to the room. "Have you ever heard of a harvesting stage?" Reuven asked. "No, but isn't that in the fall?" "Never mind, it was just something I read." "Well, reading time is over. Let's start with some meditation."
Sift's voice trailed off and he looked uncomfortable. It's okay. Blappy made me try it outside. I've reached some sort of limit and I can't cultivate anymore. I'm full or something. So meditating is safe.
Sift relaxed. That's good. He pulled Ruin's staff out of the wall and tossed it to him. Ruin needed to use both hands, but he caught the staff. He looked it over, but it appeared undamaged, so he set it on the bed. Sift had already walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged on the floor. Ruin sat across from him. You really scared my parents, Sift said. Really? They didn't want any details from me when Blappy brought me back. They just wanted to know if I was okay. They acted like nothing had happened. It's the first time I've ever seen them agitated. Do you think I did something wrong? No. I think it's more what you mean for the future. They're worried what will happen because of you. Because of me? What am I going to do? Ruin pointed to the new hole above Sift's bed. The only thing I pose a danger to are walls. They both laughed. True. Maybe they'd be more relaxed if they'd seen you fight those chickens, Sift said. They were fast. Sift smiled and closed his eyes. Reuven closed his as well and evened out his breathing. As soon as his mind cleared, the large, terrifying ball of energy appeared. His heart rate increased as he dropped into the energy on the way to his center. He could still hear Sift's breathing along with 100 other small sounds. Leaving most of his focus at the surface of the ball, he brought a thread down with him to his center, like a lifeline to the surface. Sift's breathing became a distant thing, but still there if he needed to find a way out and the world quieted again. Other than his brief experiment with Blappy, he hadn't spent any time here. It didn't take long before boredom caused him to start pushing and pulling on the energy surrounding him. One advantage of cultivating his own mind had been the ease of focusing. Now, without being able to cultivate and feed his center, he had nowhere to push his stray thoughts or fears. He wished Sift's parents would help him. Being stuck at this level for the rest of his life would ruin meditation for him. He pulled at the energy around him to make a small ball, one that he could bounce around inside his mind. The energy around him responded, and he packed some energy into a ball. As soon as he did, he felt power trickling into him to fill the small hole left when the energy condensed. For a moment, he had cultivated again. Did you just do something? Sift asked. Reuven immediately let the condensed ball go, but it stayed the way it was. Did this mean if he wanted to continue to cultivate, he needed to compress the energy around him? Not sure why, Reuven asked. It got cold for a second, but it's fine now. I'm probably just jumpy from before. I think I'm done. It's too hard to concentrate this morning, Reuven said. Yeah, I feel it too. Kai will be back today and we travel tonight. Yes, assuming Reuven didn't die first. Out of curiosity, he checked his spirit, but it still stood at 352,164. That made sense, since Blappy's calculation had estimated 0.003 spirit per foot per second. He had compressed such a tiny amount that his cultivation to fill it wasn't measurable. But if he could figure out a better way to condense the energy, that would change. They both stood and Sift squatted down like he was sitting in the air. This is the first step, which I always found funny because you don't actually move, Sift said. Reuven mirrored Sift. If this was what learning the steps would be like, he'd be a master in no time. Squatting. He could do that. Sift stood, walked over, and straightened Reuven's back. You can rest your arms on your thighs for now. Eventually, we'll be practicing punches, blocks, and weapons like this. This seems kind of dumb, Reuven said, then quickly added, I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just, I don't see the purpose. It's okay. You're just ignorant. Reuven tensed at the insult, but he realized Sift hadn't meant it as one. It was just a fact. Reuven forced himself to relax. Sift slapped his thighs. The reason it's important is that it's your foundation. It strengthens your legs and core. If your foundation is good, you can build your mastery on it. If not,
Your steps will falter, and you will fail. Sift pointed to Ruin's feet. Your feet are about shoulder length apart, which is good, but your left foot is angled inward and is slightly closer to your center. You are out of balance. With his index finger, Sift touched Ruin's side just under his ribs and gently pushed. Ruin immediately fell over. Your foundation is weak. Ruin stood to regain his balance and squatted again, trying to mirror Sift exactly. Better, Sift said, and then used his finger to topple Ruin again. Ruin quickly realized how incredibly hard it was to just squat. It amazed him how many things could be out of alignment. After 10 minutes, Sift stood. I don't want to overdo it today. Your legs need to be fresh for the 3rd level, Sift said. Ruin's stomach twisted in anxiety. Sift opened his bag and pulled out a lump of white wax. He twisted off a chunk and handed it to Ruin. There will probably be shriekers, so we'll use the wax to plug our ears. Do you have a scarf? Sift asked, pulling out a scarf of freshness. Yes, Ruin said. Also, make sure you're wearing tight underwear. You don't want them getting in your body down there. What? Shriekers, like holes. Can we skip this level? Ruven asked. You'll be okay, but I need to teach you some shade speak so we can communicate without having to hear. It will look like this. Sift made 3 small gestures with his hand. Stop, danger, forward. Without thinking, Ruven responded. Understand. Sift raised his eyebrows and quickly flashed, You, no, speak. Ruin had never tried to communicate non-verbally using his Hey You ability. But the description had said, communicate, not speak, so he guessed that included signed languages. He looked at his hand and then back up at Sift. No, some, Ruin signaled back. Sift smiled. Good, easier. Journey. Ruin pulled another pair of underwear out of his void band and pulled them over the pair he was wearing. He was considering adding a 3rd pair when Sift laughed. 1 pair is enough, Sift said, and then grew serious. The problem is when they get in your ears. Ruin knew Sift was thinking about Lylan and changed the subject. Can we get something to eat before heading down? Ruin asked. Ruin wasn't really that hungry and knew he was stalling, but he had a bad feeling about today. There was a lot to lose. Blappy had made it clear she hoped he died, and he was in no hurry to give her a chance. Chapter 3. They walked down a tightly spiraling tunnel on the way to the 3rd level. Ruven had stuck so much wax in his ears, they hurt from the pressure. He didn't care, though. He didn't want to end up like Sift's girlfriend. His scarf of freshness was tied securely across his nose and mouth, and his belt dug into his side from being drawn so tight. He glanced down at the hem of his black shade pants. Sift had given him some string, and Ruven had tied the pants tightly to his ankle. A notification pulsed in the bottom of his vision, and he opened it. Ting, you have received the Black Pyramid quest. Lend a hand, level 3. Occupants will appreciate your helping hands as you find and destroy 5 exploding burrower nests. Restriction: must complete in 120 minutes or less. Reward: 15 Black Pyramid tokens. Reward: 1,250 experience. Accept or decline. The quest text made it sound like people on this level needed assistance. It would be nice to have extra fighters when clearing the level. They just needed to find whoever wanted a hand and help them. Help would be especially welcome since this quest had a time restriction. He hoped 2 hours was enough. He had cast Bleed and Backstab on both his staff and dagger as soon as he'd entered the dungeon. It had cost him 150 mana, almost completely draining his bar. But now, just over 5 minutes later, his bar was nearly full again. The full bars made some of his nervousness disappear. Sift pulled 2 pairs of alchemical lab goggles from his belt and handed one to Ruin. They put them on, and Sift touched the wax in his ears. He moved his hands in shadespeak, tilting his hand to indicate a question. Quest. Yes, Ruin responded. Good. Hope. Keep. Hands. then gave the sign for laughter. That was a weird thing to say, but maybe Reuven had misinterpreted Sift's signs. The tunnel stopped spiraling and straightened for about 10 feet before opening up into what looked like a jungle. Sift approached the edge slowly and Reuven followed. The trees looked to be about 60 feet tall and had large oval-shaped leaves. 20 feet up each trunk branches grew and intertwined with the branches of nearby trees. In some places they were so thick you couldn't see past them. Light filtered down from some invisible source. The air felt warm, and because of the scarf he couldn't smell the dead leaves that littered the ground. A tiny butterfly, only an inch long, landed on Reuven's hand. The wings were iridescent, and they folded flat against the little bug's body, making it almost look like a worm. To his shock, as he focused on the creature, information appeared above its body. Name: Exploding Burrower Drone, Level 2. Health, 24. Mana, 0. Energy, 10. Spirit, 0. Even though he didn't know how to use his spirit power, his cultivation stage had increased his perception enough to see basic information. He wondered why it hadn't worked on any of the people he'd seen since his cultivation incident. Then he realized everyone here at the Black Pyramid were experts at hiding, including their attributes. Still, this made him super happy. It showed that as painful as the last day had been, he had made some progress. Sift's hands slapped together, crushing the beautiful little creature. Reuven looked up at him in confusion. Sift made the exploding head motion. So these were what Sift called shriekers. The timer had started in the upper right side of his vision just under the quest for this level. 119.54, 119.53, 119.52. Another burrower landed on Reuven's arm. Pulling his scarf up, Sift spit in his hand and then quickly replaced the scarf over his mouth. He moved the hand near the exploding burrower that had landed on Reuven. He watched as the little bug twisted its body toward the fluid. Even through the wax, he heard the little bug scream, and then it launched itself at Sift's hand. As soon as it touched the spit, it tried to burrow deeper, and then it exploded in size. The inch-long butterfly expanded into a ball a foot across. Sift dropped his hands suddenly and then brought them together in a hard clap, smashing the now huge burrower. Pieces of bug flew everywhere, and Reuven wiped bug guts off his goggles. Both he and Sift were covered in gray slime, like some giant had sneezed on them. Sift cleaned his goggles as well and then signaled. "Sorry." Reuven just shook his head. Now he understood why you didn't want them in your body. Body fluids seemed to make them greatly expand. He needed to find 5 of their nests and destroy them, and he had less than 2 hours to do it now. He activated Detect Temperature, and the flying burrowers appeared like floating embers. They all had information now, and varied between levels 2 and 3. The burrowers seemed to be coming from his left. He pointed that direction, and Sift nodded. They moved slowly along the cavern wall, watching the jungle intently. They traced the line of burrowers to a cocoon about the size of his arm. It hung from the lowest branch on a tree about 30 feet from the cavern wall. Sift signaled. Quest. Destroy. I. Locate. Next. Okay. Sift continued down the wall and soon disappeared. Reuven studied the trees and surrounding area. The quest made him think there might be helpful people here, and he didn't want to ruin that by accidentally attacking someone if they surprised him. He slowly walked to the hive until he stood almost under it. It had the same gray-brown mucus color as the inside of the burrower Sift had smashed. The hive hung by a stem about the thickness of Reuven's wrist, and burrowers fluttered around and on it. Reuven couldn't see the entrance, so he assumed it must be on top. What would be the best way to do this? His dagger would be useless from down here. If he wanted to use it, he would have to climb the tree and cut the stem. Leaving the ground was always his last resort, so he thought of other ways to do this. His staff seemed like the logical choice. He could reach the hive from the ground, and the staff did a lot of damage. The issue, though, was what happened after that.
He assumed the burrowers would be upset and fly around. Striking them in the air with his staff would be 10 times harder than hitting chickens, and that had taken him 10 minutes. Ruin looked down at his baton of 1,000 uses for a few seconds, and then removed it. It took him 3 tries to find the correct bump that magically pulled out into a shovel. It seemed ludicrous to start a fight with a shovel, but the surface area would give him a massive advantage when trying to hit the tiny flying creatures. It just felt wrong, somehow, to be in a dungeon fighting this way. To be fair, the rod spiders had been mostly desperation, but this time, it was deliberate. "Oh, well, you don't get experience for style," Ruin said. He took a few practice swings with the shovel and then studied the hive again. It didn't seem worth it to spend mana on bleed or backstab. This seemed pretty simple. Knock it down, smash it. The few burrowers that survived shouldn't take long to finish off. Taking 2 more practice swings, he let himself relax. This would be easy. Taking careful aim, he swung his shovel at the hive. The stem attached to the tree was stronger than Ruin thought. Instead of the hive falling nicely to the ground, it exploded. He stared in shock as 30 burrowers shot into the air from the force of his blow. Screeching made it through his earplugs, and he turned to see all the burrowers that had left the hive come flying back. All of them headed directly at him. He swung his shovel around in a panic and managed to kill a few, but it didn't take long for almost 50 burrowers to be crawling all over his body. He smashed them against his body, but there were too many he couldn't reach. The feeling of them crawling on his skin made him panic. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, and he did the only thing he could think of. He dropped to the ground and rolled around, trying to smash them into the ground. Ruin didn't know how long he'd been rolling and smashing when he caught sight of Sift above him. It was enough to calm Ruin's mind, and he stood up. About 10 burrowers crawled on Sift, and another 20 or so were still on Ruin. Sift signaled. "Serious." "What? Wrong. You." "What? You?" "Hopeless." Sift flicked a burrower that had crawled onto his nose. "I demonstrate. Before thought, plan, work. You think extra." Ruin guessed Sift meant he overthought things, something Key had told him as well. Sift pulled a water skin from his belt, pulled the stopper, and quickly spit in the top. He tucked the scarf back down, placed his thumb on the top, and shook the water skin. He walked to the tree and dumped a little of the water down the trunk. He pulled a burrower off his arm and stuck it on the wet area of the trunk. It started shrieking, expanded, and then fell to the ground. At the sound of the shriek, all the burrowers had raced for the tree. In moments, all the remaining burrowers were a foot big and nestled like giant seeds around the bottom of the tree. Shaking his head, Sift stoppered the water skin and handed it to Ruin. He took it and placed it in his void band. His cheeks burning, he picked up his shovel, and in less than a minute, all the burrowers were dead. His timer read 97 minutes. Now that he knew the trick to killing them, the others should go much faster. 97 minutes should be plenty of time. Just to make sure this wasn't all for nothing, he opened his quest. It now had a counter that read 1 of 5 complete. Closing the quest, he wondered if Sift and Key were right. Did he overthink? His plans had mostly been disastrous here, but a lot of that was because he had never fought before. He still had trouble controlling his fear, and it made him do dumb things like drop his weapons or roll around. The problem might be he wasn't leaning into his one advantage, intelligence, enough. He hadn't taken the first plan that came to his mind, but he also wasn't thinking things through or getting more information before acting. That might still happen, as many things happened too quickly to think about. But if he did have time, he needed to think more, not less, if he wanted to survive. The more information he had, the better the plan he could execute. Intelligence was his real advantage, and for the most part, he'd been ignoring it. Sift tapped Ruin's forehead, and Ruin focused on Sift. "Ready," Sift signaled. Ruin nodded and followed his friend. Using Sift's water skin, the next 3 hives went much faster. When they had finished the 4th one, Ruin still had 42 minutes on his countdown clock. Sift signaled. Danger, soon. Hands.
Ruin didn't understand what Sift meant, but the quest referenced hands as well. It said, "Occupants will appreciate your helping hands." So it must almost be time to offer someone a hand. It would all be clear soon. As they began walking deeper into the jungle, Ruin thought about the abilities and spells he'd learned and tried to think of smart ways to use them. When Sift slowed and dropped to his stomach, Ruin decided he also needed to stay focused on the present, or he might get killed. Sift crawled forward and Ruin followed. Half a minute later, the trees started to thin. They moved forward another 20 feet and stopped as a large clearing at least 300 feet across appeared. Near the center, 2 humanoid creatures sat next to a fire. A single tree stood near the pair, an exploding burrower hive hanging above them. The sitting pair had green skin with brown ridges on their hairless scalps. Something seemed odd about them, and when the big one stretched, Ruin saw they each had 4 arms. The smaller of the 2 had a stick in each hand. Fire shot from one of the sticks directly into the fire, and Ruin realized they were wands. The mage pointed another wand at the base of the fire, and it suddenly blazed higher as air was forced onto the coals. Ruin guessed the other 2 wands were water and earth, making the little one an elemental mage. The big one clapped his hands together in some complicated pattern. Ruin couldn't hear it, but the mage bobbed up and down to the beat. Ruin named the big one Clapper. Their mouths looked too big for their heads, and sharp yellow teeth protruded like daggers. They each wore a necklace made from bloody hands, most of which were not green. Ruin shook his head and reread the quest description. Occupants will appreciate your helping hands as you find and destroy 5 exploding burrower nests. Damn you, Blappy, Ruin whispered. He focused on Clapper and the mage. At first, just their type appeared, clapping brawlers. As he continued to study them, more information appeared. Name, Clapping Brawler Mage, Level 5. Health, 62. Mana, 136. Energy, 50. Spirit, 0. Name, Clapping Brawler Chief, Level 7. Health, 238. Mana, 0. Energy, 190. Spirit, 0. Sift pointed to each side of the clearing. Ruin's detect temperature identified the outline of another 4-armed creature on each side. He couldn't see them as well, and the information he garnered was limited. He studied the one on the left first, and then the right. Clapping, Brawler, Fighter Level 6. Clapping, Brawler, Fighter Level 4. Something bothered him about the tree in the clearing, and he studied it. The branches had a lot of foliage, as much as the trees directly above him, but that tree didn't have others to intertwine with it. That meant someone had added those leaves. Ruin activated Magnify, and the tree grew large in his vision. He slowly moved his eyes across the tree until he caught a sliver of red, mostly hidden behind the trunk and leaves. He stared at the area, and after about 10 seconds he was rewarded with some information. Clapping Brawler, Assassin, Level 5. He turned off Magnify and signed to Sift. Assassin, tree, above. Sift concentrated on the tree, nodded at Ruin, and then turned and crawled back the way they'd come. When they could no longer see the clearing, Sift stopped. Make fire, please, Sift signed. Here, Sift nodded. Ruven cleared an area with his foot and then focused on the campfire icon. 5 seconds later, his mana bar dropped from 180 to 30. It flashed yellow in warning as he fell below 25% capacity. He seemed to do that a lot. Sift signed, thanks. Took off his shoes and stuck his feet, hands, and arms directly in the fire. Ruin managed to swallow his gasp. Sift, just like when the roasting lizard had set him on fire, was unfazed by the heat. Because of his recent cultivating experience, Ruin had finally put enough pieces together to understand what was happening. Sift couldn't pull energy toward himself. He needed it to touch him so he could sift through it and make it usable. Once again, they were on opposite sides of a problem. Ruin had absorbed an immense amount of energy and had no clue what to do with it. Sift had skills, but was forced to charge himself up by sitting in a fire. Extra. Enemy? Need. Plan. Sift Symes. That sat in silence, and Reuven's mana bar had completely refilled before he signed back. I have plan. Chapter 3. Reuven stopped walking when the level 4 fighter became visible with Reuven's detect temperature. He turned it off, and after a few seconds of searching with his normal vision, he found the green-skinned fighter. The plan was simple. Reuven would use his distract spell on the far part of the clearing. When the brawlers were distracted by the spell, Reuven would kill the lowest level fighter, and Sift would take out the level 6 fighter on the left side of the clearing. When Reuven finished his opponent, he would crawl to the edge of the clearing and wait for Sift to kill the assassin. Then Reuven would create an even louder distraction at the far end of the clearing, run out and destroy the hive, and then help Sift if he needed it. Originally, Reuven had wanted to kill the mage first. Sift had signaled that the mage's magic would provide Sift energy while the assassin's blades were the real danger. Reuven had wanted to know how Sift would make it to the tree undetected, and Sift had pointed at himself. Reuven didn't know if that was Sift bragging or if Reuven had just misunderstood. It didn't matter. Sift was capable of handling himself, and while Reuven couldn't see his level, he knew it was higher than any of these brawlers. The only person in danger here was Reuven. He focused on the fighter again, and more information appeared now that he could see the brawler better. Name: Clapping Brawler. Fighter, level 4. Health, 124. Mana, 0. Energy, 98. Spirit, 0. As Reuven snuck up on the fighter, he debated between using his dagger or staff. The problem with the knife was he had to get closer, and it did less damage. The problem with the staff was he needed room to swing it, and if the chimes sounded when he did, it would give him away. Now that he was closer, he could see there was room to swing the staff. The dagger did 4 to 8 damage, but the staff did 6 to 12. He wasn't strong enough to get any bonuses, and his chance for a critical strike was just over 2%, so he couldn't count on that. But with both bleed and backstab active, he could do up to 72 points of damage in one blow with the staff. Over half of the fighter's health. He wouldn't swing the weapon until necessary, though, because he couldn't count on the staff's chimes triggering the distraction effect. The counter on his quest was down to 4 minutes. They were really cutting this close. He didn't have any more time to waste. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Reuven crept to within 10 feet of the level 4 clapping brawler and noticed the fighter's small size. Reuven nicknamed him Tiny and felt a little bad about ambushing him. Reuven carefully raised his staff over his head, preparing to strike Tiny. Focusing on the area behind all the brawlers in the clearing, he brought the distract icon into his mind, along with the desire for a medium loud sound. A dull boom made it through the wax stuffed in his ears. Tiny tensed and took a step toward the clearing. Reuven sprinted at Tiny, the 20% force reduction on his feather boots of grasping helping to make his steps quiet. As Reuven brought the staff of chimes down, Tiny turned, probably hearing the chimes. The staff smashed into the hollow of Tiny's shoulder and neck and caused him to stumble to the left. Both the bleed and backstab icons appeared above Tiny's head, and his health dropped by 35. Another 2 points disappeared every second as the bleed effect took hold. Reuven brought the staff down again before Tiny could react, and his health dropped another 10 points. Tiny fell to the ground, and Reuven knew he'd won. It had been much more straightforward than he'd thought, too. He raised his staff to smash Tiny again, but discovered the fighter aiming 3 blowpipes at Reuven's face. A dart struck Reuven's goggles, the needle cracking the glass and making it hard to see. He felt a sharp pinch on his forehead and then his neck. The poisoned debuff flashed under his bars.
He felt a little dizzy, but the heightened resistances from his cultivation stage tempered the worst of the poison.
A 2 flashed every second on Ruin's health bar as the poison tried to kill him. Another dart struck his goggles, cracking it even more, and he could no longer see out the right side. Sharp pain in each thigh meant 2 more darts had found a home. The damage from the poison rose to 4 per second, and Ruin staggered a little. Tiny had a blowpipe in 3 of his hands and used the 4th to reload darts. That didn't seem fair. Not wanting to get struck again, Ruin swung his staff at the 2-foot blowpipes. He connected with 2 of them, and they flew out of Tiny's hands. Tiny brought both feet up and struck Ruin in the stomach. It only did 2 points of damage, but it took his wind. He staggered back, gasping through his scarf of freshness. Tiny jumped to his feet and pulled a dagger and a whip from his belt. Ruin regained most of his breath and faced the fighter. Tiny brought the blowpipe to his lips between the jagged yellow teeth and shot another dart. Ruin tried to dodge it, but it struck him in the shoulder. He raised his staff to strike Tiny, but before Ruin could attack, the fighter flicked his whip up into the trees and used his 2 free hands to climb. In a blink, Tiny had disappeared into the trees, taking the whip with him. Activating detect temperature. Ruin scanned the trees but didn't see Tiny. Ruin had lost 37 health points and had nothing to show for it. He felt a pinch on the back of his neck and pulled a bone needle out of his skin. The poisoned debuff flashed again, and Ruin realized Tiny's strategy. The fighter planned to harass Ruin from above, slowly poisoning him to death. Ruin moved behind a trunk and scanned the tree branches again. He only had 2 minutes left on his timer, and Sift was probably waiting for Ruin to start the next phase. A long delay here could jeopardize Sift's safety. He looked out into the clearing, searching for Sift, and gasped. A crouching man-sized form moved slowly across the far side of the clearing toward the 3 brawlers in the middle. Was there another creature here besides the clapping brawlers? Whatever it was gave off a lot of heat. Reuven turned off his detect temperature, and his normal vision saw nothing but an empty field. When he turned it back on, the red form appeared. It looked to be the same size as Sift. Could that be Sift? If so, how was he doing that? Then, like a puzzle, the pieces fell in place. Sift sifted through the energy that touched him, which included light. Reuven had assumed Sift absorbed all this energy to power his abilities, but he didn't need to. He could sift through the available energy and let some of it pass through him unabsorbed. Reuven's normal vision couldn't see Sift because Sift let the light that touched him pass through his body. Nothing was reflected back to be seen by an observer. But his clothes would still reflect light, which led to the logical conclusion that, once again, Sift had abandoned all or most of his clothes. Sharp pain on Reuven's hand made him jerk. He removed another bone needle as the familiar poisoned debuff appeared and moved around the tree to put Tiny behind him. Glancing around the trunk, Reuven searched the branches but couldn't see anyone. Another dart struck his goggles, and they shattered. Small pieces of glass hit his eye, and a 5 flashed on his health bar. Reuven crouched behind the trunk and removed the goggles. His eyes stung and watered, but after a few seconds his vision cleared. Looking back into the clearing, he noticed Sift had already climbed the tree containing the assassin. The timer on Reuven's quest read 59 seconds. There was no way he would find Tiny in the trees above him and make it out to destroy that hive in less than a minute. Not finishing this quest meant he might not have enough experience to level, and he didn't know if there would be time to gain more. He doubted his level was high enough to survive Blappy's level 4. That left one option: proceed with the attack on the 3 brawlers in the center and come back for Tiny later. With 55 seconds remaining, Reuven confirmed Sift had made it near the assassin in the tree. Concentrating on the back of the clearing, Reuven created another distraction, this one louder than before. All the clapping brawlers turned in that direction. Reuven dashed out of the trees and sprinted toward the group and the exploding burrower hive hanging from the tree above them. Reuven had made it halfway to the tree when the mage and the chief they'd named Clapper looked up. Sift and the assassin battled in the branches.
The mage pointed upward, and a stream of fire surged into the tree. Clapper slapped the mage and yelled at him. A moment later, the mage pointed a different wand upward, and ice shot into the tree. A tiny cloak flashed at the top of his vision, and 4 areas turned red on the ground between him and the tree. Reuven slowed to a jog as he processed this new information. They were all roughly square-shaped, and they seemed to be staggered outward from the tree. He realized his pacifist's cloak's detect trap passive ability had triggered, and he slowed to a stop. There were traps all over the clearing. Reuven immediately channeled his detect traps spell. His energy bar barely moved at the 2 energy per second cost. It gave him an extra 10% chance to detect a trap for every minute he studied. He didn't have a minute, but he wanted to take a few seconds to try and find any additional ones. The last thing he needed was to get trapped. Another 2 red areas appeared on the ground. The tree was only 40 feet away, but there were traps everywhere, and Reuven's quest counter was down to 35 seconds. A dart struck Reuven's neck, quickly followed by one to the back of his head. He'd lost almost half his health to that irritating dart blower. The mage and Clapper faced Reuven, and he guessed that Tiny had alerted them to Reuven's presence. Reuven wished his ears weren't plugged. Losing his hearing wasn't making this fight any easier. Neither the mage or Clapper moved toward Reuven, but the mage pointed a wand in Reuven's direction. The ground vibrated, and Reuven didn't wait to see what would happen. Channeling Leap, he jumped as hard as he could toward the tree. The earth exploded behind him at the same time, helping to propel him forward. He needed to destroy that hive. As he approached the ground, his detect traps found another trap right where he would land. Reuven struck the ground and immediately fell into a covered hole. His staff flew from his hands as intense pain flared around his right ankle. A 20 flashed on his health bar as it dropped. The severe pain caused his eyes to water, and he screamed. The pit swallowed him up to the waist, and something had snapped tight around his ankle. He was scared of moving his left foot in case there were more traps in the pit. His quest counter ticked down to 28 seconds. Clapper and the mage were staring up at the tree again, where Sift and the assassin still fought. The mage's earth explosion had aided Reuven's jump and had put him within 20 feet of the hive. He could see it there, just out of reach. An exploding burrower landed on the ground in front of him. It looked up at Reuven, and he realized he no longer had his goggles on. If that thing made it to his eyes, it would dig right into his brain and then explode. The last 2 days and all his work would be for nothing. The burrower walked toward him, and his quest counter reached 23 seconds. 3 more burrowers flew toward him. Nothing had gone to plan. This had all been a disaster. Worse even than the chickens. The thought of the chickens from level 2 and their exploding eggs triggered a burst of activity in Reuven's head. It felt like his mind had turned to ice as ideas flicked impossibly fast through his thoughts. He latched onto 2 of them and ripped open his void band. 3 booming eggs dropped onto the ground in front of Reuven. He'd only wanted 2, but didn't have enough control yet to manage that. Thankfully, none of them exploded when they struck the ground. The exploding burrower had jumped onto his hand and started crawling up his arm. He tried to ignore his impending death as 3 floating clasper suckers fell on the booming eggs. 1 landed in the dirt, but the other 2 each stuck to an egg. He held his void band over one of the eggs that had a sucker, and Sift's water skin fell on it. Reuven picked up the water skin clasper sucker and booming egg sandwich he'd made to see if it would hold together. As the exploding burrower reached his shoulder and the quest timer ticked to 19 seconds, Reuven threw the water skin at the tree. He prayed it would be enough to draw the burrowers away from him and save his life. The water skin struck the tree skin first, and the egg didn't explode. Reuven brushed the exploding burrower off his shoulder, but he knew it was over. It would be back in a few seconds along with the 3 burrowers flying toward him. The water skin bounced off the tree, fell to the ground, and exploded. Spitwater covered the entire area under the tree and much of the trunk. A moment later, screeching made it through the wax in his ears as the burrowers all flew toward the spit-soaked tree. In seconds, expanded burrowers covered the entire area beneath the tree. The mage and Clapper kicked them in frustration. The quest timer reached 14 seconds.
Ruin held his void band over the dirt and the jar of fire mucus dropped out. He stuck the fire mucus to the egg with the clasper sucker and then threw it as hard as he could at the tree. The quest timer reached 10 seconds. He hadn't aimed directly at the hive because his dexterity was far too low to hit it even from this distance. Instead, he had aimed for the branches above it. A second later, the egg exploded, and fire mucus sprayed over everything around the tree. The quest timer reached 8 seconds. Unfortunately, it would take 5 seconds for the fire mucus to ignite, leaving only 3 seconds to destroy the hive. He didn't think that would be enough. The mage and Clapper were wiping the fire mucus off their faces and glaring at him. The mage lifted a wand, pointed it at Ruin, and grinned as fire erupted toward Ruin. The entire area exploded in flames. The quest timer reached 6 seconds. Ruin started to open his quest log to see if he'd completed the quest in time when his energy bar flashed red. Ruin slammed the void band closed. He had to pay closer attention to that. Once again, he had almost killed himself, and now he didn't have much energy left. Keen senses triggered, making his skin prickle, and he twisted his head to see Tiny 10 feet away. The fighter had recovered his blowpipes, but all 3 were hooked to his belt. Tiny raised 2 hands above his head and clapped. Another hand held a dagger, and the 4th stroked the necklace of hands around its neck. Tiny stared at him and then laughed. Ruin assumed that was what the hacking sound meant. Tiny stopped clapping, one hand pointing at Ruin while the other swung up and down like it was beating the ground. Tiny spoke, and while Ruin couldn't hear it, his "Hey You" ability allowed him to read Tiny's lips, or gnashing teeth in this case. "You funny. Pretty hands. Look soft," Tiny said as he stepped toward Ruin. Ruin had no idea what the odd behavior meant, or why Tiny thought Ruin funny. Had there been something funny about their fight? He pushed the question to the side and concentrated on surviving. Trapped as Ruin was, his options for fighting were limited. A plan occurred to him, but he needed a couple of seconds to set it up. Unfortunately, it required him to be facing Tiny. Ruin shuffled his left foot around as he turned his body in the pit. When he had almost completely turned around, his left foot triggered another trap, and he groaned in pain. His health dropped 18 points. Still needing to delay Tiny another couple of seconds, Ruin forced the pain away and focused on communicating with Tiny. "Fire. Chief need fighter," Ruin said. It didn't come out like he'd formed it in his mind, but that was probably because he thought in his own language, not Tiny's. Tiny froze and stared at him. "How you speak clap?" That was all the delay Ruin had needed as he retrieved the fastidious dagger from his belt. He raised the blade above his head and gently threw it over the fighter. Tiny watched as it arced over his head and landed behind him. Tiny turned back to Ruin. "You worst fighter ever come." "Me know. Me working on it," Ruin said. Tiny moved toward him again, and Ruin waited until only a few feet separated them. Then he raised his hand until it was chest high on Tiny, focused on the fastidious dagger, and pictured the icon for retrieve. Tiny smiled, clapped 2 of his hands, and took a step forward. The fastidious dagger struck him in the back, triggering bleed and backstab as it tore through Tiny's body on its way back to Ruin. Tiny's health dropped by 41, and he collapsed forward in pain. The vibrating dagger flew toward Ruven's hand. He tried catching it, but his low dexterity made that almost impossible. Instead of snatching it from the air, it impaled his outstretched hand. He screamed as his health dropped 12 points. Making it worse, the dagger coated in Tiny's and Ruven's blood vibrated at an alarming rate as it tried to clean itself. Ruven pulled the dagger from his hand and immediately cast bleed and backstab on it. It took 2 seconds and 75 mana. Ruven hoped he'd been quick enough. Tiny had collapsed in shock from the blade ripping through his body and only had 25 health points left. Ruven, trapped in the pit, couldn't do the retrieve trick again because of the minute cooldown.
That meant he had to quickly end this.
Ruin tried to pick up the dagger with his uninjured hand, but its frantic vibrations made it impossible to hold. Using both hands, he gripped the blade and quickly slammed it into Tiny's back. Ruin left the dagger there, vibrating madly, and leaned back. The information above Tiny's head turned gray, and all the values fell to zero. Ruin tried to turn himself around, but with both ankles trapped, he couldn't move. He twisted his neck around to see how Sift was doing. The tree had caught fire, and he could feel the heat from it on his face. He immediately turned off detect temperature, as it hurt to look at such a massive blaze with it on. With his normal vision returned, he gasped at how far the fire had spread. Almost the entire clearing behind him burned. The mage lay on the ground, a wand in each ear and in both eyes. His information was gray. A body hung from the branches, completely engulfed in flames. The fire made it impossible to read the assassin's stats, but since his whole body was on fire, Reuven put him in the dead category as well. Clapper still had 119 health points, but seemed more interested in getting out of the fire than fighting Sift. But Sift, most of his body on fire, kept Clapper under the tree. The chief had lost his weapons and fought with his hands. Sift didn't seem to mind that his opponent had 4 arms. Clapper spent 15 seconds throwing everything he had at Sift, but the young man moved between the punches like water over a rock. Only once did Sift have to use his hand to redirect a blow. Sift signaled to him. Done. Surprised that Sift could talk while fighting, Reuven signed back. Yes. Sift stepped forward and snapped Clapper's neck. The chief clapping brawler went limp, and his information turned gray. Sift signed, remove, wax, safe. Sift gestured at the gigantic fire. Reuven pulled the wax out of his ears and pulled the scarf off his nose and mouth. Flames covered most of Sift's body, and Reuven had to squint to look at him. "You could have helped me this entire time and didn't," Reuven yelled. "You have to significantly participate in the level to get any experience. Blappy doesn't like power leveling, and killing shriekers doesn't count. When I saw the little fighter was still alive, I couldn't risk intervening. If I had, Blappy might have materialized something really dangerous in here to teach me a lesson. And in case you forgot, I don't get a second chance." Reuven hadn't forgotten, and it made him feel bad for accusing Sift. It didn't surprise him that Blappy didn't like power leveling. Dungeons were supposed to be dangerous, and everyone needed to be at risk. Reuven opened his void band and then grabbed the sole remaining floating clasper sucker by its edge and removed the grass. He dropped it in the void band, carefully added the booming egg, and then closed his void band. A pair of underwear appeared on the ground between them, followed by a mound of gold coins, and then a spear with a black shaft and a tip that looked like glowing quartz. "Great, your fire must have burned my clothes. How does she always know when I'm out of underwear?" Sift asked. "You're naked under those flames. You have a real problem. Listen, I can't be invisible with them on. What would you do if you saw a floating pair of underwear that's hard to ignore?" Reuven didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a pair of underwear from his void band, balled them up, and threw them at Sift. "Thanks," Sift said, holding them away from his burning legs and chest. "Wash those before you give them back." A leather bag appeared next to the gold mound of Sift's treasure. "Well, it looks like she thought you did enough," Sift said. "Hey, did you complete that quest in time?" The quest? Had he completed the quest? His stomach turned with anxiety as he opened his notifications. Chapter 3. The first notification was for his staff skill increasing. "Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill staff level 4. Effect, increase damage by 2.0%. The next one was for his dagger skill. "Xing, you have advanced a skill. Skill dagger level 2. Effect, increase damage by 1.0%. His anxiety growing, he opened the next one. Ting! You have completed the Black Pyramid quest. Lend a hand, level 3. You have received 15 Black Pyramid tokens. You have received 1,250 experience. Relief flooded through him. With a grin, he opened the final notification. Ding Uru's blessings, worker. You have reached level 5. You have gained +1 to strength. You have gained +1 to stamina. You have 2 unassigned points. Uru's blessings root. You have reached level 5. You have 2 unassigned points. New spells and abilities are available to you. Choose wisely. He'd done it. The fear of failure drained out of him and his hands shook. Are you okay? Sift asked as he knelt in front of the pit. I made it. I'm level 5. Grats, my friend. You really know how to cut it close. I don't do it on purpose, believe me. Let's get you out of that trap. Reuven held up 2 fingers. Traps. There's one on each ankle. Shift shook his head and started clearing the top of the trap away. Reuven couldn't help because it hurt to move, so he opened his log to see how much experience he'd gained. The exploding burrowers were each worth around 79 experience, but he was only getting 17 of that because of Sift took 78% of it. Between the 5 hives, though, he had killed 137 of them, and that added up. But he'd gotten the experience all at once, right after the last hive had been destroyed. Each exploding burrower death was in his log, but the experience said deferred, and that the hives were part of a nest. In fact, it looked like if he hadn't destroyed the last hive, he wouldn't have gotten any experience at all. Thankfully, the 5th hive had granted him 2,329 experience and put him at 9,887 of 10,000. The quest had added another 1,250 and leveled him. The last part of the log had more of the deferred verbiage. A clapping brawler. Fighter level 6 has died. You have gained 175 experience. Deferred. Clapping brawler fighter level 6 is a member of a war party, 1 of 5. The assassin and the mage had similar entries. He found where he'd killed the fighter. You have killed a clapping brawler fighter level 4. You have gained 39 experience. Deferred. Clapping brawler fighter. Level 4 is a member of a war party, 4 of 5. A clapping brawler. Chief level 7 has died. You have gained 234 experience. Deferred clapping brawler. Chief level 7 is a member of a war party, 5 of 5. A war party has been destroyed. You have gained 555 deferred experience. It appeared that the 5 clapping brawlers were part of a group, and you only got experience if you killed them all. That disappointed him. He had thought about farming the exploding burrowers for the experience. Most people who came to fight in Blappy were high enough level that the 2,300 experience on level 3 wasn't worth the 2 hours. For him, though, especially if he could do it himself and avoid the power level penalty that experience would catapult him in levels. But if the last hive was always above the clappers, which he suspected would be the case, he couldn't do it by himself. It did explain why he hadn't gotten experience from killing Nactos's servant in the park in Deepwell. The mage must have been part of the larger group trying to kill him. It didn't explain why the deferred message didn't appear in his log, though. Maybe parties made from people differed from those of monsters. He'd ask Kai about it. Reuven closed the log. Sift had cleared the area around Reuven, and he looked down at what had latched onto his feet. Sharpened branches from the trees around them had been fashioned into traps resembling open mouths, and he had stepped into 2 of them. "Why didn't you tell me about the traps?" Reuven asked. "They're new, and so was the assassin. Blappy must have really wanted us dead, or she is warning us about our level difference." "I'm going with dead. That assassin was especially nasty. This area is too big for me to sift well, and that assassin would have ambushed me. I'm too relaxed in these early levels. Good job spotting him." Sift's offhand praise made Reuven feel good. He belonged in a library, not fighting dungeon monsters, and being barely helpful in these levels was hard for him. It also said a lot about Sift that he admitted to missing the assassin's presence.
Sift walked over and picked up the staff of chimes where it had landed when Ruin fell into the trap. He spun the weapon in a fast circle, and the chimes sounded as if they were in a howling wind. "You do understand weapons work better when you hold them?" Sift asked. Ruin glared at him. Sift spun the staff behind his back. "Because you are either dropping them or purposefully missing enemies with them." "Hey, that was planned." Sift walked back to Ruin. "Another thing, your plans are terrible." "It worked. My favorite part was when you caught your dagger." Ruin's cheeks grew warm. "Well, that part could have gone better." Sift smiled. "It was actually really clever, except for stabbing yourself." "Thanks. So were your bombs. Overkill to use the entire jar of spitter snot, but I'm guessing you didn't know how powerful it was." "And I didn't have much time." Sift stabbed the staff down into the pit and triggered each of the remaining traps. Once they were all sprung, he jumped down and pried open the traps that held Ruin. Ruin pulled himself out of the hole and rubbed his ankles. Sift handed him back his staff. "Since you leveled, we'll spend the rest of the day doing step work," Sift said. Ruin nodded, stood, and put the staff back in its harness. He walked over to the leather bag, knelt, and dumped it out. A ring, a green shirt, and a pair of green pants tumbled out. The ring's silver band had tiny exploding burrowers surrounding it, each of their wings colored an iridescent pink. He picked it up and opened up the notification. "Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: Ring of Exploding Regeneration. Quality: fine. Durability: 18 of 18. Weight: 0.1 pounds. Effect: passive +1 to health, mana, and energy every second. Description: the power of the hive has burrowed into your regeneration pools. Don't let your tiny pools keep you down. It's not the size of your pools that matter. It's how you use them." His rock serpent ring of health was on his right hand, so he slipped this ring on his left next to the Jaga wedding band. Just like before, the ring shrunk until it fit snugly on his finger. He opened his profile and looked at the regeneration section. Health regen, 1.31. Mana regen, 1.45. Energy regen, 3.60. The +1 made a gigantic impact on his regeneration rates. Even with the health ring, his health pool was the smallest of the three, and it received the largest benefit from this new ring. With a 3.60 per second regen rate, he would go from empty to full in just under 2 minutes. Before, it would have taken 8 minutes. This benefit would taper off as he gained more levels, but right now, it made a huge difference. He closed the profile and looked down at the bright green long-sleeved shirt. It had 4 handprints, shaped like a flower, in the middle of the chest. The softness of the cloth surprised him. Tring, the Black Pyramid has rewarded you. Name: Clapperskin. Undershirt. Armor class: 25. Quality: uncommon. Durability: 50 of 50. Weight: 2 pounds. Effect: passive. Repel exploding burrowers. Effect triggered. Shirt will have bleed effects up to 4 times per day. Description: will apply direct pressure on a bleeding wound. Perfect for those who could use a helping hand. You need 4. He whistled when he saw the AC of the shirt. Then he realized what he'd done and looked up at Sift. Sift glared at him. "Sorry," Ruin said. "What was so good?" Sift asked. "The AC on this shirt is 25. That's a lot of protection for underwear. I scanned the worker abilities and it doesn't look like they get any proficiencies in armor, not even leather." "What about your observer ones?" "There was a leather one there, but I'm supposed to be a worker. I really can't be seen wearing leather without causing suspicion." "That makes sense. Once you get some cultivation training, you won't need armor." Reuven's stomach turned at the mention of the mysterious power inside him. "Well, I don't see that happening anytime soon." He picked up the pants. They were called Clapper Skin Long Underwear and had the same bright green color as the shirt. They didn't have the hand flower imprint and lacked the triggered effect to have bleeding. They still resisted exploding burrowers and had the same excellent AC of 25. The two items tripled his armor class, but that was mostly because he only had 2 pieces with AC to begin with. His boots had 5 and his cloak 10. This would provide some sorely needed protection.
Do you think they're really made from clapper skin? That's kind of gross, Ruin said. Sift rubbed his hand over the shirt, but softer than I'd imagined. Yeah, it does feel comfortable. Well, they wouldn't think twice about wearing your hands as a necklace. Shade's first rule: you die how you live. So you'll die naked? Ruin said as he stood. Sift punched Ruin in the shoulder. It's never my fault. They laughed as Sift led them to his charred clothing. He retrieved his traveler's belt and removed Io. Io must have made fun of Sift's lack of clothes because Sift explained again how it wasn't his fault. The tree still burned, but the grass had already turned to ash, and they made it to the exit safely. When Reuven entered the tunnel, his wrist turned cold, just like before. He looked down to see the black pyramid mark with a 3 under it. Reuven touched his wrist to the rock wall. Naked's room. A smoky gray rectangle appeared. Sift shook his head. That is so dangerous. That portal could go anywhere. Sift's eyes widened. What if you walked in on a naked Fluffy? Oh, I dare you to walk through it. Reuven hadn't thought a door would appear. He'd just been making a joke. The thought of a naked Fluffy terrified him. Sift narrowed his eyes. If you stand there much longer, you're going to lay an egg. Are you calling me a chicken? Shade's first rule. Reuven held up his hands. Stop. Reuven took a deep breath, and then another. Please, for the love of Uru, don't let there be a naked Fluffy on the other side of this portal. Sift put his hands in his armpits and flapped his arms. Reuven stepped through the portal. Chapter 3. Reuven stepped into the hallway in front of Sift's room, and relief flooded him. A moment later, Sift appeared out of another portal and looked disappointed when he saw Reuven. Reuven grinned. See, even Blappy knows. Sift shook his head. It's never my fault. Laughing, they walked into their room. Reuven spent the next 3 hours alternating between cramping muscles and frustration. Sift was supposed to be teaching him steps, but instead Reuven just squatted in place and did a simple block and punch over and over again. At first he wondered if Sift was upset with Reuven's joking and was punishing him, but it only took a moment of thought to realize Sift wasn't that type of person. Isn't this called step training? Reuven asked. Sift squatted across from Reuven, doing the same block and punch. Infants must learn to crawl before they can take their first step, Sift smiled. And imagine how hard it will be for a fish. Reuven narrowed his eyes. Are you calling me a fish? No, probably more like a snail. It matches your speed. Hey! Sift laughed. You're doing fine. It took me... Sift suddenly stopped talking. A heartbeat later, Sift leaned forward while kicking backward with his right leg. Kai appeared out of thin air, stepped to the side and grabbed Sift's leg, twisting it. Sift turned his body to keep his leg from snapping and aimed his left foot at Kai's head. Kai let go of Sift's leg and crouched, letting the kick go over her head. She punched at Sift's exposed back, but the young man continued his twist and did a half cartwheel to end up on his feet. Glad you're back, mistress, Sift said. You let me get too close, Kay said. I know. Kay lashed out with a right jab to Sift's chest. Sift trapped her hand against his chest and used his other hand to grab her elbow. Kay quickly stepped forward and swept Sift's feet. Sift released Kay and used his free hands to break his fall and maneuver away from Kay. Reuven had been on the losing side of a few fights and watched many others. The fighters usually had their hands up to protect their face. Key and Sift stood a few feet apart from each other with their arms at their sides. They both looked relaxed. Why did it take you so long to sense me? Key asked.
I guess because I was focused on ruin, and I felt safe in here, Sift said. You know better. Shade's first rule. There is no safety. I know. I will do better, Sift said. We cross the blood gate in a couple of hours. You're better prepared than most for the dangers there, but we can't treat this like a vacation, Kai said, and then looked at Ruin. Hey kid, how was the dungeon? Sift took Kai's shift in attention as an opportunity to step forward and reach for Kai's neck. Kai slapped his hand away and punched at Sift's face. Sift stepped to the side to avoid the blow and brought his hand down on Kai's arm, quickly twisting and then bending forward. Kai flew forward, but instead of landing on her face, she tucked into a ball and did a somersault. In a few heartbeats, the two stood facing each other again. Ruin couldn't believe how fast everything happened. Your parents brought him into the clan, Kai said. You are his Sisen. Yes, as a condition for my advancement, Sift said. I'm relieved. I didn't know how they'd react to him, especially after hearing of our deal and the danger he poses. Kai looked at Ruin again. Your odds of surviving just increased dramatically, maybe even to 10%, she said with a smile. Ruin's stomach turned. That's a joke, right? I wish you could have seen him fighting the chickens on 2, Sift said. I did. Blappy gave me the memory as soon as I returned. It's a pyramid favorite. She said the chickens have been really strutting around with all the attention. Ruin's brow furrowed. Wait, what is a pyramid favorite? Kai bowed to Sift and he returned it. She held out her fist and Sift placed his hand on top. Kai turned to Reuven. This is Blappy's kingdom. When you kill something, she brings it back and they keep their memories. She keeps a library of all the best memories the monsters can replay whenever they want. It's entertainment for them. Usually the popular memories are of adventurers dying gruesomely. The monsters are watching my fights? Reuven asked. Ruin remembered the odd behavior of Tiny as he approached Ruin in the pit. It hadn't made sense at the time, but now it was crystal clear. Tiny had been making fun of Ruin's attempt to kill the chickens. Ruin's cheeks grew hot. Can Blappy share that with others? I'd love to show my parents, Sift said. Hey! Ruin cried. Kai looked thoughtful. I'm not sure. I've never asked her. I wonder if she could display them somehow in the rec rooms. Let me see, Blappy said. Ruin jumped at the new voice. Blappy sat on his bed, her stuffed centipede resting on his pillow. A round crystal the size of his arm appeared in the middle of the room. It floated and pulsed with different colors of light. That's not working. I'll keep at it in my research lab while I finish up here, Blappy said. The cute little girl made him forget that Blappy was actually an immensely powerful being. As she talked to them, she would be doing 100 other things at the same time, opening portals, rebuilding levels, making new levels, handling the alchemy lab, managing the thousands of monsters here, and creating a tool to display his not-so-proud moments. Reuven's shoulders slumped. Why so glum? Blappy asked Reuven. I'm just embarrassed, Reuven said. Blappy nodded. Well, you should be, but you should also feel good. The early levels are rarely cleared. Even Sift ignores the chickens. It's been over 1,000 years since those chickens have put anyone in danger. Your lengthy battle has reminded them of their purpose and that as small as their contributions are, they matter. Blappy's comments were eerily close to the worthlessness Ruin had felt when fighting next to Sift. How perceptive was Blappy? Are you calling me a chicken? Ruin asked. Blappy smiled at him and then turned to Sift. I want you to know I was this close. Blappy held her thumb and finger together to porting him into Fluffy's shower. He was even in it at the time. Sift groaned. You should have. That would have been hilarious. Blappy nodded. 3,000 years ago, maybe, but maturity has made me value good working relationships. Fluffy would blame me, not you two idiots, and I like our quartermaster's efficiency.
I'd hate to lose him. Agreed. Fluffy is more valuable than both of you nitwits, Kai said. Blappy hopped off the bed, walked to Sift, and looked up at him. Kai told me you're going on a trip. Sift nodded and tried not to grin. She's taking me through the blood gate. I've enjoyed trying to kill you, and wanted to give you a going-away present, Blappy said. Sift narrowed his eyes. Will this mean you win? Blappy stomped her foot. No, this is a gift, not loot. Blappy pointed to the bed, and a long shirt, loose pants, underwear, and soft shoes appeared there. They were light brown and looked thin. Those look like step clothes, Sift said. Kai cleared her throat. I asked her to find a solution to your naked problem. You can't run around naked over there. Sift's cheeks turned red. It's not like I want to be naked. Blappy is always trying to kill me and my clothes get in the way. Exactly, Kai said. Blappy is gifting you with something you'd need to go 100 levels deeper to earn yourself. She is doing this on her own, as there are simpler solutions. Sift looked down at Blappy. Really? Blappy nodded. I want you both to come back. You two could be incredibly powerful, more than you realize. And I want the chance to kill you. The lower levels are almost as bad as the upper ones, and my monsters are bored. That is almost sweet, Sift said, walking over to the clothes. He picked up the shirt and his eyes unfocused as he read the notification. He looked at Blappy. What does harvester mean? Ruwen perked up at the question. The book he'd found in the library had used that word. Kai answered. It is an older term. People call them cultivators now. Their name, like their mindset, keeps them caged and weak, Blappy said. But I can't cultivate, Sift said. The shirt burst into flame, engulfing Sift's hands. Sift held the blaze away from himself to keep from burning his clothes. After a few seconds, the flames disappeared. The shirt looked untouched. Ice formed on Sift's hands, and the air grew cold in the room. Sift moved the shirt, and it seemed completely unaffected by the frigid temperature. How? Sift asked. Blappy sighed. It makes me sad how far the world has fallen. Some believe leaving rampant chaos and unending war in the past is progress, Kay said. Nonsense. Nothing interesting ever comes from peace, Blappy said. The shirt, Sift asked again. Blappy pointed to the shirt. Harvesters would gather so much energy they would make the area around their body unstable. They needed clothes that would survive that and not impede the energy's absorption by their body. Your needs are similar. It's the opposite of armor, Key said. It lets everything pass through it. Hammer blows, fire, chaos bolts, punches, all of it will transfer directly to your body. It is useless or priceless, depending on the owner. Blappy nodded. Key is right. I'll just add that these reflect a tiny portion of the light spectrum to give them color and provide some privacy. You can change the color with a thought once you're wearing it. Sift's eyes glistened. Thanks, Blappy. This is the best gift ever. I'm doing it for the people of the universe. None of them should be subjected to your nakedness, Blappy said with a smile. One other thing, Kay said. I asked Blappy to make a chest tattoo for you. We are going to be traveling with a large group, and you'll stand out if you aren't ascended. Blappy held up a small paper with a black snake on it. This tattoo will make you appear as one of Uru's ascended fighters. It should mask your true nature from most people. Why didn't I just do that instead of almost dying multiple times in here? Ruin asked. This will only work because Sift isn't ascended. Not even Blappy can mask your nature once you're ascended, Kai said. Blappy locked eyes with Ruin. Yes, hiding something like that would truly take divine power. Ruin rubbed his stomach and the birthmark there. I see. How long will it last? Sift asked. I'll remove it when you get back, Blappy said. Sift removed his shirt and Key handed him the tattoo. He pressed it to his chest and then gasped.
a thick snake with indigo scales wrapped around Sift's torso. The head appeared on his right shoulder, mouth wide, ivory fangs glistening with venom. It looked so real, Ruin took a step backward. "I thought you wanted him to keep his clothes on. He'll never put a shirt on now," Ruin said. "Is it awesome? Show me, please." Sift bounced on his feet. A full-length mirror appeared in front of Sift. He took a step toward it and ran a hand over the snake's head. He traced the coil as it wrapped the front of his body. "Blappy, you really—" Sift was quiet for a few seconds. "I love it." Ruin saw Kai give Blappy a wink. "Well, I'm glad it's okay. It's just something I made last minute. Nothing like the thought I put in the tattoos you leave uncollected in my dungeon." Sift's eyes grew wide, and Blappy grinned. Sift's name floated above his head now, and Ruin focused on him to see what else appeared. Name, Sift Whistler. Age, 17. Class, Fighter. Subclass, Unarmed. Class rank, Initiate. Level 10. Health, 210. Mana, 120. Energy, 453. Sift's attributes were listed as well, but Ruin skimmed them since he knew they were fake. He chuckled at the last name. Blappy just couldn't resist poking people. The little girl, as if knowing he had thought her name, faced him. "Your turn," Blappy said. "Me." "You didn't need to get me anything," Reuven said. "I know," Blappy said, and then pointed to Reuven's bed. His cloak lay across it, and he noticed the hole had been fixed. "Thanks for mending my cloak," Reuven said. Blappy nodded. "I gave it a hood so you have something to protect the rocks in your head, and added a couple other things as well." "That is awesome," Reuven said as he walked over and picked it up. Tring. The Black Pyramid has gifted you Name Hooded Pacifist's Cloak of Wandering. AC 25 Quality Special. Durability 50 of 50. Weight 1.0 pounds. Effect Passive 10%. Perception 10%. Detect traps. Effect Passive. Everything within 50 feet is immune to location magic. Effect Passive. Hood enhances all senses by 10%. Effect Triggered. Once per day can harden into a 150 hit point shield. Restriction. Weapons of any kind are prohibited. Description. Why can't we all just get along? The cloak had been great before, but now it was fantastic. The problem with hoods is they blocked your vision and impaired your hearing, but this cloak actually enhanced them. And as the number of people who wanted to kill him increased, not being able to locate him with magic would be a real plus. The increase to armor class and the shield were welcome as well. This was indeed a special cloak. "Hey, there's a sheath built into these pants. Is that for Io?" Sift asked. "You shouldn't indulge him," Kai said to Blappy. Blappy shrugged. "It makes them both happy. Call me sentimental." Kai faced Ruin and sighed. "So, against my better judgment, I've agreed to Blappy's other gift. We will need to discuss the rules before you use it, but Blappy has a compelling argument for you having it." Ruin turned back to Blappy, who held a black rock about the size and shape of his finger. It looked very similar to the one Key had used to draw the door that brought them here. His hand shook as he took the rock from Blappy. He immediately opened the notification. Tring! The Black Pyramid has gifted you Name, Portal, Chalk of Blood. Quality, Epic. Durability, 5 of 5. Weight, 0.5 pounds. Effect, Active. Create a connection with the Bloodgate. Restriction. User must bear the mark of the Black Pyramid. Description. Not every door should be entered. Reuven gasped. This gave him the ability to come back here. "Thank you," Reuven said. "Kai will show you how it works," Blappy said. Blappy glanced over at Kai and Sift. Sift was showing her how Io fit perfectly in the sheath. Sift has spent his whole life here and more time in the dungeon than almost anyone. I'd be sad if someone other than me killed him. You understand? Blappy asked.
Ruin didn't, but he nodded. Good, because I'll blame you if something happens to him, Blappy said, and then in a louder voice, I did it. Did what? Sift asked. A gray portal appeared on the wall, but instead of being shaped like a door, it looked like a window. The gray faded and colors emerged. Oh no, Ruin said. Sift and Kai laughed as the window portal showed Ruin chasing the chickens around swinging his staff, but it only lasted a few seconds before a very young-looking Kai appeared. Oh no, Kai said. The young Kai lifted her dagger and prepared to attack a large gray mushroom. As she moved to strike, she tripped on a rock and landed face first behind the fungus. Sift burst out laughing, and Ruin couldn't hide a smile. The pictures changed again, and this time Sift came into focus. Oh no, Sift said. In a quickly moving montage, Sift battled different monsters but always ended up covered in something destructive. Fire, acid, lightning, more fire, some kind of whirling bladed tree, and more fire. In every instance, Sift ended up naked. Blappy looked pleased with herself. Kai shook her head and muttered, Shade's first rule, karma is an echo, and it speaks your name. Chapter 3. Reuven followed Kai and Sift as they walked toward the Bloodgate. Blappy didn't allow portals to that area for security reasons. They'd eaten dinner with Sift's parents, but most of the discussion had centered on Sift and travel advice. No one brought up Reuven's cultivation incident. He asked Kai something he'd wondered since coming here. Why does Blappy need you? Kai looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Reuven flushed. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just don't understand the relationship. Kai nodded. Adventurers from all over our world want to come here. Blappy has the best loot, hardest challenges, and gives the most experience of any dungeon. The issue is getting here. That's where I come in. Blappy can't get them herself? Reuven asked. Blappy can't leave here. Trapped isn't the right word, more like bound. So I'm like her face in our world. I feed the beast. You bring people here? Reuven asked. Yes, many. There are over 20 parties in Blappy's depths right now, Kay said. But I never saw anyone, Reuven said. Kay shook her head. The top levels are mine, and you need my mark. Those parties can't come up. They can only go down or exit. How does that benefit you? Reuven asked. That is a good question, my young spy, Kai said. Blappy obviously gets entertainment and new items to clone. I have the most secure hideout in the world, and the price for entry into Blappy is usually information. Blappy and I both love what we shouldn't have. It cements our relationship, I think. But there are powerful items in the world that people know how to keep from us. Blappy and I both want them. Shade's first rule goals are like air. That's another thing. Why are all the rules number 1? Reuven asked. Key smiled. Shade's first rule? There's no second rule. Reuven waited a few seconds. Okay, that didn't help. It means all the rules are important. Ignoring any of them might cause disaster, Sift said. Key nodded at Sift. They walked in silence for a few steps, and then Reuven opened his mouth to ask another question. Stop, Kay said. You are worse than Tremine. You're like some kind of information sponge. Let's finalize your build before we cross over. How much did you leave unspent? I have 4 attribute points from reaching level 5, and I still have my spell and ability points from levels 4 and 5, Reuven said. An odd and an even level is 3 spells for each class, which means you have 6 spell points and 4 ability points to allocate, Kay asked. Yes. Good. 4 your attributes increase your dexterity at least once per level, preferably twice. Are there any abilities you desperately want? Key asked. Ruin immediately thought of the last 2 levels of Hey You. He knew that wasn't critical, though, so he just shook his head. Excellent. My recommendation is 2 points in Fade and 2 in Fabricate. For Fabricate, make yourself appear to be a level 2 worker.
That is so close to the truth that it will fool everyone. As you advance in levels, you'll need to increase the level of Fabricate to keep the illusion. Fade is probably good at level 2. If that gets too high, even your friends forget you. Do me a favor and stick them all in Fade, Sift said. Ruin punched him in the shoulder and Sift laughed. Sift wore his new harvester outfit and he'd changed the color to black. His dimensional belt was wrapped around his waist and Io fit snugly in the hidden sheath on Sift's right hip. Sift hadn't stopped smiling since he'd left dinner. Reuven wore his new protective underwear beneath his worker garb along with his improved cloak. The staff he'd placed in his void band. The weapon would be too hard to explain. The fastidious blade, however, sat on his right hip opposite his worker's baton. Kai continued, I don't have any advice yet on your spells. Once I have enough information about where Big D is taking us and who else has arrived to kill you, I might have some thoughts. Wait, how many people want to kill me? Ruin asked. Naktos' servants already tried, and at least 2 are still around. All the excitement in Deepwell will not go unnoticed by the other deities. The gods that border us will for sure send some spies to investigate. More distant gods will too. You mustn't draw attention to yourself. Ruin's throat constricted, making it hard to swallow. Okay. So keep a couple of spell points just in case. We need to keep leveling you too, or you won't survive long. We can talk about that after we're on our way, Kay said. You're coming with us, Sift asked. Kay shrugged. I'll be watching for others who are watching. Don't depend on me for help. At this point, it's safer for you to die again than for me to reveal myself by aiding you. Ruin's stomach clenched. Kay looked at Sift. Same goes for you. I can protect myself, Sift said. You two are both idiots, Kay said. I meant don't help Ruin if he's attacked. Follow his killers back to their nest. That way, we get them all. What if it's the blue beam thing from the Naktos mage? Ruin asked. Tremine said that would have trapped me, not killed me. You got attacked by a Naktos soul mage? Sift asked. You know what that is? Ruin asked. Both of you shut up. You can swap stories and do your hair later. But that is a valid point about the binding magic. Kai faced Sift. If it looks like anyone is channeling a spell on Ruin, it's okay to kill them. Ruin had felt better about his trip with Big D knowing Kai and Sift would be there. But most of that optimism had just disappeared. They wanted to find everyone trying to kill him, not just a single assassin, which made him happy. The cost, however, might be his life, which didn't. His shoulders slumped. Did you dump all your spirit? Kai asked. Ruin opened his mouth to respond when he realized Kai had been talking to Sift. Yes, Sift said. Remember to get rid of any energy you sift right away. You're not trained to mask it, and you'll look like a beacon to anyone with cultivation training. The last thing we want is attention, Kay said. Sift nodded. Kay didn't look at Ruin, but he wondered if she'd been talking to him as well. Like Sift, Ruin didn't know how to mask his spirit. If something happened to his birthmark tattoo, he might be in trouble. They entered the cavern where Sift had poisoned Ruin. That felt like weeks ago, but it had been less than 2 days. Ruin opened up his profile and added 2 of his 4 attribute points to dexterity. His wisdom, with the Staff of Chimes bonus, was still only 11. If he died, he would wake up with the foolish debuff again. He didn't want that, so he added 1 more to wisdom. That left 1 point. Reuven knew the right thing to do was place it in dexterity, but he'd already added 2 there. Leveling twice and not putting anything in intelligence hurt. His intelligence had been part of his identity for a long time, and seeing it lose ground to all the things he never cared about, like strength and stamina, made him sad. He just hadn't come to grips with his new class yet. Dreaming for years of becoming a mage didn't disappear overnight, so He added the last point to intelligence. The attribute points distributed. He looked through his profile to see how far he'd come in the 2 days he'd been here. General name, Ruin Starfield. Race, human. Age, 16. Class, worker. Hidden class. Root observer. Level 5. Class rank, novice. Cultivation stage, 19. Cultivation rank, initiate. Deaths, 2. Deity, goddess Uru. Experience, 1,692 out of 15,000. Marks Black Pyramid, novice. Bamboo Viper Clan, novice. Pools. Health, 155 out of 155. Mana, 190 out of 190. Energy, 273 out of 273. Spirit, 352, 164. Attributes. Strength, 13. Stamina, 13. Dexterity, 15. Intelligence, 19. Wisdom, 12. Charisma, 12. Ratings. Knowledge, 37. Armor class, 82. Max encumbrance, 195. Critical chance, percent, 2.50%. Power strike, percent, 2.60%. Haste, percent, 3.00%. Dodge, percent, 5.00%. Persuasion, percent, 6.90%. Resilience, percent, 14.50%. Endurance, percent, 2.60%. Cleverness, percent, 39.90%. Perception, percent, 32.40%. Resistances. Elemental resistance, percent, 16.50%. Poison resistance, percent, 16.50%. Acid resistance, percent, 16.50%. Mind resistance, percent, 16.50%. Order resistance, percent, 16.50%. Chaos resistance, percent, 12.50%. Disease resistance, percent, 16.50%. Light resistance, percent, 16.50%. Dark resistance, percent, 14.50%. Regeneration, health regeneration, per second, 1.31. Mana regeneration per second, 1.48. Energy regeneration per second, 3.73. He closed his profile, happy with the progress he'd made. Removing the Observer textbook from his void band, he looked up the symbols for fade and fabricate. He memorized the symbols and then put the book away. They turned down a familiar dim hallway, and Ruin concentrated on the symbol for fade, which was an eye that slowly faded until a third of it was barely visible. It took over 10 seconds to feel a tension in his mind, and then what felt like a pop. He opened his mouth wide to relieve the pressure on his ears and maximized the new notification. Ping! You have learned the ability Fade. Ability Fade, Level 1, Class Observer. Effect. Lower the perception of anyone viewing you by 20%, making it difficult for them to remember you. Type A, O, E. He repeated the process and incremented Fade to Level 2, which was easier, just like Hey You had been. He read the new notification and saw Fade now lowered the perception of others by 40%. Ruin moved on to Fabricate. The symbol for Fabricate was all 6 class symbols arranged in a circle. A minute later, his Fabricate was also Level 2. He looked at the final notification. Ping! You have learned the ability Fabricate. Ability Fabricate Level 2, Class Observer. Effect. Alter the name, class, subclass, and attributes displayed to others. Type AOE. Knowing this ability needed more input, he opened his Ability tab and focused on Fabricate. The 6 class symbols appeared, and he concentrated on the clasped hands of the worker. More options appeared, and he filled them in with a few thoughts. At his current level of Fabricate, he could only pick a class and subclass. He would need Fabricate level 3 to choose a specialization.
When Reuven finished, he looked like he should for one day after ascendancy a level 2 worker. They reached the end of the hallway, which was nothing but a flat wall, and Kai turned to Reuven. "We'll use your chalk," Kai said. Reuven removed the portal chalk from his void band. "The rules are simple. Draw the correct 5 gate runes or you'll likely die. If you leave a portal behind, always double-check the runes before using it to make sure it hasn't been tampered with. Do you remember the sequence I drew in the library?" Reuven nodded. "Good. Those gate runes will always bring you to the Blood Gate. Blappy will destroy this connection once we've passed. Go ahead." Kai stepped away and Reuven quickly drew a rectangle. Carefully, he drew the 5 runes he'd memorized when Kai had drawn them in the library, and then put his portal chalk away. Kai studied them and then nodded. "Good." Sift shifted from foot to foot. "This seems like an unnecessary risk. Blappy opens a door for me when I'm feeding the blood moss. Wouldn't that be safer?" "Shade's first rule, there is no safety," Kai said. "Shade's first rule, risk is death's currency," Sift responded. Kai nodded her head and placed a hand on Sift's shoulder. "That is an excellent rule." Then she shoved Sift hard and the young man disappeared through the door. "After you, kid," Kai said. Reuven took a deep breath and stepped through the stone. As he exited the portal, he tripped over Sift, who lay sprawled in front of the door. The blood moss cushioned his fall and crept up his body. His wrist with the mark grew cold, and the blood moss retreated. Kai came through and carefully stepped over the 2 of them. Kai spoke as the 2 of them got to their feet. "Portals are complicated. Do you remember the one we came through?" Reuven looked around and realized the doors were no longer in the same order. It took him half a minute to find the door with the gate runes he'd memorized just after he'd arrived. He pointed at it. "Good. Now, if someone discovered our library portal and destroyed it, the connection still exists, but the exit is now a little more fluid," Kai said. "What does that mean?" Reuven asked. "It means we should come out near the original portal, but not always. I once stepped through a portal into the ocean a mile from shore, which is why I now hate sharks," Kai said. Sift looked like he might be sick. "I can't swim." Reuven's stomach turned. "I can't either." Other terrible scenarios occurred to him. What if they move your door somehow? "That happens more than you'd think." Kai started to count on her fingers. "I've stepped through into a prison cell, a blazing furnace, ambushes, a cliff face, Sift held up his hand. "I'm having second thoughts." "The portals are a powerful tool, and that means they carry risk. Just be prepared," Kai said. Reuven remembered the 6 doors he'd found that were safe in the Blood Gate when he first arrived. "How many portals do you have open in here?" "Excellent question. I use this room as a hub to travel quickly all over the continent," Kai said, which didn't answer Reuven's question. A thought occurred to him and he opened his map. The room appeared along with its 300-plus doors. Now, however, around 30 of them had labels. When he concentrated on the door to the library, which read Deep Well Uru, the label expanded and gave him 5 gate runes and the description Library Basement West Conference Room. Powerful mages could portal to different locations, but portals were rare and their creation was time-consuming and expensive. To have a room like this was an incredible asset, and the list he'd been given had portals covering the entire continent. The thought of nearly instant travel to distant places was so mind-blowing that for a few seconds Reuven couldn't do anything but stare at his map. Kai flicked him on the forehead. "Stop that." Reuven stepped backward and rubbed his forehead. Behind Kai he could see one of the blank doors. "What are the doors without gate runes for?" Reuven asked. Kai rubbed her temples and did a poor job of keeping the irritation off her face. "They're to handle new connections, like when we created one from the library. Also, some places are so dangerous you don't want to risk a constant link.
You'd use one of the blank doors to create a temporary portal. Blappy always keeps a few blank ones available. Hundreds of doors in here lead to instant death, and you're saying there are even more dangerous places? Ruin asked. Kai nodded.
Like where? Ruin asked. She looked at the ceiling, muttered something about a muzzle, and then faced him. Like one of the deity's realms. You can actually travel to a god's home? Ruin asked.
No, mortals can't go there, Ki said, and then looked down at Sift's waist where Io was sheathed. Okay, once, but we were so quick it hardly counts. No, you can't tell them. I swear, between you, Tramini, and the kid, I'm going to swallow a hisser and end it.
Ruin started to ask another question, but Kai pointed a finger at him. Her lips pressed together, and he snapped his mouth shut. Something about the blank doors had caused his brain to itch. There was a connection he wasn't seeing. He unfocused his eyes and let his brain go blank, allowing it to sort through his memories. The itching was replaced by a swirling cold and... Hey, Kai said as she clapped her hands. Ruin jumped and then focused on Kai, his thoughts scattering. Sorry. She lowered her hands. You ready? Kai asked, looking at Ruin and then Sift. Sift looked terrible and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Maybe I should stay. Who's going to feed the blood moss or sweep the early levels? Blappy needs me. Ruin didn't know if Kai's portal horror stories had gotten into Sift's head or if the fear of leaving everything Sift had known had finally hit him. Either way, Ruin felt sorry for his friend. Ruin had only been here 2 days and already had mixed feelings about leaving. But to find his parents, he needed to return, and he wanted to make sure Hamma was okay. Hey, this is going to be fun. On the other side of that door is adventure and freedom and probably a warm welcome. It's going to be okay, Ruin said. Probably not, actually, Kay said. Ruin looked at Kay. You're not helping. Kai looked up at the ceiling for a second. Fine. She turned to Sift. There is something you should know about Lylan. Then, without finishing, she stepped through the portal to the library and was gone. What? Sift almost screamed and jumped after Kai. In the space of a heartbeat, Ruin was alone. Hey! Blappy said. Ruin yelped and jumped to the side. Wow, you are nervous, Blappy said. You could really use some sort of announcement, like a gong or something. Blappy tilted her head. That is not such a bad idea. A gong sounded, and Ruin covered his ears. The sound echoed in the room for a few seconds and then disappeared. His hearing still rang. A little loud, Ruin said. I'll work on it. Anyway, my portal windows that replay memories got me to thinking. That can't be good. Depends on your perspective. But I made this, Blappy said and held up a thin silver ring with a gray pearl. What is it? Ruin asked. An experiment. Again, that doesn't sound good. Blappy shrugged. It will either work or it won't. But it shouldn't harm her. Harm who? Ruin said as he took the ring. Lylan, Blappy said, and then disappeared. Ruin opened his notification and read the description. Tring, the Black Pyramid has gifted you. Name, Moonstone, Ring of Remembrance. Quality, Epic. Durability, 8 of 8. Weight, 0.12 pounds. Effect, Passive, +2 Charisma. Effect triggered. When worn by Shade Lylan of the Black Pyramid, memories of her time there will be restored. Restriction. User must bear the mark of the Black Pyramid. Description. Some memories are worth keeping. Reuven carefully placed the ring in his void band and then stepped through the stone portal. Chapter 3. Reuven stepped into the back of the tapestry, which he pushed to the side. His clock read 5:17 in the morning. He'd been gone only about 10 hours. Glancing around the room, he didn't see Hamma, and his shoulders slumped. Sift stood to the side of Reuven with a big grin. Lylan is coming, Sift said. What? Reuven asked.
Kai sent for her. She'll be here in a few days, Sift said excitedly. You probably won't even see her. Also, she doesn't remember you, so don't do anything dumb, Kai said. That is great, Sift, Ruin said, thinking about the ring in his inventory. Kai faced the two of them. If anyone asks, you slept at an inn near the east gate. Sift is your cousin from a mountain village. He's new to Deepwell and working as a servant. The less talking you do, the better. Keep stories simple, vague, and provide one specific detail to make it seem real. Ask me where I was last night. Ruin and Sift looked at each other, and then Ruin spoke up. Where were you last night? Kai spoke in a friendly voice that shocked Ruin. Oh, it was some dreadful place near Eastgate, and I barely slept a wink. The mattress must have been stuffed with rocks. Did you sleep well? Ruin opened his mouth, realized he hadn't slept since his cultivation incident, and his simple lie evaporated. Instead, he wondered if maybe he'd broken his brain, cultivating, and he would soon die of sleep deprivation. He felt fine, though. Although Key flicked Ruin in the forehead. Ugh, what did I do to deserve you two? You only have yourself to blame, Sift said, and then trailed off as Key glared at him.
Kai rubbed her face.
Always end with a question to force the focus away from yourself. Shade's first rule, the best lies are unspoken. Understand? Ruin and Sift nodded. Kai continued. Deepwell has been alive all night. The council tried to reject Big D's outing because of the attack yesterday. They claimed it wasn't safe. She argued there were no exemptions for safety in the original agreement, and that if they didn't enforce the law, she would organize a recall based on the council not doing its job. Who is Big D? Sift asked. A formidable woman, and not one we should cross lightly. Big D wants a better life for her workers, and this trip is a way to destabilize the current power structure, Kai said. At my expense, Ruin whispered. Everything is always at someone else's expense. Big D's point is that's usually a worker, Kai said, which only made Ruin feel worse. Guilt for looking down at workers his whole life swirled with his depression at being one. His chest tightened and his throat constricted. Kai flicked him in the forehead again. Feel sorry for yourself later. This dagger has left the sheath. It actually might work in our favor. You'll be in plain sight, but also the linchpin for hundreds of people. We can use you as bait to find those trying to kill you. Wait, what do you mean hundreds of people? The last 2 months couldn't have had more than 100 people ascend, Reuven said. Kai nodded. Because of the attack, all the academies are sending extra instructors to protect their students. The council is making the best of a bad situation and sending at least 50 enforcement soldiers along as a show of how much they care. Then you have all the rich kids who will have extra protection in addition to their normal servants. It will be a circus. I agree with Ruin. I don't understand why all this is necessary, Sift said.
If you wanted to change my direction, which would be easier?
Chasing crickets or gentle rain? Kai asked. Sift replied immediately. Chasing crickets. Why? Kai asked. Because you're already moving, Sift said. Exactly. That is what Big D is doing. She is getting things moving to make a change later easier. Ruin's map pulsed. Both of you, open your maps, Kai said. Ruin opened his map and saw a new marker had appeared. It was an address not too far from the workers' lodge. Hamma is there, Kai said. I don't want to leave her in Deepwell when you depart, so I've arranged for her to be part of the order class contingent. It was mostly enforcement officers, but they needed a few priests in case anyone got injured. I made sure her name was included. Ruin's heart beat faster and his cheeks flushed. Thanks, Kai. That was nice of you. Nothing nice about it, kid. If we left her here, she'd be easier to capture and used as leverage against us. I don't want to risk it. Oh, well, I'm glad she's coming, Ruin said. Really? You hide it so well, Kay said. Sift laughed and Ruin glared at him. Pick her up on your way to meet Big D, Kay said. You're not coming with us? Ruin asked, unable to keep the fear out of his voice.
I'm still working on mobilizing my people, and you'll be safe anyway. Guardians are still circling above the town. Nactos's followers will keep their distance until things settle back down. If we're lucky, they won't even realize you left, and you'll have a relaxing camping trip, Kay said. I'm excited to try camping, Sift said. You're sure it's safe? Ruin asked, and then held up his hands. I know there is no safety, but do you think we'll be fine on our own? You are enabling all this, and plenty of people want you dead. But none of them know what you look like, and they can't locate you by name anymore. By the time people discover those things, you'll be too surrounded for them to kill you. Can you think of anyone from Deepwell that wants to kill you? Kai asked. No, Reuven said. Then you shouldn't worry, Kai said. Fade will protect you unless someone already knows you and is specifically searching for you. Tremaine walked into the room and smiled at Ruin. You survived. Ruin returned the smile. Barely. But that reminded Ruin that he'd re-entered Uru's protection area and his progress would have synced to the goddess now. Relief flooded him. Who's your friend? Tremaine asked. Servant, Ruin said. Cousin, Sift said at the same time. Ruin and Sift looked at each other and then turned back to Tremaine. Cousin from a village, Ruin said. I'm a servant, Sift said at the same time. Ruin and Sift looked at each other again. Hopeless, Kai said, shaking her head. This is Pada and Mada's boy. He calls himself Sift. Tremaine bowed to Sift. It is an honor to meet you, Sift. My name is Tremaine, and I'm the librarian here. Your parents are special people. You know my parents? Sift asked. Yes, we worked together in my younger days. What a special day to meet their son, Tremaine said. Enough jabbering, Tremaine. At your age, you don't have much time left. You ready? Kai asked. Tremaine bowed to Kai. I am at your disposal, mistress. You two idiots know what to do, Kai asked. Pick up Hamma on our way to meet Big D at the lodge, Ruin said. Kai nodded and then turned to Tremaine. Let's go, old man. Tremaine waved at them as he and Kai left. I can't believe I'm actually here, Sift said. Ruin smiled and some of his worries disappeared. They left the library and headed toward Hamma. Sunrise was over an hour away and they kept to the main roads where there was more light. The streets weren't busy, but there were far more people awake than usual. Occasionally, Reuven heard the sound of a guardian passing above them. It took them almost an hour, but they arrived at the address Kai had given them. Reuven knocked softly on the door, not wanting to wake up anyone in the neighboring houses. He was about to knock again when the door opened a crack and Hamma peeked through. The door flew open and Hamma stepped forward. I'm so glad, Reuven started. Hamma slapped him. You can't just disappear, Hamma shouted. Do you know how worried I was? I came back and everyone was gone. I thought you died. Reuven stood speechless as his cheek burned. Hamma hugged him, but before he could hug her back, she stepped away. Is this what you meant by a warm welcome? Sift asked. Hamma put her hands on her hips and glared at Sift. Who are you? My cousin, Reuven said. A servant, Sift said at the same time. Reuven and Sift looked at each other. Hamma raised her eyebrows. You two better work on that. Hamma stepped out of the house and closed the door. She wore boots pants and the long white shirt of the Order class priestess. Kai said to be ready to go, Hamma said. Nice haircut, by the way. You should try a barber who can see next time. Reuven's cheeks warmed and he ran a hand over the hair he'd cut himself. He couldn't tell her about the rod spiders and their blood that turned hard as a rock. I know. Hamma smiled. It's kind of cute. Reuven thought his face might burst into flames. He checked his map and marked the workers' lodge. It would be a 15-minute walk. That would put them there around 6:45, 15 minutes earlier than Big D had told him. They started toward the lodge with Hamma between Reuven and Sift. I'm sorry you thought I'd died, Reuven said. I would have told you sooner if I'd been able. Well, why didn't you? Key had to do it, Hama said. Reuven bit his lip. Kai kind of stuck me in a safe house, too. I couldn't get out. Well, I guess that makes sense. I was just worried, and I hate being worried, Hama said. It's good to see you, Reuven said. I'm glad you're coming along. While many lights were on in the houses around them, there were very few people on the street. They encountered a young kid who immediately ran off when they saw him, and a drunk looking for his house. In the distance, they could hear the activity at the workers' lodge, and the city grew brighter in that direction. They were 5 minutes from the workers' lodge when Reuven's keen senses triggered. He stopped his two friends. They were still in a residential area, and the street was decently lit, but the small courtyards and alleys around them provided plenty of darkness to hide. Something's wrong, Reuven said. It is hard to sift in the open like this, Sift said. What's wrong? Hama asked. Half a figure emerged from an alley 30 feet down the street. Reuven activated Magnify and saw a gray vest on a light blue dress. He couldn't see the woman's face, but she raised her arm and pointed directly at Reuven. She had a ring on every finger, each with a small glass bulb. Reuven could see movement in the glass and his stomach clenched. Reuven turned off Magnify and faced Sift. We should turn around. They all turned around but found 3 people pointing crossbows at them. Their faces as well as their names were hidden, but Reuven's perception worked well enough to get the basics. They were all fighters, with levels ranging from 14 to 18. There was no way they could survive a fight with them. They turned back around. The woman in the dress was gone, but 3 more fighters stood in her place, crossbows raised. They had their faces covered as well. The one in front was level 20 and held a black crossbow. Reuven assumed it was the leader. The leader spoke. It isn't personal, son. It's just now isn't a safe time to leave the city. It would be better for everyone if you took a nap at the temple. Hama stepped forward and shouted, I command you in the name of Uru, and by the power invested in me as a servant of order, to put down your weapons. Lower your voice, girl. We're only here for the worker. There's no reason for anyone else to meet any harm. Just step away from him, the leader said. Sift, I'm going to deafen them. You get Hama out of here, Reuven whispered. I'm not going anywhere, Hama said. Hama pointed to the sky and a beam of light shot from her finger. It reached 100 feet into the air before arcing back down like a gigantic weeping willow. The entire area became brightly lit. She signaled enforcement, yelled a fighter from behind them. Now, the leader shouted. 3 quick thuds struck Reuven in the back, pushing him forward and making him stumble. His cloak's shield had triggered and blocked the bolt's damage. The 3 fighters in front of him had fired as well, and before Reuven could even react, Sift had dived in front of him. Sift and Reuven hit the ground together, and Reuven looked down to see blood covering his chest. But it wasn't his. Sift had 3 crossbow bolts sticking out his chest. Reuven got to his knees and laid Sift flat on the ground. We need to work on your reflexes. You are terribly slow, Sift mumbled. We will, Reuven said. Hama knelt across from Reuven and laid her hands on Sift. How bad is it? Reuven asked. Reuven looked around, but the street was empty. The fighters must have assumed him dead when he collapsed. Hama's signal didn't give them the chance to confirm it. Sift looked at Reuven. Tell Lylan even though, doesn't... Remember, Hama looked up. Something's not right. He has far more health than his stats show, but it still won't be enough. Reuven didn't want to explain that right now. Is it bad? Hama nodded. I just spent all my mana healing him, but the bleeding will still kill him. I think those arrows were poisoned. He'll be in the temple basement soon. But Sift wouldn't go to the temple basement to be reformed and given life again. He would be dead. Forever. The End of Divine Apostasy. Book 1, Epilogue. Uru sat in the grass listening to the waves crash against the rocks below. Dark clouds ripped themselves from the horizon's grasp, and she wondered if it might rain. An emotion she hadn't felt in over 1,000 years crawled through her chest. Worry. A loud gong sounded, but Uru remained focused on the distant storm. Footsteps approached from behind her. "That's new," Uru said without turning. Blappy sat down next to Uru and crisscrossed her legs, resting the stuffed centipede in her lap. "The gong. A suggestion I liked from a new acquaintance," Blappy said. Uru smiled. "Anyone I know?" Blappy laughed. They were quiet as they watched the gray clouds roil and climb into the sky. "Are you here on business? Did I break any rules?" Uru asked. Blappy placed her hands on the ground behind her and leaned back. "Not business. You kept the letter, if not the spirit, of all the rules." "Good. The time for breaking them is fast approaching, but I must not be the first." "So this is it?" Blappy asked. Uru sighed. "Yes. I tried to kill him. Despite his terrible skills, he survived. He's special, more than anyone knows." Blappy leaned forward and brushed the dirt from her hands. "I never really believed you, but now seeing how long you've planned, you were telling the truth." Uru nodded. "I'm sorry. It's not like your kind to be honest," Blappy said. "I know, which is why all of this is necessary." They looked out at the ocean for a while. The clouds had formed a massive storm and it raged above the horizon. Lightning arced across the sky, and a few seconds later the thunder reached them. "I love this view," Blappy said. "It's worth dying for," Uru whispered with a small smile. Blappy hugged her centipede. "They are worried. He came to see me." For the first time, Uru looked at Blappy. "Already?" Blappy nodded. "They know your champion entered the pyramid, and they've all been watching me. The boy's harvesting prompted the visit. I tried to keep it contained, but he was too strong. His reach escaped my influence, and Isaac noticed. I feel a little bad lying to the boy about his terrifying strength. Thankfully, I'd pointed him in a direction without cities, and no one died." Uru placed a hand on Blappy's knee. "Thank you, Mira. That would have broken my heart. Of course, neither of us wants the innocent to suffer." Uru nodded. "I should have anticipated that. There is always another detail." The sea below turned from blue to gray as the clouds strangled the light. "Does he know it was the boy?" Uru asked, her voice concerned. "I don't think so. Everyone knows harvesting is impossible for the bonded. I told Isaac I couldn't explain what happened, which is the truth." Uru tilted her head. "What if they ask you about the lights?" "What lights?" Blappy asked innocently. "When they look through your logs, they'll see the anomaly in the library." "No, not an anomaly, just a beginning. I turn off the lights every night at the exact same time now." Uru raised her eyebrows. "I need energy for my newest level. Lights are a waste," Blappy said. Uru smiled. "But you don't play favorites." "Certainly not. I hate you all, actually. Just some I hate a little less." Uru nodded. "Well, it's good to know you're still following the rules. I'll know things are serious when you break them." "I'll never break them," Blappy said. Uru just nodded. They sat in silence as the storm moved toward the shore. The wind whipped the grass, and the tree behind them creaked. "It is good he found the book. I miscalculated his initial strength, and he'll need guidance sooner than I thought," Uru said. "It will be chaos when they discover what you've accomplished. Worse, it will unite them against me. Isaac will be nearly unstoppable." "Nearly?" Blappy asked. Uru smiled at the little girl. "Let's hope he's ready." "Did you see the chickens?" They both laughed, and the thunder above them echoed their amusement. Uru wiped her eyes. "Well, he still has a little time." Item quality and inventory. Color, common and white, uncommon and brown, fine and green, rare and yellow. Special,
and orange, epic and blue, legendary and purple. Metals: bronze, iron, steel, titanium, obsidian, tyrium. Class and symbol: color, worker and hands. Brown, mage and brain. Black, observer and eyes. Green, order and heart. White, fighter and body. Blue, merchant and mouth. Red, money. Copper, silver. 100 copper. Gold, 100 silver. Platinum, 100 gold. Tyrium, 100 platinum. Rank and level:
Novice, 1 to 9. Initiate, 10 to 19. Apprentice, 20 to 29. Journeyman, 30 to 39. Acolyte, 40 to 49. Disciple, 50 to 59. Expert, 60 to 69. Adept, 70 to 84. Master, 85 to 99. Grand Master. Level start and experience level end: 1 out of 1,000, 2. 2 out of 3,000, 3. 3 out of 6,000, 4. 4 out of 10,000, 5. 5 out of 15,000, 6. 6 out of 21,000, 7. 7 out of 28,000, 8. 8 out of 36,000, 9. 9 out of 45,000, 10. 10 out of 55,000, 11. 11 out of 66,000, 12. 12 out of 78,000, 13. 13 out of 91,000, 14. 14 out of 105,000, 15. 15 out of 120,000, 16. 16 out of 136,000, 17. 17 out of 153,000, 18. 18 out of 171,000, 19. 19 out of 190,000, 20. 20 out of 210,000, 21. 97 out of 4,753,000, 98. 98 out of 4,851,000, 99. 99 out of 4,950,000, 100 out of 5,050,000, 101. Acknowledgements. First, and most importantly, I want to thank you. Without someone to enjoy the story, much of the fun disappears. I understand some of the demands life places on your time, and I'm so thankful that you chose to spend some of it with this story. Truly and sincerely, thank you.